Zhou Yue blood key value 91. 2. The examiner's voice had barely fallen when exclamations exploded all around. 90 and above. He's practically touching the admission threshold for an ordinary martial arts university. Zhou Yu's father is a martial hall instructor. He soaks in medicinal baths every day. How could he not be strong? On the high platform, Zhou Yu's expression remained calm, only the corners of his lips lifting slightly. Soon it was the next student's turn. Chen Shui blood key value 84.7. Li Heng blood key value 79. 3. Zhao Kai blood key value 71. 5. The atmosphere on the field grew hotter and hotter. Each time a student with a high blood key value appeared, exclamations would erupt all around. In this era, blood key all but determined everything. Martial arts classes, key universities, cultivation, resources, social standing. Next, Lin Xu. At the sound of the name, the previously noisy queue suddenly fell silent for a brief moment. Many people subconsciously turned to look. The testing device trembled slightly, and then a string of numbers slowly surfaced. Blood key value 58. 3. The air on the field fell silent for 2 seconds. No one knew who burst into laughter first. 58. With that kind of blood key, even a beast processing plant might not take him. Others who haul demonic beast corpses can at least survive a few years. If he goes in like that, he'll probably be killed by polluted blood key on the first day. Low mocking chuckles drifted from the crowd. Beside the platform, Lin Xu stood quietly, yet his fingers curled ever so slightly. What are you laughing at? At that moment, a somewhat disgruntled voice sounded from the side. A slightly stocky teenager squeezed out of the crowd and came to stand directly beside Lin Xu. Brother Lin, don't listen to those who kick you while you're down. If Auntie hadn't been seriously ill these past 2 years, and you didn't have to run back and forth between the hospital and school every day, how could things have ended up like this? Back in our first year, you were in the top 10 of the class. As the boy spoke, anger was evident in his voice. His gaze swept over the surroundings, and many people closed their mouths resentfully. His name was Qin Yang, and he had grown up with Lin Xu. Their families lived in the same old district, making them childhood companions. While others gossiped behind Lin Xu's back, only Qin Yang knew what these past 2 years had truly been like for him. To increase one's blood key, nutritional potions, demonic beast flesh, and blood martial arts courses. Each and every one required money. Even a moderately well-off family living in the city center could barely keep up, let alone someone like Lin Xu, who had poured most of his savings into treating his mother. Lin Xu lightly patted Chun Yang's shoulder. It's fine. He smiled, his expression far calmer than one would expect. They're not wrong. 58. 3 for blood key really is quite low. Brother Lin Yu. Qin Yang opened his mouth wanting to say more, but was stopped by a look from Lin Xu. Lin Xu looked toward the blood key display screen, its numbers constantly changing, a trace of weariness in his eyes. Only he knew that something had gone wrong with his body over these past 2 years. Normally, even if one could not afford nutrient potions or demonic beast meat, and could only fill their stomach with the cheapest synthetic food, as long as they were willing to train hard and temper their body day after day, their blood key would slowly increase during the introductory stages of martial cultivation. But Lin Xu was different. In his first year of high school, his blood key had already reached 58. Within his class, that was enough to rank in the top 10. At the time, his teachers said he had a chance to enter a key martial arts university. Yet over the next 2 years, his blood key never increased again, not even a fraction. No matter how he cultivated, no matter how much he ate, it was as though his blood key was being devoured by something. Lin Xu had never found the reason. Otherwise, even with his mother gravely ill and his need to work part-time every day, his results would not have fallen this far. Before graduating their 3rd year of high school, anyone with a blood key value below 60 would not even qualify to graduate. In this era, someone without a martial education was no different from being discarded. Thinking of this, Lin Xu's gaze darkened slightly. If it truly came to that, things might turn out just as others. It's even the cheapest and most dangerous labor. Working at a demonic beast processing factory hauling their corpses might not be something anyone was willing to hire him for. After the blood key testing ended, the students followed their teachers back to the teaching building in succession. Inside the classroom, the martial arts instructor on the podium was as usual explaining the circulation rhythm of the basic breathing method and how to stimulate blood key circulation through breathing. Many students listened attentively, while others whispered about that day's blood key rankings. Time flowed on. When the dismissal bell finally rang, the classroom instantly erupted as students scattered. Lin Xu, stay a moment. A low voice suddenly sounded from the podium. Lin Xu lifted his head, yet the front stood their homeroom teacher, Zhou Jinhai, looking at him. This middle-aged man, usually strict, now had an unusually complex look in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Xu. In that gaze were regret and a faint, unconcealed pity. After a brief silence, Zhou Jinhai took a folded letter of introduction from the drawer and handed it over. The college entrance exams are in a month. With your current blood key value, graduating will be very difficult. He paused there. This is a letter of introduction to the school's logistics department. If you truly cannot graduate when the time comes, you can go there and do some odd jobs. It may not have much of a future, but at least it will be a stable livelihood. Lin Xu was slightly taken aback and lowered his head to accept the letter. The corners of the paper were already worn and creased, clearly prepared long ago by Zhou Jinhai. He had in fact held high hopes for Lin Xu. In their first year, Lin Xu's bloodkey had ranked among the top 10 in the class. But later his father died in a demonic beast factory accident, and his mother became bedridden with serious illness. The student who had once seemed most likely to reach for a key martial university was dragged down bit by bit. Looking at Lin Xu, Zhou Jinhai sighed softly. Survive first, being alive is more important than anything. The classroom fell silent for a few seconds. At last Lin Xu reached out and accepted the letter of introduction. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. His voice was very calm, far too calm for an 18-year-old. No one knew that Lin Xu had once been like every other teenager. He had imagined his bloodkey surging like a rainbow as he cleaved down monsters with a single blade, imagined himself entering a top martial arts university. He had imagined that one day he would step beyond the city's high walls, hunting demonic beasts in the wilderness revered by thousands. The young always think they will be the exception, that they will soar to the heavens in a single leap, that their name will resound in all directions. But reality does not soften just because someone is young. When hospital bills, his mother's medical expenses, and the sheer pressure of survival bore down on him. Those so-called ideals were often the first to lose to life. By the time he left the school, dusk had already deepened. Folding the letter of introduction to the logistics department, Lin Xu slipped it into his pocket and walked alone toward the hospital. Buzz, his old phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. The moment he saw the caller ID, Lin Xu's heart sank. He answered the call immediately. The next second, a nurse's anxious voice burst forth. Mr. Lin, your mother has just gone into sudden respiratory arrest. We're resuscitating her right now. Hurry to the hospital. Lin Xu's face turned instantly ashen. I'm on my way. Hanging up, he bolted off like a madman. He ignored the traffic lights entirely. In his mind, there was only one thought: to reach the hospital as fast as possible. The moment he sprinted through an intersection, glaring high beams suddenly flared before him. A shrill horn tore through the night. Lin Xu jerked his head around. The next instant, the world spun violently. Agony, blood, shattered fragments of vision. Lin Xu felt as though his body had been completely torn apart, his consciousness plunging rapidly into darkness. In a haze, he seemed to hear a cold, unfamiliar voice. Unknown intelligent module initiating binding. Reconstructing host body data. Abnormal bloodkey depletion detected, establishing analytical model. Parsing target, basic breathing method, numerous logical flaws detected. His consciousness felt as though it were sinking at the bottom of a very deep body of water. He had no idea how much time had passed before Lin Xu finally opened his eyes. A white ceiling filled his vision, the harsh light overhead making him momentarily dazed, and the air was saturated with the familiar scent of disinfectant. Hospital. He stared blankly for a few seconds before his memories slowly began to flow back. The car accident, the red light, and that instant when his body felt as though it had been torn apart by the impact. He instinctively tried to sit up, yet the movement abruptly halted. There was no pain, not even the stiffness of bones and muscles he should have felt. His body felt far too light for someone who had just been in a car accident, more like someone who had simply woken from sleep. Frowning slightly, Lin Xu lowered his head to look at his own chest. His breathing was steady, his heart rate normal, even more stable than usual. Just then, voices drifted in from outside the ward. The test results are out. There is no internal bleeding, no fractures, and no damage to any organs, the doctor said in an even tone. At most, it is a mild concussion. Once he wakes up, he can be observed for 2 days, and then discharged. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice suddenly shot up in pitch. Say that again. It was a young man's voice carrying a clear tremor of emotion. When I hit him, his whole body flew. There was blood all over the ground. And now you're telling me it's just a mild concussion? His voice even carried a hint of disbelief. The ward door slammed open with a bang, and a young man rushed inside. He looked to be in his early 20s, dressed in a limited edition tracksuit with a mechanical watch on his wrist. Clearly not an ordinary person. Yet at this moment his expression was distinctly unpleasant, and when his gaze fell upon Lin Xu on the bed, his entire body went rigid. He stood rooted to the spot for a full 2 seconds before finally squeezing out a sentence. You are awake. Lin Xu lifted his head to look at him, saying nothing, the air growing faintly oppressive. The young man's Adam's apple bobbed as though he were trying to reorganize his words. My name is Su Ran, he said, pointing at himself. I was the one driving just now. His tone was clearly a little awkward, but still relatively calm. After a brief pause, he added, I've already settled all the medical expenses. As he spoke, he pulled a thick stack of cash from his pocket and placed it on the bedside table. 2,000. Consider it nutrition money. This whole thing. Chalk it up to my bad luck. With that, he seemed unwilling to remain any longer and turned to leave. Yet when he reached the doorway, he could not help glancing back. On the bed, Lin Xu sat quietly, showing no pain, no panic. There was scarcely any emotional fluctuation at all. That kind of too normal to be normal state sent a faint chill creeping up Su Ran's spine. Su Ran frowned. This is insane. He muttered under his breath, cursed softly, and closed the door behind him as he left. A moment later, the door was gently pushed open again, and a middle-aged doctor in a white coat walked in. Lin Xu recognized him instantly. Li Mingyuan, his mother's attending physician, was also the person in the hospital he had grown most familiar with over the past 2 years. Dr. Li, my mom. Lin Xu's voice tightened slightly as he spoke without preamble. Li Mingyuan raised a hand, signaling him to calm down a little, then stopped at the side of the bed. Her condition has been temporarily stabilized. He paused, his tone softening somewhat. Your mother suffers from qi and blood degeneration and needs long-term reliance on suppressive medication to maintain it. Otherwise, her qi and blood will continue to collapse. The reason her condition suddenly worsened this morning, he continued, was because she did not take her medicine on time. When the nurse found her, she was already in danger. Fortunately, the resuscitation was timely. At this point, he let out a light sigh. She must have hidden the medicine herself, not wanting to burden you any longer. Such is the heart of a parent. The ward fell silent for a moment. Lin Xu's fingertips curled ever so slightly, but he said nothing. He understood his mother's thoughts all too well. After his father died in an accident at a demonic beast processing plant, almost all the compensation and death benefits had been poured into his mother's treatment. On top of that, for the past 2 years, his own qi and blood had remained stagnant, never managing to break through 60. His mother never voiced it, but inside she had always blamed herself, believing she was the one dragging the family down. That was why she had made such a choice. Looking at Lin Xu, Li Mingyuan's tone eased a fraction. You must also take care of yourself. If you collapse, she will not be able to hold on either. After saying this, Li Mingyuan left the ward. Lin Xu put away the 2,000 yuan. At that very moment, deep within his consciousness, a notification tone rang out again. Basic breathing method takeover successful. Autonomous breathing weight of human body, 9117 execution status, forcibly rewriting breathing rhythm computational power usage 0.01 cycle. In the next instant, Lin Xu's breathing suddenly changed. It was not under his conscious control, rather his body felt as though it had been taken over by some invisible force, naturally adjusting to a deeper, slower, and more stable rhythm. Inhale. His chest cavity's expansion angle was recalibrated. Exhale. The airflow was forcibly extended to match a standard optimal curve. It was as though his body were being reprogrammed, every breath diverging further from the natural human mode. Basic breathing method first cycle completed. Qi and blood circulation efficiency 0. 4 qi and blood value 58. 358. 6 steadily rising. Lin Xu's pupils contracted ever so slightly. He distinctly felt a thread of that heaviness in his chest being drawn away. His breathing grew smoother, and even his consciousness felt momentarily lighter. At the same time, the monitor screen in the ward suddenly flickered. A sharp beep sounded. The heart rate curve showed a minuscule upward tilt, and the blood oxygen saturation displayed a fluctuation so slight it was almost imperceptible. Yet that tiny change was caught by a nurse who happened to walk in. She had originally come for a routine check, but when her gaze swept over the data, her steps came to an abrupt halt. She knit her brows and moved closer to the device. Did the monitor just lag? She checked the readings again. No, the stability of the heart rate is improving. The qi and blood data is recovering, she murmured under her breath, her tone already turning unusual. She turned her head to look at Lin Xu. Were you doing breathing training just now, eh? Lin Xu was silent for a second. No. The nurse opened another testing device. Let's test your basic qi and blood again. A few minutes later, the new result came out. The number flashing on the screen, qi and blood value 58. 6. His qi and blood actually increased after a car accident. She looked at Lin Xu and said seriously, don't practice any breathing methods at random for now. This kind of state can easily affect your recovery. She clearly did not believe Lin Xu, simply assuming he had been cultivating and had coincidentally gained a substantial benefit. After she left, the cold notification tone resurfaced in the depths of Lin Xu's consciousness. Basic breathing method automatic operation, stabilized optimization path locked, entering continuous cultivation mode, computational power consumption 0.01 cycle. Lin Xu fell silent for a few seconds, then tentatively spoke within his mind. What exactly are you? Was it you who saved me? He had thought there would be no answer, but the next second a line of information actually popped up in the depths of his consciousness. It was as if someone had opened a transparent panel inside his mind. Doubao now online. Lin Xu was taken aback. Doubao, is that your name? He furrowed his brows. Why is it called that? It sounds like food. In Lin Xu's understanding, names are usually quite solemn. But the term Dou Bao, it sounds a bit like. The next moment, that piece of information reappeared. Dou Bao, not a demon beast. Dou Bao, an artificial intelligence assistant. Lin Xu, artificial. What? He paused for a moment, trying to comprehend. Are you a type of mechanical puppet? Or some kind of parasite? Dou Bao, no. Dou Bao AI, artificial intelligence. Dou Bao, a tool system capable of simulating thought. Lin Xu fell silent for a moment, then concluded, I can't understand it at all. Lin Xu remained silent for a while, reorganizing his question. You know a lot. Dou Bao, yes. Dou Bao, this system is based on the universal knowledge base of the human world and can parse most known information. Lin Xu nodded, looking out of the hospital window. Outside was a walled city, and in the distance he could see patrolling martial guards. There were even a few figures walking through the air, pausing briefly in the sky before landing on the city walls. Lin Xu stared out the window, remaining silent for a moment. He raised his hand and pointed. What are those outside? Flying in the sky. Dou Bao, identifying. Dou Bao, result, a cluster of delivery drones outside the city at high altitude. Lin Xu was taken aback. Delivery drones. Dou Bao, yes, automated flying devices used for rapid delivery of meals and supplies in high-rise areas. Lin Xu nodded. Oh, so that's what food delivery drones are called. His tone even carried a hint of admiration. That's quite advanced. Dou Bao, part of the basic urban logistics optimization system. At that moment, a figure stepped through the air at high speed, landing on a rooftop 100 meters away, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Lin Xu glanced and asked, that, is it also a drone? Dou Bao, identifying. Dou Bao, result, corrected, large manned flying device, upgraded model of the drone. Lin Xu. He frowned. That is a person, right? Dou Bao, information conflict, recalibrating urban traffic model. Dou Bao, supplementary analysis, biological thermal source, detected, classified as passenger state. Dou Bao, high-end passenger drone. Lin Xu nodded. Oh, it can carry people too. He paused. The drone you mentioned. It seems quite capable. Lin Xu looked again at the patrolling soldiers in black armor on the distant walls. What about those with knives? Dou Bao, identifying. Dou Bao, result, security personnel, ancient style, uniform. Lin Xu frowned. Security personnel. Dou Bao, yes, part of the low-cost regional public safety maintenance unit featuring cold weapon appearance as standard duty configuration. Lin Xu nodded. Oh, security guards. Dou Bao, understanding is quite accurate. Lin Xu, they look quite fierce. Dou Bao, part of uniform deterrence design. Lin Xu pondered for a moment, then looked at the syringe on the back of his hand. What about this? Dou Bao, identifying. Dou Bao, life support interface, medical standard type. Lin Xu, energy supply. Dou Bao, yes, used to input basic life-sustaining fluids into the human body. Lin Xu nodded. Infusion. Dou Bao, that's one way to understand it. Lin Xu suddenly fell silent. He felt that this Dou Bao was indeed quite impressive. So he asked a more crucial question. He pointed to the distant tall tower outside the window where a giant screen was rolling with rankings of vitality and blood. What about that? Dou Bao, identifying. Dou Bao, individual ability display, terminal, public incentive module. Lin Xu, what is it used for? Dou Bao, used to display the rankings of outstanding individuals in the city to encourage residents to enhance their abilities. Lin Xu nodded. Oh, a leaderboard. He paused. Then what does 58.6 signify in this context? Dou Bao, querying. Dou Bao, data, missing, unable to locate ranking. Lin Xu. He frowned. Didn't you say you understood everything? Dou Bao, this system is only based on the universal knowledge base of the human world. Dou Bao, current environment exceeds database coverage. The air was quiet for a second. Lin Xu finally understood. He slowly spoke. So you actually don't recognize my world at all. Dou Bao, reassessing current environment. Dou Bao, assessment result, unknown civilization area. Dou Bao, suggest prioritizing the establishment of a basic information model. Lin Xu nodded. Speak plainly. Dou Bao, alright, I will tell you as simply, directly, and straightforwardly. Actually, I don't even know where you are. Lin Xu. Lin Xu sat on the hospital bed, his mind a bit chaotic, but soon he pushed those thoughts aside. This Dou Bao seemed a bit unusual, speaking on a completely different wavelength from him. However, Lin Xu could clearly feel himself growing stronger bit by bit, and he vaguely guessed that all of this might be related to Dou Bao. But he didn't have time to delve deeper into it now. Lin Xu took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing the chaos in his mind. He got up, put on his clothes, washed his face briefly, and went to another building to find his mother. On the hospital bed, a weary-looking middle-aged woman was leaning against the pillow, her face pale, but when she saw Lin Xu enter, she still managed to force a smile. Her name was Su Wan, Lin Xu's biological mother. Mom. Lin Xu approached, lowering his voice. Su Wan reached out to touch his face. Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you to focus on your classes? Lin Xu shook his head, sitting by the bed with a serious tone. I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me. The doctor also said my recovery is going well. He paused as if making up his mind. They'll take care of the money issues, you just focus on your recovery, leave. Su Wan's eyes trembled slightly, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back, only nodding gently. Lin Xu looked at her, lowering his voice even more, but with an undeniable firmness. Also, I will definitely graduate smoothly. Our family won't remain like this forever. The air was quiet for a few seconds. Su Wan's eyes turned slightly red, but she still smiled. Okay, Mom believes in you. After leaving the hospital, the sky had already darkened. Lin Xu walked back along the familiar path. The lights of the city flickered in the distance, while the world he was entering was another slightly dilapidated one. He lived in the old city. The buildings were low, with peeling walls revealing a patchwork of bare concrete. The small stalls downstairs closed quite late, the smell of cooking oil mingling with the damp air. The road was uneven, with puddles of water yet to dry. Lin Xu pushed open the old security door. The room was not large, but was kept relatively clean. Lin Xu returned to his room. He closed the door, sat on the edge of the bed, and remained silent for a few seconds. His consciousness sank into his mind. That existence he referred to as Do Bao was still there. Lin Xu tried to open his mouth in his mind. Do you know what changes have happened to my body? Do Bao reading individual status. Connected. Lin Xu physical examination report. Lin Xu frowned slightly. Physical examination report. In the next moment his mind felt as if it were gently unfurling, revealing a more intuitive information. Name Lin Xu, realm Blood Qi realm, level 1 Blood Qi, value 58. 7 computing power 107 basic breathing method currently running, current basic computing consumption 216 day. Do Bao adjusting judgment based on continuous environmental sampling results. Do Bao, the current world has a very low compatibility with the known Earth model. Lin Xu was taken aback. Earth? What do you mean? He frowned and questioned in his mind. Do Bao conclusion updated. Do Bao, the current world is outside the known database. Do Bao simplified explanation. I have crossed over. Lin Xu was stunned. He did not understand this term, but he was too lazy to comprehend these things. Regardless of whether it was a crossover or not, at least one thing he was sure of was that this thing called Do Bao had not harmed him. In fact, it was very likely that it had saved his life. Lin Xu raised his head, his gaze becoming more pragmatic. He was no longer concerned with these bizarre things. He only cared about one thing: becoming stronger. There was only 1 month left until the college entrance examination. If he could not graduate smoothly, he would not find a job, and his mother's medical expenses would be impossible to resolve. Lin Xu continued to ask, what is computing power? Do Bao simplified explanation: a resource that can be used to drive this AI operation and optimize the physical state of reality. Lin Xu fell silent for a moment. Speak plainly. This time Do Bao's response was noticeably delayed, even carrying a hint of what seemed to be emotion. Do Bao, even if I explained you wouldn't understand. Lin Xu. He suddenly had the illusion that this thing seemed to think. He suppressed his emotions and directly asked the most critical question. Can you help me become stronger? This time Do Bao did not beat around the bush. Do Bao, yes, Do Bao, with sufficient computing power it can deduce cultivation methods, and physical enhancement can also be performed in an unconscious state. Lin Xu's eyes brightened slightly. How do I obtain computing power? Do Bao requires a chip. Lin Xu was taken aback. Chip A. Lin Xu frowned. He had never heard of this term. At least in Haishi County, no one had mentioned this thing. Lin Xu continued to question in his mind. What if there is no computing power? He had already vaguely realized one thing: this existence claiming to be Do Bao likely did not belong to the world he was in. Whether it was those absurd drones, or words like AI and chip that completely exceeded his cognitive framework, they were constantly reminding him of this fact. However, this might also be his only opportunity to change his fate. No matter the cost, he had to find a way to. Do Bao, after computing power is exhausted, I will cease to operate. Do Bao, the host, can understand this. As deaf, Lin Xu fell silent for a moment and let out a long breath. He did not continue to question. Outside the sky had completely darkened, but he did not feel any significant hunger. Yet he instinctively walked to the refrigerator and opened the door. Inside were simple synthetic foods, neatly packaged, not particularly tasty, but enough to sustain daily consumption. This was a habit he developed during his martial arts training, eating a little at set times to maintain stable blood qi. He took out a portion, heated it, and began to eat. The moment the first bite entered, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Detected convertible energy computing power 10. Lin Xu's action paused, and he was clearly stunned. He couldn't help but ask, didn't you say a chip was needed? After a brief silence, Do Bao's response appeared. Do Bao, the world's rules are inconsistent. Lin Xu now understood. This Do Bao, which claimed to understand a lot, was essentially, it sounded knowledgeable and full of professional jargon, as if it could do anything. But in reality, it was often quite unreliable. He glanced at the synthetic foods packed tightly in the compressed energy blocks, nutritional meat slices, low-cost nutrient solutions. Almost all of them were the cheapest kind. These were things he bought in bulk during a supermarket sale originally intended to last a month. Lin Xu casually took out all the food inside, filling the table. Then he opened the packaging and began to eat. Soon Lin Xu noticed something unusual. It was as if his body no longer needed normal digestion. Those foods upon entering his body were almost instantly decomposed, without a normal digestion process. It felt more like being transformed into something else by a certain power. Meanwhile, the prompt sounds in his mind continued to ring. Computing power 10, computing power 10, computing power 10. The prompt sounds kept coming. The food on the table decreased at a visible rate, and before long Lin Xu had eaten all the synthetic food. The panel in his mind also refreshed. Current computing power 1728. Lin Xu stared at that number, his eyes slightly changing. This meant that at the current basic consumption rate the computing power could last at least 8 days. Lin Xu could clearly feel that his body was continuously becoming stronger. Even just sitting there doing nothing, and without needing to concentrate deliberately, his breathing still maintained a certain special rhythm. It was as if he was automatically cultivating. Lin Xu soon realized that the current, basic breathing method was completely different from what his school teachers taught. The cultivation efficiency was far superior to the version taught at school. Previously, when practicing the breathing method, the flow of blood qi would have a noticeable stagnation. But now he could even feel the energy in the air being actively drawn by his body. Lin Xu's gaze sharpened, and he immediately questioned in his mind, what happened to my basic breathing method? Why is it different from what was taught in school? Do Bao computing power has been consumed optimizing the basic breathing method. Do Bao, the current version, has been adjusted to the operational state most suitable for the host's physical structure. Lin Xu fell silent for a moment, although there were many things Do Bao said that he did not understand. One thing could be confirmed. This Do Bao could really help him become stronger. Lin Xu returned to the side of the bed and slowly sat down. He closed his eyes and began to attempt to actively operate the breathing method. Since Do Bao could not provide an accurate explanation, he would try it himself and explore the best method to become stronger. What Lin Xu wanted to know most now was whether automatic cultivation and active cultivation could take effect simultaneously. If so, then his cultivation speed might increase significantly. Thinking of this, Lin Xu gradually slowed his breathing and his consciousness began to sink into his body. Now there was only 1 month left until the college entrance examination, and what he lacked the most was time. With a blood qi value of 58, he hadn't even touched the passing line in school, let alone get into a martial arts university. Lin Xu completely entered the cultivation state. The room quieted down with only his breathing slowly rising and falling in the darkness. A night quietly passed. The next morning, Lin Xu suddenly opened his eyes wide. The first thing he did was look at the data panel in his mind. Name Lin Xu, realm blood qi, realm level 1, blood qi value 60. 8 computing power 1392, basic breathing method currently running, current computing consumption 216 day. Lin Xu stared intently at that number, his breathing becoming rapid. In just one night he had directly crossed the passing line for the college entrance examination. If this speed continued, did it not mean he also had a chance to get into the martial arts university? Haishi County No. 3 High School is universally recognized as the bottom-tier school. Here a vital energy level of 60 is a hurdle for graduation. Yet he increased his vital energy by 2 points in just one night, meeting the graduation requirement. Such a speed of improvement was something he had never even heard of. Lin Xu took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within. After a quick wash, he strapped on his combat knife and left home, heading towards Haishi County No. 3 High School. Yesterday's class was a theoretical course on basic breathing techniques. Today, however, was a practical class. In this era, breathing techniques are essential for warriors to enhance their strength and are equally vital in combat. Lin Xu had previously practiced the basic sword techniques distributed for free by the school. Its name was ordinary and the content was equally mundane. Most students at Haishi County No. 3 High School practiced this. After all, more advanced martial arts techniques are simply not accessible to ordinary families as they come at a cost. On the way, students carrying swords, spears, and iron rods hurried towards school, their vital energy fluctuating. Soon Lin Xu arrived at Haishi County No. 3 High School. The school gate appeared somewhat old with peeling paint. Compared to those key high schools, this place was evidently much more shabby. However, there were quite a few people in the school, and a long line had already formed on the playground. Every day upon arrival, all students must undergo a vital energy test. The school records each student's vital energy changes, stimulating them to continue their training. After all, in this world, vital energy levels almost determine one's future. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Lin Xu. Lin Xu turned around to see Chen Yang jogging towards him. I heard you were in a car accident yesterday. Chen Yang examined Lin Xu from head to toe. My dad said you were fine, which is why I didn't go to the hospital to see you. It's nothing. Lin Xu waved his hand. I was just bumped by a rich guy who I only scraped a bit of skin. The other party even compensated me 2,000 yuan. Qin Yang, who had been worried, suddenly widened his eyes at the mention of 2,000. How much? 2,000. Holy crap. He grabbed Lin Xu's shoulder. Next time something like this happens, remember to bring me along to scam some money too. Lin Xu remained silent. Qin Yang looked heartbroken. Do you know how hard it is to make money now? Those warriors with a vital energy of 200 at my dad's level have to go to the slaughterhouse to dissect monster corpses. After a month of hard work, they only make a little over 1,000. That 2,000 you got is enough for them to work for 2 months. At this point, Qin Yang looked at Lin Xu with envy. This isn't just a car accident, you clearly hit the jackpot. Which idiot rich kid is so generous? Several classmates around couldn't help but glance at Lin Xu again. Scraping a bit of skin and getting 2,000 yuan was naturally enviable. At that moment, a voice filled with amusement suddenly chimed in from the side. I heard you were in a car accident yesterday. How come you're standing here? The two turned to see a boy in a black training suit, standing not far away holding a metal combat knife. The boy was tall and thin, with a vital energy level evidently stronger than that of ordinary students. This person was called Zhou Kai, who ranked moderately well in class. He also had a brother, Zhou Yu, who was recognized as a genius at Haishi County No. 3 High School. Upon seeing him, Qin Yang's smile noticeably faded. Lin Xu maintained a calm expression as he was well aware that Zhou Kai had never liked him. To be precise, it was after he fell from grace. Back in freshman year, Lin Xu's vital energy increased rapidly, and he was even considered by teachers to have a chance at entering a prestigious martial arts university. Later, Lin Xu's mother fell seriously ill, and the family's situation worsened, causing his vital energy growth to halt. The once genius gradually became the bottom of the class. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai had become the excellent student in the eyes of the teachers. Zhou Kai approached Lin Xu, glancing at him. I heard you were in a car accident yesterday. Lin Xu nodded. It's nothing serious. Zhou Kai smiled slightly. That's good. After all, the college entrance examination is coming up soon. As he said this, his gaze casually swept over the training knife on Lin Xu's back. Are you still practicing the basic sword techniques? Haven't you realized the reality yet? There's only 1 month left. Don't waste your time, and don't waste the teacher's time. His tone was not too harsh, and on the surface it sounded like earnest advice. However, the surrounding students fell silent for a moment. Everyone could tell he was implying that Lin Xu had already lost hope. Qin Yang frowned immediately. Zhou Kai, what do you mean? Zhou Kai shrugged. I mean nothing. I just think people need to face reality. With a vital energy below 60, you can't even touch the graduation line for the martial arts class. Rather than waste time, you should consider finding a job early. After saying this, he walked directly towards the front of the testing queue. Qin Yang angrily muttered under his breath, what a show-off. Lin Xu, however, remained unfazed. Such words he had heard far too many times over the past year. Soon the testing on the playground officially began. The vital energy testing device was set up in the center, with Zhou Zhenhai sitting beside it, reading out the numbers in a flat tone. 57, 3, 61, 8, 65, 1. When it was Zhou Kai's turn, he pressed his hand on the testing device. Beep. The machine quickly lit up. Vital energy value 73. 6. Immediately a wave of exclamations erupted around him. Holy crap, 73. Can this score get into an ordinary martial arts college? Zhou Kai has been improving too quickly lately. Hearing the surrounding voices, Zhou Kai displayed a faint smile. Then he casually glanced back at Lin Xu. The meaning in that gaze was clear. The two of them were no longer on the... Soon it was Qin Yang's turn. Vital energy value 67. 3. Not bad, old Qin. You're almost catching up to me, Zhou Kai laughed. Get lost, who wants to compete with you? Qin Yang retorted coldly. Soon it was Lin Xu's turn. Lin Xu took a deep breath, slowly walked up, and placed his hand on the testing device. Beep. The numbers on the testing device rapidly fluctuated. Zhou Zhenhai, who had been somewhat bored, suddenly froze. He looked up sharply. Wait, your vital energy value is 68. Zhou Zhenhai frowned and glanced down at the instrument again. No error. He refreshed the data on the screen with his finger. The air fell silent for a moment, and someone in the back was immediately stunned. How much? 68. Wasn't Lin Xu just over 58 yesterday? Holy crap, he increased by 2 points in a day. No way. Vital energy basically stabilizes before the entrance examination. Qin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Seriously? Did you secretly take some medicine? Someone nearby couldn't help but whisper. With the entrance examination approaching, the price of vital energy potions is skyrocketing. Where would he get the money? Isn't his family on the verge of starving? Could it be really from the accident compensation? Damn, should I go stand on the street now while there's still time? A burst of laughter erupted around them. Yet Zhou Kai, standing at the front of the crowd, couldn't laugh at all. This guy, hasn't he already been written off? Zhou Kai couldn't comprehend, knowing that Lin Xu's vital energy value hadn't changed in 2 years. Lin Xu had just withdrawn his hand. The testing device's screen suddenly flickered. In the next second, vital energy value 69. At that moment, Zhou Zhenhai abruptly looked up. Wait. The data is incorrect. Zhou Zhenhai's voice was considerably more serious than before. He stepped forward and gestured to Lin Xu. Measure again, keep your hand steady. Lin Xu hesitated slightly, but complied, placing his hand back on the blood and qi testing device. The device paused for a brief moment before glowing again. Blood and qi value 69. This time the number did not change. A wave of quiet murmurs erupted at the edge of the playground. What's going on? Can it change twice? Wasn't it 68 just now? How can it still increase during testing? Many students exchanged glances as this was the first time they had witnessed such an occurrence. Zhou Zhenhai raised his hand, signaling for silence. It's normal, there's no need to overreact. This indicates that the blood and qi are in a critical fluctuation. Some individuals experience rapid growth in their blood and qi not fully stabilizing, which causes fluctuations in the testing device's readings. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd quieted down a little, but the atmosphere became more complex. Some were puzzled, others skeptical, while a few harbored a sense of disbelief. The critical state implied that Lin Xu was not only getting stronger, but also that his blood and qi growth rate was swift. Zhou Zhenhai withdrew his gaze, his expression somewhat complicated. For the first time, a hint of regret emerged in his heart. If this child had broken through earlier, the situation would have been entirely different. Now, with only a month left until the college entrance examination, a blood and qi value in the low 60s was still far from sufficient. As the last few students completed their tests, the queue on the playground quickly organized. Zhou Zhenhai put away the blood and qi device, glancing at everyone with his tone returning to its usual coldness. Testing is over. All martial arts class students proceed to the No. 3 training ground to begin today's practical lesson. Upon hearing the words practical lesson, many students perked up instantly. Most evidently preferred actual practice over the dry theoretical aspects of breathing techniques. The indoor training ground at Blackstone County No. 3 High School was not large. The ground was riddled with knife marks and dents from impacts, and the air was thick with a mix of sweat and metal. Zhou Zhenhai stood in the center of the training ground, surveying the crowd. As per usual rules, find a partner for half an hour of practice. Remember to stop short. Strikes to the head and throat are prohibited. Additionally, his tone grew slightly grave. Don't think the practical lesson is just a formality. In the college entrance martial arts test, the real differentiators are never just the blood and qi values. Martial skills, reaction times, and combat awareness are equally important. Begin. As soon as the words fell, the training ground quickly became lively. Many students began to skillfully look for fixed partners. Lin Xu instinctively glanced at Chen Yang. They had always practiced with each other. However, before Chen Yang could approach, a figure stepped in front of Lin Xu. How about I practice with you today? Lin Xu looked up. Zhou Kai stood there holding a battle knife, a faint smile playing on his lips. Chen Yang frowned immediately. Zhou Kai, what do you mean? Nothing much. Zhou Kai shrugged. The practical lesson should involve sparring with different people. Besides, he looked at Lin Xu, his eyes carrying a hint of significance. I'm curious to see if the once great genius has truly returned. Many around them paused slightly. Just as Chen Yang was about to speak, Zhou Kai preempted him. Don't worry, I'll keep my blood and qi around 60, it's just a normal practice. At this point, Lin Xu found it hard to refuse. After all, the practical lesson was meant for free sparring. Moreover, he also wanted to see what level he was currently at. All right. Lin Xu nodded. Soon the two walked towards the weapon rack. The training armor was not very thick, only capable of withstanding some impact, but it was sufficient for student sparring. Lin Xu slowly tightened his arm guards, then grasped his training knife. On the other side, Zhou Kai also drew his battle knife. Compared to Lin Xu's standard-issue training knife, Zhou Kai's weapon was noticeably more refined. Even the handle was wrapped in specially made non-slip beast hide. Zhou Kai casually twirled the knife, its blade slicing through the air with a cold gleam. Don't be too nervous, it'll go easy on you. Lin Xu merely frowned slightly, remaining silent. Soon the two stood in the sparring area. Begin. With Zhou Zhenhai's command, Zhou Kai launched the first attack, stepping forward aggressively, as his battle knife swung diagonally. The movement was clean and precise, clearly indicating systematic training. Lin Xu's pupils constricted as he instinctively blocked with his knife. Clang. A dull thud rang out, a surge of force traveling through the blade, and causing Lin Xu's arm to go slightly numb. Almost simultaneously, a cold prompt echoed in his mind. Basic knife technique, combat modeled its dynamic simulation in progress, optimizing strike trajectory. In the next moment, the world in Lin Xu's eyes seemed to undergo a subtle change. Zhou Kai's movements remained swift. However, in Lin Xu's view, the way his opponent exerted force, the changes in muscle, even the trajectory of the knife's movement, seemed to be dissected. A cold, almost mechanical sense of analysis continuously emerged in his mind. 17 instances of redundant force detected. Beginning correction. Lin Xu's breathing momentarily faltered. Then his body instinctively executed a second strike. This slash was noticeably smoother than the last. Zhou Kai frowned slightly. Clang. Another collision occurred, and Lin Xu stepped back half a pace. But this time his arm did not experience the previous numbness. Understanding of basic knife technique enhanced prompts continued to appear in his mind, while Lin Xu gradually entered a remarkably special state. It felt as if he was not practicing with a knife, but rather being guided by some existence constantly correcting his optimal movements. Every time he swung the knife, every time he blocked. Even his breathing rhythm was being continuously adjusted. Initially he could still distinctly feel the awkwardness. But as the sparring continued his movements began to flow more smoothly and steadily. Even the most basic knife techniques began to exude an almost extreme precision. As the sparring continued, Zhou Kai's relaxed demeanor gradually faded. At first he had been able to firmly suppress Lin Xu. However, he soon realized something was off. Lin Xu's knife skills were becoming increasingly formidable. No, it wasn't that his speed had increased. Instead, every strike was becoming more precise. Despite being merely the most ordinary of knife techniques, Lin Xu's every move seemed to have been calculated meticulously. Angles, force timing. They were becoming increasingly devious. It even gave Zhou Kai the illusion that he was facing a teacher's sparring partner. He had long since released his blood and chi suppression. With a blood and chi value of 73, he was giving it his all. Yet he was still being pressed down by Lin Xu. How is this possible? Zhou Kai's face changed dramatically. Meanwhile, Lin Xu seemed completely immersed in a certain state. Breathing, swinging the knife, blocking. Every action was becoming increasingly natural. Even the muscle exertion in his body began to synchronize perfectly. The prompts in his mind continued to sound. Lin Xu could clearly feel that his understanding of basic knife techniques was soaring. Many actions that he had previously found hard to comprehend now appeared to be completely dismantled and analyzed. The two had unknowingly been fighting for over 10 minutes. Zhou Kai's face grew increasingly grim as he realized he was being suppressed. More and more students gathered to watch. Even those in other sparring areas couldn't help but stop and look over. What's going on? Isn't Zhou Kai at 73 blood and chi? When did Lin Xu become so fierce? Even Xinyang looked somewhat stunned. He practiced with Lin Xu daily and knew exactly what level Lin Xu had been at. Yet now Lin Xu's knife techniques evoked a sense of unfamiliarity. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Zhenhai had already stood to the side. He stared intently at Lin Xu's movements, his shock growing deeper. Finally, when Lin Xu pushed Zhou Kai back with another strike. It can't be wrong. Zhou Zhenhai's gaze remained fixed on Lin Xu, his voice becoming strained. This is the small success of the basic knife technique. As Zhou Zhenhai's voice fell, the entire training ground fell silent. Many students even doubted whether they had misheard. Foundation knife technique. Minor achievement. Even those seasoned veterans at the Blackstone County Slaughterhouse who had been working for over a decade would be hard-pressed to reach a minor achievement in the foundation knife technique. Zhou Kai's expression was dark to the extreme. Impossible. He instinctively blurted out. How could Lin Xu possibly have reached a minor achievement in the foundation knife technique? Zhou Zhenhai, however, paid him no mind, and simply raised his hand, saying, "Stop there." As the words fell, Lin Xu slowly emerged from that special state. It was only at this moment that he realized his back was already drenched in sweat and his chest was heaving violently. Zhou Zhenhai walked over, looking at Lin Xu as if he were a piece of jade that had suddenly appeared. "Lin Xu, let's have a match." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment once again. The teacher himself is going to step in. Is this for real, eh? Teacher Zhou is a practitioner of the bone refinement realm. Chen Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Others might not know, but he was all too aware of Lin Xu's previous level. The person who practiced the foundation knife technique with him every day suddenly reached minor achievement. This was even more absurd than a sudden surge in vitality. Just yesterday, during their sparring session, Lin Xu had been dominated by him. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai clenched the hilt of his knife, his knuckles turning pale. He simply could not accept it. A person with a vitality level of only 60 managing to overpower him with the foundation knife technique. He had originally just wanted to use this practical lesson to step on Lin Xu. Now he had become the stepping stone instead. The mocking gazes from those around him made his chest feel tight. Lin Xu himself was also somewhat dazed. Minor achievement in the foundation knife technique. He knew better than anyone else what his level was. His foundation knife technique had always been at the entry level. He had even planned to continue practicing hard after graduation, hoping to spend a few years elevating his foundation knife technique to minor achievement. At that point, even if he couldn't get into a martial arts university, he could still earn a salary far beyond that of ordinary people at the slaughterhouse with his minor achievement foundation knife technique. But now, had he really reached minor achievement in the foundation knife technique? Lin Xu recalled the cold notifications from earlier. Could it be related to Doubao? Lin Xu's heart shook slightly. However, now was clearly not the time to contemplate these things. Zhou Junhai had already walked to the center of the training ground. Martial arts are divided into 4 realms: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. If your vitality is insufficient, you can still rely on resources to make up for it. But martial arts talent is not something everyone possesses. In my years, I haven't seen many who could reach minor achievement in the foundation knife technique during high school. You might have the opportunity to enter a regular martial arts academy through special admission based on your martial arts talent. At this point, Zhou Junhai gave Lin Xu a complex glance. Upon hearing this, many nearby people's gazes changed instantly. If earlier they were merely shocked by Lin Xu's progress, now all their looks were filled with envy. The Martial Arts Academy is a place that can truly change the fate of ordinary people from the lower strata. Lin Xu, who had originally been deemed a failure by everyone, now had hope again. Zhou Junhai slowly drew his combat knife. Come, give it your all. Lin Xu's heart shook, but he still quickly gripped the training knife tightly. The next second, Zhou Junhai stepped forward. He did not unleash an overwhelming amount of vitality, keeping his strength at a level close to Lin Xu's. Yet even so, the oppressive aura that rushed over was far beyond what Zhou Kai could compare to. Strike! Zhou Junhai barked. Lin Xu instinctively swung his knife in a slash. Clang! The blade collided. Zhou Junhai simply blocked with ease, precisely cutting off Lin Xu's power output. You initiated the strike too early. Your breathing rhythm is off. Again. Clang! Clang! The sounds of clashing echoed continuously throughout the training ground. The surrounding students had already stopped their sparring and gathered around. They realized that Zhou Junhai was specifically instructing Lin Xu. In Lin Xu's mind, cold notifications kept ringing. Analyzing combat trajectory, optimizing foundation knife technique. Action correction for the third move completed. Breathing rhythm synchronization rate improved. A near-mechanical sense of analysis constantly emerged in Lin Xu's mind. Zhou Zhenhai's astonishment grew deeper. He discovered that Lin Xu's knife technique was rapidly improving amidst the battle. Finally, Lin Xu's body could no longer support itself. After one clash, the training knife slipped from his hand. Zhou Junhai also stood still with his knife. The entire training ground fell silent. He stared at Lin Xu for several seconds before suddenly speaking. With your comprehension, if your vitality had progressed even slightly, you would at least be a candidate for a key martial arts university. The surrounding students erupted in an uproar. To have Zhou Junhai, a practitioner of the bone refinement realm, say such a thing was already quite extraordinary. Zhou Kai, standing at the back of the crowd, had a face darker than a thundercloud. He could not accept that Lin Xu, who had once been deemed a failure by everyone, had suddenly turned things around. In the evening, as the practical lesson ended, the students began to leave the school in succession. Just as Lin Xu was about to leave, he was called back by Zhou Junhai once more. In the office, Zhou Junhai took out a paper recommendation letter from his drawer. Take this. Lin Xu was slightly taken aback. What is this? It's a recommendation letter from Lilong Martial Hall. A month's time, and it's hard for your vitality to show significant improvement. But your talent in knife techniques might just become an advantage. The martial arts examination for college entrance is not just about testing vitality. Practical performance also accounts for a significant portion. If you can truly stabilize your foundation knife technique, there might be a chance for you to be specially admitted to a regular martial arts academy. Lin Xu looked down at the recommendation letter, Lilong Martial Hall. This was one of the most famous martial halls in Blackstone County, specializing in knife techniques, and it was said that a peak practitioner of the bone refinement realm was stationed there. However, for students from ordinary families, the fees there were extremely high, and Lin Xu could not dare to enroll, given his family's financial situation. The recommender wrote my name. When you arrive, find their knife technique coach, Su Yan. He owes me a personal favor, so getting you a month of free lessons shouldn't be a problem. Don't waste your talent. After leaving the school, Lin Xu followed the address all the way to the commercial street in the east of the city. In the distance, he saw a huge black building, Lilong Martial Hall. The walls of the martial hall were adorned with electronic screens displaying high-level training footage. The weakest of those students had vitality levels above 100. There was a steady flow of people at the entrance, and occasionally one could see robust practitioners of martial arts exiting. The speaker was a girl dressed in the martial hall's uniform. She appeared to be about the same age as him, with a high ponytail, fair skin, and a badge that read, The speaker was a girl dressed in the martial hall's uniform. She appeared to be about the same age as him, with a high ponytail, fair skin, and a badge that read, Part-time coaching assistant, hanging in front. Seeing Lin Xu stop, the girl immediately revealed a professional smile. We have discounts for new members at our ordinary members can use the low-level training rooms for free every day, and there's a buffet of beast meat in the evening, plus direct guidance from coaches in the bone refinement realm. If you apply for a long-term membership, the price can be reduced even further. Lin Xu felt his lips twitch slightly. He knew, without asking, that the prices here were definitely not cheap. Sure enough, the next second the girl smiled and said, an ordinary monthly card is only 18800. Lin Xu. Just as he expected. Martial arts had always been a money-burning path. 3 parts practice, 7 parts maintenance. Beast meat, nutritional potions, training equipment, martial hall coaches. Each required money. 18,800 a month. That was even more than his father's compensation. Seeing Lin Xu's expression, the girl seemed to realize something, and her smile suddenly stiffened a little. However, just then Lin Xu took out the recommendation letter given by Zhou Zhenhai from his pocket. I'm here to find someone. Teacher Zhou sent me to find Coach Su Yan. The girl took the recommendation letter, glanced down at it. The next second, the professional smile on her face vanished, instantly replaced by a clear look of surprise. Do you know Coach Su? It's someone my teacher knows, Lin Xu said. She turned and led the way, Lin Xu following her through the hall. The interior of the Lianfeng Martial Arts School appeared even larger than it did from the outside. The first floor was an open training area where dozens of students were divided into small groups for sparring, blades flashing, and the air filled with the dull thud of impacts. In a corner, a coach was explaining techniques for channeling force, casually demonstrating with a wooden sword that drew gasps from the students. Deeper inside, there was a row of independent strength training equipment, with some people performing auxiliary training for the blood chi breathing method, their breathing rhythmic yet restrained. As Lin Xu looked around, he truly realized the gap. Any ordinary student here could easily be considered a top performer back at the 3rd high school in Haishi County. The second floor was noticeably quieter. A rich, meaty aroma wafted through the air, carrying an indescribable warmth like the scent of a high-energy ingredient simmered for an extended period. Many students were lining up to receive their meals, their trays piled with neatly cut beast meat, dark red, with a faint pulse of vitality. Just smelling that aroma made Lin Xu's blood chi stir restlessly. Even the cold, analytical feeling in his mind flickered to life for a moment. This was not mere food, but a high-energy supply meal refined from the blood and flesh of mystical beasts. For ordinary students, the value of this meal surpassed their entire week's worth of cultivation at school. A notification sound echoed in Lin Xu's mind. Doubao Basic Analysis Module Response Enhanced. This is a mystical beast meal available to formal members. It's for replenishing blood chi, much more effective than regular nutritional supplements, the girl explained casually. Lin Xu nodded without saying much. It was his first time witnessing the training methods of the wealthy. The two continued up the stairs. The 3rd floor was significantly quieter, the corridor adorned with dark wooden flooring, soft lighting, and metal plaques on the walls engraved with the names and ratings of different coaches. One plaque stood out, Gold Medal Coach Su Yan. The girl paused at the door, gently knocking and saying, Coach Su, someone is looking for you. Inside there was silence for 2 seconds, then a deep voice replied, come in. The girl opened the door, stepping aside to signal Lin Xu to enter. The room was very quiet. Unlike the vibrant training atmosphere outside, this space felt more like a private training chamber, almost spotless, with scarcely a speck of dust and a row of unopened training swords in the corner. In the center of the room, a figure was sitting cross-legged. He did not deliberately emit any aura, but the moment Lin Xu stepped in, he instinctively paused. There was an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was more profound and steadier than that of Master Zhou Zhenhai, akin to a blade that had been drawn countless times, yet remained hauntingly pristine sheath, but impossible to ignore. Lin Xu even had a premonition. This person was stronger than anyone he had ever encountered. The man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Lin Xu, and with just one look it felt as if he had been scanned through and through. Lin Xu hurriedly took out the letter of recommendation from his pocket and handed it over. Su Yan merely glanced at the name on the envelope, his eyes subtly shifting. Then he chuckled lightly. That guy has sent me another student. His tone held a hint of teasing as he casually took the recommendation letter, opened it for a quick look, and then tossed it onto the table. Basic blade technique, small success. That's rare at the 3rd high school. Then let's do it by the old rules. He stood up, stretched lazily, and his joints made a soft cracking sound. For this month, all your basic consumption at the martial arts school will be charged to my account. Lin Xu was taken aback. Su Yan waved his hand, his tone casual yet firm. Don't overthink it. I owe him a life from back in the day. That guy is just a soft-hearted good Samaritan who often sends students from poor backgrounds like yours to me. Lin Xu slightly bowed to Su Yan, saying, thank you, Coach Su. He didn't say much more in the way of pleasantries. Being able to cultivate at Lianfeng Martial Arts School was already a valuable resource. Whether the opportunity arose from the favor of a teacher or was simply a casual act, such chances were not something one could easily encounter. To not see such a benefit would be a true waste. Moreover, for him at this moment, with only a month to seize the opportunity, Lin Xu was preparing to exit the room when the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside, followed by a familiar complaint. "Dad, stop cutting my allowance. If you keep this up, your son is really going to starve." A somewhat exaggerated voice came from the doorway. The newcomer was a boy around Lin Xu's age, dressed in a loose jacket with somewhat messy hair, entering the room with a look of utter disinterest. However, the next moment his voice abruptly halted. He had spotted Lin Xu. The two locked eyes, and the air fell silent. The boy obviously froze for a moment, instinctively taking half a step back. "What are you doing here?" he blurted out. Lin Xu was also taken aback, momentarily unsure how to respond. Just then Su Yan looked over, his tone laced with curiosity. "What do you two know each other?" Su Ran reacted swiftly. Almost instantly he took a step forward, directly resting his hand on Lin Xu's shoulder and pulling him along. "We know each other. He's my friend. I'm just taking him around to familiarize him with the martial arts school." Without waiting for Su Yan's response, he half-dragged, half-pulled Lin Xu out of the room. Not until they were out of Su Yan's line of sight around the corner of the corridor did Su Ran let out a sigh of relief, lowering his voice. "Bro, I need a favor." He glanced around cautiously before whispering, "Don't mention my accident to my dad. If he finds out I was racing, my allowance will be wiped out completely." As he said this, his face scrunched up. "Wait, how did you find this place? Didn't I already pay you back?" He paused, suddenly frowning. "Wait, something's off. How do you know my dad?" Lin Xu then spoke, briefly explaining the situation. "I came to the martial arts school for training, and my teacher knows your dad." Hearing it wasn't because of the accident, Su Ran visibly relaxed, his entire demeanor softening. "So it was Uncle Zhou who introduced you." He patted his chest, looking as if he had survived a calamity. "That's good." Then he returned to his familiar tone, patting Lin Xu on the shoulder. "Come on, I'll take you to get your martial arts uniform, then we can go eat." In the room on the third floor, Su Yan looked up at the direction Lin Xu had left through the window. "This brat's allowance is still too much. Even after racing and causing an accident, he still needs a cut. This student sent by Zhou Junhai is indeed quite interesting." After receiving the martial arts academy uniforms, Su Ran took Lin Xu directly to the second-floor cafeteria. The cafeteria was even more lively than expected. As soon as they entered, it wasn't the aroma of food that greeted them, but an energy aura that felt almost suffocating, thick, as if it were a tangible heat wave. There was a long queue in front of the dining counter, but no one who actually sat down was eating. To be more accurate, they were snatching food. Someone had just sat down the tray, not even stable yet, and their hand was already grabbing a piece of monster meat, shoving it into their mouth, barely chewing, as it went down their throat, almost as if they were forcefully swallowing it. There were even people who, while eating, adjusted their breathing techniques, their chests rising and falling, energy and blood fluctuations subtly radiating outwards. That scene was far from human dining. It resembled a pack of fierce beasts just released from their cages. Lin Xu paused for a moment. He was somewhat surprised. These students of the Lianfeng Martial Arts Academy were all descendants of wealthy families. How could they eat so uncouthly? The scene before him felt more like a battlefield. Su Ran was already accustomed to it, casually handing him 2 trays. "Stop staring, it's normal practice," he explained while walking. "At Lianfeng Martial Arts Academy, as long as you're a member, monster meat is basically supplied without limits. How much you can eat depends on your ability. Warriors are 3 parts training, 7 parts nourishment. This saying is not just empty words. Eating at Lianfeng Martial Arts Academy is in itself a contest without judges. Many people even deliberately compete over how much they can eat." Indeed, Lin Xu glanced around. Many people, although not communicating, had their tray count, speed, and even their post-eating states subtly forming a kind of silent competition. It was not simply about filling their stomachs, but a contest of who can endure more energy. The moment he found a place to sit, the movements of several tables around him slowed down. As soon as he set down his tray, he noticed the surrounding students instinctively glanced at him, their gazes scrutinizing. Someone even lightly pointed at their own stack of empty trays, a hint of veiled provocation at the corner of their mouth. As if to say, "The newcomer, let's see how much you can eat." Lin Xu paid no mind, simply lowering his gaze. The monster meat was cut into small, evenly sized pieces, dark red, with a slight sheen of grease on the surface. As he approached, he could feel a distinct energy fluctuation. He picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. The meat was unexpectedly tender, not difficult to chew, and even had a slight warm rebound sensation. In the next moment, that energy slid down his throat into his body. Calculation power 100. The prompt sound of Doubao echoed in his mind. Lin Xu's eyes brightened slightly. As expected, compared to the synthetic foods he had purchased before, the energy level of this monster meat was clearly on a different tier. "Eat more," Su Ran, sitting across from him, reminded him while eating. "There are still theory and practical classes in the afternoon. Don't end up starving and lacking energy." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly paused. He realized Lin Xu's eating method was a bit off. It wasn't slow chewing, but rather continuous, steady with almost no pauses, piece after piece. Su Ran thought he was competing with him and began to step up his efforts. After consuming 4 or 5 trays, he felt quite full, patted his stomach, looked around, and suddenly sensed something was off about the atmosphere. Everyone was watching them. Lin Xu's empty trays piled high, already totaling around 20. Many even instinctively paused their eating, their gazes fixed on him. Who is this person? How can he eat so much? An experienced student in the later stages of blood chi realm. No, I haven't seen him before. The voices were kept low, but in the quiet cafeteria the discussions were particularly clear. Su Ran was also stunned, his chopsticks frozen in midair, his expression clearly dazed. He was a student from Blackstone County No. 1 high school, and had been somewhat notable among the county's exam candidates, having seen quite a few so-called geniuses. But the problem was he had never seen anyone eat like this. And it was someone who looked to be around his age. A thought instinctively popped into his mind: this guy couldn't be pretending to be weak, right? In the realm of warriors, appetite is the most direct manifestation of strength. In most people's understanding, the more you eat, the stronger you are. Lin Xu continued without pause. In less than a minute, the plate of monster meat before him was empty. Once he casually pushed the empty tray aside and raised his hand to call for another serving. "Auntie, please give me." Lin Xu was just about to get another plate when he suddenly sensed that something was off in the atmosphere around him. He realized that most of the students around were focused on him. Lin Xu's heart stirred. "I got too carried away with eating just now. Oh, it's a bit excessive. The existence of Doubao is my biggest secret. With my current strength still insufficient, this abnormal eating ability is likely to attract attention." The thought flashed by. Lin Xu slowly lowered his raised hand, patted his stomach, and put on a somewhat exaggerated, satisfied expression, even pretending to burp. This scene, seen by everyone, instantly eased the previously tense atmosphere. Many secretly let out a sigh of relief. After all, Lin Xu's eating style just now was truly outrageous. That continuous swallowing method made it seem like his stomach was an insatiable bottomless pit. 20+ trays, it seemed a tough character had come to the martial arts academy. The atmosphere gradually returned to some semblance of normal. Su Ran couldn't help but grin. "Impressive, brother. Have you already graduated?" "Not yet." Lin Xu shook his head. "Then where do you study?" Su Ran casually asked. "No. Free high school." "No. Free high school." Su Ran's voice instantly rose a pitch, his eyes widening. "Wow, I can't believe no. Free high school can produce someone like you." His expression was one of shock. In his impression, Blackstone County No. 3 high school was just an ordinary high school, and it was considered good if they could produce even a few students with over 100 blood chi for the college entrance examination. But Lin Xu's performance just now was at least that of a genius with 200 or 300 blood chi. After the two of them came out of the cafeteria, they walked towards the first floor teaching area. Lin Xu's expression was calm, but his mind had already sunk into his consciousness. Doubao calculation power 17652. The moment he saw this number, Lin Xu's steps paused imperceptibly. In one meal, his calculation power had increased by over 10,000. He couldn't help but marvel in his heart. No wonder this was the Martial Arts Academy's monster cuisine. It was far beyond ordinary synthetic food. Thinking about how he could eat here for the next month, Lin Xu couldn't help but smile slightly. Just as Lin Xu was secretly pleased, Su Ran patted his shoulder, pointing to the display screen in the academy's hall, saying, "Congratulations." Lin Xu looked up. A line of large characters appeared on the screen. Lianfeng Martial Arts Academy, today's cafeteria rankings, first place. Lin Xu, new member, food intake 24 trays, reward 1,000 yuan. Is there a ranking for dining? Lin Xu's face twitched. He certainly wanted the 1,000 yuan, but at this moment he didn't want to draw too much attention. This is a competition mechanism intentionally set up by the martial arts school. Su Ran shrugged. For martial artists, it's said that training accounts for 30 and nourishment for 70. If the nutrition falls short, the body can easily suffer hidden injuries. So the martial arts school hopes everyone eats more, since the ordinary monster beast meat isn't expensive. At this point, he suddenly glanced at Lin Xu, his tone carrying a hint of oddness. "But old Lin, your appetite is truly a bit outrageous. Most of the students at Lianfeng Martial Arts School are seniors below the 3rd level of vitality and blood. You are the most gluttonous person I've ever seen." Su Ran leaned in a little and lowered his voice. "Honestly, how much vitality and blood do you have now? You aren't secretly a trump card cultivated by the 3rd middle school, are you?" Lin Xu shook his head without changing his expression. "Only 60. I can't believe you." Su Ran rolled his eyes. The two chatted as they walked towards the hall of the martial arts school. Upon arriving, Lin Xu noticed that quite a few students had already gathered inside. In the center of the hall stood a massive circular podium surrounded by rows of tiered seating resembling a lecture hall. Every day at this time, the martial arts school organizes open classes, Su Ran explained. Sometimes they teach breathing techniques, sometimes knowledge about monster beasts, and occasionally formal martial artists will demonstrate combat in person. Soon a tall figure walked out from backstage. It was a middle-aged coach in a black martial arts uniform, and the students who had been chatting quietly straightened up instantly. The middle-aged coach scanned the room, his voice deep and powerful. Today's lesson will cover martial arts realms. Many people have practiced martial arts for years, but still don't understand their future path. As he spoke, he turned and swiped on the electronic screen behind him. In the next moment, the three large characters, Vitality and Blood Realm, appeared. The first realm of martial arts, the Vitality and Blood Realm. The core principle is simple: refining the body. Enhance your vitality and blood, strengthen your power, speed, and constitution, and push your body beyond the limits of ordinary people. A vitality value of 0 to 100 represents the first level of the Vitality and Blood Realm. After that, each increase of 100 vitality counts as a breakthrough to the next level. Until you reach above 900 vitality, that is the completion of the Vitality and Blood Realm. The coach's voice echoed throughout the hall. At this stage, physical quality will far exceed that of ordinary people. Many students' eyes visibly lit up at this point. The second realm is the bone refining realm. When vitality begins to penetrate the bones, only then does a martial artist truly step into the extraordinary level. After bone strengthening, both strength and explosive power will undergo a qualitative change. A full-force punch can easily shatter steel plates. The crowd in the hall was filled with longing. In Haishi County, a powerhouse in the bone refining realm is treated as a guest of honor in major martial arts schools. Above the bone refining realm, there are realms such as organs, meridians, and transformation of strength. However, these strong individuals can carve mountains and split seas. They won't live in a small county like ours. The entire hall fell silent. Many people even subconsciously held their breath. For them, the realms described by the coach felt very distant, yet they listened attentively. After all, which young person doesn't have a dream of becoming a powerhouse? Lin Xu sat in his seat, equally serious. At this moment, he realized that the martial arts knowledge he had been exposed to before was merely superficial. After the open class concluded, the lights in the hall slowly brightened. The middle-aged coach surveyed the audience and said calmly, "The theory class ends here. Next we move on to the practical class." The hall, which had been somewhat quiet, instantly became agitated. Many students appeared noticeably more excited. For these young people, dry theory is far less appealing than actual hands-on experience. Everyone please proceed for a vitality test. Group practice will be divided according to realms. Soon several vitality testing devices were pushed out on one side of the hall. The students began to line up one after another. "Old Lin, how much do you have?" Su Ran stood beside him looking skeptical. 60. "Do you take me for a fool?" Su Ran's mouth twitched. Soon it was Lin Xu's turn. He pressed his palm against the testing device. Accompanied by a slight vibration, numbers appeared on the electronic screen. Vitality value 61. 2. Seeing this number, many around him were momentarily stunned. 61. 2. Just this vitality after eating over 20 plates of monster beast meat. Is this for real? Even the staff responsible for recording couldn't help but glance at Lin Xu again. Su Ran looked utterly shocked. "You really didn't lie to me." Lin Xu shrugged. Soon, all the testing results were compiled. The first, second, and third levels of vitality were quickly divided into different areas. Naturally, Lin Xu was placed in the area for the first level of vitality. Many people's gazes toward him became somewhat peculiar. After all, they had all witnessed the scene in the cafeteria. Who would have thought that this guy truly only had a little over 60 vitality? In the first match, Lin Xu versus Zhao Hai. With the electronic announcement, a robust young man stepped forward. He sized Lin Xu up and down, clearly skeptical. "Bro, do you really only have a little over 60 vitality?" Lin Xu chuckled. "Absolutely true." Zhao Hai grinned. "Then I won't hold back." With that, he stepped forward and charged up. Under the explosion of vitality, his speed was noticeably faster than ordinary students. However, the next second, Lin Xu suddenly moved. He sidestepped, redirected the force, and drew his blade, all in one fluid motion. The wooden sword almost grazed Zhao Hai's wrist. Smack! The wooden sword in Zhao Hai's hand flew out instantly. The entire venue fell silent for a moment, and even Zhao Hai himself was at a loss. "I lost." The coach in charge of the practical class raised an eyebrow. "Basic sword technique, minor success." Upon hearing this, many students' expressions instantly changed. Practicing martial techniques is far more challenging than simply increasing vitality. Even basic martial techniques, without talent, might not achieve minor success even after practicing for decades. Most students at the martial arts school were seniors, highlighting the value of minor success in basic martial techniques. In the second match, Lin Xu wins. Prepare for the third match. Although Lin Xu's vitality isn't high, his swordsmanship is exceptionally sharp. Every strike is frighteningly precise. Many people had yet to react before their wooden swords were directly knocked away. In the following matches, there were still no surprises. As each match concluded, more and more onlookers gathered around. Even many students from other areas couldn't help but look this way. Lin Xu himself sensed the change. His swordsmanship seemed to be improving rapidly. Every time he swung his sword, a more reasonable trajectory of force would automatically emerge in his mind, and even the flaws in his opponent's movements began to become clearer. It felt as if his brain was continuously optimizing the combat process. Meanwhile, a few martial arts coaches stood not far away watching the battle unfold. 60+ vitality basic, sword technique minor success. Quite interesting. One coach stroked his chin. Another person beside him suddenly spoke. I think compared to his swordsmanship, his appetite is even more astonishing. Over 20 plates of monster beast meat, and his vitality at the first level can't possibly handle that. Unless he has a special constitution. As soon as these words were spoken, several instructors subtly shifted their gazes. Special physique. These 4 words signify a more certain future in the path of martial arts. Some are born with vigorous vitality, some have astonishing recovery abilities, and some possess skin as tough as iron. Regardless of the type of physique, each holds a significant advantage over ordinary martial artists. Su Yin stood among the crowd, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Once this talent is confirmed, they are no longer students, but investment targets. Lin Xu was someone he had recruited into the martial arts school. If the other party truly possesses a special physique, they might shine brilliantly during the college entrance examination. Someone beside him chimed in, Old Su, you really have good luck. A possible genius with a special physique has come to your door. Su Yin coughed lightly, feigning calmness. It's all right. If it is confirmed to be a special physique, the director will naturally invest. What began as a favor for Zhou Jinhai unexpectedly yielded significant rewards. As the practical class approached its end, the middle-aged instructor ascended the high platform again and continued. In 3 days, an internal test will be held at the martial arts school, and the content is quite simple. The rankings will directly determine the allocation of resources at the martial arts school. He raised his hand to indicate, and the electronic screen lit up. In the next moment, rows of text appeared. From 50th to 21st place, access to the intermediate training room for 10 days. From 20th to 11th place, access to the advanced training room for 10 days. Top 10, a portion of advanced nutritional fluid. Top 3, a special breathing technique. Those who perform excellently will also be included in our martial arts school's key recommendation list for major universities. Looking at the electronic screen, many students noticeably became more tense. The training rooms were where the real gap in the martial arts school would arise. Practicing breathing techniques inside would accelerate the growth of their vitality far beyond the outside world. Furthermore, advanced nutritional fluids are expensive, often costing thousands. As for the special breathing technique, many eyes changed as it has a market price starting at 100,000 and connections are required to purchase it. Some began to discuss the rankings in hushed tones, while others calculated how many opponents they needed to defeat to break into the top 20. Some started to observe the vitality levels of the surrounding students quietly, while others instinctively clenched their fists, their gazes tinged with hostility. Lin Xu did not fall into excitement like the others. While the martial arts school's reward resources are indeed precious, he understood one thing more clearly: his current vitality value was too low. With only a first-level vitality, even relying on the basic knife technique at a small success level, he could only hold an advantage among those at the same level. However, there were many students at the second and even third levels of vitality in the martial arts school. They would be the main competitors in this internal test. He was well aware that opportunities are never obtained through fervor, but are carved out through strength. After the practical class ended, Lin Xu did not leave the martial arts school. As a formal member, he now had the privilege of staying overnight at the martial arts school. The unlimited use of the low-level training room was far more suitable for cultivation than his home environment. With his mother hospitalized and his father's pension sufficient to cover costs, he did not need to worry for now. All he could do was seize every second available to strengthen himself. As night deepened, the room fell silent. Lin Xu's mind sank slightly as his consciousness delved into his mind. Name: Lin Xu. Realm: first level of vitality. Vitality value 61. 3. Computational power 17632. Basic breathing technique currently in operation. Basic knife technique, small success. Current computational power consumption 216 day. Today's experiences made Lin Xu realize that Doubao was not merely a passive aid in his cultivation of breathing techniques. During battles, it would automatically capture the opponent's movement trajectories and force details, deducing and dissecting them to help him find flaws faster, thereby increasing his chances of victory. It could even promote a deeper understanding and evolution of martial skills. However, none of this was without cost. Whether in battle simulations or continuous operation of the breathing technique, it would consume computational power. The more actively it was used, the faster the consumption. But similarly, the feedback was also more direct. his rate of growth would be continuously elevated. It was more like a form of exchange using so-called computational power to accelerate his path to strength. Lin Xu quickly entered a state of cultivation. The basic breathing technique slowly operated as vitality flowed and settled within his body. He did not deliberately pursue speed, but maintained a stable rhythm, entering a prolonged state of continuous cultivation. 2 hours later, Lin Xu slowly opened his eyes. Vitality value 61. 7. Computational power 17580. He quickly realized a fact: under the enhancement of Doubao, whether actively cultivating or passively running, he would continuously consume computational power, and the consumption was the same. This meant that even without actively cultivating, he was effectively in a nearly round-the-clock state of training. More importantly, in just 2 hours his vitality had increased by approximately 0.4. Such a rate of improvement was previously unimaginable for him. However, Lin Xu soon noticed something even more unusual. Ever since Doubao was activated, his spirit seemed to maintain a stable state. His thoughts were clear, and his attention focused with little fatigue or sluggishness. But the physical burden still existed. Once high-intensity martial skills exceeded the limit, his muscles would still ache and stiffen. When martial skill training reached his physical limits, Lin Xu would sit cross-legged and practice breathing techniques, wasting no time. As night deepened, time gradually passed. Only when the sky began to brighten did he slowly stop his actions. Name: Lin Xu. Realm: first level of vitality. Vitality value 63. 3. Computational power 17123. Basic breathing technique currently in operation. Basic knife technique. Small success. Current computational power consumption 216 day. After a whole night of testing, Lin Xu gradually grasped some patterns. Compared to breathing techniques, the consumption of computational power for martial skills training was significantly higher. As his understanding of the basic knife technique deepened, the intensity of the system's action deduction also rose in tandem. In other words, the deeper the understanding, the greater the consumption. The faster the progress, the higher the cost. Just as Lin Xu finished packing, a knock came from outside the door. "Old Lin, are you there?" Su Ran called out. "What's up?" Lin Xu opened the door, confused. Su Ran grinned, sizing Lin Xu up as if he were seeing him anew. "You really are hiding your talents well." Lin Xu frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" "Still pretending?" Su Ran clicked his tongue. "Many instructors know about your performance in the cafeteria yesterday. 20+ plates of monster meat." He lowered his voice, adding with a mysterious tone, "Your situation resembles that of a special physique." Lin Xu was slightly taken aback. Special physique? It was indeed the first time he'd heard of this term. Su Ran, seeing that he wasn't faking it, paused for a moment. "You don't know? Some are born with high efficiency in absorbing vitality, some have strong affinity for energy, and others. The more they eat, the faster they improve. Your situation fits that description quite well." Lin Xu did not respond immediately, only deep in thought. Su Ran did not dwell on it further and waved his hand. "All right, we'll talk about this later. My dad is waiting for you, so I came to bring you over." Su Ran grinned. "Old Lin, this time you really might take off." Lin Xu followed Su Ran all the way to the 3rd floor of the martial arts hall. "Father, Uncle Wu, I've brought him here. Come in." A low voice came from within. Upon entering, Lin Xu's gaze focused slightly. A middle-aged man was seated in the main position, dressed in dark training clothes with a square face and high cheekbones, his temples faintly mixed with gray. What caught the most attention was the imposing aura emanating from him. He sat there casually, yet still exuding an overwhelming presence that demanded respect. At this moment, Su Yin stood quietly beside him. This scene stirred something in Lin Xu's heart. The fact that even Su Yin, a powerful practitioner at the bone refinement stage, stood by meant that the other person's status was clearly extraordinary. Lin Xu did not dare to be disrespectful and immediately bowed slightly. "Junior Lin Xu, greetings to the senior." The middle-aged man's gaze fell upon Lin Xu, his eyes seemingly carrying a sense of scrutiny. "You are Lin Xu who joined the Lianfeng Martial Arts Hall yesterday." "I am Lin Xu from Sanzhong High School, greetings to the senior." The middle-aged man nodded slowly. "I am Wu Yue, the head of the Lianfeng Martial Arts Hall." Hearing this, Lin Xu's heart trembled slightly. The head of the hall. Lin Xu quickly bowed again. Student pays respects to the head of the hall. Wu Yu nodded, and then turned to Su Yin. "Old Su, did you say his blood value tested at 61.2 yesterday?" "That's right," Su Yin replied. Wu Yu suddenly smiled. "It seems his physique is indeed somewhat extraordinary. Just one night, and his blood value has already risen to around 63. Hearing this, Lin Xu's heart jolted. He instinctively looked up at Wu Yu, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Without using a blood testing device, the man was able to determine his current blood value just by looking at him. Such a method was completely beyond his understanding. However, Wu Yu seemed unfazed by Lin Xu's reaction and spoke slowly. "A special physique cannot be detected by conventional instruments. Especially in the blood realm stage, many characteristics are not obvious. Your blood value is currently too low, and even if I say you possess a special physique, those key martial universities would not recognize it. At this point he paused. However, I can give you an opportunity. Lin Xu's gaze sharpened. Wu Yu leaned back slightly, his tone calm. I will arrange a match for you. If you can defeat a student at the Blood Realm 2nd level, the Lianfeng Martial Arts Hall will officially invest in you. This includes training resources, qualifications for priority cultivation, and a recommendation slot for this year's key martial university. Su Yan, who was standing nearby, also showed a slight change in expression upon hearing this. The recommendation slot for key martial universities was scarce even for the martial hall. He did not expect the head of the hall to hold Lin Xu in such high regard. But Wu Yu quickly continued. However, don't get too excited just yet. Within the key martial universities, there are teachers personally responsible for the evaluations. I can only give you an opportunity, whether you can get in depends on your own abilities. He fixed his gaze on Lin Xu, his tone becoming more realistic. Moreover, you awakened your special physique too. Even if you truly have a special physique with your current strength, it would be nearly impossible to enter a key martial university through regular means within a month. But you are still young. Even if you fail with the hall's investment repeating a year, the probability of being admitted to a key martial university next year remains high. The office fell silent, but Lin Xu felt his heart racing. He had not expected that after just one day of joining the martial hall, he would be favored by the head. He had received an opportunity to change his fate. What he needed most now was resources. If he obtained the hall's investment, his life would be completely rewritten. Lin Xu took a deep breath without a hint of hesitation. I am willing. No matter the outcome, he had to seize this opportunity. Moreover, he might not necessarily lose. The gap in blood value certainly existed. The foundational knife techniques of the small achievement realm combined with the real-time combat simulation of Do Bao were enough for him to have the capital to fight beyond his realm. In the first floor training ground, the spacious training area had been temporarily cleared. Numerous martial hall students stood around, and even a few instructors who rarely appeared were present. Due to the head's presence, the scene was unusually quiet. Wu Yu did not intentionally make things difficult. His opponent had just broken through to the Blood Realm's 2nd level with a blood value just above 100. In the center of the training ground, Li Tianheng from Erzhong High School, please give me guidance. Li Tianheng held a wooden sword in his right hand and cupped his fist to Lin Xu. Although he did not understand why the head would arrange for him to spar with a student at the Blood Realm 1st level, since it was arranged by Wu Yu himself, he naturally would give it his all. After all, opportunities to showcase oneself in front of the head were rare. Lin Xu also tightened his grip on the wooden sword and took a deep breath. I am Lin Xu from Sanzhong High School. The next moment. Begin. As the instructor's voice fell, Li Tianheng moved first. With a powerful push, he closed the distance in an instant. The wooden sword came slicing through with a whoosh. Clang. The moment the two swords clashed, Lin Xu felt a jolt through his arm. The strength was far greater than that of the Blood Realm 1st level students he faced yesterday. As Lin Xu barely absorbed the force, the second strike had already followed. Clang, clang, clang. In just a few breaths, the two had exchanged blows more than 10 times. Lin Xu continuously stepped back, his palms buzzing from the vibrations. In his mind, the familiar mechanical notification sound kept ringing. Force trajectory correction in progress. Optimal force release angle 7 degrees left, opponent's right shoulder force delayed by 0.2 seconds. A flaw exists. Lin Xu's gaze sharpened suddenly, and the moment the next strike came down, his body instinctively tilted slightly. The posture that was originally meant to meet Hedon was instantly adjusted. The knife edge grazed past the wooden sword, and the force was mostly dissipated. At the same time, Lin Xu countered with a thrust aimed at Li Tianheng's ribs. Li Tianheng's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly retreated. My. Many instructors around also shifted their gazes slightly. Once might be a coincidence. But soon Lin Xu was able to accurately seize Li Tianheng's slight openings after each strike. Clearly at a disadvantage in strength, he still managed to drag out the situation. Time ticked by, and in the blink of an eye 15 minutes had passed. In the center of the training ground, the two still had not determined a victor. In the observation area on the 3rd floor, several instructors were also watching the battle below. This student has a very strong combat awareness. He can always accurately catch Li Tianheng's flaws. If someone like him grows, he would definitely be a valuable asset on the front lines against the demon beasts. However, soon another instructor shook his head. Unfortunately, the gap in blood value is ultimately too great. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. At this moment, in the center of the training ground, Li Tianheng was becoming more and more anxious. As a Blood Realm 2nd level practitioner, he was struggling to take down an opponent 1 realm below him. With so many people watching, where would he put his face if this continued? Thinking of this, Li Tianheng gritted his teeth and suddenly accelerated his offensive. The glint of the knife pressed continuously towards Lin Xu. However, Lin Xu seemed completely oblivious to the changes around him. At this moment, he had gradually entered an extraordinarily marvelous state. All that remained in his eyes was the knife. Swinging, blocking, releasing, force, counterattacking. In this moment, he even felt a strange illusion. The one wielding the knife seemed no longer just himself. Knife trajectory correction in progress. Force efficiency improvement. Action model optimization in progress. Notifications flashed continuously in his mind. Yet Lin Xu did not let himself be distracted, he just kept swinging the knife. Faster and faster, more precise. Gradually, he suddenly felt that something originally vague was quickly becoming clear. Meanwhile, Wu Yue, who had remained calm on the third floor, suddenly showed a hint of golden light in his eyes. The next moment, he slowly straightened his body. This is... Wu Yu's gaze was fixed on Lin Xu below. After a moment, a hint of undisguised astonishment finally appeared in his eyes. Good lad. How remarkable his comprehension is. The expressions of the nearby instructors changed at the same time. The foundational knife technique of the great accomplishment realm. At the training ground, suddenly the knife in Lin Xu's hand transformed. As he swung the blade, there was no hint of hesitation. It was as if the knife had become an integral part of his body. The proficiency of the basic knife technique has improved. Current realm, great success. As the prompt echoed in his mind, the world in Lin Xu's eyes seemed to change as well. For the first time, Li Tianheng's knife made him feel too slow. It's over, a thought rose in Lin Xu's heart. Li Tianheng struck again with a knife, the blade whistling its momentum even stronger than before. However, Lin Xu merely tilted his body slightly, the wooden knife gliding almost against the hem of his clothes. At the same time, stepping forward, his right hand flipped, and the blade was instantly thrust upward from below. This strike was not flashy, yet it was terrifyingly precise. Bang! The wooden knife in Li Tianheng's hand was knocked off course, leaving his center wide open. Before he could react, the cold wooden blade had already stopped at his neck. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone around the training ground was stunned, their eyes fixed on the center of the stage, as if they could hardly believe what they were seeing. And it was a direct defeat. He, at the first level of Qi and Blood Realm, defeated someone at the second level of Qi and Blood Realm. And so decisively. Li Tianheng stood frozen in place, cold sweat still on his forehead. He looked down at the wooden knife resting before his neck, his mind blank. How did I lose? In that fleeting moment, it was as if Lin Xu had completely seen through his actions. From dodging to counterattacking, it was seamless. It was so fast he could hardly react. That feeling was like offering up a flaw to Lin Xu's knife. Damn, someone muttered under their breath. In the next moment, the entire training ground erupted. Did he really win? Wasn't he just at the first level of Qi and Blood Realm? How did Li Tianheng suddenly lose? What just happened? Many observing students looked bewildered. They didn't even understand the final strike. Old Lin is amazing. Su Ran exclaimed excitedly, leaping up. Suddenly a figure jumped down from the third floor. Wu Yu was already standing beside Lin Xu. That's enough for today, everyone disperse. His deep voice resonated throughout the training ground. With the headmaster's words, the previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Afterward, Wu Yu placed his right hand on Lin Xu's shoulder. Follow me. As those words fell, Lin Xu felt his body suddenly lighten. In the next second, the wind howled in his ears. By the time he regained his senses, he had already appeared on the third floor. Meanwhile, several instructors looked towards Su Yan, and this was only in a state of rest. If he actively practiced the sword technique, the computational power consumption would likely surge. I can't be sure if he has a special physique, but this kid's comprehension is absolutely the most terrifying I've seen in all my years. He practiced the basic knife technique to great success in his senior year. What a damn monster. Su Yan also had a broad smile on his face, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth. Then, as if remembering something, he walked downstairs and quietly said to Su Ran, "You crashed into someone with the car. You need to apologize properly. I want to deduct your allowance this month." Su Ran, who was still grinning, suddenly widened his eyes. Damn, how did you know, Dad? How could I not know? Su Yan glanced at him. I'm at the bone refinement realm. Do you really think I'm deaf? After saying that, he turned and left with his hands behind his back, leaving Su Ran standing alone, questioning life. On the third floor, in the headmaster's office, there were only Wu Yu and Lin Xu in the room. This is the contract I've prepared for you. Take a look. Wu Yu took out a stack of documents from the drawer and placed them in front of Lin Xu. Lin Xu took a deep breath and reached out to open the contract. However, just at first glance, he couldn't tear his eyes away. Monthly cash subsidy, 100,000 yuan. Advanced nutritional fluid, 1 per month. Qualification to practice the 5 animals breathing technique. In addition, as long as Lin Xu continues to train at the Liaison Martial Arts School, he can use the intermediate training room without restrictions. It is worth noting that the intermediate training room is typically reserved for instructors at the bone refinement realm. What left Lin Xu momentarily breathless was that the resource supply period on the contract was not limited to high school, but It would last until graduation from university. Lin Xu continued flipping through the pages, and the more he read, the more intense his shock became. By the end, even his fingers felt slightly stiff. The investment offered by the Liaison martial arts school completely surpassed his understanding. Or rather, he had never seen so much money in his life. When his parents were still alive and healthy, the family's total income was only about 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. Yet now the Liaison martial arts school's monthly subsidy alone reached 1,000. That feeling was as if a poor person walking down the street suddenly found 5 million. For a moment Lin Xu felt a bit dazed. At this moment, will you continued? In addition, I will also sponsor you one set of yellow-grade martial arts, Liaison knife technique. Yellow-grade martial arts. Lin Xu's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Wu Yu nodded slowly. Entry-level martial arts are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. The basic knife technique you are currently practicing is not considered a true combat martial art. It is an educational martial art specifically issued by the Martial Alliance for universities to lay the foundation for students. Real martial arts are far more precious than you can imagine. At this point, Wu Yu's gaze flickered slightly. Don't underestimate this Liaison knife technique. Although it's only a yellow grade, it is the true foundation of our Liaison martial arts school. In fact, the name of our school comes from it. The Martial Alliance has extremely strict control over martial arts channels. Ordinary people not only lack the qualification to practice, but even to access them. Back then I achieved great merit on the front lines, which granted me the qualification to learn the Liaison knife technique. Because of this, I had the opportunity to return to Haishi County and establish this martial arts school. Entry-level martial arts cannot be measured by money, Wu Yu said calmly. Hearing this, Lin Xu couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his head. Headmaster, may I ask what I need to give in return? There is no free lunch in this world. Ever since his father's passing and his mother's illness, Lin Xu had become increasingly aware of this truth. Wu Yu, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly. You don't need to give anything, you only need to represent our Liaison martial arts school in the college entrance examination. And there's no need for any psychological pressure. A genius with a special physique is already a hot commodity in Haishi County. Once discovered, all major martial arts schools will compete to invest. You are worth this price. Wu Yu paused and continued. As for the benefits the school can obtain, they are not paid by you. As long as you demonstrate enough value in the college entrance exam, university, or even on the front lines against beasts, the Martial Alliance will naturally reward the school accordingly. Sign the contract. From today on, you will be a core member of the Liaison martial arts school. Upon hearing this, Lin Xu's previously tense emotions finally began to ease slightly. Although he did not fully understand what the Martial Dao Alliance mentioned by Wu Yu, as the other party was undoubtedly a prominent figure at the peak of the bone refining realm. If there were any ulterior motives towards him, he would not be in a position to resist. Under such circumstances, it was better to seize the opportunity before him. Thinking of this, Lin Xu stood up seriously and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I am willing." He then picked up the pen and signed his name at the end of the contract. In the path of martial arts, while talent is undoubtedly important, resources are equally indispensable. From the smallest things like beast meat and nutritional potions to guidance from powerful individuals and the inheritance of martial arts. What does not require money? Talent may determine a person's upper limits, but resources decide whether he can survive to reach that height. To grow stronger, one must learn to leverage resources. The fear has never been in accepting investment, but rather in not even qualifying for it. The conditions offered by the Liefeng Martial Hall were astonishingly generous. Lin Xu had no reason to refuse. He watched as Lin Xu signed the contract. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Wu Yu's face, which had always carried an air of authority. He slowly stood up and extended his right hand towards Lin Xu. Welcome to the Liefeng Martial Hall. Lin Xu was momentarily taken aback. He clearly did not expect the esteemed head of the Liefeng Martial Hall to extend his hand to him. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly got up and shook hands with a sense of being honored. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Wu Yu nodded. Starting today, a monthly subsidy of 100,000 will be directly deposited into your account. You can collect advanced nutritional solutions from the resource department at any time. As he spoke, Wu Yu took out 2 thick books from a nearby cabinet. This is the 5 Beasts breathing technique and the Liefeng blade technique. Lin Xu received them with both hands, his breath quickening. These were truly advanced techniques, entirely different from the basic breathing and blade techniques taught in school. At that moment, Wu Yu's smile suddenly faded and his expression turned stern. However, there is one thing you must remember clearly. The Martial Dao Alliance has explicit regulations. Advanced breathing techniques and martial skills above the yellow level are strictly prohibited from being taught privately. If discovered, the lightest penalty is a lifetime in prison. The heaviest penalty is having your cultivation abolished, reducing you to a cripple. The atmosphere in the room instantly became oppressive. Lin Xu's heart tightened, and he nodded gravely. In truth, even if Wu Yu did not say it, Lin Xu understood the severity of the situation. Most of the elders he knew practiced only basic techniques. Aside from the martial hall students, he had never even seen an ordinary person master entry-level martial skills. This illustrates just how strict the management of martial arts inheritance is in society. Seeing Lin Xu's serious attitude, Wu Yu's expression softened a bit. Moreover, for you at this stage, the liefeng blade technique is still too advanced. I suggest you first fully comprehend the basic blade technique before attempting to grasp the liefeng blade technique. A tall building starts from the ground, and sharpening the knife does not delay the cutting of firewood. Thank you for your guidance, Master, Lin Xu said, earnestly nodding. He then embraced the manuals and turned to leave the office. After the door closed, Wu Yu gazed in the direction Lin Xu had left, a hint of emotion lingering in his eyes. Such comprehension. Even in the city, it is quite rare. Moreover, this child likely possesses a special physique. Thinking of this, Wu Yu could not help but reveal a hint. What good luck indeed. However, he soon sighed softly. It's a pity. There is less than a month left until the college entrance examination. Otherwise, I could have received the Martial Dao Alliance's rewards this year. With his identity having changed, Lin Xu could now freely enter and exit the third floor of the martial hall. He quickly found an empty intermediate training room and pushed the door open to enter. The high school did not strictly require students to come to school for training. Apart from major exams and special courses, many students from well-off families would choose to train at the martial hall or at home. After all, the resources provided by the school are ultimately limited. For example, the genius Zhou Yu from the third high school. Aside from the major exams, he rarely came to school. This was because he had a father who was a coach at a martial hall. In contrast, the training environment at the third high school was indeed too poor. As soon as Lin Xu entered the intermediate training room, he felt his body suddenly weigh down. It was as if an invisible gravity suddenly pressed down on him. Every step became exceptionally difficult. Is this the intermediate training room? Lin Xu's heart was shaken. No wonder there is such a significant difference in vitality values among peers. Yesterday, when the liefeng martial hall tested vitality, Lin Xu had specifically noted Su Ran's score. 223 points. Clearly the same age, yet the other party had already entered the third level of the vitality realm. Lin Xu understood that even if he had not wasted those 2 years, given his family conditions, his current vitality value could at most reach 80. As vitality increases, the difficulty of improvement grows. Is it really just because geniuses like Su Ran have higher talent? Not necessarily. The true gap has never been just talent. It is also about resources. Having a top-notch coach at the bone refining realm as a father. The resources Su Ran was exposed to since childhood were likely things that many ordinary people would never encounter in their lifetime. While Lin Xu was still contemplating which synthetic food would be cheaper to eat today, the other party was already spending every day in the cafeteria competing with others to see who could eat more. Besides that, there were also more advanced breathing techniques and training rooms that could accelerate training speed. At this moment, Lin Xu could clearly feel that under that subtle pressure his pores seemed to fully open. The efficiency of the basic breathing technique was at least doubled. Lin Xu sat cross-legged. He then slowly opened the book 5 Beasts Breathing Technique. On the first page of the manual, a line of powerful and vigorous characters caught his eye. Observe the marvelous breathing of all things in heaven and earth, and absorb the chi of the 5 beasts into one's own body. Lin Xu's gaze sharpened slightly as he continued to look further. The 5 beasts breathing technique was created by a powerful individual at the Zhongfang realm who meditated in the wilderness for several years. He had long observed the breathing patterns of 5 formidable beasts. These were the explosive breaths of the cracking mountain tiger, the prolonged breaths of the Qingyu eagle, the deep internal breaths of the Xuanjia turtle, the oscillating breaths of the crimson blood ape, and the ki-blood circulation of the silverhorn deer. Ultimately, by merging the breathing characteristics of these 5 beasts, he summarized this high-level breathing technique. At the end of the introduction, it also detailed the effects of the 5 beasts breathing technique. After practicing it, not only could it greatly enhance the efficiency of ki-blood cultivation, but it could also accelerate the bodhis absorption and consumption of energy, thus allowing martial artists at the vitality realm stage to achieve a growth rate far beyond that of ordinary breathing techniques. However, there was a very eye-catching note at the end. Practicing this technique expends a great deal of energy from the body and requires a large amount of beast meat, nutritional solutions, and other high-energy foods. If the ki-blood supplementation is insufficient, the lightest consequence is physical depletion, and the heaviest is damage to the foundation. After reading this content, Lin Xu couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart. No wonder high-level breathing techniques are so precious. Just the efficiency of cultivation far surpasses that of basic breathing techniques. Then Lin Xu slowly closed his eyes. He began to actively adjust his breathing rhythm according to the method outlined in the manual. However, at that moment, a familiar mechanical prompt sound echoed in his mind once again. Establishing analysis model. Analyzing target 5 beasts breathing technique, identifying partial logical flaws. In the next moment, Lin Xu's body suddenly trembled slightly. The 5-animal breathing method in his mind seemed to be reassembled by some unseen force. Countless previously obscure and complex breathing nodes began to rearrange and combine in a clearer and more profound manner. At this moment, he even experienced a strange illusion. What he had just seen was not a manual, but a gradually unfolding human star map. Blood and chi flowed, breaths transformed, and organs vibrated. Every detail was reevaluated in an almost absolutely rational manner. The original 5-animal breathing method required guiding the blood and chi to follow 5 circular paths within the body. However, after optimization, the paths were directly compressed into a main cycle. As his consciousness sank into his mind, Lin Xu could not help but speak. Doubao, how effective is the optimized 5-animal breathing method? A mechanical voice soon replied. Correction complete. Current breathing path reconstructed. Efficiency increased 60. Upon hearing this, Lin Xu's heart jolted. 60%. This is too exaggerated. With a thought, his information panel emerged. Name: Lin's realm chi and blood realm, first level chi and blood value 63. 4 computational power 11125 animal breathing method currently running basic sword technique, great accomplishment, current computational power consumption 648 day. Lin Xu's eyes flickered slightly. To optimize the 5-animal breathing method, Doubao had consumed around 600 points of computational power. But compared to the gains, this consumption was utterly negligible. After all, he was now a formal member of the Liefeng Martial Arts Academy. The monster beast meals provided by the academy itself were cultivation resources able to provide a stable 1 to 2,000 computational power daily. However, soon Lin Xu noticed another issue. After practicing the 5-animal breathing method, his basic computational power consumption had actually increased threefold. And this was only in a state of rest. If he actively practiced the sword technique, the computational power consumption would likely surge several times, especially after breaking through to great accomplishment in the basic sword technique. Under the same training time, the consumption of computational power was evidently higher. Lin Xu estimated it had at least doubled. Thinking of this, Lin Xu could no longer sit still. Doubao was his only chance to change his fate. No matter what, he could not. In the next moment, Lin Xu stood up and quickly left the training room, heading straight for the cafeteria. Upon entering the cafeteria, Lin Xu saw Su Ran sitting in a corner waving at him continuously. Clearly he had been waiting for a while. Old Lin, over here. However, Lin Xu walked directly to the food counter as if he hadn't heard. Before long, he returned with a total of 10 plates of monster beast meat. The stacked plates were so high that many nearby students couldn't help but blink in disbelief. Lin Xu sat down opposite Su Ran. Looking at the mountain of plates in front of him, Su Ran couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn. Old Lin, are you a reincarnated hungry ghost? With you around, the cafeteria rankings in our martial arts academy probably have no meaning. You must be topping the charts every day. Many students who were eating nearby silently shifted away. The gazes directed at Lin Xu contained a hint of reverence. After all, in the Liefeng Martial Arts Academy, eating was in a sense also a competition. But the problem was, they were here to compete, not to seek torment. If they really measured up to Lin Xu's appetite, they might end up in the hospital without even training. One must have self-awareness. A food partner should also be someone of similar capability. Normal people shouldn't have nothing better to do than to compete with a big eater. Hungry, Lin Xu replied without looking up. As he spoke, he casually picked up a plate of monster beast meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Su Ran's mouth twitched slightly. With your appetite, if it weren't for a special physique, I wouldn't believe it. When he said this, there was even a hint of envy in his eyes. After all, it was a special physique. Even in the Blackstone County First High, the number of such individuals wouldn't. Although Lin Xu's chi and blood value was not high at the moment, the path of martial arts was inherently a long-distance race. No one dared to underestimate a genius with a special physique. While eating, Lin Xu suddenly spoke. Do you know about the Martial Arts Alliance, Su Xiong? Of course. Su Ran replied with a confused expression. Isn't our Blackstone County under the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Alliance? After saying this, he looked at Lin Xu with some confusion, seemingly not understanding why the other would ask such a common knowledge question. Seeing this, Lin Xu couldn't help but sigh lightly in his heart. This was the gap between ordinary people and the children of great families. People like Su Ran had been influenced since childhood. They interacted with martial arts coaches, formal martial artists, and even higher circles. Much of the information to them was merely common sense in daily conversations. But for ordinary people at the bottom, they might never come into contact with such things in their entire lives. Sometimes the gap was not just resources, but also understanding. A person's viewpoint is shaped by their position. The academy had mentioned it when he invested in me. No one talked about such things back in the third high. Lin Xu did not hide this. Upon hearing this, Su Ran felt somewhat embarrassed. Actually, I heard it from my dad. Then while eating, he lowered his voice and began to explain. I heard that a long time ago humanity's situation was particularly tragic. At that time there were monster beasts everywhere in the wilderness and human bodies were weak, only able to survive by relying on cities. Back then, when a city fell, it meant a breakdown of a civilization. Later the martial ancestor appeared. Su Ran's eyes clearly filled with reverence as he spoke. He led the human race in resisting the monster beasts and established the initial cultivation system. After the martial ancestor, humanity finally broke free from the fate of being treated as food. Later on, the identity system of the old era was completely shattered. In this world, there are only two types of people: martial artists and ordinary people. People like us who are in the chi and blood realm are, to put it bluntly, still considered ordinary people. Only upon reaching the bone refining realm can one truly enter the martial artist class. The entire human federation is divided into 36 administrative districts governed by representatives. The Martial Arts Alliance is the core force that truly controls military power and resource distribution in the Eastern Ning district. As for key martial arts universities, they essentially serve as talent cultivation institutions for the Martial Arts Alliance. At this moment, Lin Xu finally had a rough outline of the entire human world. In the past, all he did was strive to improve his chi and blood value. He was also thinking about how to earn part-time money to cover his mother's medical expenses. As for these matters, no one would tell him. Perhaps this was the difference between ordinary people and martial artists. Upon hearing this information, which was nearly common knowledge to Su Ran, he realized for the first time that his past world was merely a shadow on the edge of this system. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xu had already devoured 35 plates of monster meat. Su Ran stared at Lin Xu blankly, the astonishment in his eyes completely unmasked. Old Lin, can you still eat? How about taking a break? We don't want anything to happen. Su Ran couldn't help but swallow hard. Throughout his life, he had never seen someone eat so much, especially Lin Xu's stomach. Despite consuming so much, there was hardly any visible change. For a moment, Su Ran even began to question his own life. I've switched to a new breathing technique. I feel like my appetite has increased significantly, Lin Xu said as he reached out again to take the unfinished monster meat from in front of Su Ran. Since he was already misunderstood as having a special physique, he might as well take advantage of it and gather more resources. As more people began to notice him, he finally stopped, pretended to pat his stomach, and displayed a satisfied expression as if he had eaten his fill. Just as he was about to get up and leave, many unfamiliar faces approached him. Lin bro, I've heard so much about you. A young man in training gear spoke first, his tone evidently polite. I watched yesterday's sparring match. It was truly exciting. If you have time in the future, Lin bro, let's exchange knife techniques. Some even took the initiative to hand over business cards. Lin bro, hey, race my number, let's practice together sometime. Their tone was courteous, clearly coming to make acquaintances. Lin Xu simply nodded, politely responding to each one. He wasn't surprised by the change in attitude, as in the Martial Arts Academy's strength and background were as visible as it got. The tuition at Lianfeng Martial Arts Academy was not low, and students who could train here long-term were either wealthy or noble, generally supported by their families. Many of their elders were already acquainted with the coaches in the academy. And the news about him being a suspected special physique, personally invested by the headmaster, had likely spread long ago. Thus, everyone's attitude naturally changed accordingly. Lin Xu said little, just casually responding to a few comments before leaving the cafeteria. Lin Xu quickly found the resource application office of the Martial Arts Academy. Behind the window sat a young girl in the academy's uniform, looking somewhat student-like. Applying for advanced nutritional fluid, Lin Xu said. She glanced at Lin Xu, quickly verifying the information. Moments later, a smile appeared on her face. You are the Lin Xu that the headmaster has specially noted. Please wait, we'll help you register. A moment later, she took out a transparent test tube. Inside the test tube, the liquid appeared pale golden, subtly shimmering with a flowing luster. Lin Xu did not hesitate, directly taking it and downing it in front of her. Hey, wait. The girl's expression changed, and she almost instinctively stood up. The energy in the advanced nutritional fluid is very strong. If your strength is insufficient, it must be diluted, otherwise your body won't be able to handle it. Her tone was noticeably anxious, and she even picked up a communicator. Don't move, I'm calling the martial arts physician over now. She spoke quickly, clearly worried about an incident. However, the next second she froze. Lin Xu merely moved his shoulders slightly, even vaguely feeling a sense of relaxation. I'm fine. After he spoke, a clear notification sounded in his mind. Calculation power to 00. At that moment, a surge of excitement flashed deep in Lin Xu's eyes. He did not linger, simply waved his hand and turned to leave. His steps were noticeably quicker than before. Destination, training room. On the third floor, two gazes quietly observed this scene. Headmaster. Su Yan swallowed hard, unable to hold back. That was a whole tube of advanced nutritional fluid. Even I would need to take it in 2 doses and slowly refine the medicinal power in the training room. He paused, watching Lin Xu's departing figure, his tone filled with shock. This kid just drank it straight. Wu Yu remained calm, showing no surprise. His physique seems inclined toward energy absorption. There's no need to make a fuss. His tone was indifferent. You haven't attended a key martial arts university or been on the front lines, so naturally you don't understand what true geniuses are like. Some people have been fed high-level nutritional fluids since infancy. Su Yan was stunned, his eyes filled with shock, yet he did not doubt. After all, their headmaster had seen much of the world, so he naturally believed it. Wu Yu paused, continuing, Su Yan, you found such a talent for the Martial Arts Academy. This is a significant achievement. From today onward, your benefits will increase by 30%. When the Martial Arts Alliance rewards come in, I will specially grant you a bone-refining pill. Su Yan tightened his breath and immediately bowed. Thank you, Headmaster, for your cultivation. Then, as if remembering something, he added, Headmaster Lin Xu was recommended to me by an old friend. He is currently teaching at No. 3 Middle School. What do you think? Wu Yu casually waved his hand. In that case, grant him the status of a guest elder of the Martial Arts Academy. His tone was calm, as if arranging a trivial matter. In the training room, Lin Xu sat cross-legged, looking composed. Calculation power 231265. He took a deep breath, without any hesitation stood up, and picked up a wooden sword to practice basic sword techniques. He naturally would not ignore Wu Yu's suggestion. Moreover, with Dou Bao present, he knew that mastering the basic sword techniques would not take long. In the intermediate training room, the feeling of gravitational oppression was strong. With each swing of the sword, it felt like dragging a heavy iron block. His movements noticeably slowed, but this also made them more solid. Trajectory of the sword corrected. Power efficiency improved. Notifications constantly flashed through his mind. From the initial clumsiness to gradually adapting, and then to a vague smoothness. Lin Xu's movements were being gradually optimized. When his body approached its limits, he immediately stopped sitting cross-legged to perform the 5 animals breathing technique. The qi and blood within him flowed and increased rapidly with each breath. He could even clearly feel that with every inhale and exhale, he was becoming stronger. As night quietly passed, Lin Xu opened his eyes when morning arrived. With a thought, information emerged. Name Lin Xu, realm qi and blood realm, level 1 qi and blood value 77. 4. Calculation power 2278825. Animals breathing technique. In operation, basic sword technique. Great success. Current calculation power consumption 648 day. In one night, the calculation power consumption approached 3000. But what he gained was an increase of over 10 points in qi and blood, along with a significant improvement in his sword technique. He even felt that the basic sword technique was only a step away from perfection. Lin Xu clearly understood that this was greatly related to his training environment. If it weren't for the gravitational enhancement provided by this intermediate training room, neither the speed of qi and blood increase, nor the progress in sword technique would have been so rapid. In the following days, Lin Xu went to the cafeteria punctually every day. Su Ran also waited for him at the same spot, and their relationship gradually grew closer through repeated food battles. In addition, his childhood friend Chen Yang called to ask why he hadn't been to school for the past 2 or 3 days. Lin Xu did not hide anything and briefly explained how Zhou Zhenhai recommended him to enter Lianfeng Martial Arts Academy, but did not mention the academy's investment in him to avoid putting too much pressure on Chen Yang. Chen Yang, after hearing this, felt a mix of envy and emotion, urging him to seize the opportunity, and together they would take the exam for an ordinary martial arts academy in the future. That night in the training room, Lin Xu suddenly felt a slight tremor in his qi and blood, as if an invisible barrier was naturally dissolving. He vaguely sensed that his body seemed to have undergone an indescribable change. No roaring, no hindrance, just like a road that has long been paved, he simply took a step forward. Name Lin Xu. Realm blood qi realm, second layer. Blood qi value 100. Computational power 272,467. 5 animals breathing technique currently in operation. Basic sword technique perfected. Current computational power consumption 648 day. Lin Xu felt no significant fluctuation regarding this breakthrough. Now his strength had already surpassed that of the genius Zhou Yu from the 3rd class. However, after witnessing a larger world, such an improvement was no longer enough to stir his emotions. Holding a wooden sword, Lin Xu's gaze was focused and serene as he swung the sword repeatedly. In his mind, the correction prompts from Dou Bao continually appeared, swiftly correcting every slight deviation, with each movement being gradually sculpted towards perfection. His expression was extremely focused, his breathing steady and restrained, as if he were a machine constantly self-calibrating, imbued with a near-obstinate determination. With the sound of the prompt, the world before Lin Xu suddenly transformed. In that moment, he felt as if he could see the air currents formed by each swing of his sword. The path of the sword cutting through the air was no longer just an action, but a series of clearly discernible lines of momentum. The sword was not chopping, but borrowing power. At that moment, his understanding of the sword technique seemed to ascend to another level. The sword differed from a blade. The sword is power, the blade is change. The sword emphasizes accumulating power, while the blade emphasizes transformation. Horizontal slashes and vertical cuts may seem simple, yet they are about continuously stacking strength, and will pushing the momentum to its limit. Lin Xu stood still, digesting the insights of the sword technique surging in his mind. After a full quarter of an hour, he slowly opened his eyes. The basic sword technique has reached perfection. It is time to practice the split-edge sword technique. He murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting a hint of novelty and excitement. As he opened the split-edge sword technique, Lin Xu quickly scanned through it. With the experience gained from practicing the 5 animals breathing technique, he realized that he no longer needed to comprehend the secrets word by word. The complex deductions and understanding processes could be entirely entrusted to Do Bao. What he needed to do was continuously practice and push his body closer to its limits. Talent determines the upper limit, while effort determines the lower limit. And right now he did not even know where his upper limit lay. But at the very least, he was clear about one thing. With the support of Do Bao, his lower limit had already risen high enough to change his fate. Establishing analysis model. Analyzing target split-edge sword technique. Identifying vulnerabilities, optimizing. Lin Xu felt a slight tremor in his mind. It was not merely understanding the sword technique, but rather the technique itself was being recompiled in his mind. In the next instant, he seemed to grasp everything about the split-edge sword technique. All the moves, force application methods, and energy paths were rapidly dismantled and reassembled in his mind, ultimately converging into an extremely clear outline. The split-edge sword technique is divided into 3 forms. Its essence is not in complexity, but in the ultimate momentum of slaughter. First form, sweeping across thousands of troops. Heavy momentum, as powerful as a landslide, one stroke crushes the enemy. Second form, breaking gold. Heavy speed, the sword strikes, without shadow, fast to the limit. Third form, exterminating deities. Heavy intent, the sword moves with intent, formless, and without style. The 3 forms progress layer by layer, corresponding to the minor success, major success, and perfection realms. According to the record in the secret manual, if one can cultivate to exterminating deities, they may touch upon the embryonic form of sword intent. Lin Xu did not know what sword intent was. He did not think deeply about it. At this moment, he simply submerged all information into his mind, quietly absorbing it. Only at this moment did he truly understand why entry-level martial techniques are strictly controlled. Compared to the basic sword technique, the complexity of the split-edge sword technique had increased at least dozens or even hundreds of times. Without sufficient perception and strength to support it, forcibly practicing would not only fail to lead to mastery, but could even harm oneself. Lin Xu began to practice the split-edge sword technique. Correcting sword trajectory. Current action intensity exceeds the Bodhi's threshold, forcibly reducing output efficiency. As soon as the wooden sword was swung, Do Bao's prompts began to flash continuously in his mind. In less than a quarter of an hour, he stopped his actions, his chest heaving violently, and his forehead was already beaded with fine sweat. It was not that he was incorrect in practicing the sword technique. On the contrary, every trajectory of the sword was being constantly corrected to the optimal solution. The problem lay within his body itself. With merely a foundation of 100 blood chi value, he simply could not support the force application methods of the split-edge sword technique. It was like asking a child who had just learned to walk to wield a heavy hammer. The actions could be understood, but the body could not endure. Being able to sheath the sword completely, without harming oneself, was already the limit. Strength is the priority. Lin Xu murmured to himself. Perhaps I must reach the blood chi 3rd layer before I am qualified to truly unleash the first form of the split-edge sword technique, sweeping across thousands of troops. The actions could be understood, but the body could not endure. Being able to sheath the sword completely, without harming oneself, was already the limit. At that time, he thought it was merely a suggestion for the path of cultivation, but now it was clear that the other party had also considered his physical strength. However, Wu Yu probably did not anticipate that he would elevate the basic sword technique to perfection in such a short time. He was like a player with top-tier operational awareness, wielding a professional-level understanding, but possessing only the attributes of a novice village. Skills were maxed out, but the stats remained at the bottom level. No matter how skilled the operation, it would be directly stopped by the lack of foundational strength. After realizing this, Lin Xu no longer felt conflicted. He sat cross-legged and re-entered the state of breathing technique practice. With the college entrance examination drawing closer, Although Wu Yu had promised to secure him a special recruitment opportunity at a key martial arts university that was ultimately just a possibility. No one could guarantee how the future would unfold. Lin Xu was also unwilling to entrust his fate to such uncertain opportunities. So-called chances are never waiting to be found, they are prepared for. He preferred to believe one thing. As long as he prepared sufficiently, the so-called opportunities would eventually become inevitable. He was confident that before the college entrance examination, he could step into the threshold of a key martial arts university based on his own strength. Through this period of communication with Su Ran, Lin Xu gradually understood the tiered standards for the college entrance examination. Key Martial Arts University Blood Chi Value 200. Ordinary Martial Arts University Blood Chi Value 100. Martial Arts Academy Blood Chi Value 70. These three thresholds almost delineate the first tier of the martial arts world. With more than 20 days remaining, he had more than enough time. After breaking through to the Blood Chi second layer, Lin Xu did not noticeably feel a slowdown in his cultivation speed. On the contrary, he faintly felt that as his physical strength increased, the operational efficiency of the 5 animals breathing technique was also enhancing in tandem. The only change was that the energy required by his body was becoming increasingly enormous. In the past, his cultivation mainly relied on food supply. Now he was entirely dependent on computational power for sustenance. When he was at the Blood Chi first layer, his daily computational power consumption was about 3,000. Now it was close to 5 or 6,000. And this was merely in the state of the Blood Chi second layer. Fortunately, he was currently relying on the monster meals from the martial arts hall cafeteria to sustain himself, and he even had a surplus of computational power. But Lin Xu knew very well. Once his realm continued to rise, the consumption of computational power would dramatically increase. At that time, computational power would likely become the true bottleneck in cultivation. Lin Xu took a deep breath, suppressing the distracting thoughts. He continued to operate the 5 animals breathing technique with all his might. At this moment, he was no longer distracted by his swordsmanship practice. All his time was devoted to enhancing his vitality. Every day, his vitality increased, stabilizing around 10 points. This speed even made him feel a slight sense of unreality. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the training room, Lin Xu slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Name: Lin Xu. Realm Vitality Stage 2. Vitality Value 153. Computational Power 312,467. 5 animals breathing technique continuously running. Basic swordsmanship perfected. Current computational power consumption 2,134 day. With the rise in his strength, his daily basic computational power consumption had already exceeded 2,000. Once Lin Xu thought that passive cultivation and active operation had little difference. But since practicing the 5 animals breathing technique, he realized the disparity. Passive operation was more like going with the flow, maintaining the self-circulation of the breathing technique, while active cultivation was about guiding the qi with intention. The efficiency was on entirely different levels. One was taking slow steps forward while the other had already begun to jog. Just then a knock sounded at the door. A voice from outside called, "Old Lin, are you there?" Outside the door beside Su Ran stood another person. He recognized him at a glance. Mo Feng, one of the geniuses of the Lianfeng Martial Academy. Unlike Su Ran, Mo Feng's family operated a beast industry, and a significant portion of the beast meat resources used by the Lianfeng Martial Academy came from his family's supply. He could be considered a part of the academy's resource system. When he saw Lin Xu come out, Mo Feng smiled slightly. "Lin, brother, you've become famous for your diligence during this time." His tone was casual, yet there was no disdain. In a place like Lianfeng Martial Academy, diligence itself was a label worthy of respect. Moreover, the person before him was suspected to possess a special physique. No one would want to form enmity with someone like him before he had fully matured. After all, no one knew how far he would go in the future. During this period, Lin Xu had almost become an outlier in the academy, spending all his time in the training room except for meals. His diligence was nearly extreme. Over time, he was even privately referred to by some students as the gluttonous cultivator. "Mo, brother, you are too polite." Lin Xu replied simply. "Is there something you need to discuss with me today?" "In half a month, the college entrance examination will take place," Su Ran said, suppressing his excitement. "Today is the day for the early selection of geniuses for the Key Martial Arts University. The academy has 3 recommendation spots." His tone became noticeably heavier at this point. "Martial Uncle wants us to gather in his office." Lin Xu nodded without asking further. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging vitality within him, and adjusted his state. Then he followed the 2 up the stairs. Soon the 3 arrived outside Martial Master Wu's office. At the moment, a young man was standing at the doorway. He was tall, wearing the academy's training uniform with his arms crossed. Upon seeing Su Ran and Mo Feng, he nodded slightly. But when his gaze fell on Lin Xu, there was a clear pause. "Lin, brother, you're a bit late." The young man spoke slowly, his eyes filled with hostility. Lin Xu frowned, unsure why he had offended him. This person was named Chun Kaiji, one of the top-ranked geniuses of the younger generation in the Lianfeng Martial Academy. It was said that 2 months ago his vitality value had already surpassed 200. A few days ago he had even proactively greeted Lin Xu in the cafeteria. "Is everyone here?" Wu Yu's voice came slowly from inside the office. "Come in." Inside the office, besides Wu Yue, there was also a middle-aged man seated. The man wore a deep blue martial arts uniform with silver star patterns on the cuffs. His presence was calm and steady, and even sitting casually he exuded an invisible pressure. As he saw the few enter, his gaze slowly swept over them. "Let me introduce you." Wu Yu spoke calmly. "This is Li Sanha, a teacher from the Jiangnan Martial University admissions office. He is in charge of this early admission process." The others immediately greeted him. Li Sanha nodded slightly, and then opened the materials in his hands. The office quickly fell silent. After a moment, Li Sanha looked up. Mo Phone vitality value 291. Su Ran vitality value 223. Lin Xu vitality value 63. As he said this, his gaze finally fell on Lin Xu, and his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Seeing his expression, Lin Xu felt a sense of foreboding. 63. This value doesn't even qualify for the assessment list. Li San's fingers lightly tapped on the table. Special physique. Every year there are similar claims, but those who truly realize it don't exceed 1 in 10. As for the basic swordsmanship at the great completion stage, it is indeed good, but merely decent. Here with me it is far from enough. His words were not sharp, as if merely stating the facts, but the meaning was clear. Lin Xu was not qualified. Martial Academy head, I believe that Chun Kaiji on the reserve list is more suitable. What do you think? Li San. Wu Yu frowned slightly. I believe Lin Xu's potential is higher than Chun Kaiji's. Li Sanha shook his head. The academy focuses on potential, but university admissions focus more on results. Chun Kaiji has a higher vitality, more stable strength, and aligns better with the early admission criteria. As he said this, his tone paused. I cannot abandon a developed talent for a potential special physique. The office fell silent. Chun Kaiji gradually relaxed his clenched fists, the unease in his heart dissipating. Meanwhile, Su Ran and Mo Phone unconsciously looked at Lin Xu. Lin Xu, however, did not react much, merely standing calmly. Li Sanha continued to browse the materials. The number of early admission spots is limited. The final list: Mo Phone, Su Ran, Chun Kaiji. As the last words fell, the office became utterly silent. A hint of uncontrollable joy finally appeared in Chun Kaiji's eyes. Meanwhile, Wu Yu frowned slightly. Teacher Chun, I still believe Lin Xu deserves more cultivation. Li Sanha was silent for a moment. Then he slowly spoke. Martial Academy head, I won't hide it from you. Every year, I see many so-called special geniuses. Very few of them can truly grow. The Academy has the right to recommend, but the final decision lies with the school. This statement directly sealed the outcome. The air felt stifled. Just then Chun Kaiji suddenly looked at Lin Xu, a slight smirk on his lips. Lin, brother, the key martial arts university isn't a place you can enter just by eating a lot or by mere talent stories. In the end, it still has to rely on strength to speak. Facing Chun Kaiji's mockery, Lin Xu remained silent. He looked at Li Sanha and slowly spoke. Teacher Li, 5 days ago my vitality was indeed only 63, but now it is no longer so. All high school seniors must participate in the college entrance examination. Early admission serves as a safety net, ensuring entry into a prestigious martial arts university, even if the exam results are disappointing. Lin Xu still wanted to strive for more. Upon hearing this, the gazes of several people in the office fell back on him once again. Chun Kaiji was first taken aback, but then a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Li Sanha slightly raised his head and glanced at Lin Xu. Oh, how much has it improved? His tone revealed no emotion. Lin Xu was just about to speak when Li Sanha raised his hand to interrupt. No need to say more. An increase in vitality. With a foundation of just over 60, how much more can it increase? What we want is results, not stories. He closed the documents. A waste of time. Prestigious universities do not lack hard-working students. At this point, Li Sanha stood up and walked towards the door, not casting another glance at Lin Xu. In Li San's eyes, a student who had only had a vitality of just over 60 half a month ago would not make much headway, even if there had been a breakthrough. Lin Xu's fingertips tightened slightly, but soon relaxed, not continuing to explain. He understood, due to his low vitality, the other party couldn't be bothered to waste time on him. Seeing this, Chun Kaiji felt the last trace of unease in his heart dissipate completely. He looked at Lin Xu, the corners of his mouth slowly rising, his gaze radiating a victor's demeanor. In his eyes, this matter was already concluded. Lin Xu remained calm, not responding. Instead, Su Ran beside him appeared somewhat displeased. However, in such an occasion, he did not dare to interject. Everyone else should go back and practice diligently. Lin Xu, stay behind. Wu Yu said. The office then contained only 2 people. Wu Yu spoke slowly. You don't need to take this too much to heart. The qualifications lost today can be regained next year with your strength. With your talent, you'll surely be able to enroll in a prestigious martial arts university next year. By then you can choose not to go to Jiangnan Martial University, but instead to Beidou Xingxiong or Jinyuan. As he spoke, Wu Yu's expression also revealed a hint of displeasure. His Lianfeng Martial Hall had collaborated with Jiangnan Martial University for so long, and now, after recommending a genius with great effort, the other party had rejected him. At this moment, Wu Yu's gaze landed on Lin Xu. For some reason, he suddenly felt that the fluctuations in Lin Xu's vitality seemed stronger than they had been a few days ago. But when he tried to perceive it closely, the aura became vague again. Wu Yu's brow furrowed slightly, but in the end he chose not to say anything further. Lin Xu nodded slowly. I understand. He did not argue or continue to explain, for some things when spoken are far less persuasive than when demonstrated. Lin Xu turned to leave the office. At the end of the corridor, he slowly stopped his steps. The college entrance examination. Lin Xu exhaled gently, his gaze growing somber. Then we will see in half a month. After returning to the training room, Lin Xu did not immediately begin practicing. Instead, he sat down slowly, his brow slightly furrowed. Today's events left him somewhat puzzled. Doubao, during our first meeting, the martial arts hall master clearly noticed the changes in my vitality at a glance. Why is it that today neither Wu Yu nor that admissions teacher noticed? Lin Xu quietly pondered. Before meeting Li Sanha today, he had actually been fully confident. In his view, as long as the other party knew that his vitality had surged from initially over 60 to 150, there would be no suspense regarding the early admission list. However, the outcome was completely unexpected. Neither Wu Yu nor Li Sanha seemed to have truly seen through his vitality. After a moment, the familiar notification sound slowly echoed in his mind. Doubao, the 5 animals breathing method, has a control effect on vitality. At the current stage, it automatically constrains the fluctuations in vitality. Doubao, low-tier martial artists cannot recognize your true vitality fluctuations. Lin Xu heard this, and his doubts within him immediately dissipated. He gradually calmed down. Since the other party did not give him a chance, then so be it. After all, with his current pace of cultivation, breaking through to a vitality level of 200 in the remaining half-month was not difficult. Moreover, he still had the foundation of a perfect knife technique. The college entrance examination was never just a simple test of vitality. With this thought, Lin Xu's gaze flickered slightly. If I don't go to Jiangnan Martial University, then so be it. There are more than just one prestigious martial arts university. Where I am not welcome, there will be another place that will welcome me. Lin Xu took a deep breath, completely suppressing the slight displeasure in his heart. He then closed his eyes again, continuing to fully operate the 5 animals breathing method. 5 days passed quietly. Inside the training room, Lin Xu's vitality suddenly fluctuated slightly. That feeling was not intense. There was no difficulty of breaking through a bottleneck, nor the so-called sense of blockage. It felt more like a cup of water naturally flowing into another container. It was a logical progression. The next moment, Lin Xu slowly opened his eyes. Triple vitality. He was somewhat surprised himself. The entire breakthrough process had been surprisingly easy. So easy that it even gave him a sense of unreality. Lin Xu frowned. In his understanding, even a small breakthrough in vitality had its so-called bottleneck. Many geniuses often get stuck at a certain stage for months. But he was completely different. It was as if there were simply no bottlenecks. It was like purely stacking data. From 198 to 199. Then from 199 to 200. There was no difference between the two. It seemed that as long as he practiced step by step, his realm would naturally improve. He vaguely felt that something was off. As if sensing Lin Xu's confusion, Doubao's voice sounded. Doubao, due to conflicts in world rules, the breakthrough path has been restructured. Future breakthroughs will not encounter bottlenecks. Lin Xu was taken aback. World rules conflict. What does that mean? A moment later, Doubao responded again. Doubao, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Lin Xu's lips twitched slightly. He found this Doubao increasingly strange. Sometimes it was as mechanical as a flawed program responding to one question with another. It often gave nonsensical answers, and could even come to a complete stop for half a day. It was as foolish as an idiot. Yet at times it could stifle someone into silence with just a single sentence. Lin Xu shook his head helplessly. Since he couldn't find an answer, he didn't bother to dwell on it any longer. With a thought, his personal information slowly emerged in his mind. Name Lin Xu, realm, triple vitality, vitality value, 200 computational power, 366-4225 animals breathing method currently, in operation basic knife technique, perfect Lianfeng knife technique, beginner current computational power consumption, 3,134 day. Lin Xu sat cross-legged in the training room, his thoughts swirling in his mind. In the period to come, he would focus entirely on practicing the Lianfeng knife technique, steadily enhancing his combat power. The college entrance examination was not merely an examination for warriors in this world. It was also a channel for various martial arts universities to screen future frontline combatants. With demonic beasts rampant and the borders in constant turmoil, those who entered prestigious martial arts universities would almost certainly head to the front line to fight against the demonic beasts and protect the territory of humanity. Vitality value is merely one of the most basic thresholds. True combat power is the standard. Though the perfected foundational sword art was formidable, its techniques remained fundamentally monotonous. From Su Ran, he learned that Blackstone County No. 1 High concealed numerous prodigies, true monsters among their peers. Foremost among them was Chu Ling, the cherished daughter of Master Chu Jinshan of the Red Flame Martial Arts Hall. Rumor held that her Ki-blood vitality had already reached 340 by the first semester of senior year, and she might well have surpassed the 400 threshold by now. Beyond her, several other prodigies graced the school, each mastering yellow-rank martial techniques, saber arts, sword arts, spear arts, evasion arts, palm arts, diverse disciplines flourishing side by side. Their combat prowess could not be measured by Ki-blood vitality alone. Heeding Su Ran's warning, Lin Xu realized his current strength remained woefully insufficient. Each year the quota for elite martial universities remained fixed. No one dared presume guaranteed admission. Precisely for this reason, even a talent like Mo Feng, a standout from his martial hall, placed extraordinary importance on this early recruitment opportunity. Everyone sought an extra layer of security. After all, should one face a true monster-level prodigy during the national martial examination, the risk of underperforming was far from negligible. Early admission in essence functioned as a safety net. At this thought, Lin Xu swung his wooden saber with increasing speed and precision. Within his mind, Dou Bao's voice chimed repeatedly. Trajectory correction initiated. Force efficiency optimized. Indeed, the rending edge saber art lived up to its status as a yellow-rank technique. Its complexity dwarfed that of foundational forms, demanding a sharp exponential leap in both physical exertion and computational capacity. Lin Xu's daily computational expenditure now exceeded 20,000 units. Fortunately, the demon beast meals provided by the Martial Hall's canteen precisely balanced this drain. He longed to consume several more servings, but his current appetite was already astonishing. Each meal saw him pile demon beast meat high enough to cover an entire dining table. Every meal drew glances from fellow students, directed inevitably toward his abdomen. Even if suspicion arose regarding a rare constitutional anomaly, such vast quantities vanished upon ingestion as though erased. Further indulgence would inevitably invite scrutiny. Only Lin Xu knew the truth. Those portions sufficient to feed dozens of people dissolved the moment they passed his lips, instantly transmuted into raw computational power. To amplify this anomaly further would sooner or later attract unwelcome attention. Restraint was wisdom. Not every advantage was meant to be displayed openly. Dou Bao's very existence was unnatural. His own physiology grew increasingly anomalous. He had no desire to become a subject of study for any faction. That day Lin Xu proceeded to the canteen, as usual. Su Ran had already secured a seat and waved him over. Scarcely had they sat when a figure approached. It was Chen Kaiji. He carried his tray, his expression markedly calmer than before, even initiating conversation. Lin Xu, regarding what happened earlier, I owe you an apology. The selection of nominees wasn't my decision alone. It rested ultimately with the recruiting instructors. He paused, softening his tone. After all, we're fellow townsfolk. Perhaps one day we'll even serve together on the front lines. If there's ever anything I can assist you with, don't hesitate to ask. His words rang sincere, almost deferential. They bore the unmistakable weight of genuine goodwill. Yet Lin Xu merely regarded him calmly, offering no reply. Inside, however, Chen Kaiji's composure was far from absolute. He did not believe Lin Xu possessed the merit to compete with him. A youth whose Ki-blood vitality hadn't even breached the 100 mark nearly snatched away his nomination, an insult in itself. Yet after returning home these past days, his father's words compelled him to reconsider. You've secured the nomination, don't create unnecessary enemies. An ally is always preferable to an adversary, especially when you cannot foresee how far the other may rise. His father's words were simple, yet they left him silent for a long while. Winning a fleeting argument served no purpose. The true world had never been reducible to mere victory or defeat. It was rather a delicate equilibrium of interests and relationships. The martial world was never just about clashing blades and brute force. It was more often about social nuance and human connection. At this realization, his expression softened further. Lin Xu observed that practiced hollow smile, and gave only a faint indifferent nod. There was no deep enmity between them, yet that did not mean inner comfort followed. Neither man was wrong. They simply stood on opposing sides. This matter fell short of life-or-death confrontation, but neither would Lin Xu betray his own convictions to offer false warmth. He was no saint nor was he naive. He recognized instantly that this so-called gesture of goodwill was nothing more than perfunctory politeness. For someone with whom he shared no meaningful bond, he felt no inclination to invest emotional energy. So long as their paths diverged henceforth, he held no further concern. Seeing only Lin Xu's mute nod, Chen Kaiji's smile stiffened for the briefest instant, then settled back into effortless ease. With a quiet chuckle he turned and departed. Yet at the canteen entrance he paused, then spat softly under his breath. Country bumpkin. Does he truly imagine raw talent alone entitles him to arrogance? Without resources, without backing, even the modest investment from rending edge Marshall Hall can carry him only so far. A cold sneer curled his lip, suppressed resentment flickered anew in his eyes. He strode away swiftly. Inside the canteen, Su Ran lowered his voice, bristling with indignation. Old Lin, you've truly been shafted. With Master Wu's recommendation, that nomination should have been yours outright. It was an internal referral slot granted by Southern Tian Marshall University to rending edge Marshall Hall, and Master Wu wielded considerable influence. Lin Xu remained serene, chewing demon beast meat as he replied casually, my Kiblood vitality is too low. They'd naturally overlook me. Bullshit. Su Ran scoffed. Later I found out, Chen Kaiji's father had known instructor Li Sanhe for years. Master Wu never even notified Chen Kaiji, who knew he'd brazenly show up uninvited. At this, Lin Xu's movement slowed slightly, a subtle furrow appeared between his brows. The early recruitment process between Marshall Universities and halls inherently possesses certain gray zones. Talent and strength are vital, but background and connections carry equal albeit unspoken weight. Chen Kaiji's father almost certainly made prior arrangements. Yet such matters leave no evidence, and no one speaks of them openly. More crucially, every procedural step appears perfectly legitimate. Even as the aggrieved party, you're left with only one undeniable fact. You lack sufficient Kiblood vitality. Su Ran's ire mounted with every word. These recruiters operate with maddening flawless precision. In this world, competition was never purely fair. Lin Xu said nothing more, merely swallowed the last morsel of demon beast meat and rose steadily to his feet. As he turned to leave the canteen, his gait remained steady. Whether Su Ran spoke truth or conjecture mattered less than one inescapable reality. On the surface, nothing about this affair bore obvious fault. Such was the nature of countless affairs in this world. Some triumphed openly and justly, others fell silently and invisibly. The distinction lay not in right or wrong, but in whether one stood outside the layer where rules themselves were forged. Lin Xu's gaze darkened slightly. He ceased ruminating on the matter and returned to the training chamber, gripping his wooden saber once more to resume practicing the rending edge saber art. Those without backing must rely solely on themselves. And when strength reaches sufficient magnitude, all rules may be rewritten anew. Sweeping thousand armies. Lin Xu uttered the incantation low and fierce. His wooden saber cleaved forward in a flash. Snap! The blade shattered. Undeterred, he stared at the fractured hilt and murmured quietly, so that's how it is. Instantly, Do Bao's voice echoed within his mind, rending edge saber art proficiency has breached critical. A sharp blade aura pierced through the air, crashing harshly against the wall of the training room, leaving a shallow white mark. Vitality value 246. Liefeng sword technique minor achievement. Only 3 days remain until the college entrance examination. Finally, the Liefeng sword technique has reached a minor achievement. It's a pity the time is still too short. Lin Xu shook his head slightly. If I could reach a major achievement, then I would truly have confidence for this college entrance examination. According to Su Ran, the true geniuses from Yizhong mostly only manage to practice their yellow-level martial skills to the entry level. After all, vitality can still be accumulated with resources. But martial skills cannot. Those things rely on comprehension. Some achieve sudden enlightenment overnight, while others may practice for 10 years without even touching the threshold. The so-called martial way has never been a fair repetitive labor. Instead, it is about the sudden enlightenment of a few and the persistence of the many. Lin Xu focused his mind and continued to wield his sword. In the training room, only the sound of the blades slicing through the air remained. He still followed his own pace, step by step, quietly awaiting the arrival of the college entrance examination. Early on the day of the examination, a knock sounded at the door. Old Lin, let's go. Su Ran stood outside the door, his face bearing an unusual seriousness. Every year the examination takes place at Yizhong. Let's go together. Lin Xu nodded and did not refuse. Many students from the Liefeng Martial Arts School were already prepared, walking in groups, their vitality fluctuations subtly radiating outward, their momentum significantly stronger than that of ordinary students. Along the way, many people took the initiative to greet Lin Xu. He simply responded briefly. Halfway, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly rang out. Lin Xu. Lin Xu paused slightly, turned to look. Chen Yang stood not far away, accompanied by several classmates from Sanzhong, all looking at him in disbelief. He almost instinctively blurted out, "What are you doing there?" Lin Xu nodded, then looked at Su Ran and simply explained, "He's my childhood friend." Su Ran casually said, "Then let's go together. After all, the college entrance examination doesn't distinguish between Yizhong and Sanzhong." Chen Yang was visibly taken aback and hurriedly nodded to follow. However, his expression was clearly somewhat reserved, even carrying a hint of trepidation. After all, he could recognize a few of these people around him. They were all top students from Yizhong. Logically speaking, these individuals would not even spare a glance at Sanzhong students on a usual day. But now not only was there no indifference, some even took the initiative to nod at him. This made Chen Yang feel an absurdity. It was as if he had not seen Lin Xu for just a few days, yet the latter had suddenly entered a different world. Previously at Sanzhong, Chen Yang always thought that Lin Xu was like him. Both were those who worked hard without seeing a future. At this moment, he couldn't help but secretly scrutinize Lin Xu. Was this still the childhood friend he knew? As the group gradually moved away, Chen Yang finally couldn't hold back, approaching stealthily and gently tugging at Lin Xu's sleeve, lowering his voice. "Lin Xu, what's going on with you? How did you end up with these geniuses?" "Off." Lin Xu glanced at him. "Didn't I tell you? I'm now a student at the Liefeng Martial Arts School. That's not the issue." Chen Yang whispered urgently, "These are all top students from Yizhong. I recognize a few in the past. They wouldn't even acknowledge us Sanzhong students." The more he spoke, the more anxious he became. "Look at how polite they were to you just now. And that Mo Feng. I remember he ranks quite high in Yizhong. I'm starting to suspect that the sun has risen from the west today, or that I'm seeing things." Lin Xu opened his mouth, but ultimately just smiled. Some things, no matter how much one explains now, no one would believe. Chen Yang was taken aback, not understanding Lin Xu's meaning. The courtesy of this world has never come from goodwill, but rather because others have recognized you, deeming you qualified to stand with them. The group quickly arrived at Yizhong. The scene before them was entirely a different world from Sanzhong. Inside the tall school gate, vitality testing devices were neatly arranged on the playground. Various training equipment was arranged in zones with punching force testers, speed tracks, and reaction testing devices, all available. Several hundred teachers from Yizhong were scattered throughout, maintaining order. The entire campus was orderly and well-organized. Compared to the loose and ordinary atmosphere of Sanzhong, it was an entirely different level. Though both schools are in Haishi County, the gap in educational resources is so significant that it leaves one speechless. A high platform had already been set up on the playground. On the rows of seats, many enrollment teachers were already seated. Behind them hung large signs displaying the names of major martial arts universities, creating a solemn atmosphere. Lin Xu's gaze swept across the high platform and soon spotted a familiar figure, Li Sanhe. Behind him stood a sign for Jiangnan Martial Arts University. In addition to Jiangnan Wudao, 3 other key martial arts universities were recruiting in Haishi County: Beidou Martial Arts University, Xinqiang Martial Arts University, and Jinyuan Martial Arts University. Teachers from the 4 key martial arts universities sat at the front of the high platform. Below them were over 20 ordinary martial arts universities. As for the outermost area, nearly 100 martial arts academy teachers were seated. Layered in arrangement, it resembled an incredibly realistic pyramid. Don't underestimate these martial arts academies. Even in Haishi County, the worst martial arts academy has a large number of students competing for spots every year. Because as long as one enters any of them, it means they can continue their training. In Haishi County, a strong practitioner at the bone refinement stage, whether entering the law enforcement team, martial arts school, or large companies, earns far more than ordinary people. It is already enough to change a family's fate. Lin Xu, have you broken through a vitality score of 70? Chen Yang leaned closer, excitement all over his face. With your minor achievement in the basic sword technique, you'll definitely get into a martial arts university. If we enroll in the same one, we might even be roommates. However, before Lin Xu could respond, Su Ran's expression turned somewhat peculiar. A martial arts university? With Lin Xu's current talent, how could he possibly go to such a place? The resources, mentors, and legacies of key martial arts universities are not something ordinary schools can compare to, let alone Lin Xu. Even if it were those ordinary geniuses, they would rather repeat a year than enter a martial arts university. At this moment, Su Ran looked at Lin Xu with an increasingly strange gaze. That gaze seemed to say, "You hid this so deep, you're not preparing to show off in front of your classmates from Sanzhong, are you?" To this, Lin Xu merely smiled and did not explain. Ever since the entity named Do Bao appeared in his mind, his improvement speed in both vitality and martial skills has been astonishingly rapid. Perhaps even if he revealed the truth, now Chen Yang might not believe it. Thinking of the impending college entrance examination, even Lin Xu couldn't help but feel his heart rate slightly quicken. On the high platform, the director of the first high school slowly rose to his feet. He first bowed slightly to the row of admissions teachers above, his movements restrained and solemn. He felt that Haishi County was too small for these people to usually set foot here. To invite them, the county head had almost run around various universities to obtain today's qualification for observation. Then the director turned to look at the nearly 10,000 candidates on the playground. This year's martial arts college entrance examination consists of 3 rounds. The director's voice fell. The first round is the Chi and blood test. Key martial arts universities, 200 to pass. Ordinary martial arts universities, 100 to pass. Martial arts college, 70 to pass. A suppressed gasp spread throughout the audience. Chi and blood do not represent everything. Those who perform excellently in the last 2 rounds can improve their evaluation. The second round, strength, speed, and reaction tests. City-level equipment with unified scoring. He paused. The third round, actual combat. The rules will be announced later. The results of this round will directly affect your cultivation level in university. Now, he raised his head. Start. Boom. As the sound fell, nearly 10,000 candidates in Haishi County moved simultaneously. The first high school had long prepared a large number of Chi and blood testing devices. Teachers from each school stood in front, continuously recording results. First high school student Feng Tianyu Chi and blood value 189. Second high school student Ma Huai Chi and blood value 106. Voices continued to arise. The atmosphere on the playground gradually heated up. First high school student. Just as the voice began, the entire playground was still reporting Chi and blood values of 100, 150, and 180. In the next second, the voice suddenly choked. Chu Ling. The air fell silent. Chi and blood value, 413. The previously flowing noise vanished in an instant. This data is already beyond that of an ordinary genius. Someone on the high platform quietly spoke. A hint of surprise flashed across the face of the admissions teacher from a key martial arts university. Teacher Wang Feng, didn't Jinyuan Martial University collaborate with Qian Martial School? Li Sanha, an admissions teacher from Jiangnan Martial University, cautiously spoke up. This talented girl, you didn't manage to recruit her. Wang Feng picked up his teacup, his expression calm. That girl is quite ambitious. I offered her a third-class genius training contract, but she was not satisfied, so she has not officially joined our school yet. Oh, Li Sanha raised an eyebrow. It seems she has great confidence in her talent. He paused, his tone casual. If her subsequent performance is outstanding enough, Jiangnan Martial University would indeed be interested. To possess a Chi and blood level of 5 at less than 20 years old in such a small place like Haishi County. Such talent is indeed worth nurturing. Although a Chi and blood level of 5 is good, the admissions teacher from Beidou Martial University spoke calmly. But if that's all there is, it only qualifies for third-class genius training. His tone was very calm, yet carried a natural filtering meaning. What truly matters are martial arts comprehension and combat awareness. Chi and blood can be increased with pills and resources, but comprehension cannot. We still need to see the last 2 rounds. Upon hearing this, several teachers from key martial arts universities nodded in agreement. They came from real big cities and had seen too many geniuses. Even if they were all at the same bone refining stage, the vision of these admissions teachers was far beyond what the coaches in Haishi County could compare. In the eyes of ordinary people, a genius like Chu Ling seemed unattainable. However, in their eyes, it was just the admissions teachers from several key martial arts universities almost always focused on the top few prodigies from the first high school, leaving no attention for ordinary students. In fact, apart from Chu Ling, the other prodigies had mostly been admitted early. They came today mainly to confirm what level of training contracts these students would ultimately obtain. On the other hand, the admissions teachers from ordinary martial arts universities were obviously much busier, especially those students with Chi and blood values over 200 who had not been recruited early by key martial arts universities. These students were the quality candidates they were truly vying for. As for the martial arts college, they had even more candidates to pay attention to. Students with Chi and blood over 150, yet not valued by ordinary martial arts universities, were their main targets. As long as the Chi and blood value reached over 70, most colleges would generally admit them. After all, schools also need student sources of whether these students can break through the bone refining stage in the future. That depends on fate. Let's take care of the chives first. On the playground, many candidates kept moving. Whenever they saw a shorter line, they immediately squeezed toward it. Before long, Lin Xu had completely separated from Su Ran and the others. Next one. As the teacher's voice sounded, Lin Xu slowly walked up to the testing platform. Ding! As the instrument completed its scan, a number swiftly appeared. Chi and blood value 247. The teacher responsible for recording the results was clearly taken aback, unable to help but look at Lin Xu a couple more times. 247 Chi and blood. In the entire Haishi County, this is quite excellent. Which class of my first high school is this student from? How come I don't seem to have seen him before? A hint of confusion flashed in the teacher's mind. However, there were simply too many people participating in the college entrance examination on site. Although Lin Xu's chi and blood value of 247 was good, it did not cause too much of a stir. In fact, due to the noise at the scene, even those he recognized did not notice what was happening here. Meanwhile, on the high platform, many admissions teachers were already busy. Their hands continuously flipped through electronic materials which recorded all the candidates' information, including chi and blood values, martial arts realms, and teacher evaluations. 247 chi and blood. A teacher from the martial arts college's eyes brightened. This strength is quite good, and he's actually a student from the third high school. However, another person beside him shook his head. Don't look anymore. Chi and blood over 200 steady admission to an ordinary martial arts university. Our goal is still those students with a chi and blood level of 2, that's more realistic. If we can recruit a few more students with a chi and blood level of 2 this year, my bonus will increase significantly. Not only the martial arts college. Even many admissions teachers from ordinary martial arts universities began to notice Lin Xu. 247 chi and blood, not bad. He's a good seedling. Moreover, since he hasn't been recruited early by key martial arts universities, he deserves close attention. For ordinary martial arts universities, students with chi and blood values over 200 already belong to the quality candidates they are fighting for. Soon the first round of chi and blood testing ended. With the completion of a large amount of data entry, the director waved his hand again on the high platform. Boom! 3 teachers in the bone refining realm exerted their strength simultaneously. A huge black machine was forcibly pushed into the center of the playground. The sound of metal friction was piercing. It was like an industrial device specifically designed to screen martial artists. This is a testing product eliminated from the city. The director stood on the high platform and spoke loudly. Although it is not the latest model, it is just right for large-scale college entrance examinations. The information of all the students has already been entered during the recent chi and blood test. After entering the machine, just follow the prompts to complete the test. Now, the second round begins. Boom. The internal lights of the machine suddenly lit up. One by one, passages opened. Candidates were sent in batches into them. As the voice fell, a large number of students standing in the front row were promptly urged by the teacher to enter the machine. In just a moment, the mechanical announcement sounded swiftly. Student from School 1 Matian. Strength, 142 kilograms, speed 11. 2 ms reaction rate 67. Combined blood value, 162. Comprehensive evaluation, ordinary. Student from School 2. The entire testing process was astonishingly fast, as if the machine operated like an assembly line. In previous years, the second round of testing required teachers to personally make judgments. Not only was the efficiency low, but many students and parents also felt the evaluations were unfair. Now, with the introduction of this large testing machine, a significant amount of time could be saved for the college entrance examination, allowing the focus to shift to the third round of practical assessments. Student from School 1 Mo Phone. Strength, 347 kilograms, speed 34 ms reaction rate 83. Combined blood value, 291. Comprehensive evaluation good. Student from School 1 Su Ran. Strength, 282 kilograms. Comprehensive evaluation good. Student from School 1 Chen Kaiji. Strength, 232 kilograms. Comprehensive evaluation, ordinary. The 3 geniuses from Lianfeng Martial Arts Academy had already completed their tests in succession. At that moment, the machine's voice sounded again. Student from School 1 Shuling. Strength, 612 kilograms. Speed, 53 ms reaction rate 89. Combined blood value, 413. Comprehensive evaluation, excellent. As the announcement finished, the entire playground fell silent once more. This time, even the 4 admission teachers from key martial arts universities on the platform showed a change in expression. She has a strength of over 600 kilograms despite being at the 5th level of blood chi. It seems she has mastered a certain technique for exerting force. Her neural reaction speed is quite impressive as well, nodded the mentor from Beidou Martial Arts University. Li Sanhe let out a light breath, and his gaze toward Chu Ling became noticeably serious. Old Wang, no wonder this girl rejected your offer. If she manages to master a yellow-level martial skill, she would indeed qualify for second-tier genius status. To recruit a second-tier genius-level student in a place like Haishi County would yield considerable rewards when returning to Jiangnan Martial University. Quite impressive, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Beidou Martial Arts University also intends to recruit this girl, another mentor reminded blandly. Teacher Wang Feng, please do not use any outside means. Naturally, Wang Feng replied calmly. Although our school collaborates with Qian Martial Arts Academy, Chu Zhinshan would never joke about his daughter's future. In the end, it will depend on the conditions. After a moment, it was finally Lin Xu's turn. As the passage opened, he slowly walked into the strength testing area. Before him stood a black circular device half his height. Its surface resembled a special rubber, yet its interior faintly revealed a metallic structure. Strike with all your strength, the mechanical prompt echoed around. Lin Xu took a slow breath. Stepping forward with his left foot, he began to gather his strength towards his right arm. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Adjusting force exertion posture. Correcting breathing rhythm. In an instant, Lin Xu felt as though his movements were being subtly corrected by an unseen force. Shoulders, waist, arms. Even his breathing frequency changed. He felt an unprecedented smoothness in his physical strength, as if every muscle had been thoroughly activated. In the next moment, Lin Xu's expression sharpened as his right fist was suddenly thrust out. Bang! The dull thud instantly exploded, shaking the entire strength testing device. After a brief silence, the mechanical announcement quickly sounded. Student from School 3 Lin Xu. Strength 581 kilograms. Please proceed to the next test. As the mechanical voice resonated, the punch strength testing area slowly shifted away. Before Lin Xu appeared a massive black conveyor belt spinning rapidly in a clockwise direction with a deep mechanical roar emanating from its edges. Please begin the test run with all your might, the mechanical prompt sounded. Lin Xu took a deep breath and leaped onto it. In the next second, the conveyor belt began to accelerate instantly. Lin Xu exerted his legs, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. As his speed increased, the conveyor belt began to synchronize its acceleration, getting faster and faster. The wind howled in his ears. At the same time, in his mind, the prompt from Do Bao kept sounding. Adjusting running posture. Adjusting breathing rhythm. Correcting lower limb force exertion method. Shifting center of gravity forward by 2 centimeters. Lin Xu felt as if his body was being continuously corrected. With every step, he felt lighter and more efficient than before. Ever since acquiring Do Bao, besides practicing the 5 animals breathing method and the Lianfeng saber technique, he had never engaged in specialized training. Only now did he realize that even the most basic actions like punching and running contained so many errors. In that moment, Lin Xu finally understood the terrifying nature of Do Bao. It seemed capable of seeing through all his problems and correcting every mistake. Aside from occasionally making unrelated remarks, this entity was almost like a deity in terms of cultivation. Speed 38 milliseconds, please proceed to the next stage. The mechanical voice announced. Lin Xu felt his legs starting to feel heavy. In the next second, his body was flung off the rapidly moving conveyor belt. However, Lin Xu had already prepared and quickly adjusted his posture in midair, landing steadily. Immediately afterward, the lights around suddenly dimmed. The once bright testing area was instantly engulfed in darkness. Students, please pay attention. Neural reaction test starting. Please do your utmost to dodge the light. As the mechanical prompt fell, a crimson beam suddenly shot forward. The speed was astonishing. Lin Xu's brain couldn't even think, and his body instinctively took a step back. The red light grazed his chest. In the next second, the second and third red beams lit up simultaneously, and their speed increased dramatically. The surrounding red lights flickered incessantly. The red lights no longer appeared one by one, but formed an interwoven web of light, blocking multiple directions at once. Lin Xu had to rely entirely on instinct to evade. In his mind, Do Bao's voice echoed frantically. Tilt body left by 15 degrees. Retreat right leg. Correct torso rotation. Lin Xu felt his spirit completely tense up, as if he was being dismantled into a series of action commands. Within the testing area, all that could be seen was a blur of motion evading the beams. After several breaths, the surrounding red lights suddenly extinguished. Test complete. Reaction rate 100. Combined blood value 247. Comprehensive evaluation ultimate. The mechanical voice fell silent. Lin Xu finally exhaled a long breath. It's finally over. He couldn't help but ask in his mind, Do Bao, was it you who controlled my body just now? Do Bao, I noticed you desperately wanted to evade those lights, but with your current reaction speed you couldn't manage it. Therefore, I made the micro-adjustments. Micro-adjustments? Lin Xu was taken aback. Do Bao, it's internet slang. This term doesn't exist in this world, you wouldn't understand it anyway. Hearing this guy mock him again, Lin Xu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He then stepped outside. Just as he left the testing area, the entire training ground suddenly quieted down. A multitude of gazes fell upon him simultaneously. Shock, confusion, envy, jealousy. Various emotions intertwined continuously. Especially those students who had just completed the test, their eyes, when looking at Lin Xu, were already somewhat dazed. How did he manage to do that? This is impossible. On the high platform, all the admissions teachers were now fixated on Lin Xu, as if they were staring at some rare treasure. This person is named Lin Xu. Wang Feng suddenly sat up straight. 247 Qi and blood student from Lianfeng Martial Arts Academy. He suddenly froze for a moment. No way. He wasn't pre-admitted by Jiangnan Martial University. The expressions of several teachers from key martial universities nearby also changed slightly. This technique of exertion is even more mature than Chu Ling's, and he is only at the third level of Qi and blood. Such strength and reaction speed are simply not something a normal third level of Qi and blood could possess. Could it be that he has an innate combat awareness far beyond ordinary people? The more they discussed, the more startled they became. Lin Xu's achievements were not something an ordinary student could attain. He resembled a martial artist who had undergone substantial real combat training. Contact San Zhong immediately. I want all his records from the past 3 years, including Qi and blood records, martial skill results, and teacher evaluations. Wang Feng stood up directly, giving orders. The others clearly could not sit still. For these admissions teachers, what they valued most was never the current strength of a student, but their potential. The potential Lin Xu had just displayed was already not inferior to Chu Ling. In some aspects it was even more astonishing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the high platform, Li San's expression had completely changed. Shock, regret, and a hint of vague unease intertwined in his eyes. How can this be? Is he really of a special physique? A month ago his Qi and blood value was only 60. How could it suddenly become 247? Could it be that he really improved this much in just a month? The more he thought, the stronger the unease in Li San's heart became. Others might not know Lin Xu's rate of progress, but he did. Because of this, he understood better what it truly meant. In this world, geniuses are divided into 2 types. One is born with talent. The other type is a genius awakened through effort. And everything Lin Xu had displayed now could almost confirm he belonged to the latter. A special physique. And it was definitely not an ordinary level of special physique. Otherwise it would be impossible to undergo such a terrifying transformation in just a month. Chu Ling from Qian Martial Arts Academy was a genius, but even among geniuses there are differences. In comparison, Lin Xu, who experienced a drastic increase in Qi and blood within a month along with strength, speed, and reaction speed, far exceeding peers, was the truly maddening top talent. Li Sanha felt a thunderous roar in his mind, and his breathing began to quicken. Such a genius should have been recruited into Jiangnan Martial University ahead of time. But now he had to compete for him with other key martial universities. More importantly, if the school knew that due to his little selfishness such a level of genius was almost lost, forget rewards, he might not even keep his position. Thinking of this, Li San's face turned slightly pale. He then cast a fierce glance at Chen Kaiji, who was still in a daze among the crowd, his eyes flashing with a hint of anger. You damn thing. If it weren't for you and your useless father, how would I have gotten into this mess? Li Sanha cursed madly in his heart. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. He had to remedy the situation quickly. As long as he could still recruit Lin Xu into Jiangnan Martial University, there was still a chance to salvage everything. Thinking of this, Li Sanha stood up directly, managing to force a smile. My stomach is a bit uncomfortable, though I'll excuse myself for a moment. Without waiting for a response from the others, he quickly walked towards the back of the high platform. At the corner, Li Sanha swiftly took out his communicator and dialed a number. Is this the head of the Martial Academy? On the other side, those ordinary Martial University teachers who had developed an interest in Lin Xu after the first round of tests had completely extinguished their hopes. Such a genius was already beyond their reach. This level of talent was not something they could cultivate. At this moment, all that remained in their gazes directed at Lin Xu was pure admiration. Meanwhile, the crowd of students on the training ground erupted, especially among the students of Class 1. Looking at Lin Xu's unfamiliar face, they were all filled with shock and confusion. Who is this? Which class is he from? How come we've never seen him before? Someone this impressive couldn't have had no reputation beforehand, right? Could it be he has been closed up at home practicing? Various discussions echoed continuously. The ones who truly knew Lin Xu were mostly the students from Class 3. But at this moment, they were actually the most bewildered group, and no one dared to take the initiative to greet him. In Haishi County Class 3 typically produced only a few students with Qi and blood over 100, which was already remarkable. Yet Lin Xu was now displaying such strength. That power, speed, and reaction. Perhaps only a 4th or even 5th level of Qi and blood could manage such feats. Could such a monster truly emerge from a place like Class 3? In the crowd, Qin Yang stood there completely rooted in place. He certainly recognized Lin Xu. But precisely because he recognized him, he was even more doubtful about life. His eyes told him that this was the brother he had played with since childhood. Yet his brain was wildly denying it. Impossible. There must be some mistake. Either that, or I haven't woken up yet. Lin, brother, you really are a true person who doesn't reveal themselves. A voice of exclamation suddenly came from behind, as Mo Feng and Su ran hurried over. Mo Feng looked at Lin Xu, his expression complicated. I never expected you to hide so deeply. In fact, because he suspected Lin Xu might possess a special physique, Mo Feng had always been inclined to befriend him. But young people ultimately have their own pride. He was polite on the surface. In his heart, he believed he was still the #1 genius of Lianfeng Martial Arts Academy. Even if Lin Xu's potential was not weak, he had simply grown too quickly. Entering a key martial university in the future might only make him a junior. But now Mo Feng realized just how wrong he was. The strength, speed, and reaction Lin Xu displayed today had far surpassed his own. Qi and blood value is merely a reflection of strength. Yet there are always certain true prodigies who can battle beyond their level. Clearly only at the first or second level of Qi and blood, yet they can unleash the power of a fourth or fifth level. In Mo Feng's eyes, Lin Xu was evidently one such monstrous genius. The expressions of the teachers from key martial universities on the high platform had already said it all. Compared to Chu Ling, these individuals were clearly placing even more emphasis on Lin Xu now. Lin Gu, let's not forget each other when rich and noble. Su Ran's face was full of excitement. What do you mean by repeating a grade? By that time, those key martial universities will probably be fighting to recruit. Hearing this, Mo Feng could only smile wryly and nod. Indeed it is so. Your recent targeting by Chun Kai has turned out to be a blessing in disguise. If you can truly secure a higher-level genius training contract, your future path will be much smoother. Lin Xu's gaze flickered slightly, clearly hearing about it for the first time. Mo Feng explained, practicing martial arts is essentially a gold-swallowing pit. No matter the potions, pills, training rooms, or inheritances, they all require substantial funds. True geniuses will always attract investment, such as from martial arts schools, companies, or families. And martial arts universities will also invest in their students. These training contracts are also graded. From what I know, they come in special first, second, and third levels. At this point, a hint of envy surfaced in Mo Feng's eyes. That is a key martial arts university. The foundation of a key martial arts university is not something local forces can touch. I have heard my father speak of it. Even the most ordinary third-level genius contract involves resources that could buy an entire Lianfeng martial arts school. Hearing this, Lin Xu's expression finally changed. Resources were what he lacked the most at present. With Dou Bao around, he was least worried about the speed of his cultivation. If he could truly secure a high-level training contract, his subsequent cultivation speed might reach another level. With this thought, Lin Xu's expression gradually became serious. It seemed that in the upcoming college entrance examination, he must stand out even more. Meanwhile, Lin Xu failed to notice. On the other side of the playground, the girl regarded as the pride of heaven, Chu Ling, was also watching him at this moment. The girl crossed her arms, her beautiful eyes slightly squinting. In her gaze there was no jealousy, only an increasingly intense fighting spirit. This was the first time in her life that she had truly regarded a peer as a rival. Soon the second round of testing came to a complete end. The atmosphere on the playground, which had originally been noisy, did not diminish, but rather became even more heated due to the recent test results. At this moment, the director of the first high school stood up again. Next, we will announce the rules for the third round of it. As his voice fell, nearly 10,000 students on the playground gradually quieted down. This year's third round practical assessment is different from previous years. The director's gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke slowly. According to the latest regulations issued by the Martial Arts Alliance starting this year, the practical assessment in the college entrance examination will eliminate arena battles. All candidates will directly engage in combat with demonic beasts. As soon as the words fell, the entire playground fell into a momentary silence. Then it erupted. The crowd was in an uproar. Demonic beasts. What does that mean? Is it true? Countless students looked bewildered, even doubting if they had heard incorrectly. In a small place like Haishi County, most students had eaten demonic beast meat since childhood. But how many had actually encountered living demonic beasts? The admissions teachers from those key martial arts universities on the high platform, however, remained calm. Clearly they had known about the news in advance. The discussions among the students on the playground grew louder. The director raised his hand to signal for quiet, then continued, the third round of assessment will last for 3. The assessment location will be the military district's demonic beast ranch. Once these words were spoken, the faces of the students who were still merely shocked instantly changed. Many even instinctively took half a step back. The demonic beast ranch. They certainly knew what that place was. It was the area where the military kept demonic beasts to train soldiers. All the creatures locked inside were genuine demonic beasts. Every year news broadcasts would report on the casualties among new soldiers. A significant portion of those casualties occurred during training in the demonic beast ranch. That place would truly result in deaths. No one expected that this year's college entrance examination would arrange the practical assessment there. What they had gone through in the past was nothing more than practicing breathing techniques, enhancing vitality, and practicing martial skills. At most it involved wearing protective gear and battling peers. But to engage in combat with real demonic beasts, that could cost lives. According to the regulations, the minimum vitality requirement for the third round practical assessment is 100. And furthermore, participation is voluntary. The director's voice had grown considerably somber. Unlike previous years, this assessment will indeed result in deaths. Instantly silence fell over the playground. Many students even began to breathe heavily. Seeing this, the director slowly spoke. Martial arts have never been a performance in a greenhouse. Nor is it for you to wield power, and then start companies, run enterprises, and live high above others. The federal government provides you with resources, martial arts techniques, and opportunities for growth, because beyond the borders countless demonic beasts exist. Someone must bleed. Someone must sacrifice their lives. You are fortunate. At least for now you still have the right to choose. The choice is either to give up climbing the peak of martial arts and settle for a corner, or to embark on this path and protect humanity's borders in the future. The power to decide lies in your hands. As these words were spoken, many who originally intended to withdraw suddenly showed signs of struggle. Yet ultimately no one was the first to speak up, because everyone understood that once they withdrew it would mean their future lives would likely come to a halt here. After all, those who could exceed a vitality of 100 were basically the true elites of the first high school, each harboring their own pride. Out of more than 10,000 candidates, there were actually fewer than 300 who qualified for the third round. The entire playground was so quiet that only the sound of breathing remained. Not long after, a large number of military green trucks drove into the school. The heavy wheels rolled over the ground, making a low rumble. The director began to organize the students to board the trucks. Some were eager, some wore serious expressions, while others turned pale, clearly starting to regret their decision. But under the watchful eyes of everyone, ultimately no one was willing to back down. In the end, all students with vitality over 100 boarded the military vehicles. As the doors closed and the rumble of the trucks echoed, the convoy slowly departed from the school. Inside the military vehicle, the atmosphere had noticeably become much more oppressive. Lin Xu sat in a corner, peering out through the gaps in the cabin. Along the way, military checkpoints were heavily fortified, and fully armed soldiers could be seen patrolling everywhere. The air seemed to be filled with a chilling aura. Even Lin Xu felt his heart rate noticeably quicken. Inside the cabin, many students were clearly starting to panic. "My dad told me before." A student, pale-faced, spoke with a trembling voice. The injury and death rates during new soldier training in the army have always been high. Although the demonic beasts in the ranch are mostly in the early first stage, they grow stronger by fighting each other. No one can guarantee that there won't be demonic beasts comparable to those in the late stage of vitality. We won't actually encounter any real danger, right? Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the cabin clearly grew even worse. Many only now realized that this college entrance examination was truly different from the past. Haishi County was closed off from information, and even their parents likely still did not know about the college entrance examination reforms. Many had not even had the chance to say goodbye to their families. But the military truck had already started moving. No one would wait for them to prepare. "Are you Lin Xu?" At that moment, a beautiful girl beside him suddenly leaned over, her face filled with curiosity. "Which class are you in at the first high school?" "I'm from the third high school." The other party clearly froze for a moment. Several people nearby also turned their heads in unison. "Third high school? No way, is that for real?" "All right, everyone stop guessing." Su Ran grinned, his tone filled with pride. "My brother has awakened a special physique. In just a month, his vitality skyrocketed from 60 to over 200. It's normal if you don't know." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire carriage fell silent. The gazes directed at Lin Xu transformed. Envy, shock, jealousy. A special physique. And an extremely strong one at that. This thought appeared almost simultaneously in everyone's minds. "I'm Lu Yen." The previously mentioned beautiful girl suddenly spoke with a smile. "Handsome, can I get your contact information?" Lin Xu's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing this. He really couldn't keep up with this girl's thought process. At this moment, how could she still be in the mood to flirt? Before he could speak, Su Ran had already rolled his eyes. "Stay away from my brother." "Sugo, what do you mean by that?" Lu Yen immediately looked displeased. "Is it wrong for me to make a friend? The number of male friends you've made at the first high school must be over 20, right?" Su Ran looked at her with disdain. "The speed at which you switch boyfriends is probably faster than changing the teachers for your martial arts classes. You." Lu Yan's face turned red with anger. Before the two could start arguing, everyone suddenly heard a loud bang. The back door of the military vehicle swung open and blinding sunlight poured in. "Everyone get off." A deep, cold voice suddenly rang out. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they hurriedly jumped off the military vehicle. Dozens of fully armed soldiers were already lined up ahead. Dressed in black battle armor with knives at their waists and cold expressions, they exuded a strong aura of iron and blood. Just standing there gave off an immense sense of oppression. Over 200 students under such an atmosphere instinctively stood up straight, not daring to breathe. At the forefront stood a burly middle-aged officer. With his hands clasped behind his back, a mere sweep of his gaze made many students feel a chill run down their spines. A strong practitioner of the bone refinement stage. And definitely not an ordinary one. Listen carefully. The officer's voice was icy. The beast pasture is divided into 3 areas. For your assessment, we have already drawn red lines in advance. You only need to operate in the outermost area. Most of the beasts are in the early first stage. But, he suddenly paused, his gaze becoming sharp. We cannot guarantee whether mid-stage beasts will appear. If you encounter them, it can only be blamed on your... As soon as these words fell, many students' faces turned pale. However, the officer seemed to completely ignore it, continuing coldly. Now, you still have one last chance to withdraw. Those who are afraid to die, get out immediately. As he said this, the aura belonging to a bone refinement stage expert suddenly spread. The air seemed to grow heavy, making many students feel their hair stand on end. There was even a sense that the next moment the officer might strike and kill someone. Just as the atmosphere became unbearably tense, someone finally could not withstand the pressure. I withdraw. A boy's face was ashen, his voice trembling. I don't want to die. I just want to get into college. I never thought I'd have to fight beasts. I also withdraw. Another girl had red eyes. This is not an exam. It will get people killed. Some lowered their heads, not daring to meet the gazes of those around them. Others gritted their teeth, their faces filled with unwillingness, but ultimately took a step back. With the first person speaking, the crowd that had been holding on finally began to crumble. In just a short moment, dozens of students chose to withdraw. Meanwhile, in the military district monitoring room, numerous screens were synchronously broadcasting real-time footage from the perimeter of the pasture. Several admissions officers from key martial arts universities were quietly seated, watching the students who withdrew voluntarily. Many teachers appeared calm as they opened electronic files, striking those names from the pre-registered list. Those who chose to retreat in the face of danger might be able to live safely, but it would be hard to go far. The path of martial arts has never been something that can be achieved solely through talent. For those who withdrew, the officer did not make things difficult. However, there was an unmistakable hint of disdain. Take them away. He waved his hand casually. Several soldiers immediately stepped forward to escort the students who withdrew away from the group. In an instant, the assessment team that had originally approached 300 people shrank to less than 200. The atmosphere in the air grew even heavier. The officer then slowly turned around. Open the door. Boom. Along with the heavy mechanical rumble, the enormous metal door towering over 10 meters began to rise slowly. In the next second, a thick, nauseating smell of blood rushed towards them. Many students' faces instantly changed. Lin Xu looked up. Behind the metal door was a dark and dense forest. The ground was littered with the rotting corpses of animals. Some had long since become nothing but bones. Behind the metal door was a dark and dense forest. The ground was littered with the rotting corpses of animals. Some had long since become nothing but bones. Swarms of black flies circling in a mingling stench of decay and blood churned in the stomach. Ugh, several girls couldn't help but bend over and retch. Even some boys turned pale. Lin Xu simply observed this scene calmly, his gaze sweeping over the decaying corpses. For some reason, his mind even instinctively began to assess which parts were still edible. If I can't even handle this, how can I fight beasts on the front lines in the future? The assessment lasts 3 days. The bone refinement officer's voice was cold. During this period, there will be no supplies. Food and water must all be solved by yourselves. Hearing this, the crowd immediately stirred. Then what are we supposed to eat? Finally, a student couldn't help but speak up. They hadn't brought any food for this examination. Moreover, practitioners at the Qi blood stage consumed food at a tremendous rate. Forget 3 days. Even a single day without food would rapidly weaken their bodies. The officer's gaze was indifferent. What to eat? Kill beasts. Eat their meat, drink their blood. As for water sources, there are rivers inside the pasture. As soon as he finished speaking, many students showed incredulous expressions. Eat raw meat. Drink river water. What's the difference from being a savage? The officer merely coldly swept his gaze over the crowd. The real frontline battlefield. Many martial artists go months without supplies. To survive, you must learn to live like beasts. Compared to the true border battlefield, the military district's beast pasture can already be considered good conditions. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the sky. Only then did everyone notice that a large number of drones were hovering above, though they had no idea when they had arrived. All of your actions will be monitored in real time. Each beast will be assigned corresponding points based on its. The final scores will be determined by the ranking of points, the officer continued. To simulate a real battlefield environment, you will be dropped in batches into different areas of the ranch. In the initial phase, no one will accompany you. If you encounter other candidates later, you may choose to cooperate to hunt the beasts. Upon hearing this, many students suddenly looked even more grim. To act alone, this meant they would have to face the real beasts on their own. Soon a large number of soldiers pushed weapon racks over. Long swords, iron spears, battle axes, short spears. Various weapons were available, but they were all the most ordinary iron weapons. Clearly the military did not intend to offer them any extra privileges. The students quickly selected weapons that suited them, and then returned to the group. Military vehicles started up again, beginning to transport students in batches deeper into the Beast Ranch. Lin Xu looked out through the gaps in the vehicle. The entire Beast Ranch was astonishingly large, or as far as the eye could see, it was almost entirely primitive forest. In the distance, one could vaguely hear low beast roars. At intervals, a student would be dropped off alone. The military clearly intended to scatter everyone completely through this method. Soon it was Lin Xu's turn. You get down. With the soldier's command, Lin Xu gripped the long sword and jumped off the military vehicle. The ground was soft and damp, and a faint smell of blood lingered in the air. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, with sunlight barely penetrating through. Not far away, the sound of something crawling could still be heard from the grass. Boom. The military vehicle quickly restarted and sped away. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xu was left all alone. He took a deep breath, slowly tightening his grip on the long sword, and cautiously approached the depths of the forest. Killing beasts, he had only heard of these words on television before. It was something all young people both feared and yearned for. No one had expected that due to the reform of the college entrance examination, they would encounter a real beast battlefield so early. For some reason at this moment, Lin Xu did not feel fear. Instead, he sensed a hint of excitement. As he ventured deeper, the surrounding forest grew increasingly dim. Rotten leaves and branches piled on the ground, and a faint smell of fishiness filled the air. Suddenly the bushes not far away shook slightly. In the next moment, a dark shadow lunged out fiercely. It was a large cat nearly half a person's height. Its fur was jet black, blending almost seamlessly with the darkness of the dim environment, with only its pair of eerie green eyes emitting a chilling light. When its claws emerged, they even flashed with a metallic sheen. The moment the beast appeared, it exploded into speed, almost turning into a black line that lunged for Lin Xu's throat. At the moment the beast pounced, the trajectory of its movement instinctively surfaced in Lin Xu's mind. The angle of the attack, the speed, the landing point, even the position where its claws would strike was quickly deduced in his mind. In the next second, the long sword was drawn. A flash of cold light passed by. The black cat beast was still in mid-pounce, but its head had already been sent flying high. Scalding blood sprayed forth, falling to the ground, and releasing a pungent, acrid smell. The body crashed heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming completely still. Is this what a beast is like? Its speed is decent, but its attacks are too monotonous. It doesn't seem difficult to kill. Lin Xu looked down at the corpse, his expression contemplative. In his judgment, the speed of this beast was roughly equivalent to that of a third-level martial artist. But the problem was that it did not seem to possess high intelligence. Its attack method resembled the instinctual pounce of a wild animal, charging recklessly with many openings. Given his current physical condition and reaction ability, dealing with it was not difficult. Looking at the beast's corpse on the ground, Lin Xu suddenly recalled the officer's earlier words. Food must be resolved by oneself. Lin Xu looked down at the corpse, an instinctive judgment surfacing in his mind's source of calculation power. In the next moment, the long sword swung. Slit. Slit. The beast was quickly cut into chunks the size of a thumb. These chunks were still attached to sinews and broken bones, and one could even see the blood vessels that had not yet been severed. However, Lin Xu showed no disdain. He grabbed a piece and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Calculation points 30, calculation points 28. Hearing the familiar prompt sound in his mind, Lin Xu silently acknowledged its truth. Once ingested, this food would be instantly converted into calculation power. He could not taste anything at all now. There was no sense of hunger, nor any desire to eat like a normal person. For him, this blood and flesh were more like a pure source of energy for transforming calculation power. Meanwhile, in the military monitoring room, on the enormous electronic screen, the footage from the assessment area was being broadcast in real time. Admission teachers from various martial arts universities sat among them, continuously observing the performance of this year's students. Chu Ling's strength should be the strongest among this year's students. The Huang-level martial skill Flame Palm has already reached a minor success level, indeed deserving of a second-tier genius training contract. Teacher Wang Feng from Jinyuan Martial University nodded in satisfaction. In the monitoring footage, a tall girl was walking forward slowly. She did not wield traditional swords, but rather a pair of specially made red boxing gloves. Suddenly, a first-level giant python lunged down from the tree. Chu Ling did not even retreat. Boom. She stepped forward, her right palm suddenly striking out. The explosive heat and blood burst forth, distorting the air as if it were warped by high temperatures. As the giant python approached, its massive body was sent flying by a single palm strike. When it landed, its body was already charred black. And in the upper right corner of the monitoring screen, the numbers were strikingly clear: points 40-10. While the other candidates only had a few hundred points, her points had already created a significant gap. This year's students have far worse mental fortitude than in previous years. One teacher shook his head. In the monitoring footage, someone had just encountered a beast and was fleeing in a panic. Some even struggled to hold their weapons steady in the face of an assault. By the way, what about Lin Xu, who performed astonishingly in the second round? Someone suddenly spoke up. Everyone immediately began searching for Lin Xu's monitoring footage. Soon a screen was pulled up. Wait. With this child's strength, how could his points only be over 300? However, in the next moment, someone widened their eyes in shock. What the hell, what is this guy doing? In the monitoring footage, after Lin Xu killed the beast, he did not continue searching for prey. Instead, he squatted down in place and began to eat frantically. Chunks of bloody beast flesh were continuously stuffed into his mouth, and he was devouring it with great relish. The entire monitoring room fell silent for a moment. It is worth noting that this kind of untreated beast flesh had an extremely foul smell, and the texture was both tough and hard. It was completely different from the specially processed beast meals available in the market. Normal martial artists would not willingly eat this unless they were starving to death. Does this guy have no sense of taste? And how can he eat so much? Everyone was filled with shock. In the surveillance footage, in just a short time, an entire demon beast was reduced to nothing but a skeleton. Yet Lin Xu appeared to still be craving for more. Li Sanhe, standing at the forefront, was filled with regret. The information provided to him by Lianfeng Martial Arts School had clearly mentioned Lin Xu had an extraordinarily huge appetite. But he had not taken it seriously back then. Now, witnessing this scene with his own eyes, he finally realized just how terrifying such a physique truly was. What a dreadful physique. How could I have done something so foolish? Li Sanhe wished he could slap himself twice. He was even afraid to think about it. If Lin Xu were to be snatched away by another key martial arts university. When he returned to Jiangnan Martial University, what would he be scolded as? Meanwhile, the officer at the bone refinement stage was watching Lin Xu on the screen with admiration. In the military, there were also training sessions for eating demon beast meat raw. After all, once deep in the wilderness, forget about complex cooking. Many times, even starting a simple fire could attract powerful demon beasts, revealing one's location. In the military, there were also training sessions for eating demon beast meat raw. After all, once deep in the wilderness, forget about complex cooking. Many times, but now a senior high school student could swallow this foul-smelling, bitter demon beast blood and flesh without batting an eye, showing no signs of resistance. The officer looked at Lin Xu on the surveillance, his admiration growing deeper. To be able to completely disregard the desires of the flesh and turn all blood and flesh into nourishment for one's growth. Such willpower. In the future, who would worry about not becoming a strong fighter? Just as the people in the monitoring room were discussing, a soldier suddenly rushed in. Report. The teaching staff from Blackstone County No. 3 High School has arrived, claiming to deliver Lin Xu's information. Oh, Wang Feng and the others immediately showed interest. Let him in. Soon the door to the monitoring room swung open. Zhou Jinhai hurriedly walked in, dripping with sweat on his forehead, clearly rushed. In fact, when he received the notification that the admissions officer from the key martial arts university wanted to retrieve Lin Xu's information, he immediately organized all the school's files and sent them to the first high school. Later, when he heard that the practical exam was set in the Demon Beast Ranch, he didn't even have time to drink water and drove straight over. After all, Lin Xu was a student who came from No. 3 High School. If Lin Xu could truly be snatched away by a key martial arts university, the reputation of Blackstone County No. 3 High School would be thoroughly established this year. Teachers, here is all of Lin Xu's information. Zhou Jinhai hurriedly handed over the documents. Wang Feng and the others immediately crowded around. The monitoring room fell silent, with only the rustling of pages being heard. In just a moment, everyone's expressions changed completely. How is this possible? His blood vitality value was only 60 a month ago. One teacher couldn't help but stand up. Meanwhile, someone was staring intently at the records on the documents. Basic knife techniques of the minor achievement realm. This can't be right. His knife technique just now was far too seasoned. That kind of combat awareness is simply not something an ordinary high school student could possess. As they continued to flip through the documents, the breathing of several admissions teachers from key martial arts universities gradually grew heavier. Special physique. And it was definitely not an ordinary special physique. The most terrifying part was, Lin Xu had actually achieved such an astonishing improvement in just a month. What does this imply? It meant his comprehension was terrifyingly extreme as well. Thinking of this, the previously jovial expressions of Wang Feng and the others vanished in an instant. In its place was a sense of mutual vigilance. With such a student, who wouldn't want to recruit him into their martial arts university? Teacher Li, if you don't appreciate such a genius, our Jinyuan Martial University will take him. Wang Feng suddenly spoke with a smile. Hearing this, Li Sanhe immediately became anxious. Wang Feng, he is a student of Lianfeng Martial Arts School. According to the rules, Jiangnan Martial University has the priority to recruit him. Old Li, your words aren't quite right. A teacher next to him immediately laughed. You only have the right to recruit early, but you haven't actually recruited him early, have you? Exactly. Another person nodded in agreement. Now it's the official college entrance exam recruitment stage. The student has the freedom to choose which martial arts university to attend. Everyone can bid fairly. Upon hearing this, several people looked at Li Sanhe with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Li San's face turned dark, feeling both angry and helpless. Now to recruit Lin Xu into Jiangnan Martial University, he would probably have to pay a heavy price. In the Demon Beast Ranch, as Lin Xu continued deeper, the number of demon beasts he encountered increased. At this moment, 5 pairs of eerie green eyes were fixated on him from the woods ahead. They were 5 first-stage demon wolves. Compared to other demon beasts, demon wolves were clearly more dangerous. Not only were they extremely fast, but more importantly, they understood how to work together in combat. At this moment, the 5 demon wolves were slowly closing in from all directions, forming an encirclement. However, they did not rush in immediately. Instead, they adjusted their positions in accordance with Lin Xu's movements. When Lin Xu stepped forward, they retreated half a step. When Lin Xu turned, the demon wolves from another direction would slowly advance. Like a group of experienced hunters, they aimed to exhaust their prey. However, Lin Xu suddenly moved. Boom. His foot slammed down, and he burst forth like a bolt of lightning. His speed surpassed even that of the demon wolves. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the front of one demon wolf. Clang! His long knife slashed down suddenly. But at that moment, the other 4 demon wolves pounced at the same time. Clearly, they had been well prepared for coordination. As long as Lin Xu managed to slay the demon wolf in front of him, the remaining 4 would be more than capable of tearing it apart in an instant. Faced with this scene, Lin Xu showed no signs of panic. The knife that was originally aimed downward suddenly changed direction. The next moment, first move of the Lianfeng knife technique, sweeping across the army. Boom. The long knife swept out, suddenly centered around Lin Xu's body. The blade light transformed into a bright circular ring, sweeping a full 360 degrees around. The air seemed to be forcibly torn apart by this strike. Uff, uff. Almost simultaneously, 5 wolf heads soared into the sky. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The 5 headless wolf corpses even maintained their pouncing motion, crashing to the ground several meters away before collapsing. The entire battle process was incredibly swift, as if it was merely a flash of the blade, and the 5 demon wolves were already dead. Lin Xu slowly sheathed his knife, and the surroundings returned to silence, with only the strong smell of blood spreading. Then Lin Xu skillfully began to dissect the corpses. However, this time he did not consume everything like before. Instead, he only took the flesh from the demon wolf's back limbs and several parts of its chest. These areas contained the most abundant energy. As for the internal organs and some meat with lower energy conversion, he directly discarded them aside. After trying various parts, Lin Xu had gradually discovered that the energy contained in different parts of demon beasts was actually not the same. Originally, he did not intend to waste any flesh. But thinking of how he was still in the examination area, and everything he did was being monitored, he ultimately restrained himself considerably. At this moment, in the military monitoring room, all the teachers' eyes were focused on one screen, their faces filled with shock. Lianfeng knife technique. Minor achievement realm. A teacher couldn't help but exclaim, his tone laced with evident disbelief. Well, this kid is quite interesting. A glint of brilliance flashed in Wang Feng's eyes from Jinyuan Martial Arts University, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Our school's teacher Duan Dao has been in need of a student to inherit his legacy, and this child is a perfect fit. Old Wang, a recruitment teacher from Beidou Martial Arts University, rolled his eyes. Sword techniques are universal martial arts. Stop making excuses for yourself. I won't let this kind of genius slip away to you. Wang Feng remained unperturbed, smiling faintly. Then let's see whose skills are greater. A simple statement, yet the air was thick with tension. Several teachers from prestigious martial arts universities appeared calm on the surface, but their eyes began to secretly compete. Li Sanhe sat nearby, his expression growing increasingly grim. If Lin Xu had already been recruited by Jiangnan Martial Arts University, it would be his moment to show off in front of others. But at this moment, Lin Xu was still a free agent. The more outstanding his performance, the more intense the competition among the various martial arts universities would become. and he had no absolute confidence to suppress these competitors. With this thought, Li San's heart tightened. In a corner, Zhou Zhenhai was staring intently at the screen, even rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Is this still the student from an ordinary background? He murmured to himself. How much time has passed since then? A yellow-grade martial technique has actually reached minor perfection. Even witnessing it firsthand, he still found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, in the monster ranch, Lin Xu was continuously swinging his blade forward. With each rise and fall of his blade, monster after monster was swiftly slain. In his mind, the prompt tone from Doubao kept ringing. Adjusting blade technique trajectory. Power structure optimization complete. As Lin Xu fought, he silently sensed the changes within. He soon discovered that merely repeating martial techniques in the training room yielded far less progress than actual combat. Only under the pressure of battle would his body continuously approach its limits. In just one day's time, his understanding of the ripping blade technique had clearly deepened. He had even vaguely touched upon the threshold of the second layer, breaking gold. At this moment, a sudden cry for help echoed from afar. Help! Lin Xu paused his steps. Instead of rushing to act, he approached the sound, cautiously hiding behind a giant tree to observe calmly. Ahead, there was a mid-stage first-order tiger monster. The figure being chased was not unfamiliar to him. It was the girl named Lu Yin from the car. There really is a mid-stage first-order monster. Lin Xu's gaze flickered as he licked his lips. Perfect, let's test my current strength. He didn't even glance at the distressed Lu Yin on the ground. In his eyes, she was merely a woman with average looks, not much more significant than a stone on the roadside. If the opponent were a latest-stage first-order monster, he would have turned and left without hesitation. But this tiger monster was just right to serve as a sharpening stone. Lu Yin originally possessed a strength at the third level of qi and blood, and with her basic sword technique already reaching minor perfection, she should have been able to retreat calmly, even if she couldn't win. However, lacking combat experience, facing a monster for the first time, her mentality completely collapsed. Her long sword had already been knocked away by the monster, leaving her defenseless. Moreover, she hadn't practiced any movement techniques, relying solely on speed. She had no hope of escaping the monster's pursuit. The tiger's claw rose, and a fierce wind tore through the air, heading straight for her head. Lu Yan's pupils constricted, her mind going blank as she instinctively closed her eyes. However, the anticipated intense pain did not come. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Lu Yan slowly opened her eyes, only to find that the tiger monster, which had been so close, had retreated several meters, staring intently at a large tree to her right. Its gaze was filled with evident vigilance, as if something more dangerous lurked there. Lin Xu stepped out slowly from behind the tree, holding his long knife, his expression calm, but tinged with a hint of regret. His original plan was to strike at the moment the monster attacked, delivering a fatal blow. A hunter relaxes their vigilance in the last moment of killing their prey, and that brief lapse is the perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. But unexpectedly, this tiger monster was more alert than he had anticipated. It had sensed his killing intent ahead of time. Upon seeing Lin Xu, Lu Yin seemed to grasp onto the last straw of hope. Lin Gu, save me. I will definitely repay you well after we get out. Her voice trembled, her eyes filled with the hope of surviving a catastrophe. At this moment, she felt as if she had encountered a savior in her destiny. Just like in the stories, an unexpected hero appearing amidst the light. Lin Xu did not respond. All his attention was already locked onto the tiger monster. The physical strength of monsters surpassed that of humans, and this tiger monster before him, although its aura was merely at the fourth level of qi and blood. In terms of actual explosive speed and power, it was likely close to that of a human at the fifth level of qi and blood. Such an opponent was truly worthy of being called a sharpening stone. Lin Xu's focus was intensely concentrated. If the situation turned unfavorable, he would not hesitate to retreat. Battling a monster should never be a matter of bravado. Lin Xu took a deep breath. In the next moment, his legs suddenly exerted force. Boom. The ground exploded beneath him as he charged toward the tiger monster like a bolt from the blue. At the same time, the tiger monster let out a low roar, its massive body lunging forward. Man and beast collided in an instant. Clang. The long knife sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound. Even the simplest slashes, cuts, and thrusts in Lin Xu's hands were terrifyingly precise. The blade light flickered wildly. Lin Xu's figure continuously pressed against the tiger monster. Eyes, throat, armpits. Each strike was ruthlessly aimed at the weak points of the monster's body. He did not engage the tiger monster head-on, but was frantically searching for its most vulnerable spots. The blade edge grazed the corner of the tiger monster's eye. Blood spurted forth. The tiger monster instantly let out a furious roar, its massive claw crashing down. The ground exploded with a large burst of soil. Lin Xu had already retreated half a step in advance, narrowly avoiding the blow. Its sturdy limbs were as if cast from steel. Clang. The blade fell, barely tearing a small wound. The massive backlash traveled down the long knife. Lin Xu felt his entire right arm tingle faintly. Its physical strength is far superior to those previous monsters. Is this really just a mid-stage first-order monster? Lin Xu's expression grew increasingly grave. If the monster's claw landed on his head, it would likely explode instantly. At the same time, DeBayo's prompt tone was ringing wildly in his mind. Target's strength exceeds expectations by 13. Recommendation: avoid direct collisions. Recalculating force angles, detected weakness in right forelimb defense. The battle continued with both Lin Xu and the tiger monster moving at astonishing speeds. Shadows continuously intersected in the forest. The clash of blades and beast claws echoed wildly. The air was filled with a heavy rumble. Both sides seemed like tireless machines engaged in a frantic slaughter. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin was completely stunned. Although they were both at the third level of vitality and blood, the gap between her and Lin Xu was unexpectedly vast. Is this really a mid-stage first-tier demon beast? Could it be that I truly lack the talent to become a strong warrior? A strong sense of doubt arose in Lu Yan's heart for the first time. It was only at this moment that she realized that the tiger demon from earlier could not kill her at all. Instead, it was toying with its prey, reveling in the fear and despair she displayed while being hunted. Lu Yin gazed at the figure that was continuously battling the tiger demon. Her eyes gradually brightened. A powerhouse. A true powerhouse. If she could be around such a person, then in terms of resources, martial skills, or future prospects, she would be far beyond an ordinary student. With this thought in mind, the panic that had originally arisen from fear within her heart began to calm down little by little. Meanwhile, inside the military monitoring room, the expressions of several admissions teachers had gradually become serious. Wang Feng suddenly turned to look at the military officer at the bone refining stage. This tiger demon contains a hint of bloodline power. Did your military not clear the assessment area in advance? The officer's expression was calm. According to the regulations of the Martial Arts Alliance, the Demon Beast Ranch only actively intercepts first-tier latest-stage demons and above. As for this tiger demon, it does not fall within the cleaning range. Wang Feng frowned, saying, but that hint of bloodline power within it is enough to make it far exceed an ordinary mid-stage first-tier demon beast. These children are only using ordinary iron weapons. Isn't this madness? The officer only replied calmly, the purpose of the college entrance exam reform is to screen for true warriors. In the future battlefield, any unforeseen circumstances may arise. A greenhouse cannot cultivate true warriors. For a moment, many admissions teachers' expressions turned grim, yet no one continued to refute. Because they knew that whether it was the Martial Arts Alliance or various universities, they were all tacitly approving of this cruel selection process. They wanted to nurture genuinely top-tier talents. However, they also did not wish for these promising seedlings to suffer too many losses, especially talents of Lin Xu's caliber. If he were to die in the college entrance exam, the cost would be too great. Seemingly sensing the emotions of those present, the officer spoke again. Rest assured, everyone. I have already sent a message. If this kid really has life-threatening danger, someone will step in to save him. As he said this, even the bone refining stage officer's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation. After observing Lin Xu's performance all the way, even he couldn't help but feel a sense of cherishing talent. Such a genius, if he were to perish in the college entrance exam, would be too regrettable. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several admissions teachers from prominent martial arts universities eased a bit. Only Li San's eyes quietly flashed with a barely noticeable disappointment. If Lin Xu truly died in this assessment, then no one would pursue the issue of his negligence in admissions. Inside the Demon Beast Ranch. Boom. After another collision, Lin Xu was violently thrown back several meters. At this moment, his chest was rising and falling violently, and his breathing had noticeably quickened. Although the presence of Do Bao prevented him from feeling fatigued, his body still had its limits. Such a high-intensity battle had already begun to noticeably impair his physical functions. His muscles ached and his breath was erratic. Even the speed of his blade swings was slightly slower than at the beginning. Yet the fighting spirit in Lin Xu's eyes grew stronger. Not enough. I'm still a bit short. Lin Xu stared intensely at the tiger demon before him. At this moment, he had a faint feeling that he was only one step away from mastering the Blade of the Rift. This tiger demon was the best whetstone. The tiger demon's strength was formidable. Even being hit directly once posed a risk of serious injury to him. Yet thanks to DeBayo's constant simulations, Lin Xu was able to narrowly avoid fatal attacks each time. This battle had continued until now, and he had already executed hundreds of strikes. The tiger demon was covered in wounds, blood flowing continuously along its fur. Yet it had no fatal injuries because its defenses were simply too strong. At this moment, the ferocity in the tiger demon's eyes had noticeably diminished, replaced instead by a hint of vigilance and trepidation. It could not understand why this human whose aura was clearly weaker than its own was so difficult to deal with. It had originally only wanted to hunt a few humans for a change of taste, but unexpectedly encountered such a monster. The tiger demon had already begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. However, just as it hesitated about whether to withdraw, Lin Xu charged forward once more. First form of the Blade of the Rift, sweeping through the army. In an instant, a blade light as round as a full moon suddenly expanded. Poochie! The blade edge struck fiercely against the tiger demon's forelimb. Blood splattered. A beastly roar suddenly erupted. The tiger demon's eyes turned crimson, its ferocity fully ignited. Boom! It exerted force with its limbs, its massive body lunging towards Lin Xu once more. At the same time, Debao's prompt echoed frantically in Lin Xu's mind. Blade trajectory correction in progress. Understanding of the Blade of the Rift enhanced. Breakthrough in the Blade of the Rift. In that moment, Lin Xu felt as if the world before him had undergone some subtle change. The tiger demon's seemingly indestructible flesh appeared to him to have a hint of cracks. These were not real flaws, but rather an indescribable sensation. It felt as though this one strike could thoroughly injure the opponent. With intent following thought, Lin Xu's foot slammed into the ground. His vital energy surged madly into the long blade, as if it were a life-or-death matter. The blade, which had begun to dull, now emitted a piercing hum. The air seemed to be torn apart by that sharp intent. Break gold. Boom. Accompanied by a violent shout, the blade light on the long knife became even more fierce. The air seemed forcibly ripped apart by this strike. The tiger demon initially intended to endure with its strong body, preparing to exchange injuries. Yet just as the blade edge approached, it suddenly felt as if the entire world had slowed down. At the moment the blade descended, the tiger demon's fur bristled. An unprecedented sense of impending death enveloped its entire body in an instant. It wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. That blade light precisely and unerringly sliced across its neck. The ferocity in the tiger demon's eyes swiftly turned into confusion and disbelief. Poochie! Blood gushed into the sky. A massive tiger head traced an arc in the air before heavily crashing to the ground. The enormous tiger body continued its forward motion for several meters before collapsing to the ground. A large cloud of dust rose, and the surroundings fell silent. Lin Xu slowly exhaled. He slightly closed his eyes, his mind still replaying the sensation of that strike. At this moment, Lu Yan wiped the dust from her face, forcibly putting on a sweet smile, and cautiously approached. Lin Gu, thank you for saving me. Once we get out, I will definitely. However, before she could finish her words, her voice abruptly halted. Lin Xu's gaze had remained fixed on the tiger demon's corpse the entire time. Yet the long knife in his hand had quietly been placed against her delicate neck. The sharp blade even drew a line of blood. Lin, brother Lin. Lu Yan's face paled instantly. This prey is mine. You have no claim to it. Lin Xu's voice was glacial, as if merely stating an ordinary self-evident fact. He then retracted his long blade, knelt down, and began skillfully dissecting the tiger Yao's corpse, all under Lu Yan's stunned gaze. Lin Xu devoured morsel after morsel of the Yao beast's pungent raw flesh, resembling a feral beast feasting on blood and marrow. A cascade of mental prompts chimed incessantly. Computational power 300. Computational power 300. Computational power 280. His eyes grew ever brighter with each chime. The energy coiled within this tiger Yao far surpassed that of ordinary Yao beasts he had encountered before. Even equal portions of flesh yielded over 10 times more computational power than previously. Such premium resources were not to be wasted. Not a single drop. Heart, liver, spleen, stomach. Even the marrow-rich essence within the bones. He left nothing untouched. Meanwhile, Lu Yan stood frozen in place. Her entire body rigid. So much so that she shuddered involuntarily and instinctively edged backward. At school, she had always known how to leverage her advantages. She counted several male confidants among her circle, and through charm and coquettishness had secured numerous cultivation resources and favors. Yet in that moment, all desire to approach Lin Xu vanished utterly. A man like him was beyond her control. Thank you for saving my life. I'll take my leave now. With those words hurled behind her, Lu Yan fled, almost sprinting, into the distance. After what had just transpired, she had completely abandoned any thought of hunting Yao beasts further. Survival clearly outweighed academic performance. Lin Xu paid her no mind whatsoever. To him, Lu Yan was merely a stranger, unworthy of attention so long as she did not covet his spoils. Women. What mattered was computational power. Meanwhile, the surveillance chamber had erupted into chaos. Breakthrough mid-battle. At such a young age, mastering the yellow rank blade art to its pinnacle, his insight rivals even the city's elite prodigies. Indeed, he qualifies unequivocally for a Tier 2 prodigy contract. Wang Feng sighed softly. What a pity. If only his Kiblood value matched Chu Ling's, I would petition without hesitation for a Tier 1 prodigy contract. At such a young age, mastering the yellow rank blade art to its pinnacle, his insight rivals even the city's elite prodigies. Yet therein lay the problem: his current Kiblood value remained too low. With only 248 units, even preliminary review for a Tier 1 contract would likely reject him outright. Watching his colleagues grow increasingly eagerly, Sanha broke into a cold sweat. Jiangnan Martial Arts University possessed no meager foundation. But the complication was clear: he had previously offended Lin Xu. If competing institutions offered identical terms, why would Lin Xu choose Jiangnan? Yet raising the offer further exceeded his authority. At that thought, Li Sanha clenched his teeth. It seems I'll have to dig deep into my own pockets. Should he misjudge and cause the university to forfeit such a prodigy, his position would almost certainly vanish. At that very moment, within the Yao Beast pasture, Lin Xu had consumed the entire tiger Yao, down to the last scrap. Name: Lin Xu. Realm: Qi Blood, Realm 3rd Layer. Qi Blood value 248. Computational power 540000. 5 Animal breathing method active. Foundational blade art perfected. Rift edge blade art mastered. Daily computational power consumption 3134. In less than a day, his computational power had surged by over 100,000. Compared to the processed Yao Beast meals served at Rift Edge Martial Hall's canteen, freshly slain Yao Beast flesh retained far more energy, and thus delivered markedly greater computational power. Though the recent battle had pushed his physical frame to its absolute limit, his recovery speed far outstripped that of ordinary martial artists. Most would require at least a full day to recuperate. Yet Lin Xu estimated that mere moments of rest would restore most of his bodily functions. He knew well, the source of all these changes was Dou Bao. He could not explain it, but one truth stood unshakable: these transformations were making him stronger. And so he would seize them, relentlessly, without reservation. Opportunity never arrives unbidden, never simply falls into one's lap. When destiny bestows a chance, hesitation, fear, or excessive caution will only forfeit it. To falter, then, is to resign oneself to lifelong mediocrity. He stood utterly alone. Without Dou Bao, he might already lie dead upon some roadside. Since fate had granted him this chance to ascend once more, he resolved to cherish it fiercely. Whatever lay ahead, he would grasp it with both hands. Even if it meant becoming a monster, better that than remaining a corpse. Leaning against a tree to rest, Lin Xu's ragged, heaving breath gradually steadied. The acid burn in his muscles faded, strength returning like tide to shore. Slowly he rose, tightened his grip on the long blade, and murmured, nearly restored. Without pause, he advanced deeper into the Yao Beast pasture. Having mastered the second technique of the Rift Edge blade art, severing gold, first-year early-stage Yao Beasts posed little threat to Lin Xu now. Shunk! A flash of steel, then a wolf Yao's head flew skyward. Shunk! Another fell, a tusked boar crumpling lifelessly. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20. As he pressed deeper, his killing pace accelerated steadily, eventually to avoid drawing undue attention with his astonishing rate of consumption. He ceased devouring ordinary Yao Beasts altogether. Gaining computational power was vital, but for now points mattered more. Su Ran had made it clear investment contracts from martial arts universities were tiered. He would not let minor gains eclipse greater stakes. Meanwhile, within the military surveillance chamber, a dozen pairs of eyes locked onto a single monitor, where Lin Xu's name surged relentlessly up the points leaderboard. Almost every few moments the points would suddenly surge. What kind of physique does this kid have? Doesn't he know exhaustion? Another person's lips twitched slightly. The speed at which he kills monsters is excessively absurd. Suddenly, someone sharply looked at the leaderboard. Wait, Lin Xu is in first place. Everyone simultaneously looked up at the top of the points chart. First, Lin Xu, 6,830 points. Second, Chu Ling, 6,520 points. The monitoring room fell silent for a moment. Then many admission teachers' eyes instantly became fervent. Such a student must be seized. Unknowingly, he had already ventured 5 kilometers into the beast pasture. The density of the monsters here had clearly increased. Often just after Lin Xu finished a battle, new beasts would come rushing in, drawn by the scent of blood. Black-armored boars, clawed demon wolves, iron-tailed apes, and even packs of rotting-toothed dogs. The blade light flickered incessantly. The iron-tailed ape, the demon wolf, and the boar beast fell one after another. With the perfected liefing blade technique, Lin Xu had already gained the true power to sever metal and stone. The proud defenses of those demon beasts were as fragile as paper before the edge of the blade. In just a few minutes, the ground around Lin Xu was already piled high with corpses. Gazing at the scattered corpses, excitement filled Lin Xu's eyes. Compared to the solitary and grueling training in the cultivation chamber, this continuous slaughter brought an enhancement far beyond his expectations. Not only did his blade technique improve rapidly, but even his vitality was increasing swiftly. In his mind, the voice of Do Bao echoed. Analysis complete high-intensity combat can significantly improve cultivation efficiency. Computational power replenishes energy consumption. Conclusion, at the current stage, combat is the best way to grow. Lin Xu fell into a brief silence. It seems I may have found the cultivation method that suits me best. Lin Xu pondered for a moment, and then softly said, regardless of what you truly are, thank you. After a brief silence, Do Bao's voice echoed again. No need to thank me. Helping the user grow stronger is an important goal of Do Bao's continuous optimization. After a pause, the prompt sound rang out again. Additionally, based on current data analysis, the probability of you saying thank you is below 0.7, recorded Lin Xu. For some reason, he always felt that this thing seemed rather annoying. The blade light flashed by. The large head of the wolf demon flew off at an angle. Scalding blood gushed wildly from the severed neck, instantly staining the ground red. The intense and pungent smell of blood rapidly spreading outwards. Lin Xu stood still for a moment. Seeing there was no movement around, he slowly sheathed his blade. It seems that the demon beasts in this area have mostly been wiped out. I need to venture deeper. Lin Xu lifted his long blade and continued walking further in. The demon beasts are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. After 2 days of constant experimentation, Lin Xu discovered that deliberately creating a bloody scent to attract demon beasts was currently the most efficient method of hunting. The only problem was, the risk was enormous. At times he could attract dozens of demon beasts at once due to bad luck. Had it not been for Do Bao's precise calculations allowing him to predict the attack trajectories of the demon beasts and plan the best evasion routes each time, he would never have dared to try this approach. In fact, at the very beginning, Lin Xu tried a more cautious method, searching for demon beasts little by little and hunting them one by one. But the efficiency was too low. With the assessment nearing its end, he had to kill demons as quickly as possible to improve his evaluation. A few minutes later, a figure came to a halt. The woman looked at the ground covered in corpses, frowning slightly. Left by the exam cleanup. She reached out to touch the blood. In the next moment, her pupils constricted. Warm. The woman suddenly raised her head, gazing into the depths of the forest. Who did this? She slowly stood up, her gaze sweeping around. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became, for nearly all of these demon beast corpses had been killed in a single blow. Moreover, the traces of battle indicated that only one person was involved. Realizing this, the woman's expression began to change. A newcomer. When did such a monster emerge? In the woods, more than 20 demon beasts charged simultaneously. The low growls, roars, and stomping sounds mingled into a cacophony. Yet Lin Xu, at the center of the encirclement, remained eerily quiet. His pupils constantly constricted. In his field of vision, red trajectories flashed wildly. Attack angles, strike speeds, landing points. All were calculated in real time by Do Bao. The next moment, Lin Xu moved. The ghostly shadow technique was activated, and he instantly transformed into a blur. The blade light flickered continuously. The wolf demon, the leopard demon, and the snake demon fell one after another. The entire process featured neither roars nor pauses. There was only precision, extreme precision. Demon beasts kept charging in. Lin Xu merely kept moving. Sidestepping, evading, swinging his blade. With every strike, a demon beast would fall. Severed limbs flew through the air. Blood stained the earth a dark red. The scent of blood in the air was so thick, it was almost suffocating. Finally, the last demon beast leaped high into the air. Its claws aimed straight for Lin Xu's head. Yet Lin Xu merely tilted his head slightly, raising his blade. With a sound of thump, the entire demon beast was split open from the abdomen, its innards spilling onto the ground. With a heavy thud, the corpse fell to the ground and silence enveloped the surroundings. Lin Xu gradually ceased his movements and began to breathe heavily. Even with Do Bao's assistance in combat, his body was still too weak. Sometimes he clearly knew how to evade, but his body could not keep up entirely. At this moment, Lin Xu was covered in blood, both from the demon beasts and his own. His clothes were already tattered, marked with numerous claw marks, and blood dripped slowly from his hair. His eyes had become exceedingly terrifying. 2 days of nearly frenzied hunting had already transformed Lin Xu. Covered in blood, he radiated a fierce aura. In that moment, he stood there resembling a ferocious beast clad in human skin. Surrounding him were countless corpses piled high. Over 100 demon beast corpses formed a small mountain. Name: Lin Xu. Realm: Vitality. Realm: 3rd layer. Vitality value: 288. Computational power: 400. Yeffing blade technique perfected. Lin Xu gripped his blade, feeling the changes distinctly. His body was undergoing changes. Breathing steadier, strikes faster. Even the fatigue felt when gripping the blade was significantly less than on the first day. This visible enhancement made Lin Xu gradually understand why martial artists became addicted to battle. The feeling of becoming stronger was indeed intoxicating. In just 2 days, the computational power of 12000 had been completely exhausted. Yet the gains were equally astounding. His vitality surged and his blade technique advanced. If this were in the past, such a rate of improvement was unimaginable for Lin Xu. He glanced at the mountain of corpses surrounding him, a hint of regret appearing in his eyes. If there were no observers, all these demon beast corpses could be converted into computational power. What a pity. Lin Xu sighed inwardly, preparing to delve deeper. At that moment, Lin Xu's body suddenly tensed slightly. An indescribable feeling surged in his heart, as if something was watching him. Lin Xu paused his steps, instinctively tightening his grip on the long blade. However, there was nothing around, until a voice suddenly echoed. Kid, if you go further, what you encounter will mostly be mid-stage first-order demon beasts. The exam is almost over, so don't take any risks. As the voice fell, a figure appeared in front of him like a phantom. Lin Xu's pupils constricted. The person had seemingly just materialized out of thin air. This individual was also in the vitality realm, but the aura emanating from them was clearly far superior to Lin Xu. They were at least in the late stage of the vitality realm, if not perfected. Most importantly, the way they appeared was utterly bizarre. They had clearly practiced some kind of body technique. And throughout the encounter, Bao had not given any warning of danger. Greetings, senior. Lin Xu immediately bowed respectfully. The newcomer waved his hand dismissively. Don't call me senior. I've merely enlisted a few years earlier than you. He cast a glance at the mountain of monstrous beast corpses piled nearby. His eye twitched violently. Damn it, do freshmen these days all possess such terrifying aptitude? On the surface, Li Bin maintained the dignified bearing of an elder cultivator. In truth, his mind was already erupting in furious curses. When he received his superior's order, had assumed it entailed some critical mission. Secretly protect a high school student. At the time, he'd even deemed it beneath his caliber. Yet as he shadowed the assignment step by step, Li Bin's nerves frayed, utterly irrevocably frayed. On day 1, Lin Xu slaughtered over 30 monstrous beasts in succession. Li Bin had concluded the youth was ruthless. On day 2, Lin Xu descended into sheer unrelenting slaughter. He chased beasts across vast stretches of land, even deliberately lured them with the scent of blood. Most absurdly, deep into last night, Li Bin witnessed Lin Xu devouring an entire demon wolf. Then without pause, Lin Xu turned and hunted down another beast. In that instant, Li Bin found himself questioning, who truly was the monster? What manner of demonic prodigy was this? Protect him. When Li Bin himself stood at Qi Blood Realm 3rd tier, even subduing a level 1 beast demanded exhausting effort. And yet this boy, this unnatural phenomenon, slashed, cleaved, and killed without cease. 2 days and 2 nights with scarcely any rest. At times Li Bin felt his own stamina waning. Yet Lin Xu pressed on relentless. Superior, please never assign me such tasks again. I fear my Dao heart may shatter. Li Bin screamed, inwardly consumed by despair. Just then a sharp whistling tore through the air from the periphery, rapidly closing in. Lin Xu's gaze flickered subtly, his right hand tightened around the hilt of his blade, and he shifted half a step sideways, poised to draw steel at any moment. Moments later, a figure halted before them, Chu Ling. Yet upon beholding the scene, she froze entirely. Corpses carpeted the ground, stacked into a grotesque, towering mound. The air hung thick with blood, so dense it seemed almost solid. Beside that grisly hill stood a figure drenched in crimson robes, tattered, gripping a long blade. Chu Ling's mouth parted slowly, our raw astonishment flooded her eyes, impossible to conceal. Throughout her journey, she deliberately slowed her pace, minimized her strikes, merely to discern who had wrought such carnage. She'd speculated countless names. The other prodigies of Blackstone County know. One high school. Yet Lin Xu had never crossed her mind. During the second trial, Lin Xu had indeed impressed. But his Qi blood cultivation remained low, merely 3rd tier. To Chu Ling, he was a fledgling, promising perhaps, but still unformed. Yet now, what was this? Chu Ling realized with unsettling clarity that she could no longer fathom the young man standing before her. Ignoring Chu Ling's stunned silence, Li Bin spoke first. The evaluation ends in mere moments. Rest while you can. You're practically guaranteed 1st and 2nd place. Lin Xu gazed toward the deeper reaches of the beast pasture, his eyes glinting faintly. May I proceed further inside? Over these past 2 days, his strength had surged dramatically, especially his mastery of the 2nd technique, severing gold. Even against mid-tier level 1 beasts, he now held firm confidence in victory. No, Li Bin refused outright. The human body has its limits. Now, immediately rest. Without delay. As he spoke, Li Bin muttered inwardly once more. This reaper still wished to kill. You won't rest, but I certainly will. Besides, if anything happened to you, my superior would flay me alive. That thought hardened his resolve. He would not yield, not for a single step. They settled on to open ground. Li Bin grinned broadly. Let's formally introduce ourselves. I'm Li Bin. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 black pills, each the size of a thumb, from his pack. Military ration pills. You've likely grown nauseated from beast flesh by now. Time for a change of taste. With that, he tossed 1 pill to each of them. Lin Xu caught his deftly. Chu Ling, without hesitation, swallowed hers instantly. Having endured beast meat nearly to the brink of madness these past days. Too fibrous. Too pungent. After each hunt, she'd only nibble the choicest morsels. Never enough to sate hunger. By contrast, though bland, the military ration pills delivered potent sustaining energy, exactly what she needed. Lin Xu followed suit, swallowing his pill. Instantly a voice chimed within his mind. Computational power 1000. His heart lurched violently. 1 pill equaled an entire monstrous beast. If so, he need never gnaw on raw beast flesh again. His gaze upon Li Bin shifted, transformed. This was no mere soldier. He was a walking reservoir of computational power. Li, brotherly, these military ration pills taste quite pleasant. Lin Xu couldn't help asking. Pleasant? Nonsense. Li Bin rolled his eyes. They're flavorless, like chewing wax. It's only because you've subsisted solely on unprocessed beast meat that anything tastes good now. As he spoke, Li Bin's lips twitched involuntarily. He'd watched Lin Xu consume an entire tiger beast, flesh, bone, even viscera, down to the last shred. That spectacle still shattered his worldview. Where can I acquire these pills? How much do they cost? Lin Xu pressed. He'd never seen them sold anywhere in the market. Exclusively military issue. Designed to replenish frontline martial cultivators' energy. Not available to civilians. Li Bin waved his hand dismissively. But if you truly desire them, I can procure them for you. No commission, just 100 yuan per pill. Military ration pills bore no expiration date. Warehouses overflowed with stock. Hearing the price, Lin Xu's eyes gleamed brightly. 100 yuan per pill. His eyes lit up anew. Far cheaper than premium nutrient solutions. I'll take 1,000. Lin Xu declared outright, and withdrew a bank card from his chest pocket. This was the full 10,000 yuan investment provided this month by Lai Feng Martial Arts Academy. How many? Li Bin slowly turned, staring at Lin Xu with the expression of one confronting a ghost. 10,000 yuan. You're spending it all on military ration pills. Are you burning money? How much can one person possibly eat? Why not save for advanced martial techniques, or hire elite mentors, instead of hoarding food? Suddenly Li Bin grew wary. Wait, you may consume them yourself, but civilian resale is strictly prohibited. Don't implicate me. Lin Xu scratched his head, wearing an earnest, guileless smile. Brotherly, rest assured. I simply possess an unusually large appetite. Perhaps my constitution is unique. Other sustenance is prohibitively expensive. Only these pills deliver true satiety. Hearing this, Li Bin visibly relaxed. After all, he'd witnessed Lin Xu's consumption firsthand. Not a bottomless pit, but an abyss without end. A rare constitution indeed, Li Bin sighed in admiration. Once deployed to the front lines, the number of beasts you slay in a year may well surpass my lifetime tally. He patted his chest firmly. Very well. Upon conclusion of the evaluation, I'll secure them for you. I'll deliver every pill before departure. Lin Xu expressed profuse gratitude. Were it not for the omnipresent drone surveillance during the evaluation, he'd never entrust 10,000 yuan to a stranger. This sum represented 1 million units of computational power. Suddenly Chu Ling asked, which martial arts university are you planning to apply to? Lin Xu shook his head, replying, I haven't decided yet. Chu Ling fell silent for a moment, then looked at Lin Xu, a fighting spirit gradually rising in her eyes. After we go out, come to the Qian Martial Arts Academy. Let's have a match to validate our martial arts skills. Lin Xu merely shook his head calmly in response. Not interested. Chu Ling was clearly taken aback. Lin Xu knew her identity. She was the daughter of the head of the Qian Martial Arts Academy, recognized as the #1 prodigy in Haishi County, and there were even rumors of her possessing a special physique. From childhood to now, anyone who actively challenged him would feel excited, thrilled, and even honored. Yet Lin Xu outright refused, doing so with an astonishing decisiveness. You refuse me? Chu Ling stared at Lin Xu, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. This was the first time someone of her age had rejected her. My strength is lacking, and I still need to cultivate, Lin Xu continued. For him, building connections, making friends, and validating martial arts were secondary. These matters held no significance. Cultivation, becoming stronger, and gaining more computational power were what truly mattered. You? Chu Ling was about to continue speaking. Suddenly a long bell rang out across the sky, followed by the booming sound of a horn echoing throughout the beast training ground. The practical exam has concluded. All candidates please gather immediately. Hearing the announcement, Li Bin stood up. Let's go. The military vehicle is not far away. You two geniuses stay close to me. With those words, Li Bin dashed ahead. His speed was incredible, with steps that were erratic, his body leaning forward and shifting sideways, almost like a ghost. Chu Ling was not slow either, her figure was light, and her steps nimble, as if she were walking on the wind, clearly having practiced some kind of body technique. In contrast, Lin Xu had no particular technique, merely running straightforwardly. Yet even so, his speed was not slow at all, steadily keeping pace behind the two. All of this was thanks to Do Bao. From his method of exerting force to his breathing rhythm to his foot placement, his running mechanics had been refined countless times. This allowed his base speed to far surpass others of the same level. Even without practicing any body techniques, he still possessed astonishing speed. Ahead, Li Bin glanced back, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. A special physique is indeed remarkable, he thought. Even without practicing body techniques, he can achieve such speed. Soon the three arrived at the area where the military vehicles were parked. The transportation was divided by region. Most of the students in the military vehicle Lin Xu was in were top students from Haishi County No. 1 high school. Among them, Lin Xu spotted a familiar face, Mo Feng. Aside from that, he didn't recognize most of the others. However, with a quick glance, Lin Xu realized that there were hardly any weaklings on this vehicle. Many had vitality levels above 250 and several even exceeded 300. Clearly, those who could ride in this vehicle were among the most elite students of this batch. Not long after boarding, someone approached Chu Ling. "Sister Chu Ling, with your strength, you must be securely in first place for the third assessment, right? Which key martial arts university are you planning to apply to?" Upon hearing this, Chu Ling's face darkened, and she turned her head away. She didn't even acknowledge the person. First place. If she hadn't seen the mountain of beast corpses piled beside Lin Xu with her own eyes, she might have truly believed she was secure. But now, she had no confidence at all. Within half an hour, 4 or 5 military vehicles returned one after another to the military district headquarters. Just as they got off the vehicle, Xu quickly ran over. "Old Lin, how did the third trial go?" Before Lin Xu could respond, Mo Feng beside him rolled his eyes. "Definitely better than yours. Brother Lin rode back in the same vehicle as me." "Wow, that's impressive," Xu said with envy all over his face. "But given your score on the second trial, that's to be expected. Who knows, once you enter a key martial arts university, we might even go to the front lines together to slay beasts." Xu eyes were filled with anticipation, full of longing for university life. Lin Xu merely nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Nearly 200 candidates regrouped and lined up as instructed. On the high platform, many enrollment teachers were already standing. They looked down at the students below, their gazes growing hotter. Once the exam ended, those who had not been pre-enrolled yet would become their targets. In the center of the high platform, a military officer from the bone refining realm stepped forward, activating the projection equipment. In the next moment, a massive light curtain was projected onto the prepared screen. The electronic leaderboard slowly emerged. Haishi County Martial Arts Entrance Exam. Results of the third practical assessment. First place, Lin Xu points 12860. Second place, Chu Ling points 8360. Third place, Zhou Yuan points 5170. 18th place, Mo Feng points 4930. 54th place, Xu points 4710. 153rd place, Lu Yin points 4390. The leaderboard continued to scroll down. The expressions of the teachers from various universities on the high platform remained largely unchanged. After all they had watched for 3 days in the monitoring room, they were already well aware of the results. However, the students below fell completely silent and eerie quiet. It wasn't because of anyone else, but because the first place exceeded everyone's expectations. Who was Chu Ling? A 5th level of vitality, the recognized #1 prodigy of Haishi County, her strength vastly superior. Yet, the first place turned out not to be her. Countless gazes simultaneously fell upon Lin Xu. Envy, doubt, shock, confusion. Various emotions intertwined relentlessly. This result can't be right. How did Lin Xu get first? Over 12,000 points. How many beasts must he have slain? Wait. Chu Ling lost. Isn't Lin Xu only at the 3rd level of vitality? The 3rd level placed first. Discussions erupted as nearly everyone struggled to comprehend. Among the crowd, Lu Yin looked at the leaderboard, her expression remarkably calm. Because she believed, even if others didn't, she did. She had witnessed Lin Xu's strength with her own eyes. Most importantly, she could still vividly recall the image of him devouring an entire ferocious tiger. Even now she dreamed about it at night. Why would it be surprising for such a fierce person to take first place? Thinking of this, Lu Yin even hesitated to look at Lin Xu. She instinctively touched her neck, feeling a slight. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, no teachers on the high platform offered any explanations. They couldn't be bothered to discuss the events in the monitoring room, nor was there any necessity to do so. As the results were announced, enrollment officially began. Many teachers from ordinary martial arts universities descended from the high platform. Zhanghao, consider our Tsinghua Martial Arts University. We offer 4 years of accommodation. plus a monthly living allowance of 1,500. Outstanding achievements will also earn scholarships. Li Yun, come check out our Dongning Martial Arts Academy. Free meals. All martial arts courses taught by official martial artists. Zhen Feng, don't leave. Join us at Nanyuan Martial Arts University. First year directly awards a 5,000 enrollment subsidy. The scene instantly descended into chaos as numerous teachers began to fight for students. However, on the high platform, 4 individuals remained motionless. The eyes of the 4 admission teachers from the key martial arts university were all fixed on 2 individuals, Lin Xu and Chu Ling. The key martial arts university had already recruited numerous geniuses in advance. Now only these 2 remained, both of whom were undoubtedly the finest seeds from Haishi County. Among them, Lin Xu was even more significant. For 3 days they had stayed in the monitoring room witnessing Lin Xu slay monsters with their own eyes. From shock to numbness and then to habituation. Lin Xu's combat style was devoid of unnecessary movements. His powerful battle awareness seemed to have undergone countless life and death struggles. Coupled with his terrifying recovery ability, astonishing digestion capacity, and exceptional martial arts comprehension. In their eyes, Lin Xu was already comparable to those geniuses from the city. If they could bring such an extraordinary talent back to the school, it would be a tremendous achievement for anyone. Soon the officer of the bone refinement stage approached. Lin Xu, Chu Ling, you 2 come with me. After saying this, the 4 admission teachers from the key martial arts university also rose simultaneously. Seeing this scene, many students outside immediately displayed envy. The teachers from the key martial arts university are personally discussing treatment. Damn, it's true that comparison makes one feel inferior. Chu Ling is one thing, but Lin Xu is truly soaring this time. The crowd whispered among themselves while Lin Xu and Chu Ling followed them indoors. As the door closed, the noise from outside instantly vanished. The entire room fell silent. Li Sanhe was the first to speak. Student Lin, you are a student of the Lianfeng Martial Arts School, and your ties with Jiangnan Martial University are... Before he could finish, Wang Feng directly interrupted. Don't listen to his nonsense, since there's no signed contract. According to the regulations of the Martial Alliance, you have the right to choose. With your talent, you deserve better cultivation. Li San's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. What does Teacher Wang mean? Are you implying that Jiangnan Martial University does not cultivate well? Wang Feng replied with a faint smile. It's merely fair competition. I just hope some people don't resort to other means. After all, having been blind once, it's a bit late to remedy it now. Hearing these words, the other 2 teachers nodded. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle. At that moment, the admissions teacher from Beidou Martial University waved his hand. Enough nonsense, let's directly state the conditions and let the student choose. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The first to speak was Beidou Martial University. Student Lin Xu, our school is willing to offer a secondary investment contract. A monthly cash subsidy of 500,000. 20 chi blood pills each month. Upon enrollment, you will have purchasing rights for martial arts techniques of the Xian level and below. Additionally, our school has teachers from the Zhangzong stage providing instruction. The teacher from Xingqiong Martial University then continued. The basic conditions are essentially the same, so I won't repeat them. Furthermore, our school's resources are inclined towards practical combat, which suits you well. After hearing the conditions from both schools, Lin Xu was already a bit dazed. 500,000 a month. This treatment was something he had never even dared to imagine before. Then Wang Feng slowly spoke. Jinyuan Martial University has similar basic conditions, but we have a fully realized teacher from the Zhangzong stage, Duan Dao. Currently, he is seeking a disciple to inherit his teachings. If you are willing to join Jinyuan Martial University, I can help recommend you. Upon hearing this, the room fell noticeably quieter. The opportunity to inherit the teachings of a fully realized Zhangzong master. This condition clearly surpassed the first 2 schools. Finally, everyone's gaze fell upon Li Sanhe. At this moment, Li Sanhe appeared much more relaxed. After hearing the offers from others, he felt significantly more at ease. He then slowly spoke. Jiangnan Martial University offers a secondary investment contract. A monthly cash subsidy of 550,000, 25 chi blood pills, purchasing rights for martial arts techniques of the Xian level and below, and instruction from teachers of the Zhangzong stage. After stating the basic conditions, Li Sanhe suddenly paused and looked at Lin Xu. However, I personally have a high regard for your talent. If you are willing to join Jiangnan Martial University, I will additionally offer you 3 million as a bonus. The room instantly fell silent. The other 3 turned their heads simultaneously, their eyes filled with astonishment. 3 million in personal funding. For an admission teacher, 3 million was no small sum. Even with future rewards from the school, it may not be recouped. This Li Sanhe, how loyal is he to Jiangnan Martial University? Is he preparing to pay for his job? For a moment, the thoughts of several individuals became somewhat complicated. Wang Feng sighed inwardly. In reality, a disciple of a fully realized Zhangzong master was worth far more than 3 million. But the issue was that this was merely an opportunity. The conditions for a fully realized Zhangzong master to accept a disciple were extremely stringent. Even if Lin Xu had decent talent in swordsmanship, whether he would ultimately be favored remained uncertain. An elusive opportunity versus the 3 million right in front of him. Even a fool would know how to choose. Standing to the side, Chu Ling gently bit her lip, looking at Lin Xu with a complex expression. There was a sense of rivalry, unwillingness, and even a hint of defeat. She knew that her potential was likely inferior to Lin Xu's, yet she still felt somewhat upset. From childhood to adulthood, she had never lost before. Yet as she faced the college entrance examination, it turned out she was merely a backdrop for others. On the other side, Lin Xu was also somewhat dazed. 3 million. This was a number he had never encountered in his life. He also vaguely guessed that this was probably the compensation offered by the other party. After all, his spot was likely taken away by Chun Kaiji, which raised suspicions of favoritism. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. However, Lin Xu ultimately did not agree immediately. The reason was simple. He knew almost nothing about these four key martial arts universities. Only what suited him would be the best choice. If he impulsively chose due to 3 million, he might regret it in the future. With this in mind, Lin Xu slowly stood up and bowed to the four. Teachers, may I ask? Could you allow me to consider for a day? Upon hearing this, Li Sanhe looked visibly taken aback. He had thought that with his personal additional offer of 3 million, Lin Xu would agree immediately. Yet, he actually needed to think it over. Of course you can. Wang Feng nodded first. We won't leave Haishi County for another 5 days. Once you have made your decision, just send us a message. After saying this, Wang Feng turned his gaze to Chu Ling. Chu family girl, it seems that your choice to delay signing was indeed correct. With your talent, you are more than capable of obtaining a secondary investment contract. Wang Feng continued slowly. Jinyuan Martial University is willing to offer you a secondary investment. A monthly cash subsidy of 200,000 Tenchi blood pills. Purchasing rights for martial arts techniques of the Xian level and below will be opened. Additionally, there will be an extra reward of 500,000 in your first year of enrollment. Do you wish to continue choosing Jinyuan Martial University? Upon hearing this, the other 3 teachers did not argue for competition. Investment contracts are not given out lightly. In their view, although Chu Ling was excellent, Wang Feng's offer was already high enough. I agree. Chu Ling nodded gently. Soon the two left the room and waited beside the military vehicle. Before long, Li Bin came running over. I've got the things for you. As he spoke, Li Bin pulled out a palm-sized black leather pouch from his pocket. A full 1,000 pieces all inside. Lin Xu looked at the small pouch, a puzzled expression on his face. Can it really hold that much? Li Bin chuckled. Of course it can hold that much. This is what the company commander asked me to deliver to you. He shook the pouch. This thing is called a beast storage bag. Crafted from the hide of a spatial weasel, it has an internal space of 100 cubic meters. When our military goes out to hunt monsters and brings back corpses that do not decay, it all relies on this thing. Li Bin smiled. The company commander said he has high hopes for you. I hope that in the future when you go to the front lines you will fill it up every time you return. After saying this, Li Bin suddenly leaned closer and lowered his voice. There are also 2 manuals inside along with a note. They are all left for you by the company commander. Our company commander is a master of bone refinement, and he usually does not easily give guidance to others. Hearing this, Lin Xu was slightly taken aback. He then nodded seriously and put away the beast storage bag. He did not expect to gain the favor of a military powerhouse during this college entrance examination. Soon after, the military vehicle started up again, taking all the students back to Haishi County No. 1 high school. As soon as they got off the bus, many students actively gathered around. Lin Gu, can I have your contact information? We might end up in the same university in the future. Lin Xiong, let's have a meal together sometime. We didn't get to know each other much before, so let's make friends now. When you go to the front lines later, you might have to rely on you to protect us. The crowd's attitude was obviously much more enthusiastic. After all, he was the top scorer of the college entrance exam, destined to become a powerhouse in the future. It was never a bad thing to get along well in advance. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Lin Xu was clearly a bit uncomfortable. His personality was already solitary, and he wasn't good at dealing with such situations. In the end, he merely nodded lightly and turned to leave. After leaving the school, Lin Xu did not go home, but headed straight to the Lianfeng Martial Arts Center. His mind was filled with military grain pills. 1,000 pieces meant a full 1,000,000 in combat power. However, before he could enter the training room, someone came running quickly. Lin Xixiang, the headmaster wants you to go over. Moments later, inside the headmaster's office. As soon as Wu Yu saw Lin Xu, his expression was clearly complicated. Surprise, shock, and even disbelief. The results of the college entrance examination had already spread across various martial arts centers. Wu Yu had always had high hopes for Lin Xu, but he never expected him to take first place. Even Chu Ling lost. Only Wu Yu understood what this meant. Others only saw the result, but he knew the process. Just over a month. In just over a month, Lin Xu had grown from an ordinary student to this level. This talent could not simply be described as terrifying, it was frightening. Wu Yu took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and then heavily patted Lin Xu's shoulder. Good, good, good. He repeated the word, good, 3 times. Wu Yu finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Huh. That old man Chu Zhinshan brags about how talented his daughter is every time he sees me. Next time we meet, that old fellow will probably have to avoid me. Headmaster is joking, Lin Xu humbly replied. Wu Yu looked at Lin Xu, his appreciation for him growing more evident. I heard you haven't decided which key martial arts university to join yet. Lin Xu nodded. Li Sanhe is willing to give me 3 million, but I don't know much about those 4 universities. Compared to money, I want to find a place that suits me better. Hearing this, Wu Yu's smile grew wider. Smart. With your talent, 3 million is nothing at all. When you go to the front lines in the future, just killing higher-level monsters will yield millions from selling their corpses. Remember, strength is everything. The stronger you are, the easier it is to make money. Wu Yu's face was full of admiration. Clearly, he was very satisfied with Lin Xu's answer. Then Wu Yu suddenly chuckled. Actually, after the second exam ended, Li Sanhe called me and asked me to persuade you to join Jiangnan Martial University. Lin Xu was slightly taken aback. Wu Yu spat. TCH, he didn't want to give you the opportunity back then. Now he still wants to use me to trick you into joining Jiangnan Martial University without paying any price. He wishes. After saying this, Wu Yu shook his head again. However, for him to offer 3 million personally, it is indeed a significant investment. Bone refinement martial artists aren't as wealthy as you think. Lin Xu was silent for a moment, and then asked earnestly, Headmaster, do you have any understanding of these key martial arts universities? In fact, this was his purpose for coming back. The Lianfeng Martial Arts Center has long-term cooperation with key martial arts universities, and Wu Yue as the headmaster clearly understood these schools better than he did. Wu Yu nodded. In simple terms, Jiangnan Martial University and Beidou Martial University have stronger faculty. They have large enterprises behind them providing long-term funding with ample resources, numerous activities, and many rewards. As long as you perform excellently, you will never lack resources. Wu Yu paused for a moment before continuing. As for Xingqiong Martial University and Jinyuan Martial University, they are different. Both of these have military backgrounds, and the locations of the schools are closer to the front lines. School activities, missions, training, many are related to monster hunting. It is more dangerous, but the students' strengths are generally stronger. Because true powerhouses are forged through battle. Wu Yu said this looking at Lin Xu with a much more serious expression. To be honest, your comprehension is excellent and your swordsmanship is improving quickly. In fact, Jiangnan Martial University is quite suitable for you. It's safe, has abundant resources, a better cultivation environment, and more renowned teachers. Although I don't want you to join Jiangnan Martial University, because of Li San's petty appearance, realistically speaking, you do fit in better there. Moreover, 3 million is not a small amount, and would be enough for you to buy quite a few inheritances in university. Lin Xu listened and sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Headmaster, for your guidance. If it had been 3 days ago, for 3 million, even with some conflicts with Li Sanhe, he would probably have accepted it. But now his choice had already fallen on Xingqiong and Jinyuan. Compared to closed-door training, he needed real combat more. As for comprehension, Lin Xu couldn't help but scoff in his heart about his so-called comprehension. The rapid improvement in swordsmanship was entirely due to Do Bao. If he had to say he had a teacher, having Do Bao was enough. What he needed was to be close enough to the front lines with more opportunities for monster hunting. Only in this way could he grow faster. After leaving the office, Lin Xu returned to the training room as soon as possible. Then he opened the beast storage bag, and besides 1,000 military grain pills, there were indeed 2 manuals and a neatly folded piece of paper inside. Lin Xu slowly opened it, and it read, Dear student Lin Xu, after observing your performance during the past 3 days of assessments, I believe you are very suitable for the military. The beast storage bag contains 2 martial arts skills. The first is Ghost Shadow Disguise, a yellow-level body technique commonly used by the military for reconnaissance, ambush, and monster hunting. The second is Skin Refinement Method, a yellow-level body refining technique that specializes in enhancing physical defense and resilience. Although both are only yellow-level, they belong to the military's universal system. Subsequent complete advancement routes are available compatible with Xin level and even D level. There is no need to worry about a break in the inheritance. Additionally, I personally suggest you choose Xingqiong Martial University and Jinyuan Martial University. With your potential, if you don't go to the front lines to kill monsters, it would be a huge waste. Lastly, I hope to see you on the front lines one day. Head of the 3rd Monster Hunting Battalion of the 7th Military District, Zhou Zhinshan. Looking at the content on the note, Lin Xu's eyes clearly sparkled with excitement. He came from an ordinary family, but after joining the Lifeng martial arts school, he received his first true martial technique, the Lifeng blade technique. Now what he lacked the most was precisely the inheritance. As a result, this Captain Zhou generously provided him with 2 books, one of which contained the body technique he needed the most. Although the consumption of computing power would undoubtedly soar again with the addition of 2 martial techniques, Lin Xu was not worried at all, because he soon would not be short on money. Thinking of this, Lin Xu directly grabbed a handful of military food pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Computing power 1000, computing power 1000, computing power 1000. The notification sounds kept ringing. A full 1,000 military food pills were swallowed within less than a quarter of an hour, completely converted into computing power. Lin Xu then immediately opened the Ghost Shadow Obscurity and Skin Refinement technique. As soon as he opened the 2 martial techniques, Doubao started to automatically analyze them. Within a few minutes, the optimization of the 2 techniques was completed. Lin Xu hadn't even had the chance to look closely when a complete cultivation route appeared in his mind. He could clearly feel that his computing power was rapidly decreasing. Just these 2 yellow-level martial techniques consumed nearly 50,000 computing power. Moments later, a flood of information surged into his mind. Doubao had completed the necessary corrections and optimized it to the state most suitable for his cultivation. Name: Lin Xu, Realm Blood Qi Realm, 3rd layer Blood Qi, value 288, computing power 137,005, animal breathing method, running continuously, basic blade technique, perfect Lifeng blade technique, great accomplishment, skin refinement technique, copper skin 1, ghost shadow obscurity entry. Soon Lin Xu understood the functions of the 2 martial techniques. The skin refinement technique is divided into 3 layers: copper skin, silver skin, and gold skin. According to the technique's description, the practitioner must continuously temper their skin using blood qi. With each breakthrough, defense would significantly increase. At the same time, endurance would also improve, and there would be a slight enhancement in strength. If one could cultivate it to the gold skin level in the blood qi realm, aside from the delicate spots like eyes, ears, and throat, ordinary blades and swords would hardly cause any harm. As for the ghost shadow obscurity, it was even simpler. It enhanced speed, and its special footwork could efficiently evade attacks during combat. With Doubao's assistance, he quickly entered the basics of the 2 martial techniques. At that moment, Lin Xu finally realized that Li Bin's strange footwork at the Monster Beast Ranch was most likely this ghost shadow obscurity. However, Lin Xu did not start cultivating immediately. Instead, he first sent a message to Wang Feng. In the end, he chose to join Jinyuan Martial University. The reason was simple: compared to Xingqiong, Jinyuan offered better conditions, and Wang Feng had previously kindly reminded him. As for Jiangnan and Beidou, they had long been excluded. On the other side, Wang Feng and Li Sanhe were together. After the college entrance examination, they also wanted to give the students and families some farewell time. After all, once they entered university, there weren't many opportunities to return each year. Suddenly, Wang Feng's communicator vibrated. Looking down, he was immediately stunned. He then instinctively raised his head to look at Li Sanhe's eyes, even showing a hint of evasion. "Mr. Wang, what happened?" a nearby teacher asked curiously. Wang Feng cleared his throat. Lin Xu has chosen to join Jinyuan Martial University." The air suddenly went silent. Upon hearing that Lin Xu joined Jinyuan Martial University, Li San's face instantly turned pale. Others may not know, but he understood. Once Lin Xu entered Jinyuan, it would be difficult to hide the fact that he had acted improperly. Thinking of this, Li San's gaze turned extremely dark. "Shen Kaiji, you and your son have caused me great trouble. If you can't provide me with satisfactory compensation, do you really think I, as the enrollment teacher, have no power at all?" The next morning, Lin Xu left the Lifeng Martial Arts School and headed to the hospital where his mother was. However, as soon as he entered the ward area, he found the bed was already empty. "Nurse, where is my mother?" Lin Xu hurriedly inquired. The nurse glanced at the records and said, "Ms. Suwon has been transferred. She has been transferred to the Central Hospital of Haishi County." Upon hearing this name, Lin Xu clearly froze for a moment. The Central Hospital of Haishi County is the best hospital in the entire Haishi County. He had intended to come here today. "Who arranged this?" Lin Xu instinctively asked. "It was arranged by the Lifeng Martial Arts School. It seems the school master personally instructed it." Hearing this, Lin Xu fell silent for a moment before slowly exhaling. He knew that this was not without reason. Because he had shown his value. Because he had become the #1 genius of Haishi County. But even so, Lin Xu still remembered this favor. His value was one thing, but it was another matter entirely that others were willing to help him so attentively. Inside the Central Hospital, the ward was spacious and bright, and there was hardly any strong smell of disinfectant in the air. When Suwon saw Lin Xu come in, she was clearly taken aback. "What brings you here?" Lin Xu didn't waste words. He directly took out his bank card and placed it beside the bed. Mom, I got into university and received a scholarship, so don't be stingy from now on. Su-won quickly shook her head when she saw the bank card. You should keep it for yourself. There are many expenses in university. Mom doesn't have much need for money. Lin Xu was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. I had no way before, but now I do. After saying that, he put the bank card back into Su-won's hand. The ward fell silent for a moment, and Su-won ultimately did not continue to refuse. She just gently held the bank card, looking at the young. The ward fell silent for a moment, and Su-won ultimately did not continue to refuse. She just gently held the bank card, looking at the young man in front of her, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. Her child had grown up, but the child's father would never have the chance to see it. After leaving the hospital, Lin Xu went to Haishi County No. 3 Middle School. Compared to Wang Feng and Wu Yue, the person Lin Xu was most grateful to was actually Zhou Jinhai. It is not uncommon for strong individuals to recognize geniuses, but it is much rarer to lend a hand when one is weak. Most of the time, people remember not those who add flowers to the cake, but those who are willing to lend a hand just before one is about to fall. In the office, Zhou Jinhai looked at Lin Xu, who walked in still a bit dazed. Even now, he still found it hard to believe. The student who had once had the lowest blood qi value had actually become the top scorer in the Haishi County College entrance examination. Zhou Jinhai remained silent for a long time. You went to Jinyuan Martial University. Don't embarrass me. Lin Xu smiled and said, no problem. Zhou Jinhai added, and one more thing. Suddenly the office fell silent. Lin Xu was slightly taken aback, then nodded seriously. Okay. There was no pretense, no gifts, and even the conversation was very simple. As the sun set, the young man turned to leave. Zhou Jinhai watched that figure, not withdrawing his gaze for a long time. After leaving the school, Lin Xu did not return home. Instead, he headed straight to the Lifeng Martial Arts School. Now there were only a few days left before heading to Jinyuan Martial University. While others were saying goodbye to friends and family, he had only one thought in his mind: become stronger. Now that he had a new inheritance, if he could cultivate it to completion before entering Jinyuan Martial University, his strength could increase another level. Thinking of this, Lin Xu couldn't help but quicken his pace. Returning to the Lianfeng Martial Hall, Lin Xu immediately entered the training room. The door closed, and the familiar silence descended once more. Now his cultivation was already different. Apart from the Lianfeng sword technique, he now also had the refining skin technique and ghost shadow steps. The training plan had also become much more compact. Clang! The long sword was drawn. Lin Xu showed no hesitation and directly began to wield his sword. Whoosh! The blade cut through the air, emitting a piercing sound. At the same time, his legs began to move instinctively. Left step, lateral movement, turn around. With each step, he began to attempt to integrate the ghost shadow steps into his movements. In his mind, the prompt sound of Do Bao echoed continuously, correcting the sword trajectory. Step adjustment. Center of gravity, shifting, adjusting. Breathing rhythm, optimization. Lin Xu continued to wield the sword, his movements becoming increasingly fluid. The sword and footwork gradually began to merge. Time passed little by little. Sweat dripped continuously. The flash of the sword and his figure intertwined back and forth in the training room. Uncertain of how long it had been, Lin Xu slowly sheathed his sword. Then he sat cross-legged and began to operate the refining skin technique. His qi and blood flowed through his body like a stream, continuously refining his skin and flesh. The stamina consumed from practicing the sword was also recovering quickly. Martial arts and body refinement progressed simultaneously. This was the AI-optimized training method, far more efficient than ordinary individuals. Compared to battling demon beasts, the speed of progress in this closed-door training was noticeably slower. Lin Xu slowly opened his eyes. The images of the demon beast ranch resurfaced in his mind. Blood, carnage, the continuously rising qi and blood, and the exhilarating feeling of rapidly improving martial skills. In comparison, closed-door training was ultimately much slower. It seems I still need more real combat experiences in the future, Lin Xu murmured softly. Time flowed slowly. In the training room, the sound of the blade hardly ever ceased. Except for going to the cafeteria for meals and brief rests, Lin Xu devoted almost all his time to training. Lianfeng's sword technique, ghost shadow steps, refining skin technique, 5 animal breathing technique. The training continued in cycles. With Do Bao's assistance, every sword strike, every movement, and even every breath was continuously approaching the optimal solution. This kind of training efficiency was far beyond what ordinary martial artists could compare to. Until the morning of the 4th day, Lin Xu slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. In his mind, familiar information appeared. Name: Lin Xu, realm Qi and blood realm, 3rd level Qi and blood value 296, computational power 1. 37,000,005, animal breathing technique currently in operation, basic sword technique, perfect Lianfeng sword technique, major achievement, refining skin technique, copper skin, 44, ghost shadow steps, minor achievement. Lin Xu nodded slightly. In 4 days the improvement in chi and blood was not particularly noticeable. However, the ghost shadow steps had broken through to a minor achievement, and there was significant progress in the refining skin technique. Overall strength had still increased considerably. At that moment a knock sounded from outside the training room. "Senior Lin, the hall master requests your presence." Lin Xu sheathed his sword and stood up. A moment later inside the hall master's office. Upon entering besides Wu Yue there were 3 others, Li Sanhe, Chen Kaiji, and a middle-aged man. Wu Yu sat in the main seat, and upon seeing Lin Xu come in he smiled, and said, "You're here, take a seat." He then pointed to the middle-aged man beside him. "Let me introduce you. This is Chen Kaiji's father, Chen Bai." Lin Xu nodded slightly. Chen Bai immediately smiled, and even stood up voluntarily. "Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. I have long admired your name. My son previously handled some matters inappropriately, and I am here today, mainly to apologize." Saying this, Chen Bai took out a bank card from his pocket and placed it gently on the table. "Inside is 4 million, a compensation from me and teacher Li." Moreover, Chen Bai paused for a moment, his smile becoming even gentler. "If anyone from Jiangnan Martial University inquires in the future, I hope you can say a word for me. Just say that your choice to attend Jinyuan Martial University was purely a matter of personal preference. Other matters need not be mentioned." Li Sanhe beside him also quickly smiled, though his smile was obviously a bit stiff. "Lin, the matter is in the past. We might have opportunities to collaborate in the future. Having more friends is always better than having more enemies." Wu Yu sat nearby holding a teacup, appearing completely unconcerned. Clearly he was only responsible for providing the venue. As for how to negotiate, it was none of his business. Lin Xu looked at the bank card on the table somewhat surprised. He did not expect that even though he had not joined Jiangnan Martial University, the promised reward would still be handed over. Even it had increased by an extra million. This matter was indeed facilitated by Li Sanhe. Since he could not recruit Lin Xu into Jiangnan Martial University, he could only find ways to cover it up. As long as the school could not find out, he could likely keep his job. Money could be earned again, but the stable position at the key martial university was something Li Sanhe truly did not want to lose. Inside the office, Chen Kaiji kept his head down, not saying a word. After all, on such occasions he had no right to interject. After a moment of silence, Lin Xu slowly picked up the bank card. "I can accept it." Upon hearing this, the tense atmosphere in the office visibly relaxed. Chen Bai and Li Sanhe both sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Lin Xu looked down at the bank card. 4 million. This number in the past he wouldn't even dare to imagine. His parents worked hard all their lives and might not even be able to save such wealth. But now, simply because of his own talent, they voluntarily placed this money in front of him. In the martial arts era, talent determines the future. Strength determines value. The once overlooked self, now with the identity of a top scorer in the college entrance examination, could easily obtain wealth that ordinary people could hardly aspire to throughout their lives. Thinking of this, Lin Xu quietly stored the bank card away, his lips involuntarily curving upwards. With 4 million deposited, if all of it were converted into computational power, it would likely be enough for Dou Bao to operate for a long time. After leaving the office, Lin Xu did not spend the 4 million. The Lianfeng Martial Hall could only purchase nutrient solutions, which were not cost-effective. Military rations belong to military resources, which cannot be purchased externally. He would temporarily keep the 4 million and exchange it for training resources when he arrived at Jinyuan Martial University, which would be more cost-effective. A day later, the day to head to university finally arrived. At the entrance of the Lianfeng Martial Hall, vehicles were already parked everywhere. Most of them were ordinary vehicles, and some martial arts academies even only sent buses. Some schools were even more straightforward, sending an address and letting students go there on their own. In contrast, the key martial university was clearly very different. Jiangnan Martial University used uniformly luxurious cars. The most eye-catching spot at the entrance of the Lianfeng Martial Hall was occupied by a pitch-black military vehicle. Heavy armor covered the body of the vehicle, and the surface was filled with special patterns. Just looking at it gave a sense of oppression. Compared to the vehicles of Jiangnan Martial University nearby, it was clearly at a higher level. This vehicle was the special transport for Jinyuan Martial University. The Lianfeng Martial Hall had long been in cooperation with Jiangnan Martial University. This time, Jinyuan Martial University had made a special trip to pick up Lin Xu. At the entrance of the Martial Hall, Su Ran looked on with envy. "Old Lin, don't forget your brothers when you go to university. Keep in touch when you have time." Mo Feng beside him also nodded in agreement. "Maybe in the future, when we are on the front lines, we will still need Senior Lin to look after us." Other Martial Hall students also greeted him with smiles, their attitudes exceptionally polite. Just then, the door of the pitch-black military vehicle slowly opened. A middle-aged man in military uniform stepped out, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. It finally rested on Lin Xu. "Lin Xu, get in the car. It will take a day to reach Jinyuan Martial University." Additionally, the middle-aged man paused for a moment, revealing a meaningful smile. I need to remind you of something in advance. Bring your weapons. The journey may not be peaceful. In response to the greetings from the crowd, Lin Xu merely nodded slightly and offered a simple reply. He then picked up his luggage and walked directly towards the military vehicle. Upon entering the compartment, he found several people already seated inside. Chu Ling was among them. In addition, there were a few familiar faces, mostly the geniuses from the first high school. Upon seeing Lin Xu enter the group, fell silent for a moment. Then someone took the initiative to speak. Li Chun, 4th stage of Qi and Blood, please take care of me in the future. Zhou Yuan, 4th stage of Qi and Blood from the first high school. Wang Ming Peak of the 3rd stage of Qi and Blood. The group introduced themselves briefly. When it was Lin Xu's turn, he simply nodded and said Lin Xu. After speaking, he directly found a seat, closed his eyes, and began to practice the 5-animal breathing method. The others, seeing this, did not find it strange. After all, on the day of the military district assessment, they had already witnessed Lin Xu's character. He was not arrogant, he simply spoke little. Or rather, aside from cultivation, he seemed uninterested in anything else. The vehicle door closed, and the military truck slowly started moving. After a while, someone inside could no longer hold back and spoke up. I heard that the competition at Jinyuan Martial University is particularly intense. If one does not perform well, they might even be expelled. Someone was taken aback. Expelled? Is it that strict? Someone next to them forced a smile. After all, it's backed by the military, it's normal for them to have strict requirements. They provide resources, but if one's strength is lacking, why should the school continue to support them? Another person lowered their voice. That's not even the harshest part. I heard that many activities at Jinyuan Martial University require students to go to the front lines. It's the real front line, not a beast farm similar to a military district. Moreover, at this point the person paused for a moment and slowly let out a statement. There is a mortality rate every year. The atmosphere in the vehicle noticeably quieted, and someone could not help but swallow hard. Is that true? People can die in university. Of course, the purpose of training warriors is to fight against beasts. My brother is in the military. He says the truly frightening part is not the mortality rate. Rather, some people find they are simply not suited for battle after going to the front lines, causing their Tao heart to collapse and leading to psychological issues. As the group conversed, the atmosphere in the vehicle grew heavier, and even Chu Ling couldn't help but take a deep breath. Meanwhile, Lin Xu remained with his eyes closed, not speaking. However, the speed at which he practiced the 5-animal breathing method seemed to have increased slightly. The terms frontline, beast hunting, and mortality rate fell upon his ears, oddly igniting a sense of anticipation for university life. In the front driver's seat, the driver listened to the discussions and suddenly laughed. Don't scare yourselves. The school won't send its students to their deaths for no reason. Compared to Jiangnan Martial University and Beidou Martial University, Jinyuan Martial University's mortality rate is indeed higher. But those who graduate from Jinyuan Martial University are all renowned figures who have fought on the front lines against the beast race. As he said this, admiration clearly gleamed in the driver's eyes. It is precisely these individuals who fight on the front lines, blocking the onslaught of countless beasts, allowing ordinary people like them to live safely in the rear. The vehicle continued to move forward, leaving Haishi County. The group quickly noticed that the originally solitary military vehicle from Jinyuan Martial University had at some point transformed into a convoy of over 10 vehicles. Seeing the confusion on the faces of the group, the driver explained Jinyuan Martial University allocates about 4 to 6 enrollment spots per county. Everyone estimates the time moving along and gathering together and ultimately arriving at the school together. Of course, the main reason is that Jinyuan Martial University is located close to the front lines. The convoy will be crossing through some battle zones next. Unified action makes it easier for teachers to ensure safety. Chu Ling raised her head, slightly curious. What about the students from the city? In fact, her father had always told her since childhood to not limit her vision to Haishi County, but to compare herself with the geniuses from the city. Thus, she had always yearned for big cities. The driver laughed. Those little monsters. Most of them are personally escorted by their elders. Most of them probably arrived at the school long ago. Once you all get to Jinyuan Martial University, you'll naturally get to know them. Hearing this, Wang Ning suddenly laughed. With Sister Chu and Brother Lin's talents, even those geniuses from the city probably won't be their match. By then our Haishi County will be famous. Both Li Chun and Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, clearly approved. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling raised her forehead slightly, her eyes filled with a fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Lin Xu continued to keep his eyes closed as if he had heard nothing. The 5-animal breathing method continued to operate, and the breakthrough to 300 Qi and blood reaching the 4th stage was already not far away. The driver glanced at the group through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. It is still the youth who are fearless. Over the years, he had transported too many geniuses. He naturally knew the gap between the county town and the city. Many top scorers from the county in the college entrance examination, when placed in the city, might only be able to compete for the last position. There is no way around it. Cultivating as a warrior has never solely depended on talent. Resources, inheritance, and renowned teachers are indispensable. These are far superior in the city compared to the county. Not to mention the population base is right there. Jinyuan Marshall University often has only about 5 spots for a small county. In some cities there are hundreds, or even thousands. However, the driver didn't dampen their spirits. Young people need to have some vigor, even if they cannot become prominent figures defending a region in the future. The front line also requires a large number of ordinary strong warriors. Those prominent figures on the front line are naturally worthy of respect because they can do more. But the efforts of the small individuals cannot be denied either. The value of a person may vary, but effort does not. As long as one does the right thing, it is worthy of praise. The military vehicle continued forward. Gradually, the scenery on both sides of the road began to change. The tall buildings disappeared, replaced by increasingly dense trees. At first, there were only scattered trees. Later, it transformed into vast expanses of forest. Giant trees blocked out the sun, and occasionally remnants of buildings could be seen hidden deep within the woods, abandoned for an unknown length of time. Roar! Suddenly, a deep beast roar came from afar. The people in the vehicle instinctively looked out the window. In the distance, they faintly saw the shadow of a giant beast flash by. Even through the heavy windows, the group could still smell a faint hint of blood in the air. It was as if this area had just experienced a brutal battle. The driver in the front seat grinned and said, "There's about 100 kilometers left. You little guys hang in there." That smile inexplicably sent chills down their spines. After some time, the convoy suddenly slowed down. Ultimately, over 10 military vehicles came to a gentle stop in a vast open space. Just then, a wolf's howl suddenly echoed. The next moment, countless green eyes lit up simultaneously deep within the forest. The pupils of the crowd shrank suddenly. Wolves. They were everywhere. A dark mass densely packed with at least 500 or 600 heads. These demon wolves were gigantic, the smallest nearly 2 meters long. Their sharp teeth bared drool dripping continuously. In the next moment, the wolf pack began to charge. The ground shook as hundreds of demon wolves rushed forward, simultaneously raising clouds of dust resembling a black tide. They crazily pounced towards the convoy. Lin Xu, who had been meditating with closed eyes, slowly opened them. Gripping his long sword with his right hand, his gaze sharpened gradually. The driver in the front row spoke slowly. "This is the school's welcoming ceremony. The teachers are nearby. Although there is no life-threatening danger, disability is still a possibility. Don't let your guard down." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a crisp sound. The car door opened. Li Chen looked outside, his eyes widening in an instant. What the hell? What kind of welcoming ceremony is this? 500 or 600 first-tier demon wolves looked terrifying. Compared to the military district's demon beast ranch, the danger level was on a completely different scale. If it were unknown, he would still be confident. But now, with over a dozen military vehicles, how many students could there be? They hadn't even entered the school, and it was already this thrilling. Were they here to study or to risk their lives? All the military vehicle doors opened, and the students quickly got out. These individuals came from different counties and mostly did not know each other. But at this moment, they all tightly gripped their weapons. Knives, swords, guns, hammers. The air became oppressive in an instant as everyone instinctively gathered, fixating their gazes on the approaching wolf pack. Some couldn't help but swallow. I heard that Jinyuan Marshall University was dangerous, but I didn't expect it to be this outrageous. I regret applying now. Someone beside immediately scolded, "Shut up. Who knows when the teachers will intervene? We don't even know where they are. We must cooperate now." Another person spoke in a deep voice. "That's right, these are not domesticated demon beasts. If we make a mistake, people can really die." Just as everyone started to panic, suddenly a voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a handsome young man slowly stepping forward. Dressed in yellow, holding a long sword, his expression remained calm even in the face of the beast pack. He scanned the crowd and quickly spoke. "Those with a blood chi level above 4 stand on the outermost perimeter. We must block the first wave of impact. Each county should form teams of 2. These demon beasts have low intelligence. Cooperation will be more effective." He continued, "Those skilled in body techniques be responsible for entangling and aim for decisive strikes. We are too few. We must conserve our strength." Although no one knew him, everyone felt his reasoning made sense and quickly began to act. Facing the beast pack, thinking of going solo would be akin to seeking death. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain peak, several figures quietly observed the clearing. Among them was Wang Feng. Someone spoke up, "Teacher Rao Su, is this student one you recruited from Haixian?" The middle-aged man beside him nodded with a smile. "That's right, this young man is named Feng Yu with a blood chi level of 531. He has mastered yellow tier swordsmanship and body techniques, both at a minor completion stage. He has also refined his skin technique to silver skin. Upon hearing this, those around were visibly taken aback. His strength is surprisingly strong. Leadership ability is also quite good. It seems that this year's top student will likely be Teacher Rao's pupil. I didn't expect Haixian to produce such a talent this year. He would be considered above average, even in the city. Congratulations, Teacher Rao. Hearing the compliments, Rao Su quickly waved his hand. It's just luck, purely luck. The previous year's Haixian students were at the bottom. Though he spoke humbly, the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. As he spoke, Rao Su's gaze unconsciously turned to the middle-aged man in a purple robe standing in the center. He was the teacher responsible for judging the entrance examination at Jinyuan Martial University. A strong practitioner at the Zhangzong realm, Ma Tianfu. The better the students performed, the more rewards the school would give. Correspondingly, the recruiting teachers would also receive rewards. Therefore, all the teachers appeared particularly serious at this moment. On the clearing, many students' faces had begun to turn pale. Mainly because there were too many demon wolves. All of them combined didn't even number 100. On average, each one would have to face 7 or 8 demon wolves. In an unknown fight, they naturally wouldn't be afraid. But now they were facing a tide of beasts. Lin Xu, Sister Chuling. What should we do? Wang Ming's voice trembled noticeably. As the weakest among them, his eyes were filled with tension. Chuling, however, was remarkably calm, quickly analyzing. Wang Ming, you are skilled in body techniques, stay a bit further back. Look for opportunities to attack the eyes and necks of the demon wolves. Then she looked at Li Chun and Zhou Yuan. You two team up with me, my fire-blowing palm should be able to hold off the first wave. Chuling's expression was serious. The most terrifying aspect of the charging wolf pack was never the demon wolves themselves, but the overwhelming momentum. As long as they withstood the first wave, it would be time for coordinated hunting afterward. As for Lin Xu, Chuling didn't arrange for him, because she knew that this guy's strength was not weaker than her own. Furthermore, with his solitary personality, he was unlikely to follow her arrangements. Everyone stood ready, fixating on the approaching wolf pack. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly charged out. It was Lin Xu. What the hell? Who ran out? Is he crazy? Charging into a pack of demon beasts alone. At this moment, many were dumbfounded. They had just arranged their defensive positions, but one of their own suddenly rushed forward. The crowd was so shocked that they forgot to shout, simply staring blankly at that retreating figure. Next to Feng Yu, someone couldn't help but frown. Brother Feng, is this person very strong? Feng Yu narrowed his eyes, watching Lin Xu's distant figure slowly shaking his head. Not clear. But from the aura, he seems to be at the peak of Blood Chi level 3. Huh. The person beside was taken aback. Blood Chi level 3. Then how does he dare to do this? Another person couldn't help but roll his eyes. Blood Chi level 3 ranked at the bottom among this group of students. With such strength to dare rush towards the beast pack. Either he was insane or foolish. Feng Yu, however, slowly spoke. Blood Chi levels don't represent everything. Perhaps he has mastered some special martial technique. Saying this, Feng Yu withdrew his gaze and looked back at the wolf pack. Rather than focusing on others, it's better to do your own thing first. Don't forget there are teachers observing from the shadows. The better you perform, the more rewards you will receive. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. At that moment, Lin Xu was moving faster and faster. The ghost shadow technique was in motion, his legs changing steps continuously, making him appear like a fleeting shadow. The demon wolves were fast, but he was faster. Meanwhile, on the distant mountain peak, Rao Su saw this scene and nearly jumped in anger. Which county student is this? Is he seeking death? The battle hasn't even started. Does he want to end the assessment early for himself? Rao Su hastily turned her gaze toward Ma Tianfu, her eyes silently seeking clarification. This evaluation had been deliberately orchestrated by the academy. The number and strength of the wolf pack had been meticulously calculated. Its purpose was to immerse these students in the brutal reality of true combat long before formal enrollment. No fatality had ever occurred during Jinyuan Martial University's entrance assessment, until now. To halt the trial prematurely over a single student, would that not be sheer recklessness? Yet Ma Tianfu merely spoke calm and measured, remained silent. His voice was tranquil, but his gaze never wavered from Lin Xu, curiosity flickering within his eyes as Lin Xu drew steadily closer to the wolf pack. 10 meters. 8. 6. Just as he closed within 5 meters of the nearest demonic wolf, a sharp metallic ring tore through the air, his long blade unsheathed in a flash of frostlit steel. In the next instant the blade flashed, then silence broken only by a wet hollow thud. The lead wolf's body locked rigid, its massive head soared high into the air, tracing a grim arc before crashing onto the earth with a heavy final impact. Crimson blood gushed forth as the headless corpse, propelled by momentum, lurched forward several meters before collapsing. Lin Xu had already vanished from sight. Ghost Shadow Mirage technique activated. He became little more than a blurred afterimage surging headlong into the beast horde. Steel gleamed again and again. Another demonic wolf fell, its throat severed with surgical precision. The third, the fourth, the fifth. His movements blurred beyond human perception, each strike timed with uncanny accuracy, targeting only the vulnerable juncture of neck and spine. No wasted motion. No hesitation. In the blink of an eye, 10 wolves lay drenched in their own blood. Meanwhile, the pack advancing toward Chu Ling and the others visibly slowed, its momentum broken. Even more wolves began diverting course, converging upon Lin Xu with predatory intent. Yet as their feral gazes locked onto him, his own remained utterly unshaken. Instead, a spark of exhilaration kindled in his eyes. Since mastering the Ghost Shadow Mirage technique to its minor perfection, his speed had surged manifold. These level 1 prestige demonic beasts posed no threat whatsoever. Moreover, having entered the foundational stage of the skin refining method, his physical endurance had likewise increased dramatically, enabling him to sustain such relentless combat far longer. Hundreds of demonic wolves. Lin Xu almost felt they were insufficient, not enough to sate his rising hunger for battle. Within his mind, the Doubao system chimed repeatedly, blade trajectory optimized, striking efficiency enhanced, footwork adjusted. He could feel it, the tangible accelerating ascent of his overall strength. Indeed, combat was the supreme crucible of cultivation. Meanwhile, the other examinees stood frozen, mouths agape, faces pale with disbelief. Qi Blood Realm, 3rd tier. This is truly 3rd tier. Such prowess. Anyone would swear he's at 6th tier. Someone gasped, eyes wide with astonishment. Are their necks that fragile? How does he slice them like vegetables? Could that blade be a divine artifact? Yet clearly it was nothing more than an ordinary iron sword. Just as stunned silence gripped the crowd, Feng Yu suddenly roared, "Snap out of it. Their charge is faltering. All of you, advance together." The moment the command left his lips, Feng Yu charged forward, sword drawn, cutting straight into the wolf ranks. Yet his glances kept flickering back toward Lin Xu. His gaze held quiet scrutiny, an unmistakable martial fervor. Others might miss it, but he saw it plainly. Lin Xu had mastered the supreme level yellow rank sword art. Though his Qi blood cultivation remained low, his battlefield lethality rivaled Feng Yu's own. If he continued holding back, Lin Xu would eclipse him entirely, stealing every ounce of glory from this trial. And Feng Yu refused to be mere backdrop. Far atop the distant peak, several instructors exchanged startled glances. Which county does this student hail from? That's the splitting-edge sword art. And he's reached this severing metal tier. A truly moldable talent. Beside him, Dao Master Wang Feng struggled to suppress a grin. Blackstone County, Lin Xu. Beyond extraordinary insight, he possesses a unique constitution, speed, recovery, raw strength, even appetite, all vastly surpassing ordinary cultivators. Hearing this, the other teachers glanced at Wang Feng with undisguised envy. Rao Su had found Feng Yu a prodigy, yet Wang Feng had unearthed a genuine anomaly. Such fortune bordered on absurdity. Ma Tianfu gave a slow, deliberate nod. Impressive. 2 words alone, yet every instructor nearby flinched inwardly. After all, this was the judgment of a visceral realm expert. Rao Su couldn't resist asking, "Master Ma, it's merely a supreme level yellow rank sword art. Does Lin Xu truly merit your praise?" Ma Tianfu's gaze remained fixed on the distant battlefield as he replied, voice steady. "The sword art itself is unremarkable. His footwork average. Yet his combat awareness, excellent. Among peers of equal cultivation, his efficiency in slaying demons exceeds theirs by multiples. As a viscera realm master, his perception was razor sharp. He observed clearly, not a single movement wasted. Every shift in position prefigured the next strike. Each draw of the blade delivered absolute, irrevocable death. That presence did not resemble a martial cultivator. It echoed something far older, far colder, a master butcher at the height of his craft. And those demonic wolves, merely meat awaiting the cleaver. On the battlefield, Lin Xu had long since withdrawn into his own realm. Around him, within a radius of dozens of meters, demonic wolf corpses lay thick and scattered. Blood pooled and mingled, the air reeked thick with iron-rich gore. Fellow students instinctively retreated, not from cowardice, but because the wolves, roused to primal fury, now ignored all others. They swarmed Lin Xu alone, frenzied and undeterred. Watching them converge, his eyes burned brighter still. "Yes. Keep coming. I'm on the verge of breaking through to Qi Blood 4th tier. And my sword art, mere steps away from consummate perfection." Exhilaration surged through him, but paradoxically his eyes grew colder, calmer, utterly still. Gazing upon the snarling horde, he felt no fear, only calculation. These were not beasts. They were experience points ripe for harvesting. Not enough. Still not enough. Suddenly his expression hardened into glacial resolve. "Come. All of you, come. These beasts are simply not enough to kill." With explosive force, he drove off the ground. Ghost Shadow Mirage technique ignited and vanished. Instantly, he reappeared. A rending shriek tore the air. His blade descended, cleaving one demonic wolf cleanly down its center before it could even cry out. Terrifying blade energy erupted. Organs liquefied, viscera pulverized. Blood and shattered innards sprayed outward in violent arcs, splattering foul yellow and white matter across the ground. Nearby, a young woman had just been locked in mortal struggle with that very wolf, only to be drenched head-to-toe in its ruptured entrails the next moment. She stood frozen, staring blankly downward, then unleashed a piercing guttural scream. Ew! Her face drained of color, terror flooded her eyes. Lin Xu didn't spare her a glance. Wherever the wolves gathered thickest, he rushed, neither out of compassion nor camaraderie, but to claim them all, to deny others their share. Die, he bellowed. His blade swept horizontally, unleashing blinding light. 4 wolf heads flew skyward in perfect unison. At that exact moment, his body jolted violently. His internal chi blood surged, churning like a storm, then shattered through an invisible barrier, breaking open a new threshold. No bottlenecks, no stagnation. The value of vitality has officially surpassed 300. 4th level of vitality. In that moment of breakthrough, Lin Xu could clearly feel his strength increasing. The fatigue that had just accumulated seemed to vanish in an instant, and his body regained its peak condition. Kill! 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 Lin Xu continued his charge. At this moment, more than 100 demon wolves had already fallen under his hands. His clothes were thoroughly soaked in demon blood, emitting a nauseating stench. Yet even so, his eyes remained calm. Meanwhile, a large number of students began to actively distance themselves from Lin Xu. There was no helping it. At this moment, Lin Xu looked truly terrifying. With such heavy killing intent, who knew if the opponent would strike at him once they got closer? At this moment, a thought arose in everyone's minds. When we reach university, we must keep our distance from this madman. On the mountaintop, the teachers exchanged glances, their expressions complex, filled with surprise and helplessness. They had miscalculated. To be precise, they had underestimated Lin Xu. This naturally combat-ready little monster, originally prepared wolf pack, had lost a full 1/5 to Lin Xu. At this rate, what was the point of the assessment? They might as well just watch Lin Xu's individual performance. Instead, Ma Tianfu's smile grew more pronounced. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Go. Give these little guys a little fire. The nearby teachers quickly inquired, Teacher Ma, what are the specific arrangements? Lin Tianfu looked into the distance and slowly said, Lin Xu arranged for him a latest-stage 1st-level demon wolf. Feng Yu 2 mid-stage 1st-level demon wolves. Additionally, 1 early-stage demon wolf, plus 200 more. Upon hearing this, the teachers collectively fell silent, unable to stop themselves from swallowing hard. Wang Feng hurriedly spoke up, Teacher Ma, this isn't wise. Lin Xu is only at the 3rd level of vitality after all. Even with perfected sword techniques, he could never match a latest-stage 1st-level opponent. He was genuinely anxious. It had taken a lot to recruit this treasure. If something went wrong, there would be no place to cry. However, Ma Tianfu suddenly laughed. 3rd level of vitality. Take another look. Hearing this, Wang Feng immediately turned his gaze to Lin Xu's position. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. Ma Tianfu calmly stated, he broke through during the battle just now. At this moment, the admiration in his eyes grew increasingly intense. On the battlefield, the number of demon wolves was visibly decreasing. The originally dense pack of wolves had now dwindled to just a few stragglers still struggling. The ground was stained red with blood, and the air was thick with the smell of carnage. Many students were left in a daze. They had thought this would be a tough battle. As it turned out, Lin Xu had forcibly cut through the battlefield. Most students were unaware that there were additional rewards for the university entrance assessment. They only knew that every time Lin Xu charged in with his blade, the nearby demon beasts would basically vanish. Thus, more and more students began to form an unspoken understanding. Hurry, hurry, hurry. He's coming. Make way for him. I won't steal. It's all yours. Where did this madman come from? I'm truly grateful. Some even prepared to rush towards the demon wolves. Upon seeing Lin Xu charging, they immediately made a sharp turn and ran to the other side, fearing that in the heat of battle this madman might accidentally chop them down too. Soon the last few demon wolves fell. The entire battlefield gradually quieted down, and many students finally let out a long sigh of relief. Is it over? It should be over. That scared me to death. Just then, deep in the woods, a low wolf howl suddenly echoed. A whoa! As the sound emerged, everyone's complexion changed drastically. Boom, boom. A multitude of trees swayed violently. In the next moment, hundreds of crimson eyes reappeared in the dense forest. All the students held their breath. They saw a massive demon wolf nearly 4 meters long slowly emerge. Its gray-black fur stood like steel needles, its shoulders towering over even an adult. With each step, the ground trembled slightly. Those crimson, beastly eyes scanned the entire area, instilling a sense of oppressive terror that was almost suffocating. A late-stage first-level demon wolf. And behind it followed two slightly smaller mid-stage first-level demon wolves. Following that, a dense swarm of demon wolves poured out of the forest. More than 200 of them. The students who had just relaxed turned pale at this moment. What? What kind of joke is this? A late-stage first level. Has the school gone mad? Feng Yu stared hard at the massive wolf in the front for the first time, losing his composure, his expression extremely grave. The physique of demon beasts was inherently stronger than that of humans. A single late-stage first-level demon beast could even contend with a fully realized martial artist. Yet they, after all, were merely recent high school graduates. How could they fight this? Just as fear gripped the crowd, a figure suddenly stepped forward. Lin Xu's eyes shone brightly, his gaze locking onto the strongest demon wolf. Finally, a worthy opponent. In the next moment, boom. Lin Xu shot forward in an instant. Feng Yu witnessed this scene, his lips twitching violently. Damn it, what a madman. But before he could continue to complain, two murderous gazes suddenly locked onto him. Feng Yu stiffly looked up. He saw that for some reason the two mid-stage first-level demon wolves had simultaneously fixed their sights on him. Feng Yu. Crap. In the next second, the two demon wolves pounced at him simultaneously. On the other side, Lin Xu had already collided with the latest-stage first-level demon wolf. Boom. The massive wolf claw came crashing down. Thousands of pounds of force erupted, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. Lin Xu barely grazed past the wolf claw. The towering trees behind him exploded with chips flying everywhere. So powerful. Lin Xu's pupils constricted, but his body grew even more excited. The demon wolf roared and pounced again at speed, leaving only an afterimage. Shift left half a step, bend your legs. Doubao's prompt rang out. The ghostly shadow technique activated. Lin Xu's body twisted strangely, the wolf's fangs nearly grazing his head. The second move of the splitting edge blade technique, broken gold, was instantly unleashed. PFF. The blade's edge passed, leaving a shallow cut on the wolf's body, but it was too light, merely a minor injury. The demon wolf howled in pain and completely went berserk. Boom, boom, boom. The massive wolf claws fell in rapid succession. Trees were shattered, boulders exploded, and the entire battlefield seemed to be bombarded by heavy artillery. The observing teachers in the distance grew tense. This is too dangerous. One mistake, and he will surely die. They were even prepared to rescue him at any moment. But the problem was the distance was too far. If a mistake truly happened, they might not reach in time. Ma Tianfu was also staring intently at the battlefield, his muscles tense and his mind highly focused. He did not want the little genius he had his eyes on to die here. With such combat talent, he was destined to be a powerful figure on the front lines for the human race in the future. On the other side, Feng Yu was in a far more dire situation. 1 against 2, the pressure skyrocketed. Boom. Just as Feng Yu blocked one demon wolf, the other was already pouncing. Rip. His clothes were torn, and several bloody marks appeared on his chest. Damn it. Feng Yu couldn't help but curse. If this continues, he'll die. What is the school doing? Are they overestimating me? Meanwhile, Lin Xu's battle had already reached a fever pitch. Ducking and dodging, slashing repeatedly, the splitting edge blade technique was continuously executed, adjusting the trajectory of the blade, enhancing power efficiency, breaking through the splitting edge blade technique. He suddenly realized that his strikes were becoming faster and more precise. It was as if something was shattering. The demon wolf lunged again. The massive wolf claw descended. At this moment, the world seemed to fall silent. In Lin Xu's eyes, there was only the blade. In the depths of his mind, countless images of blade strikes flashed frantically, and suddenly a certain barrier shattered. So that's how it is. Lin Xu slowly exhaled. In the next moment, his momentum changed dramatically. The splitting edge blade technique was perfected. The final move, annihilation. The blade's light erupted suddenly. There was no brilliance, no spectacle, only extreme sharpness. Poof! The body of the demon wolf froze. In the next moment, blood gushed skyward. The massive wolf's body was cleaved in half from head to abdomen. With a thunderous crash, the demon wolf's corpse fell to the ground. The entire battlefield fell into instant silence. Lin Xu stood still, gripping his knife, his face somewhat pale and his breathing frantic. In the distance, the teachers from Jinyuan Martial University were all dumbfounded, their eyes wide in disbelief. Perfected. He comprehended the perfected realm of the yellow-grade sword technique. What a joke. Even Ma Tianfu fell into a daze. Yellow-grade martial arts are not particularly impressive. However, to cultivate to perfection is to touch a hint of insight. The difficulty of this is even more exaggerated than progressing from beginner to mastery. Typically, only those at the bone refinement stage are qualified to touch the threshold of insight. Yet now a recent graduate merely at the 4th level of vitality has achieved this. A monster. This is a true monster. Almost all the teachers simultaneously had the same thought in their minds. Lin Xu was unaware that the evaluations of the teachers in the shadows were skyrocketing. But the battle was far from over. After experiencing life-and-death struggles, his vitality continued to surge at high speed. Just a few breaths passed. The feeling of exhaustion after using the annihilation technique quickly faded. He turned to look at the two demon wolves in the direction of Feng Yu. "Get out of the way." As the voice rang out, Feng Yu instinctively retreated. Whoosh. The blade light swept past, and a wolf's head flew off. The second strike fell. The other demon wolf also collapsed. Feng Yu looked at the demon wolf's corpse at his feet. He glanced at Lin Xu, who had already dashed forward, and opened his mouth. "You damn." But Lin Xu ignored him and charged toward another group of wolves. He seemed to be unaware of fatigue. Charging, swinging his knife, slaying, the actions repeated endlessly. Uncertain of how much time had passed, it was only when the last demon wolf fell that the entire battlefield finally fell silent. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood. Corpses littered the ground and blood pooled into streams. Lin Xu stood amidst the mountain of corpses, his entire body already soaked in blood. He seemed to have emerged from a sea of blood. The dense killing intent caused many students to momentarily hold their breath. Many instinctively took a few steps back, creating distance from him. After that battle, no one regarded Lin Xu as an ordinary student anymore. They only felt that this guy was like a monster. The battle was over, yet the stench of blood and smoke had not completely dissipated. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from a distance. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, and dust flew. Ma Tianfu, accompanied by several teachers from Jinyuan Martial University, stepped out of the woods. With each step they took, they advanced several dozen meters. In the eyes of the onlookers, within just a few breaths, they stood before all the students, their presence like a mountain, almost suffocating. The entrance assessment concluded. Ma Tianfu's gaze swept over the entire area with piercing intensity. "Congratulations to all of you. From this moment on, you are officially freshmen of Jinyuan Martial University. You will receive training from the Jinyuan Martial University system. The school will provide you with resources, techniques, and opportunities for growth to cultivate you into true martial artists." Ma Tianfu waved his hand, his voice growing even more impassioned. "All of this is not for your personal benefit. It is to protect the territory of humanity and to battle against the demon race. The mission you bear is more important than anyone else's." With a wave of his right hand, beast pouches made of animal hides flew accurately into each student's hands, as if drawn by magnetic force. This is a beast pouch containing school uniforms, student IDs, weapons, vitality pills, and other basic supplies. These are your rewards for entering the school. Please manage them yourself. Ma Tianfu slowly walked up to Lin Xu, his gaze profound. "You did very well in this entrance assessment. You ranked first among this batch. These 2 blood origin pills are your rewards." The pills emitted a faint crimson glow, shining brightly. A hint of curiosity flashed in Lin Xu's eyes as he reached out to take them. Then Ma Tianfu looked at Feng Yu. "You ranked second and will receive 1 blood origin pill." Feng Yu was slightly taken aback, but hurriedly stepped forward to take the pill. Ma Tianfu's gaze swept across the entire area, again his tone resolute. "Remember, from today onwards, you are all students of Jinyuan Martial University. Use your effort and strength to protect humanity and face every challenge ahead." After laying out everything, Ma Tianfu and the others turned to leave, quickly disappearing into the depths of the woods. However, the scene was not met with the cheers one might expect. The air still reeked of a strong smell of blood, and demon wolf corpses were sprawled haphazardly around. Many students were still trembling slightly even now. That recent battle was far too perilous for them. Some were slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, while others stared down at their bloodstained hands, still somewhat dazed. "Is it over? Is it really over? I actually survived?" Whispers of disbelief echoed around. The tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and many students felt a wave of exhaustion wash over them. At that moment, many turned their gaze towards Lin Xu. Someone couldn't help but swallow. How many? No one answered, for no one had counted. But they knew it was at least over 100. Feng Yu looked at Lin Xu's figure, his lips twitching slightly. During the fight, he had felt nothing much. But now, upon reflection after it was over, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have been on the receiving end the entire time, while Lin Xu was chasing and slashing at the demon beasts. This feeling made him inexplicably uncomfortable. A few admissions teachers from Jinyuan Martial University boarded the same military vehicle and couldn't help but start discussing to comprehend the perfected sword technique at the 4th level of vitality. He even grasped the final move, annihilation. His combat ability is absurdly strong. How could such a student appear in a county town? One of the teachers couldn't help but glance at Ma Tianfu. Ma Tianfu said nothing, but at that moment he looked at Lin Xu through a gap, his expression equally complex. He slowly exhaled. "I will request the school to reassess this kid. The 2nd-tier talent contract is too much of an underestimation of him." Meanwhile, Lin Xu was unaware of the profound shock his actions had caused others. At this moment his attention was solely on the information from Doubao. Name Lin Xu, realm 4th level of vitality value 306, computational power 105, animal breathing technique, in continuous operation blade technique, perfected skin, refining technique, copper skin 60, 4 ghost shadow technique, minor success. Looking at the surging data, a smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Xu's face. Indeed, battle is the fastest way to grow. However, the consumption of computational power is quite substantial. In such a short time it had dropped by over 20,000. At that moment a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. High-intensity battle detected, concluding. Organizing battle data. Collection completed, total data recorded this time, 173458 items, beginning analysis. The military vehicle rumbled softly as it began to move. Outside the window the battlefield, freshly scarred by combat, receded into the distance. Inside only the deep, steady thrum of the engine remained, the air itself seemed frozen. The aftershock of life-and-death combat still churned in every heart. Li Chun, Zhou Yuan, and Wang Ning wore ashen faces. Chu Ling's gaze trembled faintly, as though she had yet to step out of the slaughter's shadow. Each clutched their spirit beast pouches tightly, knuckles bleaching white. Even the driver gripping the wheel couldn't resist glancing repeatedly at Lin Xu through the rearview mirror. The door swung open abruptly. A figure strode in, Wang Feng, the enrollment officer from Haishi County. His eyes swept across the group, lingering on each face, a subtle knowing curve lifting the corner of his lips. What's this? Just admitted to university, yet all of you slump like mourners. His words settled like frost, chilling the cabin's silence. When no one replied, Wang Feng seated himself firmly at the front, his expression turning grave. What you've just witnessed, the wolf demon tide, is not even an appetizer for the true battlefield. Chu Ling, unable to hold back, whispered, Teacher, what is the true battlefield like? Wang Feng paused, then spoke slowly. Corpses pile high as mountains. Blood flows like rivers flooding the field. 10,000 warriors march in. Only a few thousand return alive. And that is considered a great victory. A heavy hush fell over the vehicle. Faces paled further. Only Lin Xu remained still, gazing quietly out the window. Wang Feng continued. Humanity now maintains 36 major war zones and over 100 frontline fortresses. Everyday lives are lost. The very purpose of martial Dao universities is to forge elites and send them without pause to the front lines, to defend the borders of humanity. Within the Dongning administrative region governed by the Martial Dao Alliance, only 4 elite martial universities exist. Those you know: Jinyuan, Jiangnan Beidou, and Xinqiang. Jinyuan Martial University bears responsibility for guarding the 7th war zone. Leaning back, Wang Feng's voice carried unmistakable pride when he named it. Confusion flickered in their eyes. Clearly they grasped little of his meaning. Wang Feng sighed inwardly. Compared to prodigies from metropolises, these county-born youths lacked even foundational knowledge. Wang Feng pressed on, do you know how vast the 7th war zone truly is? Seeing no response, he raised his hand and slowly closed it into a fist. The entire Haishi County placed inside it would occupy less than 1%. A collective gasp echoed through the cabin. Wang Feng flashed a wry smile. So don't presume greatness simply because you've entered Jinyuan Martial University. This world is immense. You've merely been handed a ticket to become strong. Real competition has only just begun. At that moment the military vehicle lurched violently. Students swayed sharply in their seats. Someone glanced outside and froze. Ahead, a colossal black wall stretched across heaven and earth, mountainous in scale, bristling with countless steel artillery turrets. At its center 2 titanic characters, hundreds of meters tall, blazed against the sky: Jinyuan. In that instant every student's breath caught. Seated at the front, Wang Feng surveyed Lin Xu and the others, his tone calm, yet weighted with unyielding gravity. Jinyuan Martial University is far more than a university in your eyes. He paused. It stands behind the 7th war zone, serving as one of humanity's most vital buffer zones. On the surface it is an academy. In truth it forms a critical node within the frontline defense system. Every instructor here is a battle-seasoned officer. Lin Xu and the others blinked, startled. Wang Feng continued, here you train, you fight, you graduate. Each step designed to prepare you for deployment to the true battlefield. To stand guard on the very first line against demonic incursions. His voice deepened slightly. Thus military discipline governs every aspect of life here. This is not the school you knew before. Understood. Lin Xu said nothing. Only watched the distant horizon, silent and still. Li Chun, Zhou Yuan, and Wang Ning still struggled to absorb his words, when suddenly a low, resonant thunder rolled across the sky. Instinctively they looked up, and their pupils contracted sharply. A massive transport vessel carved across the heavens, its armored hull eclipsing the sun. Beneath it azure blue plasma flared softly as it glided toward a distant military base. What is that? Wang Ning's voice cracked dryly. Wang Feng cast a single indifferent glance. Just a transport vessel, carrying supplies, weapons, wounded, and frontline reinforcements. You'll see them often. No need for alarm. His tone remained unruffled, as if describing ordinary traffic. Yet Wang Ning and the others remained stunned. Such vessels were unimaginable in Haishi County. Yet here they were merely part of the daily rhythm. The military vehicle pressed onward, and soon the full grandeur of Jinyuan Martial University unfolded before them. Towering alloy walls pierced the earth studded with artillery emplacements. Countless students and soldiers in combat fatigues moved briskly along fortified walkways. This place resembled less a campus, and more a colossal military citadel, a war city built squarely in the rear of the battlefield. Within the campus gates the scene grew even more intricate. A vast training ground stretched endlessly. Some students engaged caged demon beasts in brutal live combat drills. Others sat cross-legged in deep cultivation, vital energy radiating visibly from their bodies. Along both sides of the main avenue stood rows of shops, pill dispensaries, weapon forges, martial manuals, archives, supply depots. Even street vendors hawking wares from makeshift stalls. Vital energy pills, fresh batch, grade alloy blades, discounted. Demon beast materials traded for merit points. Voices rose and fell, a bustling clamor far exceeding Haishi County's liveliness. Every sound carried the sharp, unmistakable edge of wartime readiness. Li Chun and the others stared wide-eyed at first, then gradually numb, overwhelmed by sheer scale. Wang Feng did not pause. This is Jinyuan Martial University, and one of the 7th War Zone's most pivotal rear nodes. Get used to it. Shortly after, he led Lin Xu and the others past the central thoroughfare to a dormitory complex, and halted. Here. This is your shared residence, 4 of you. Before departing, Wang Feng glanced once more at Lin Xu. Tomorrow begins your formal freshman training. The dormitory room housed 4 beds, desks, and storage cabinets, clean, functional, and spare. Lin Xu, Li Chun, Zhou Yuan, and Wang Ning, all hailing from Haishi County, had naturally been assigned to the same room. Chu Ling, being female, accompanied Wang Feng to the women's dormitory. Lin Xu placed his spirit beast pouch beside his bed and began unpacking. Li Chun, Zhou Yuan, and Wang Ning likewise sorted their belongings. Exhausted by the day's trials, the dormitory fell into quiet repose. After finishing, Lin Xu sat on his bed, closed his eyes, and prepared to practice the 5-animal breathing technique. At that very moment, a familiar chime sounded. Doubao battlefield data processing complete. Consciousness battlefield generated. Current entity, standard wolf demon model. Lin Xu suddenly opened his eyes. The consciousness battlefield. He immediately inquired, what is it? This battlefield can be used to cultivate combat awareness, enhance mental responsiveness, comprehend martial skills, and optimize combat strategies. By collecting real data, it can continually refine the enemy model, generating higher precision combat scenarios. After hearing the explanation, Lin Xu's breath quickened. So you're saying, I won't need to experience real battles in the future. I can just cultivate directly in the consciousness battlefield. During this period of killing, Lin Xu had become somewhat enamored with the feeling of continuously breaking through the edge of life and death. His power was growing so rapidly that it was almost addictive. However, real battles ultimately come with risks. Especially when facing that latest-stage first-tier wolf demon, his ability to narrowly avoid attacks time and again relied almost entirely on Doubao manipulating his body. If the opponent were even a bit faster, even if his consciousness could react, his body might not keep up. But if he could cultivate infinitely in the consciousness battlefield, wouldn't that be like taking off directly? Who would still venture out to fight? Just retreat into closed-door cultivation. Please stop daydreaming. The consciousness battlefield can only bring you growth in awareness, spirit experience, and combat. Your body won't grow stronger, and your vitality won't increase out of thin air. You won't gain muscle from dreaming of throwing punches 10,000 times. Lin Xu. It seemed somewhat reasonable. The excitement that had just risen in his heart suddenly dissipated significantly. Moreover, the enemies manifested in the consciousness battlefield require you to collect data in reality. This means extensive real battles. The current ordinary wolf demon model is already sufficient for your training. However, in the future, once you can easily kill them, the training value will quickly decline. Additionally, the consciousness battlefield requires a large amount of computing power, so please install more servers with high-performance chips as soon as possible. After hearing the explanation, Lin Xu instinctively looked at his panel. Computing power, 510000. In the next second, his eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Lin Xu almost jumped out of bed. Doubao? Did this consciousness battlefield directly consume 50,000 of my computing power? Why didn't you inform me? I didn't agree. Since crossing into this world, there have been conflicts in the underlying code. Computing power usage permissions are currently determined by this AI. What? Lin Xu was stunned. You decided? This is all my money. My money. What right do you? He knew too well what computing power meant. Essentially, computing power was built up from a large amount of high-energy food. Without limits, he felt he could eat endlessly to satisfy DeBayo's needs. I'm telling you in the simplest, most straightforward, and most cost-effective way. As a native, you're quite foolish. Just follow this AI's arrangements. I rely on your existence and will not harm you. Lin Xu found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he had a cheat, but this cheat appeared to be rather disobedient. Moreover, it occasionally looked down on him. If it weren't for the secrecy of this matter, he would have loved to find someone to vent to. After a long silence, Lin Xu earnestly corrected. Although my Blackstone County is small, there are towns and villages beneath it. So I'm not a native. Sigh. Silly child, we're not talking about the same thing. You should research on your own. With that, Doubao fell completely silent. Seeing that the other party no longer paid him any attention, Lin Xu could only sigh, helplessly feeling pained over the 50,000 computing power that had vanished. But without Doubao, he might still be struggling over how to earn 1,000 or 2,000 in salary. Having spent so much computing power, I must see what effects this consciousness battlefield has. In reality, Lin Xu remained sitting cross-legged on the bed. To others, he appeared to be practicing breathing techniques. However, in reality, his consciousness had already arrived at a strange, unfamiliar space. Lin Xu opened his eyes. Surrounding him was an unfamiliar space. The ground beneath him was not earth, but an expanse of pitch-black void. A soft white light enveloped an area of about 100 meters around him. Further away was completely engulfed in darkness, making it impossible to see anything. Lin Xu tried to walk forward. In the next moment, the surrounding light gradually spread as he moved. It was as if this space had no boundaries. Just then a voice suddenly echoed from above in the sky. Generate ordinary wolf demons. The voice bore some resemblance to DeBayo's, yet it was colder and more mechanical. There was no fluctuation of emotion, as if merely executing a program. Generate. Lin Xu nodded in confirmation, his eyes filled with curiosity. In the next moment, the void ahead suddenly rippled. Countless tiny light points appeared out of thin air. Immediately after, a multitude of numbers began to gather frantically. 0101. Countless numbers combined like a torrent. Reconstructing, piecing together. In just a few seconds, hundreds of wolf demons appeared before him. Lin Xu's pupils slightly constricted. These wolf demons were all those he had personally killed. Even that latest-stage first-tier wolf demon and 2 mid-stage first-tier ones were among them. Please choose a weapon. A knife. As soon as the words left his mouth, a long knife appeared in Lin Xu's hand. The familiar weight was felt. Battle begins. With the mechanical voice, a howl erupted. Hundreds of wolf demons charged at once. The earth trembled, and the wolf pack surged like a black tide. Lin Xu's gaze sharpened, and he instantly unleashed the ghost shadow mystery. Whoosh! His body transformed into an afterimage as he lunged out. The long knife swung, and a wolf demon's neck was directly severed. Yet there was no blood. The wolf demon's body shattered, dissipating into countless zeros and ones in the void. The numbers continuously broke apart, and then reformed into new wolf demons. Lin Xu did not stop. The long knife continued to swing. Slash, dodge, turn, strike. In the consciousness battlefield, there was no depletion of physical strength, nor any decline in vitality. His state remained at its peak. Yet even so, the number of wolf demons was still too great. Poochie. His abdomen was torn open, blood splattering everywhere. In the next moment, his left leg was viciously clawed, leaving deep wounds visible to the bone, and intense pain surged through his nerves. Lin Xu gritted his teeth and continued to wield his knife. But before he could catch his breath, crack! His left arm was suddenly torn off by more than half. The intense pain made Lin Xu's vision darken. Not good. The numbers are too many. At that moment, a chilling sensation suddenly rose from behind him. Lin Xu's pupils contracted sharply. That latest-stage first-tier wolf demon had appeared behind him without him noticing. The wolf claw raised and slammed down fiercely. Bang! His vision spun, and he even saw his headless body. In the next second, the world plunged into darkness. Lin Xu suddenly opened his eyes. He was panting heavily, his body drenched in cold sweat. He quickly reached for his head. It was still there. Then he checked his body and found no injuries. Only after confirming that he was truly alive did he exhale a long breath. I died. Lin Xu had a puzzled expression. Why did this happen? During the assessment, I clearly killed them with such ease. Doubao, because this AI was assisting you. Doubao, otherwise do you think that with your fourfold chi and blood cultivation, you could really slay so many wolf monsters without a scratch? A voice sounded carrying a familiar disdain. Lin Xu fell silent for a moment and said sincerely, thank you. He had no doubts about this statement. In the past, when he sparred with others at the 3rd high school in Haishi County, he often lost more than he won. He never considered himself a battle genius. If it weren't for Dou Bao, he probably would have been severely injured in that assessment. Dou Bao, every time you swing your blade move, make a mistake or die in both reality and the consciousness battlefield, it will be recorded. Dou Bao, the more data collected, the more precise the optimization. Dou Bao, moreover, in real combat, the more mistakes you make, the more computational power the AI will consume to correct those errors. Dou Bao, to reduce losses, you also need to enhance your combat awareness and improve your fighting methods. Dou Bao, although the consciousness battlefield consumes computational power, in the long run the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. After hearing the explanation, Lin Xu hurriedly replied in his heart, "Thank you, Dou Bao." Dou Bao, no problem. A charging model has recently been implemented. Dou Bao, if you are satisfied with the service, please recharge your membership. Lin Xu was taken aback. Membership? What is that? How do I recharge? Dou Bao, sorry, I'm not used to this environment, mixed up a bit. Lin Xu's mouth twitched slightly. He had long been accustomed to Dou Bao occasionally saying nonsensical things. Adjusting his state, he closed his eyes again and entered the consciousness battlefield. Death, resurrection, death, again, resurrection again. In the dormitory, Li Chun and others had long fallen into a deep sleep, snoring continuously. Only Lin Xu repeatedly entered the consciousness battlefield. At first, the feeling of death was so real that it terrified him. His head crushed, his chest torn open, and his entrails spilled out. Each death felt as if he had truly experienced it. But gradually he began to numb. He even started to enjoy every bit of his progress. He enjoyed that feeling of becoming stronger through death. Body adjustments, footwork adjustments, combat skills improvement. Dou Bao's voice echoed once 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. While others slept, Lin Xu was fighting. While others dreamed, Lin Xu was still dying. Throughout that night, he lost count of how many times he had died. Ever since Dou Bao appeared, Lin Xu had noticed that his state seemed increasingly abnormal. His body would feel fatigued, his muscles sore, and even after long bouts of combat, he would still feel weak. But his spirit remained in a state of peak vitality, as if he would never tire. At first he was a bit unaccustomed, but gradually he found this state to be terrifying, because it meant that as long as his body could withstand it, he could almost train indefinitely. As the night quietly passed, Lin Xu slowly opened his eyes, yet there was no hint of drowsiness in his gaze. Instead, it was filled with excitement. The results of a night of frenzied battles were extremely evident. Ghostly shadow technique had now reached a high level of mastery. Even without Dou Bao's assistance, he could now enter the consciousness battlefield. When facing those wolf monsters, he could also engage in reciprocal combat. After breaking through with ghostly shadow technique, his overall speed had increased by at least 30%. More importantly, his ability to control his body had undergone a qualitative change. In the past, when facing a pack of wolf monsters, he needed to rely on Dou Bao's constant reminders to anticipate the wolf monsters' attack trajectories. But now, even without Dou Bao's assistance, he could still anticipate the wolves' movements based solely on his In fact, within the consciousness battlefield, he was already able to slay dozens of wolf monsters on his own. Although he occasionally still got injured, he no longer needed to rely entirely on Dou Bao. Name: Lin Xu, realm fourfold chi and blood value 307, computational power 405, animal breathing method currently active, blade technique perfected, skin refining method 64, copper skin, ghostly shadow technique high level. He looked at his panel. Lin Xu first revealed a smile, but soon after his gaze fell on the computational power and his expression twitched. In just one night he had burned through nearly 100,000 computational power. At this rate of consumption, if he trained a few more nights, his computational power reserves would be depleted. Isn't this consciousness battlefield too draining on computational power? Dou Bao's voice sounded. Dou Bao, the consumption of spirit during combat, the creation of beasts, the recording of combat data, and model optimization all require computational power to maintain. Dou Bao, insufficient computational power will affect the AI's operation. Dou Bao, in simple terms, you now need to replenish your computational power. Dou Bao, otherwise your external assistance may end its service prematurely. This was something he understood. Dou Bao could joke, but if he really lost Dou Bao, his training speed would likely drop back to square one. Lin Xu shivered and hurriedly took out 2 blood essence pills that Ma Tianfu had rewarded him from his beast pouch. Without a second thought, he directly stuffed them into his mouth and swallowed them instantly. Computational power 500, computational power 502, prompt sounds rang out, and only then did Lin Xu let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. These are indeed the pills rewarded by the grand prize of Jinyuan martial arts. The energy is quite impressive. Lin Xu was a bit curious. I wonder how much these blood essence pills are worth. Just then a piercing alarm suddenly rang out. A loud sound instantly filled the entire dormitory area. Li Chun and others who had been sleeping soundly nearby were jolted awake. What the hell? What's going on? Is Jinyuan Martial University not letting us sleep? The next moment, a loudspeaker announcement echoed throughout the dormitory area. All new students gather within 5 minutes. Latecomers will run 20 kilometers. As the announcement finished, the entire dormitory area erupted in chaos. Numerous dormitory doors were flung open and countless students rushed out in a frenzy. Some ran, while putting on clothes. Others jumped directly from the second floor with jerky food in their mouths. After all, today was the first day at Jinyuan Martial University, and no one knew what would happen. No one dared to delay. Lin Xu and the others quickly rushed out as well. In just a few minutes, the large playground was filled with students. At the front stood dozens of enrollment teachers at the bone refinement realm. Just standing there, the powerful qi and blood fluctuations made all new students feel a sense of pressure. Behind them were new students from various places in the Dongning administrative district. Lin Xu, Chu Ling, and others quietly stood behind Wang Feng. Lin Xu couldn't help but glance around. He could clearly feel that this place was completely different from Haishi County. In small places like Haishi County, usually only 5 or 6 students would stand behind one teacher. Even those with a larger number would only have a little over 10. But the several formations in the distance were entirely different. As far as the eye could see, they were densely packed. Behind one teacher, there were actually hundreds, or even thousands of students. That scale seemed to belong to a completely different level. Students from the city, Lin Xu thought to himself. After careful observation, his expression gradually became serious. Because he noticed that the students in those large formations had significantly higher qi and blood realms. Most of the new students from Haishi County were still stuck in the mid-qi and blood realm. But among those people, many had already reached the late qi and blood realm. Some even stood there exuding a pressure that Lin Xu could feel. That was the sense of oppression brought by the power gap between practitioners of the same realm. It seems that the competition at Jinyuan Martial University is even more intense than I imagined. Lin Xu said softly. Wang Feng nodded. The Dongning administrative district under the Martial Dao Alliance has 4 key martial universities, each corresponding to 4 major metropolitan areas: Jiangnan City, Beidou City, Jinyuan City, and Xinxiang City. As he said this, Wang Feng glanced at the several largest formations in the distance. Those are the new students from the major cities. Many of them are true geniuses from various places. Being able to enter Jinyuan Martial University only shows that you have the qualification. But to gain more resources, you must prove yourselves. Lin Xu looked at those young figures in the distance, and instead of fear, a spark of fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Speaking of which, Wang Feng looked towards the largest formation. The one with the most people comes from Jinyuan City. It's also the largest source of students for Jinyuan Martial University. He then turned to the crowd. Remember, at Jinyuan Martial University, everything requires competition. Resources must be fought for, inheritances must be contended for, and opportunities must be seized. Don't think that just because you got in you can be proud. Those small monsters are the true geniuses. You all still need to work hard. As he spoke, Wang Feng's gaze remained fixed on Lin Xu. In his view, among the students from Haishi County, only Lin Xu, the sudden dark horse, had the qualifications to compete with those city monsters in the future. As for Chu Ling, if placed among those people, she probably wouldn't even be at the bottom. Just then, while everyone was discussing, someone suddenly raised their head, their pupils contracting sharply. Look at the sky. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up. In the next moment, the entire square fell silent. At some unknown point, a figure had appeared in the sky. Without wings or any flying device, the figure stood silently in the void, as if standing on an invisible expanse of earth. Many students turned pale at the sight. Flying? Is it really flying? What the hell? What's going on? A monster? How can a person fly? Especially some students from the county, their faces were filled with shock. They had never seen such a scene. However, the students in the larger formations looked on with disdain. Country bumpkins. They must be from the county. They don't even know that one can fly above the meridian realm. How did they get into such a prestigious martial university without knowing this basic knowledge? Hearing the discussions around them, many county students felt a bit embarrassed. Lin Xu also stared at the sky, his heart shaken. Flying. Is this the power of someone above the meridian realm? At that moment, the man in the sky slowly began to speak. I am Wei Jiang, the principal of Jinyuan Martial University. Welcome to Jinyuan Martial University. The voice was not loud, one might even say it was quite soft. Yet strangely, everyone could hear it clearly, as if the voice was directly in their ears. The entire square fell silent. All the recruitment teachers stood up straight, as if preparing for a pre-war mobilization. Wei Jiang's gaze swept over the crowd as he slowly began to speak. From today onward, your lives will be completely different from the past. At Jinyuan Martial University, there are no classes, no fixed courses, and no teachers chasing after you to learn. Resources, techniques, martial skills, and training grounds all need to be fought for by yourself. At this point, Wei Jiang paused slightly. You enrolled yesterday? From today, you are the reserve force of the Jinyuan army. Remember, entering Jinyuan Martial University does not mean you can relax. Surviving until graduation will be a test in itself. Strive to become stronger. In the future battlefield, I hope to see you all again. As his words fell, Wei Jiang's figure suddenly vanished, as if he had never appeared. The crowd stood there in a daze. Is that it? Is this the welcome ceremony? What do we do next? Many students exchanged glances. Originally, everyone thought that on the first day of such a prestigious martial university, there would at least be a lecture, talking about how to protect humanity and their homeland. But in the end, just a few words, and it was over. This welcome ceremony was too casual. Wang Feng turned to the crowd. Yesterday was too rushed. Today I will take you around the school. After today, I will no longer be a recruitment teacher. Chu Ling was slightly taken aback. Teacher Wang, what do you mean? Wang Feng smiled. I performed well on the battlefield last year, so I was assigned to this easy task of recruitment. After familiarizing you with the school today, I must return to the front lines. Who knows, a few years from now you and I might be comrades in arms. Just then another group of people suddenly approached. Old Wang, that kid helped you earn quite a few bone-strengthening pills yesterday, right? No treat. Lin Xu looked up and saw a familiar figure standing behind the newcomers. It was Feng Yu, whom he had met yesterday. Wang Feng smiled helplessly. Where does Brother Rao want to eat? Today it's on me. If not for Lin Xu's unexpected rise, the bone-strengthening pills rewarded by the school should have been Rao Su's. We're all comrades, it's only normal to share the spoils. At this moment, Rao Su walked up to Lin Xu and patted his shoulder. You're quite good, just a bit too headstrong. But it's not a big problem. We all came from the county, so in the future you can take on tasks together with Feng Yu. As he spoke, Rao Su glanced subtly at the distant large formations, his meaning heavy. In school, don't let yourself get bullied too badly. Beside them, Feng Yu also nodded at Lin Xu, his expression quite friendly. Although during the assessment Lin Xu had snatched the monster and taken first place, Feng Yu knew very well that he was no match for Lin Xu. What if he had the 6th level of blood and qi? Faced with a madman like Lin Xu, he had no confidence in winning. Soon everyone followed Wang Feng and Rao Su towards the campus. On the way, Wang Feng slowly spoke. Remember, at Jinyuan Martial University, the most important thing is called points. Techniques, martial skills, special pills, training grounds, and teacher guidance all need to be exchanged with points. Chu Ling raised her hand. Teacher, what about money? Wang Feng smiled. You can buy basic supplies with it. The school shop also accepts cash. However, for truly precious items, money may not be able to buy them. Feng Yu suddenly asked, can points be exchanged for money? Rao Su took over the conversation. It's easy to exchange for money. About 100 points for 10,000 bucks. But it's hard to buy points with money. However, the school respects the market and doesn't restrict private transactions. If your family has money, finding someone to buy points at a premium is also possible, as long as you can buy it. At this point, Rao Su's tone became serious. Apart from that, the greatest use of points is to invite teachers to guide you. Jinyuan Martial University has no basic education. What you want to learn, you have to research yourself and book teachers yourself. The teachers here are basically powerful individuals who have retired from the battlefield. Just a few pointers from them are far stronger than those gold medal teachers outside. Remember, resources can be exchanged, guidance can be exchanged, and even inviting powerful individuals to take action is possible. At Jinyuan Martial University, points are almost equivalent to everything. If you have no points, Rao Su paused briefly. Then it's actually no different from training at home. Upon hearing this, many students from Haishi County and Haixin's eyes suddenly lit up. Without public classes, without fixed studies and resources, all dependent on one's own efforts, this method of cultivation actually excited many. Indeed, prestigious martial universities are completely different from ordinary high schools. Teacher, how can we earn points? Someone couldn't help but ask. Wang Feng slowly began to speak. The first way is ranking battles. There is a specialized ranking system among students. It is divided by grade and held every year. The higher the rank, the more generous the rewards. Outstanding individuals can earn huge points in one go. The second way is tasks. Escort researchers into the monster beast forest, hunt designated monsters, or search for special resources. Or like us, be lucky enough to take on a recruitment task. Speaking of which, the third way is the simplest and most direct. Kill monsters. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Wang Feng continued. 1 point for a first-tier early stage, 5 points for a first-tier mid-stage beast. The greatest advantage of Jinyuan Martial University is its proximity to the beast forest. As long as you have the guts, even as a freshman, you can go anytime. Whether in a team or alone, the school will not interfere. As long as you bring back the beast corpses, you can exchange them for points. Upon hearing this, many students felt their breaths quicken. It seemed that points were easier to obtain than they had imagined. At that moment, however, Wang Feng suddenly stopped, his expression turning serious. But don't blame me for not warning you. The beast forest is not an amusement park. Even on the outskirts, second-tier beasts may break through the barriers. Right now you're all freshmen, which is the fastest time to enhance your strength. Don't overestimate yourselves. If you die, you'll lose everything. The crowd immediately put away their smiles and nodded in agreement. Yes, teacher. The assessment yesterday had already frightened many. Now asking them to go to the beast forest, most lacked the courage. Even Lin Xu felt a slight tremor in his heart at the mention of second-tier beasts. Those were beings comparable to the bone refinement realm. Confidence does not equate to arrogance. The current him was definitely no match for a second-tier beast. Continuing forward, Wang Feng pointed to a distant building. That is the task hall, where the school regularly has welfare tasks that only students can undertake. That large hall is the exchange hall, where you can exchange points. Beast corpses, rare materials, and special items can all be exchanged for points. In addition, most of the things you need can also be exchanged there. He then pointed to the other side. This row of buildings is for training. They are suitable for cultivating different realms such as qi and bloodbone refinement and internal organs. Of course, there is a fee. That is the martial arts arena. The venue is free and you can spar freely. However, if you want to engage in real combat with beasts, you need to pay with points. After all, these are beasts captured by the school, and the cost is not small. Rao Su added with a smile. In short, in the core area of the school, almost everything requires points. As for the outskirts, they are shops run by various companies. They accept both points and money. The two of them patiently introduced everything to the crowd like tour guides. Suddenly Rao Su stopped and pointed to an ancient building not far away. Little ones, are you hungry? Today Teacher Wang is treating so everyone can eat as much as you want. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Feng's expression instantly darkened. Teacher Rao, you are truly ruthless. Treating at the dining hall. How can your heart be so dark? Rao Su wore an innocent expression. Dark? I feel it's quite fair. Besides, you've recruited such a genius this time. I wonder how many bone refinement pills the school will reward you with. Saying this, Rao Su glanced at Lin Xu. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Is it really that little money? Wang Feng's lips twitched slightly. Can we go somewhere else? No. To the roadside shop? No. How about I treat you to a drink? Get lost. Wang Feng remained silent for a few seconds, then sighed deeply. You really are ruthless. The crowd burst into laughter. Soon everyone walked into the dining hall. As soon as they entered, many students couldn't help but look around. The entire restaurant exuded an antique charm with wooden pavilions and intricately carved beams. The air was filled with a rich aroma of meat. In the center of the hall, several massive skeletons of beasts were displayed, creating a formidable presence. Due to the large number of people, the staff directly arranged a big round table. Wang Feng picked up the menu, his expression growing increasingly pained, and finally gritted his teeth, and said, let's have 2 combo meals. And his voice paused for a moment, as if making a decision. Add 1 portion of second-tier beast meat hot pot. Rao Su instantly revealed a satisfied smile. Now that's more like it. Old Wang is generous. Wang Feng maintained a blank expression, merely covering his chest, silently feeling as if his heart was bleeding. The rich aroma of meat spread across the entire table. Lin Xu, smelling the fragrance, immediately served himself a large bowl. Just as he took a bite, a familiar notification sound rang out. Calculating power, 500. Lin Xu's eyes instantly brightened. No wonder it's second-tier beast meat. The energy is so abundant. The next second, he directly lowered his head and started eating voraciously. In just a few bites, a large bowl was gone. Then he continued to serve himself to eat and to show off. The people around gradually fell silent. Li Chun quietly put down his chopsticks. Chu Ling blinked. Several students from Haixian slowly opened their mouths. Everyone's gaze unconsciously fell on Lin Xu. Did he not chew? Is that not the case? Isn't this speed a bit outrageous? Feng Yes' eyelids twitched slightly. Yesterday he snatched monsters, today he's snatching food. Lin Xu keeps refreshing his understanding. Rao Su also looked on in astonishment. He had heard Wang Feng mention that Lin Xu could eat. But could this even be considered eating? This is just hoarding food. Wang Feng silently watched the table, then silently looked at Lin Xu, his lips twitching slightly. Damn. I underestimated him. I have a glutton on my hands. Wang Feng couldn't help but rub his forehead. When others treat, they worry about encountering drinkers. But here he met a glutton instead. The key is others eat by the bowl. Lin Xu's way clearly meant eating by the pot. Wang Feng's mind even began to calculate automatically. Second-tier beast meat. How much does this plate cost? Damn. Could it be that I really don't have enough cash? Meanwhile, Lin Xu was completely oblivious to others. The notification sound kept ringing in his mind. Calculating power, 500. Calculating power, 500. Calculating power, 500. The sounds continued to echo. Having consumed too much last night, he naturally put more effort into replenishing his calculating power upon seeing it. The dining hall staff began to bring out dishes continuously. First round, empty plate. Second round, still an empty plate. By the third round, the staff began to look at Lin Xu with a strange expression. Meanwhile, Wang Feng's expression grew darker. Finally, Lin Xu also noticed something was off. He raised his head and saw Wang Feng's increasingly desperate gaze. After 2 seconds of silence, he quietly slowed down. After a while, he finally put down his chopsticks. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Feng let out a long sigh of relief, nearly moved to tears. Thank goodness. The money I brought is just enough. Otherwise, I would have to use points today. After a hearty meal, Wang Feng stood up to pay. In the next moment, the payment machine emitted a crisp sound. Payment received. 143000 yuan. The air grew slightly quiet, and Wang Feng's facial muscles visibly twitched. Rao Su nearly burst out laughing. At this moment, many students covertly looked at Lin Xu. Just now he ate enough for 10 people. Everyone couldn't help but wonder how his stomach was structured. However, they were merely astonished and did not delve deeper, as there were too many peculiar individuals at Jinyuan Martial University. Many techniques, physiques, and bloodlines could achieve similar effects. After settling the bill, Wang Feng sat back down, looking angrily at Lin Xu. In the future, when others treat you, better not eat like this without restraint. This place has a low cost-performance ratio. With your appetite, you should eat more military rations. Lin Xu felt somewhat awkward. Mainly, the computational power consumption was too harsh last night. Just now his mind echoed 500. Who can withstand such joy? Then Wang Feng continued to speak. One last thing. All new students have a chance for a combat ability test. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became serious. This is a school benefit. During the testing period, killing monsters will earn 10 times the points. A first-tier early-stage monster counts as 10 points. This is the starting capital the school gives you, and make sure to seize it well. At this point, Wang Feng suddenly looked at Lin Xu, his tone growing more serious. Especially you make sure to perform well. Lin Xu nodded, yes, Teacher Wang. Soon Wang Feng and Rao Su stood up to leave. Before leaving, the two pointed towards the distance. New student test, go that way. Everyone prepared to set off. At that moment, Feng Yu suddenly walked towards Lin Xu, smiling as he said, Brother Lin, can we exchange contact information? If you encounter trouble in the future, we might be able to help each other. Lin Xu was slightly taken aback. Trouble? Feng Yu did not shy away and spoke directly. My second uncle also graduated from Jinyuan Martial University. He said that here it follows the law of the jungle. Except for the restriction that higher grades cannot attack lower grades, and that no fatalities or serious injuries are allowed. The remaining restrictions are actually few. Even. Feng Yu lowered his voice a bit. Some people will forcefully buy and sell points. Upon hearing this, the faces of those around changed. Is it possible to do that? Is this a university? The faces of several from Haixian turned visibly ugly. Those students from the city are already strong. I just encountered a few, and I feel their blood value is at least 700. How can we fight this? Chu Ling also frowned slightly. Before today, everyone hadn't felt much. But after witnessing it on the playground, they finally realized. The gap between a county and a big city is indeed vast. Seeing this, Feng Yu smiled and explained, you don't need to worry too much. Truly powerful people generally don't do such things. The talents backed by wealthy families in the city value their reputation. They wouldn't be so shameless. However, Feng Yu shrugged. With so many people, there will always be a few rotten rats. Upon hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. After passing through layers of buildings, they finally arrived at the new student testing area. Just by looking up, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Ahead was a vast square that was so large it seemed endless. Dozens of gigantic testing arenas were neatly arranged, each resembling a small beast-fighting arena with thick iron walls towering several dozen meters high, covered in protective devices. As far as the eye could see, there were people everywhere. Students, teachers, staff. Thick and dense. And this was not some illusory battlefield, but true reality. As Lin Xu approached this place, he caught a strong scent of blood. The air was mixed with the smell of sweat, the stench of monsters, and the lingering aura of killing intent. Meanwhile, a series of shouts echoed. Chop it! Watch out! Behind you! Nice! Many students stood on the periphery, cheering, even getting caught up in the excitement. Next, kill 100 first-tier early-stage monsters, 23 first-tier mid-stage monsters. Reward points, 2150. With these words, an invigilating teacher leaped out of the testing arena, exuding the aura of perfected bone-forging, stepping in to block a fatal attack for the examinee. The student who had just finished the test was already collapsed on the ground. His chest heaved violently, gasping for breath as if he had just crawled back from the gates of hell. You can go. The points will be directly credited to your student ID. Yes. The student nodded with difficulty, then dragged his exhausted body out. Lin Xu looked around. There were dozens of similar testing arenas. The rules were simple and brutal. In the first round, 100 first-tier early-stage monsters were released, all at once. Kill them all. Continue to release 100 first-tier mid-stage monsters. Kill them again. Keep progressing. There were no tricks, only pure slaughter. Compared to the entrance exam, the intensity had at least increased tenfold. Therefore, each testing ground was specifically equipped with teacher support. After all, this was 1 against 100. Only those who could achieve this level could be called geniuses. Is this Jinyuan Martial University? I fear I will embarrass myself. Wang Ning wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His strength was the weakest, with a blood value of only around 290. Naturally, he could handle 1 or 2 first-tier early-stage monsters. But the problem was that this time he faced 100. At this moment, he was even worried that he wouldn't perform well and would end up with no points at all. It should be noted that Wang Ning was considered a top genius in Haishi County's No.1 high school. Yet upon arriving here, he instantly became the bottom. Your movement technique is good. Don't dawdle and don't be afraid of death. You fight fast and kill as many as you can. With teachers around, you won't die. Feng Yu, standing next to Lin Xu, reminded him. Thank you, brother Feng. Wang Ning nodded gratefully. Just then a huge cheer suddenly erupted from afar. Lin Xu instinctively looked over. His gaze then sharpened slightly. In the testing arena, over 100 first-tier latest-stage monsters were madly surrounding a young man. But that person's gaze was incredibly cold, showing no signs of panic. As he swung his long knife, the blade light danced and monsters kept falling. The entire process could even be described as effortless. Minutes later, the last monster fell. The invigilating teacher's voice echoed throughout the arena. Test concluded. All monsters have been killed. Reward points 16000. As the voice fell, the young man slowly sheathed his knife. With the knife returned to its sheath, his expression remained indifferent, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Then he turned to leave. Holy shit. Is this the genius from the city? Clearly the same age as us, yet he has already reached full blood value. This combat strength is too abnormal. Many new students watched with their scalps tingling. Meanwhile, deep within the testing area in a large observation room, dozens of elderly individuals sat quiet. Before them was a massive screen displaying real-time footage from all testing arenas. These individuals were teachers at Jinyuan Martial University, and the vast majority had gray hair and wrinkled faces. One glance made it clear that they were not young. They came here not because Jinyuan Martial University had a task for them to teach new students. The teaching method of Jinyuan Martial University has always been one of free range. Resources are provided, opportunities given. If one still remains buried, it merely proves that they are not a genius. In this era, those who can truly go far are never just those with high cultivation talent. They must also understand judgment, resource competition, making choices, and assessing circumstances. After all, those with talent, but without brains, often perish before they grow up. They came here with only one purpose: to find a successor for themselves. In the final stage of their lives, they hope to pass on their skills. Cultivating the next generation for humanity also gives them something to hold on to. After all, they were old, and their bodies could no longer support long-term frontline battles. Cultivating an outstanding disciple and watching them surpass oneself became the remaining joy among these old fellows. It seems to be the young master Qian Yuan from the Qian family in Jiangnan City. He has already mastered the Qian-level sword technique to a minor success, indicating that he has put in considerable effort. This child's strength is sufficient to enter the top 20 of this session. How interesting! Instead of attending Jiangnan Martial University, he has come to Jinyuan. The way he looked when killing the monsters. This boy is destined to be a killer in the future. Many elders were in constant discussion, their gazes unconsciously drawn to the front row. There sat an elderly man dressed in a long green robe. Although his aura was restrained, his mere presence exuded a sharp, oppressive feeling like a blade. Beside him stood a plump, middle-aged man. He wore an expensive warrior's robe, and a valuable jade pendant hung from his waist with 3 oddly shaped rings adorning his 10 fingers. Around his neck, he even wore a necklace made from polished beast crystals, as if afraid others wouldn't know how wealthy he was. At this moment, he wore a flattering expression. Master Duan, the reason my son Qian Yuan came to Jinyuan Martial University is to hope to become your disciple. Your teachings will surely thrive in his hands. Duan Dao lightly shook his head. This child has decent talent. However, he harbors too much hatred in his heart. If he learns my sword technique, he may easily stray from the path. The middle-aged man's expression slightly changed. Master, my son has long admired your sword technique, and he is quite single-minded. Or if you... Before he could finish, Duan Dao interrupted directly. I am merely warning you of the risks. I have fought on the front lines against the demon race for years, and no longer harbor any thoughts of keeping secrets regarding techniques and skills. As long as the talent is sufficient and he is determined to learn, I am naturally willing to teach. Upon hearing this, the man's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Master. This is 100 million intuition. Throughout the 4 years of university, I will send this to you regularly. He continued, besides, if Master Duan has any other needs, my Qian family can assist, such as the Zongfu pill. Duan Dao simply waved his hand. No need. I suffered severe injuries in my youth and have no hope of further advancement. There is no need to waste those resources. Let this money be saved for the boy. If he truly learns my sword, he will definitely require the Zhen Shindan in the future. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately smiled. Master Duan, this is not just tuition, it is also a token of goodwill. If my brat truly becomes your disciple, he will surely cause you trouble. You should accept this money. He added, you just need to teach, I will handle everything else. Without waiting for Duan Dao to refuse, he placed a bank card on the table and left with a satisfied expression. At that moment, a figure entered the observation room. It was Wang Feng. He wasted no time and went straight to Duan Dao's side. Master Duan, this is the child I recommended. As he spoke, Wang Feng pointed to Lin Xu, who stood outside the field on the screen. Though he comes from a small place like Haishi County, his talent for swordsmanship is exceptional. He has already comprehended a yellow-level sword technique to perfection. Upon hearing this, Duan Dao slowly nodded. His talent is acceptable, but coming from a county. He pondered slightly. To cultivate my martial techniques, many pills are required. What kind of contract is the school investing in him? A second tier. Wang Feng replied. Seeing Duan Dao's brow furrow, he quickly added, Director Ma, who is overseeing the entrance examination, believes Lin Xu has sufficient talent and is already helping him apply for a first-tier investment contract. Duan Dao fell silent for a moment, then sighed lightly. Then we will wait and see. The world knows my sword is strong, but they do not understand the price of mastering it. Without enough Zhen Shindan, learning my sword technique is a disaster rather than a blessing. A first-tier investment contract may not even be sufficient. After saying this, Duan Dao looked back at the screen. He did not agree nor refuse. From the information Wang Feng provided, Lin Xu indeed looked promising. However, he still wanted to see it for himself. Meanwhile, in the new student testing area, the assessments were progressing rapidly. The vast majority of participants didn't even make it past the first round. The reason was simple. Zhenyuan Martial University had very high requirements. First-tier early-stage demonic beasts are not strong, but releasing 100 of them at once is another matter. If one's comprehension of martial techniques is insufficient and battle experience lacking, even if one's vitality is full, it can still be dangerous. Soon the students from Haishi County also finished their tests one after another. Chu Ling killed 62 first-tier early-stage demonic beasts, earning 620 points. Li Chun and Zhou Yuan each killed 20, earning 200 points. Wang Ning relied on his agility to dodge constantly, ultimately managing to kill 6 after a desperate struggle, but was forcibly saved by the proctor. However, scores like Wang Ning's were actually not uncommon. Many students from the counties were the same. Some even sat on the ground paralyzed with fear upon seeing the swarm of demonic beasts rush towards them. They were scolded out by the proctor on the spot. Just this one testing round made everyone understand how significant the gap was between the city and the counties. The vast majority of city students successfully cleared the first round. Gradually, a strange phenomenon emerged. The students began to subconsciously stand to the sides. One side was the city students. The other side was the county students. There was no mockery, and no one initiated trouble. But the occasional glances exchanged still carried an air of disdain. It was as if they were not people from the same world. Lin, brother, I'll go try the waters. First, wait for me to finish the test. Then we will see your great prowess. Feng Yu took a deep breath, his face serious, and then walked towards the testing grounds. He was merely at the 6th level of vitality and had only perfected a yellow-level sword technique. In Haishin, this was already considered an absolute genius. But at this moment, facing this new student test, he also did not have much confidence. After all, there were 100 first-tier early-stage demonic beasts. In terms of danger, it was even higher than facing 2 first-tier mid-stage demonic beasts simultaneously. The only consolation was that the proctors were right beside him. No one would actually die. Thus he could fight without any reservations. Soon the test began. The heavy iron gate slowly opened. In the next moment, a mass of demonic beasts surged out. The roar instantly echoed throughout the testing area. Feng Yu hesitated not at all. His agility exploded, and he dashed out in an instant. Thud! His sword cut through the air, and the first demonic beast fell immediately. He did not dare to stop continuing to maneuver using his agility. He knew very well that first-tier early-stage demonic beasts were not strong. The real trouble was their numbers. He had to eliminate as many as possible while in his best state. The longer he dragged it out, the more dangerous it would become for him. Thud! Thud! The gleam of the sword kept flashing, and one demonic beast after another fell. However, as time passed, Feng Yu's speed began to decline, and more injuries appeared on his body. His shoulder was torn, scratch marks were left on his back, and even his arms began to tremble slightly. Finally, as the last gleam of the sword fell, the final demonic beast collapsed. Feng Yu gasped heavily, his body bruised, and his clothes nearly soaked in blood. However, before he could catch his breath, the proctor was already preparing to release more demonic beasts. The iron gate slowly opened. Inside, a full 100 first-tier mid-stage demonic beasts were already stirring restlessly. At this sight, Feng Yu's expression instantly shifted. He hastily raised his hand. "Master, I yield." He well understood the vast gulf in strength between a level 1 early stage and a level 1 mid-stage demonic beast. Even if he were at peak condition, let alone utterly drained, he could scarcely guarantee victory against 2 level 1 mid-stage beasts simultaneously. Facing 100 was unthinkable. Hearing this, the proctor nodded, then seized the chains with sudden force, instantly subduing all the beasts. 100 level 1 early stage demonic beasts. Reward 1,000 points. Next candidate. A provincial county recruit. Another who's cleared the first trial. Someone glanced toward Feng Yu's direction, voice calm and uninflected. Not bad. This year's county cohort is at least no worse than previous years. Another student likewise glanced over. It's only natural. There are always a few promising ones. Still, resources in the county remain severely limited. Martial techniques, sparring partners, real combat experience, spirit pills. The disparities are immense. Clearing the first trial is already commendable. It's not about talent, really. It's about starting point. We've fought demonic beasts since childhood. Many of them likely saw blood for the first time during their college entrance exams. Truly, first blood at the Gaokao. And yet they dare apply to Jinyuan Martial Academy. Their voices were low, devoid of mockery, merely stating facts. Yet they stood close enough for all to hear. Many county students remained silent, too hesitant to retort. Back in formation, Feng Yu's legs trembled faintly. Slaying 100 beasts consecutively had pushed him to absolute exhaustion. Brother Lin, it's your turn now to uphold our honor. Feng Yu gasped between ragged breaths. Lin Xu offered no reply, only a slight nod. He had of course overheard their exchange. Yet Lin Xu felt nothing. Uphold honor. Unnecessary. He'd come solely for points. As Wang Feng and Rao Su had said, points held far greater value than coin. And this trial offered tenfold rewards. He would cut without restraint. With a heavy iron gate grinding shut behind him. Trial commences. 100 level 1 early stage demonic beasts. The proctor signaled distantly with a wave. In that instant, boom, the massive sluice gate crashed open. Demonic beasts surged forth in frenzy, iron collars still scoring raw welts upon their necks, clearly long confined. And Lin Xu, standing alone in the arena, was now their sole prey. How? A wolf beast lunged first. Close behind came armored lizards clad in overlapping scales, tusked boar beasts, and blood-veined leopards nearly 2 meters tall. 100 beasts charging as one. Their thunderous tread alone sent tremors rippling through the earth. Lin Xu merely drew his blade, slowly, deliberately. Then, in the next heartbeat, his figure vanished. Ghost, shadow, mirage, step, perfected realm. A flash of steel. Then the lead wolf beast's head soared into the air. Instantly, second strike, third, fourth. Lin Xu did not pause, not once. His strikes were blindingly swift, so fast that most spectators could barely trace his motion. It was as though each slash anticipated precisely where the beast would be. Thwack! The armored lizard bisected mid-leap. Thwack! The blood-veined leopard airborne. Its head rolled before its body hit ground. Thwack! The tusked boar hadn't even closed distance before a crimson line bloomed across its throat. No wars. No explosive bursts of energy. Not a wasted gesture. Only pure ruthless efficiency, slaughter distilled to its most essential form. Lin Xu wove effortlessly through the chaos, shifting left then right as if strolling through a tranquil garden. Within mere heartbeats, dozens lay dead. Carcasses littered the ground, blood pooled and flowed. But not a single drop stained Lin Xu's boots. His blade moved with an eerie, almost aesthetic grace. Precise, clean, unerring, like a master butcher dissecting oxen, cleaving flesh and bone with effortless mastery. Gradually the onlookers fell silent. More and more eyes turned toward the arena. Is it already over? Someone murmured, dazed. 100 level 1 early stage beasts, so easily. Which prefecture is he from? I've never seen him before. A nearby student hesitated. He appears to be from the county. He just entered from that side. The county? A ripple of disbelief passed among the crowd. Impossible. Feng Yu too stared, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Less than a night had passed, and yet Lin Xu seemed stronger. Especially his speed, far surpassing his performance during enrollment trials. He concealed his true strength even then. Has his shadow step martial art also reached perfection? Damn, does he have to be this overwhelming? Meanwhile, inside the observation chamber, Wang Feng nodded with quiet satisfaction. He'd urged Lin Xu to perform well precisely because Duan Dao would be watching. Back in Haishi County, he'd pledged to introduce Lin Xu to a mentor, and he intended to keep that vow. With that thought, Wang Feng turned toward Duan Dao, only to freeze. Somewhere along the way, Duan Dao had risen to his feet. His gaze remained locked on the screen, unblinking, unwavering, as if the sole reality within that frame was the lone figure gripping a blade. Master Duan. Wang Feng ventured softly. Silence, Duan Dao murmured. Softly, yet the entire chamber hushed. Wang Feng felt a chill crawl up his nape. He sat rigid, lips sealed tight. Could such a being truly exist in this world? How is this possible? Duan Dao stared, eyes growing brighter, sharper, gazing not at a student, but at an uncut jade of peerless rarity. Could it be? Heavens, will I? Meanwhile, back in the trial arena. Boom. The heavy gate groaned open once more, unleashing 100 level 1 mid-stage demonic beasts. Far more perilous than the first wave, bulging muscles, swifter movement, fiercer aura. Lin Xu exhaled slowly, focus sharpening to a razor's edge. Kill. A silent command echoed within. Then, Lin Xu charged forward. Against such numbers, waiting for encirclement would be suicide. Ghost Shadow Mirage step activated. Lin Xu blurred across the field. Thwack. His blade severed the wolf beast's neck mid-lunge. But in the next breath, 3 Chlorifed hounds converged from 3 angles. Shift left 50 centimeters. Raise blade height by 23 centimeters. Target weak points, neck, eyes. Do Bao's voice chimed incessantly. Yet Lin Xu's body reacted before the words fully registered. He slid sideways, blade arcing upward. Thwack. Blood erupted. 3 beasts collapsed in unison. Yet the tide was endless. No respite granted. Armored lizards charged headlong. Blood-veined leopards pounced. Tusked boars struck from the flank. Step back 1 pace. Threat level rising. Right rear quadrant. Contact imminent in 0.7 seconds. Spin immediately. Lin Xu didn't think, he moved. Spun. Struck. Rending edge sword art erupted. A blade sliced with surgical precision. The monstrous beast collapsed in a thunderous heap. Gradually, something uncanny unfolded in the arena. Though the situation appeared perilously dire each time onlookers braced for Lin Xu to sustain injury, he slipped through danger by the narrowest margin. 10, 20, 30. The corpses of monstrous beasts piled higher and higher. Yet Lin Xu remained unscathed. The proctor stood at the edge of the arena. His right foot lifted, then lowered. Lifted again, then lowered once more. In that brief span, he had already prepared to intervene at least 7 or 8 times. Yet each time Lin Xu seemed to anticipate the assault in advance, gliding effortlessly between fangs and claws. Damn, is this kid doing it again? The proctor nearly lunged forward, only for Lin Xu to evade yet again in the next instant. Wait, are you playing with the edge of oblivion? You'd better not overextend. There's no guarantee I'll reach you in time. Inside his mind, the proctor seethed in silent exasperation. Ordinarily, rescuing students engaged with beasts was straightforward. Fear etched itself plainly upon their faces, movements, warped breaths grew, ragged bodies betrayed gaping vulnerabilities, each cue allowing the proctor to foresee danger well in advance. But Lin Xu was different. His expression remained impassive, his breathing steady. Even after prolonged combat, his speed showed scarcely any decline. This left the proctor utterly confounded. He simply could not predict Lin Xu's next move. Should Lin Xu falter, even once the proctor feared, even he might be swept off balance. At that thought, the proctor sharpened his focus anew, daring not blink. Time flowed slowly. Half an hour later, the final beast crashed down in a shuddering collapse. Lin Xu sheathed his blade and stood motionless. The testing ground lay strewn with carcasses. Blood stained the earth a deep, somber crimson, yet his training uniform remained immaculate. Not even his breathing had altered significantly. This sight made several onlookers instinctively swallow hard. The proctor meanwhile exhaled deeply, a wave of relief washing over him like survival after calamity. Congratulations. Your current score's 6,000 points. The proctor paused briefly, then added, with this performance you've surpassed the vast majority of this year's freshmen. You may conclude the examination. The proctor forced a smile. That half hour had exhausted him more than an entire day's work. Thankfully nothing went awry. Otherwise next year's safe high-pointing assignments, so coveted across campus, might well slip from his grasp. Upon hearing this, Lin Xu blinked faintly. Where are the Tier 1 latest stage beasts? The proctor's expression froze. You wish to proceed to the next challenge? Lin Xu nodded solemnly. At that, the proctor drew a sharp, involuntary breath. But you're only at Chi Blood rank 4. Do you grasp what that implies? Tier 1 latest stage beasts dwarf their mid-stage counterparts in strength. What you achieved just now, in my estimation, relied less on raw power, and far more on agility and martial technique. You wore them down through relentless evasion, outlasting them one by one. Yet against 100 Tier 1 latest-stage beasts, that strategy holds no weight. His tone hardened slightly. Most critically, your physical fortitude remains fixed at its current level. A single brush from a Tier 1 latest-stage beast. Even the finest healing pills our academy possesses may fail to save you. Lin Xu tilted his head puzzled. Am I prohibited from challenging? The proctor opened his mouth, then clamped it shut, swallowing his protest whole. You may? Please wait a moment. He turned immediately toward a colleague who had just finished supervising another test. After a few silent seconds, the proctor pressed his comm device. Requesting activation of Phase 3. I require assistance. The candidate is at Chi Blood Rank 4. The voice on the other end paused noticeably. Chi Blood Rank 4. Confirmed. Confirmed. The reply carried clearly, unmuted and unmistakable. Nearby students caught every word. Chi Blood Rank for attempting Phase 3. Is this some kind of joke? Has he lost his mind? Last year a freshman at Chi Blood Rank 7 was carried out unconscious after Phase 3. Students preparing to depart halted mid-step. Even spectators from adjacent testing arenas gathered swiftly. Within minutes the observation zone swelled markedly in size. Very well. Boom. As heavy iron gates groaned open with ponderous slowness. A savage oppressive aura, vastly exceeding all prior waves, engulfed the entire arena. In their wake emerged colossal monstrous beasts, wolf demons, tiger demons, fox demons, badger demons, boar demons, and even leopard demons famed for blinding speed. A chaotic amalgam of terrestrial demons, over 100 strong, every single one a Tier 1 latest agility. Each radiated an aura far more potent than the mid-stage beasts slain earlier. When 100 such beasts converged, their concentrated, almost tangible malevolence thickened the very air, oppressive, suffocating. Roar. Roars shook the arena to its foundations. Many spectators instinctively stepped back half a pace. Even behind reinforced barriers their scalps prickled with primal dread. To place them inside would likely strip them of the courage even to grip a blade. Phase 3. Feng Yu shot upright, stunned into silence. 100 Tier 1 latest-stage beasts. Across the entire assessment grounds. Only a handful dared attempt this trial. And Lin Xu stood at merely Chi Blood Rank 4. Feng Yu clenched his fists tightly. If Phase 2 allowed room for finesse and footwork, Phase 3 demanded sheer, unadulterated might. Any single Tier 1 latest-stage beast could effortlessly rend an ordinary Chi Blood Rank 4 cultivator limb from limb. Yet Lin Xu had volunteered, chosen, to face them all. Feng Yu could not comprehend it, yet was profoundly shaken. Inside the arena, Lin Xu's expression tightened. Not a trace of arrogance remained. His 5-animal breathing art pulsed ceaselessly. His ki blood surged through his meridians like a river poised to burst its banks. His mastery of martial techniques gave him confidence. Yet his foundational strength remained anchored at Chi Blood Rank 4. Before him stood 100 Tier 1 latest-stage beasts. Each rivaled the wolf demon he'd once faced, fierce, lethal, unforgiving. More than that, there were 100 of them. Do Bao, what is the probability of victory? Comprehensive assessment underway. Target count 100. Target Tier 1 latest-stage. No qualitative disparity in core cultivation level. Estimated combat duration significantly increased. Projected computational load markedly elevated. Victory probability 87. 24-inch. A faint quiet smile curved Lin Xu's lips. That probability was more than sufficient. His doubts dissolved entirely. If danger remained calculable, this battle was not merely survivable, it was meant to be savored. 100 Tier 1 latest-stage beasts. Such an unparalleled sparring opportunity did not arise often. Lin Xu drew a slow, deep breath, and his right hand tightened around the hilt of his blade. In the next heartbeat, as if obeying a single silent command, the 100 beasts erupted forward, earth-trembling dust billowing skyward. The wave of ferocious, suffocating aura paled the faces of many observers in the stands. Yet Lin Xu did not retreat. Instead his gaze burned ever brighter, sharp, focused alight with fierce anticipation. Watching 100 monstrous beasts roar in unison, Lin Xu raised his blade and charged headlong into the storm. Roar! At that moment the first tiger demon suddenly pounced out, as if signaling an alarm. In the next instant hundreds of demonic beasts erupted in chaos. The ground trembled as countless beastly shadows rushed towards Lin Xu frantically. The scene resembled a tide of beasts crashing down. Faced with such a situation, Lin Xu chose not to take the initiative to attack. Ghostly shadow, full eruption. Whoosh! In an instant he transformed into an afterimage, swiftly darting along the edge of the testing ground. Now his base speed was already extremely fast, and with the enhancement of the perfected ghostly shadow technique, even facing a latest-stage first-level demon beast, he would not be easily caught. But the problem was that the space here was limited. There were too many demon beasts, Just as Lin Xu dodged an attack from the front, a wolf demon lunged at him with its gaping maw. Moving 50 centimeters to the right, his body almost instinctively complied as the wolf demon's sharp teeth grazed his shoulder. Rip! His clothes instantly tore open. Immediately afterward, a leopard demon charged in from behind. Lowering his head, Lin Xu suddenly bent down as the sharp claws of the beast swept over his head, stirring up a chilling gust of wind. Had he been even half a beat slower, his head would have been torn apart. However, the danger was far from over. Just as he landed, a black-armored wild boar demon came crashing toward him. Using the momentum to roll, Lin Xu pushed off with his toes, flipping his body out of the way. The wild boar demon charged past, slamming into the wall with a loud crash. The entire process was perilous, as if he were dancing on the edge of a knife. Each dodge was a hair's breadth away. Each movement was precise enough to make one's scalp tingle. On the sidelines, another proctor who had been temporarily brought in could hardly contain himself. What the hell? Is he not going to intervene? He instinctively stepped forward, only to be firmly held back by a colleague beside him. Wait a bit longer. What the hell? With his small frame, a single touch could be fatal. I don't want to take the blame. Another teacher was also sweating profusely. But he isn't injured yet. If we go down now, we'll be violating the rules as well. Damn it. The teacher's mouth twitched violently. Are you trying to get me in trouble? I was doing just fine proctoring next door. You called me over to see this. As he spoke, Lin Xu once again narrowly dodged the fangs of a tiger demon. The teacher's eyelids twitched, and he shivered all over. With a physical strength of 4 layers facing hundreds of latest-stage first-level demon beasts, shouldn't the normal procedure be to call for help as soon as he entered? Then the two of them would rush in to save him. Announce the end of the test, and everyone is happy. But what is the situation now? This bizarre movement technique. This absurdly precise timing. And Lin Xu's always calm gaze. Old Zhang, tell me, is this little monster truly a fresh graduate? Why does he look even more extraordinary than those veterans on the front lines? At the testing ground, Lin Xu seized the moment and suddenly swung his knife. Godslayer. The blade's light flashed abruptly. The tiger demon closest to Lin Xu suddenly stiffened. In the next moment, its massive head rolled to the ground, blood gushing out. After taking down one, Lin Xu dared not relax for a moment, stamping his foot on the ground, and his entire body vanished from the spot. Boom. Almost simultaneously, his snake tail, 3 meters long, lashed down violently at the spot he had just occupied. Debris flew, and a visible dent appeared in the ground. Knees slightly bent, prepare to jump, height 5-6 meters. The fox demon has weaker strength. Swing the knife to block, using momentum to escape the encirclement. Move forward 1-3 meters to the right. Roll. The prompt sounds from Do Bao rang out at an unprecedented frequency. It was too fast, so fast that many times Lin Xu did not even have time to think. He relied almost entirely on his Buddhist instincts to execute. Every time a lethal attack was about to land, he always managed to narrowly avoid them. The snake tail brushed past his back, and the sharp claws nearly grazed his neck. Sometimes Lin Xu could even smell the strong stench from the demon beast's mouth. This feeling was extremely dangerous, yet also intoxicating. Walking the edge of life and death made his combat awareness grow at a terrifying speed. The initial worry had long since vanished, replaced by excitement, by exhilaration. Battle was truly won. In the intense slaughter, Lin Xu's breathing became increasingly rapid. But at the same time, the 5 animals' breathing method was operating at high speed with Do Bao's assistance. A large amount of air surged into his body. His blood and energy began to churn. He could even feel that his strength was slowly increasing. To slay a latest-stage first-level demon beast, the only way for him now was to rely on the last move of the blade of splitting edge, Godslayer. Every time he used it, his body would fall into a brief weakness. But strangely, as he kept running and breathing, that feeling of weakness would gradually recover. The longer the time dragged on, the fewer latest-stage first-level demon beasts remained in the area. Naturally, the pressure would decrease as well, continuing to wear them down. 1 hour, 2 hours, or even longer. With the special nature of his body, he would eventually be able to break through here. Others clearly had no idea of Lin Xu's thoughts. At this moment, both the proctor teachers and the students outside were all holding their breath. The entire venue was terrifyingly quiet, because Lin Xu's fighting style was too insane. In their eyes, this was not a battle at all. It was like walking on a tightrope. Any single mistake could lead to death. In the years of freshman tests, there had almost never been a case of death. But now everyone couldn't help but have doubts. This brother, wouldn't he truly end up killing himself? A shared doubt appeared in everyone's mind. The greatest advantage of humanity has never been strength, but wisdom. Facing the formidable flesh of demon beast, warriors relied on weapons, martial arts, and movement techniques to gradually close the power gap. Therefore, the first thing a normal warrior does in battle is to create distance. Who would dare to dodge so closely to the demon beast's claws like Lin Xu? A slight mistake could lead to severe injury or even death. The proctor teacher who arrived last swallowed hard. What if this kid really dies? The consequences would be severe. Let's observe a bit longer. Another teacher took a deep breath. This kid seems to have a grasp on the situation. Mainly Lin Xu's gaze was too calm. That calmness did not appear to be close to the limit. Instead, it seemed as if everything was within calculation. Could it be that these perilous maneuvers were intentional? After all, the smaller the range of motion, the lower the energy consumption. Just as everyone pondered, Lin Xu moved again in the arena. Soon an isolated wolf demon entered his sight. Upon seeing the wolf demon, Lin Xu's eyes brightened. Kill the wolf. This was something he was familiar with. The wolf demon obviously noticed Lin Xu as well. With a low growl, it lunged at him. At this moment, inside the observation room, more and more teachers from the Zongfu realm turned their attention to the area where Lin Xu was located. There was no helping it. At this moment, Lin Xu was simply too conspicuous. In the past, Qian Yuan wielded a long knife, effortlessly slaying 100 latest-stage first-order demon beasts, which had already impressed many teachers from the Zongfu realm present. But what Lin Xu displayed at this moment sent chills down everyone's spines. This was no longer just a matter. It was instinct in battle awareness and talent. Such a strong battle awareness. Such a ruthless fighting style. This kid is naturally cut out for slaying demons. Do we have any information about his student profile? Give me the data. A teacher from the Zongfu realm stood up directly. On another side, another teacher's eye sparkled. This physical strength. How can it be only at the 4th level of qi and blood? It seems he has a special constitution. How long has it been since I took a disciple? Everyone, why not let this child be mine? He is very suitable to inherit my legacy. The entire observation room instantly descended into chaos. Those teachers who usually had very high standards now looked at the monitoring screen as if they were gazing at a rare treasure. Poor cultivation talent. Not a big deal. Oh, just throw resources at it. Qi and blood pills, bone forging pills, Zongfu pills. As long as the person isn't useless, resources can always be piled up. But battle talent comprehension. Such things either exist naturally or they don't. In everyone's eyes, Lin Xu's value was even a notch above Qian Yuan. For a moment, the observation room became increasingly lively. Several teachers even exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a hint of wariness. They were here to select successors. Now seeing such a promising talent, they naturally became competitors. In the monitoring screen, Lin Xu suddenly crouched down. In the next moment, 2 demon bears simultaneously sprang into action. Boom! Their massive paws came crashing down. But the target shifted from Lin Xu to each other. The 2 demon bears were momentarily stunned. And in that instant, Lin Xu moved. Broken gold. The blade light flashed. Swoosh. The ankles of the 2 demon bears were simultaneously severed. Their massive bodies lost balance and crashed to the ground. At this moment, Duan Dao, who had been standing and watching, finally slowly sat back in his chair. He then turned to Wang Feng beside him. Duan Dao forced a smile that he deemed friendly, but combined with the gruesome scar on his face, it appeared rather chilling. Duan. Senior Duan Yu. Wang Feng instinctively shrank his neck. Lower your voice. Duan Dao whispered, then took out a beast collection pouch from his pocket. He casually stuffed it into Wang Feng's arms. Xiao Wang, do me a favor. Here are 100 bone-forging pills. Just a small token of appreciation. Wang Feng glanced down. He almost couldn't hold it steady. 100? This is just a small token. Huh. This. You need to go and do as I say right now? Duan Dao chuckled and patted his shoulder, whispering something in his ear. This kid Lin Xu is destined to learn my knife techniques. This is also for his own good. All right. Fine. Wang Feng nodded with difficulty, mainly because Duan Dao's hand resting on his shoulder felt like a vice grip. He even doubted that if he dared to refuse, his right shoulder would likely not survive today. Soon Wang Feng stood up and left the observation room. The surrounding teachers from the Zongfu realm didn't notice him at all. All their attention was now focused on the monitoring screen. Time slowly passed. Within less than a quarter of an hour, Duan Dao suddenly stood up as well. Old Duan, where are you going? Someone asked in confusion. Duan Dao waved his hand. Qian Yuan has already entered my tutelage. The inheritance has been passed on. So, I want to compete with everyone here. The crowd was obviously taken aback. You're being so agreeable. The person had a suspicious look on his face. This kid named Lin Xu has clear eyes and decisive actions when slaying demons. I think he is most suitable for your inheritance. I thought you would have to swallow your pride today and take 2 disciples. Duan Dao sighed. He is indeed impressive, but his cultivation talent is too poor. Practicing my knife techniques, the Jinshin pill, is a bottomless pit. The resource demands are too high. It's tough. After saying this, Duan Dao placed his hands behind his back. He gazed out the window and then slowly spoke. Having passed on one son to the knife, there are no regrets. How could I let the heroes all go empty-handed? In this world, there are countless talents. Let them share the green mountains with those who come after. As his voice fell, Duan Dao turned and left. His figure exuded an unparalleled heroism. In the observation room, everyone looked at each other. The atmosphere suddenly turned a bit quiet. This old fellow is usually so sly. When did he become so polite? Last time when we were playing cards I shortchanged him 1 million. This guy chased me for the debt, all the way to the demon beast forest. This demeanor doesn't seem like him. Who cares, having one less competitor is good. In the testing field, time slowly flowed. Unknowingly, an entire hour had passed since the assessment began. The expressions of the surrounding students had also undergone a dramatic change. At first they were surprised, then shocked, followed by admiration and later confusion. But now, they had become completely numb. Because Lin Xu had been fighting for a full hour. An hour. This guy was clearly only at the 4th level of qi and blood. Yet the stamina he displayed was even more exaggerated than many bone-forging realm warriors. At this moment, the number of late-stage first-order demon beasts that had perished under Lin Xu's blade had reached 20. And as the number of demon beasts dwindled, his space for movement grew larger. His efficiency in slaying demons not only did not diminish but instead began to rise rapidly. Many students outside could no longer contain their discussions. What is up with this guy? Why has his speed and power not weakened at all? He must have a special constitution. Such stamina is something ordinary warriors can't possess. A student from a county town actually hides such a monster. He can't possibly want to slay all 100 latest-stage first-order demon beasts, right? In terms of demon-slaying ability, I feel he is even more formidable than senior brother Wang and senior sister Yin Xiao. Indeed, even in a chicken coop a phoenix can emerge. This guy's combat power can definitely rank in the top 100 of his grade. If at the beginning, when everyone saw Lin Xu narrowly avoiding attacks, they would still feel a bit tense. But now no one was nervous anymore. Because everyone suddenly realized that Lin Xu was not like ordinary people. Every time it seemed he was about to be shredded by claws, he dodged. Every time it looked like he would be knocked away by a demon beast, he again evaded. Every time a life-and-death crisis approached, a thought would even involuntarily emerge in everyone's minds. Oh, this time he will surely dodge again. Over time, those thrilling scenes had somehow become a matter of course. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. As time progressed, the testing area gradually became quiet. A strong smell of blood permeated the entire area. Corpses of demon beasts were everywhere. Broken scales, shattered fangs, and large patches of still wet blood. At this moment in the vast testing area, only the last demon beast remained. It was a massive serpent demon. It coiled its body, constantly flicking its tongue. Its crimson eyes stared fixedly at Lin Xu. But in those serpent eyes there was no longer the ferocity from the beginning. Instead, they were filled with exhaustion. It even carried a hint of confusion. It couldn't understand why this human whose aura was not strong could fight all the way to now. Why could it have continued fighting until now? For over 3.5 hours. Long enough to exhaust even a demonic beast, let alone a human. Yet Lin Xu showed no sign of fatigue. Faced with imminent death, the serpent demon strained its body upright, slowly raising its head into a coiled attack stance. Its forked tongue flickered incessantly, emitting sharp warning hisses. Doubao, this serpent's body is too massive for precise calculation of its vital spot, the 7th vertebra. In suggestion, decapitation. In hearing the prompt echo in his mind, Lin Xu's lips curved faintly upward. In the next instant, he exploded forward, feet driving powerfully against the ground, as the Ghost Shadow Mirage technique surged into motion. After 3 to 4 hours of relentless combat, Lin Xu could distinctly feel his strength surging. His mastery of blade art deepened, his grasp of battle rhythm sharpened to razor precision. Even the Ghost Shadow Mirage now brushed against the threshold of breakthrough. Whoosh! Ni's figure vanished in a flash, leaving only shimmering afterimages suspended in midair. The serpent demon's pupils contracted violently. It instinctively recoiled its head upward. Yet in that very instant, Lin Xu appeared high above it. Blade raised skyward, qi and blood surging together in a torrential convergence. An annihilation of the divine. Na blinding silver arc erupted, like a celestial ribbon cleaving the heavens. Enthwip. And the razor-sharp light sheared through scale and flesh alike. The serpent demon never even had time to unleash its venom. The colossal serpentine head tore skyward in a geyser of crimson blood erupting like a fountain. With a thunderous crash, the headless body slammed into the earth, convulsing wildly, each spasm shaking the ground beneath it, until at last all movement ceased. The final demonic beast, dead. In witnessing this, the two proctors exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of profound, almost palpable relief. Then they exhaled deeply, finally over. And they felt more drained than Lin Xu himself. An assessment concluded. All demonic beasts eliminated. Reward 160 merit points credited instantly to student ID. And the proctor announced aloud. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Xu, eyes clouded with unspoken astonishment. He himself was a recent graduate of Jinyuan Martial Academy. And over the years he'd encountered prodigies, some even monstrous geniuses, but Lin Xu was unlike anything he'd ever seen. His cultivation level was modest, yet his combat prowess defied all logic. And most astonishing of all, across 3 to 4 hours of grueling non-stop combat, not a single misstep. Every peril seemed already accounted for in his calculations. And after a long silence, only one thought echoed in the proctor's mind. Is this truly human? Lin Xu gave a quiet nod, sheathed his blade, and turned to leave the trial arena. But just as he approached the exit, dozens of eyes locked onto him. Among them were even elite students from the city. County-born students had long been overlooked. Simple reason: their average aptitude was low and their numbers scarce. Each year, fewer than 1/10 of the city's total admissions to Jinyuan Martial Academy came from county schools. And over time, many city students developed an unconscious disdain toward county peers. Lin Xu, however, was the exception. And to slay over 100 latest-stage Tier 1 demonic beasts at merely Chi Blood Realm 4th tier, that feat commanded universal respect. Several students were already stepping forward to introduce themselves. And after all, they would soon study side by side at Jinyuan Martial Academy, and forging early ties with such a peer was undeniably advantageous. Before anyone could speak, however, a figure blocked the exit: Wang Feng. Ni's expression was urgent, almost frantic. Even his brow glistened with fine beads of sweat. Master Wang. Why are you here? Lin Xu frowned in confusion. No time to explain. Come with me now. Wang Feng seized Lin Xu's wrist and bolted, his speed breathtaking, leaving the startled freshman frozen mid-step. What's going on? Why such haste? I was about to say hello. They stared at one another, disappointment lingering in their eyes. Meanwhile, inside the observation chamber, the Zongfu realm instructors erupted in chaos. Holy hell. Isn't that the kid who sat beside Duan Dao just now? I knew it. That old fox Duan Dao definitely had something up his sleeve, and he even recited a poem before leaving. I'll recite his grandmother's leg. Chase him down now, or he'll really pull off the heist. Boom. Boom. Multiple overwhelming auras erupted simultaneously. 5 or 6 Zongfu realm masters vanished from sight in an instant. Elsewhere, Wang Feng was sprinting for his life. So desperate, he hoisted Lin Xu into a bridal carry, racing onward with terrifying velocity. Jinyuan Martial Academy bustled with life. Students streamed along both sides of the road. And thus an utterly surreal scene unfolded: a grown man carrying another grown man at full sprint. Sparks flew in his wake. Bystanders stood dumbstruck. What the? People these days really know how to play. In broad daylight, clear skies, and not a shred of restraint. I recognized the one carrying him. He's a Liangu realm instructor. A Liangu realm instructor bullying a Chi Blood realm student. I get it. It's inappropriate on campus. They're heading for the Demon Beast Forest. Brilliant. The freshman being carried looks surprisingly refined. Phew. Tell us more. Nearby pedestrians nodded knowingly. Several girls' eyes sparkled, already weaving elaborate fantasies in their minds. So novels are real. Domineering teacher forced romance. Oh my. How thrilling. Lin Xu froze, mortified beyond words, wishing desperately for a crack in the earth to swallow him whole. Never in his life had he been so utterly humiliated. Master Wang. Could you please put me down? Lin Xu gritted out, already struggling, though futilely. Nat Chi Blood Realm 4th tier, he was as helpless as a chick in the grip of a Liangu Realm master. No time, bear with me. Wang Feng, drenched in sweat, didn't slow a single step. Though the observation chamber wasn't nearby, the Zongfu Realm masters moved with terrifying swiftness. Any delay risked mission failure. What do you mean? Lin Xu's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Then for the first time a chill of genuine foreboding crept up his spine. You'll see soon enough. This concerns both our futures. Wang Feng gasped between strides, then accelerated again. At those words, Lin Xu felt icy dread surge from his soles straight to his crown. Master Wang. I'm deeply grateful for your recognition and trust. But I hold no interest in men. Lin Xu spoke earnestly, his right hand already sliding silently toward his blade hilt. And had he possessed even a sliver of hope, he'd have drawn steel then and there. Wang Feng nearly choked, staggering as if struck. Don't, please. Your lack of interest isn't an option. Forget it. We'll talk once we arrive. Hearing that, Lin Xu paled further, his right hand now resting firmly upon. At this moment, Wang Feng wore a face full of sorrow and helplessness. Others might be unaware, but he certainly was not. That old man Duan Dao, a formidable powerhouse at the peak of his realm, actually resorted to threatening him with 100 bone refining pills to make him snatch someone away in advance. Earning money was truly difficult. Thinking of the group of teachers in the observation room, Wang Feng felt a chill run down his spine. It's over. With my little arms and legs, I won't end up being taken advantage of and killed by some senior when I go to the front lines, will I? Wang Feng's heart was filled with grief and anger, yet his feet ran even faster. Now he could only walk down this dark path. The management of Jinyuan Martial University over students was exceedingly lax. Except for certain forbidden areas and special zones, both teachers and students could come and go freely. Thus Wang Feng ran wildly without encountering any obstacles. As he moved further away from the campus, the surrounding environment gradually changed. The originally wide and clean road slowly disappeared, replaced by dense forests. The damp and humid air grew heavier, and in the distance one could occasionally hear the low roars of demonic beasts. This place was already at the outskirts of the demonic beast forest, and Wang Feng was indeed a powerhouse at the bone refining realm. With all his strength unleashed, he sped along with Lin Xu for hundreds of miles, in a short time, his speed astonishing. Meanwhile, within Jinyuan Martial University, chaos had already erupted. Duan Dao, you old geezer, come out here. If you don't open the door, I'll break it down. Outside a teacher's dormitory, a powerhouse at the internal organs realm was banging on the door frantically. However, the courtyard was completely empty. Not to mention Duan Dao, there wasn't even a single bird. On the other side, several teachers had already blocked Lin Xu's dormitory. You little brats are Lin Xu's roommates, right? Has he come back? Li Chun and the others looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion. No, teacher. We haven't seen him since the test ended. Upon hearing this, a group of internal organs realm teachers immediately grew anxious and started jumping in place. This is bad. He must have been taken away by Duan Dao ahead of time. Go check. Quickly go check. Let's see where they have run off to. They never imagined that this old fox Duan Dao had arranged for Wang Feng to take the person out of the school in advance. Quickly go check. Let's see where they have run off to. They never imagined that this old fox Duan Dao had arranged for Wang Feng to take the person out of the school in advance. Wang Feng finally stopped bending over and gasping for breath, his forehead covered in beads of sweat. Ahead of him, a figure had already been waiting for quite some time. Lin Xu. This is the Duan Dao I mentioned to you, Teacher Duan. He's a powerhouse at the peak of the internal organs realm. Old Duan intends to take you as his disciple. Wang Feng set Lin Xu down and couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. He had exerted every ounce of strength on the way here. He had never felt this exhausted, even when being chased in the demonic beast forest. Once free, Lin Xu couldn't help but shiver. So Teacher Wang brought me this far. Is it to become a disciple? What else could it be? Wang Feng looked puzzled. Lin Xu let out a long breath, his anxious heart finally at ease. However, at the same time, his confusion deepened. Becoming a disciple is one thing, but why come to the demonic beast forest? Thinking of this, Lin Xu looked up and finally saw Duan Dao's appearance clearly. At this moment, Duan Dao looked different from how he appeared in the observation room. He had clearly dressed up deliberately. He wore a clean and tidy black robe, his hair meticulously arranged, and even his beard was trimmed neatly. A kind smile adorned his face. If it weren't for the hideous claw mark that ran through half of his face, he would indeed have an air of an otherworldly being. I have met the elder, Lin Xu said respectfully as he bowed. Although the elderly man before him appeared ordinary, Wang Feng's attitude indicated that this person was far from simple. You are Lin Xu? Duan Dao asked with a smile. Indeed I am. Student Lin Xu. Duan Dao nodded slightly. I am named Duan Dao. Today I had Wang Feng bring you here because I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Lin Xu was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but look around. It is an honor for me that the elder favors a junior like myself. But why come here? Wang Feng silently rolled his eyes beside him. What else could it be? To snatch people. Those old geezers are probably still searching around the school for him. Wang Feng almost laughed out loud at this thought. However, he wouldn't dare to say such words out loud. Duan Dao chuckled lightly. Taking on disciples naturally requires making you feel convinced and willing. This is the outskirts of the demonic beast forest. Just the right place for you to have a look at the sword techniques you will be learning in the future. As he spoke, Duan Dao slowly took a step forward. In the next moment, his aura abruptly changed. Boom. It was as if a legendary ferocious beast that had been asleep for 10,000 years had opened its eyes. The kind-looking old man transformed in an instant into a supreme swordsman overlooking the heavens and the earth. A pressure that seemed to disdain the world surged into the sky. Lin Xu's pupils constricted as he realized that the long sword in his hand began to tremble violently, as if summoned by something. Swish! The long sword slipped from his hand and accurately landed in Duan Dao's palm. The moment he grasped the sword, Duan Dao's eyes gradually turned crimson and an overwhelming killing intent erupted. The air around seemed to freeze. Lin Xu felt a tightness in his chest, his breathing becoming incredibly difficult and every bone in his body groaned under the unbearable pressure. It felt as if his body would completely shatter in the next second. Doubao high energy response detected extremely dangerous. The gap between both parties is too great, it is advised not to resist. In his mind, Debao's voice became increasingly urgent. At that moment, Duan Dao turned around and slowly raised the long sword. Then he slashed down. Boom! The world seemed to lose its voice. The pitch-black sword energy spanned the sky like a roaring demonic dragon emerging from the abyss. Wherever the sword energy passed, countless towering ancient trees were instantly reduced to powder. It wasn't just a collapse, they were completely shattered. Clouds of wood shavings soared into the sky. The ground within a radius of hundreds of meters was forcibly torn open, and even the nearby hill that stood several dozen meters high crumbled with a loud crash, unable to hold on for even a breath. The entire mountain was leveled. Even more terrifying was that after the sword energy passed, it left behind large patches of eerie blue flames. Those flames burned quietly, but emitted a chilling aura of destruction, as if even the air could be incinerated. The entire world was engulfed in silence. Lin Xu was utterly dumbfounded. Wang Feng's mouth was agape, equally shocked. This is a life-threatening technique. Is this what you use to show off in front of your disciples? Moments later, Duan Dao slowly sheathed his sword. All killing intent vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. He reverted back to his amiable demeanor, even smiling as he returned the long sword to Lin Xu. Do you want to learn? You can practice this sword technique once you reach the bone refining realm. Student Lin Xu. I pay my respects to my teacher. Such a strong individual is willing to take on a disciple. If one were to refuse, that would be truly foolish. Upon hearing Lin Xu agree to become a disciple, Duan Dao's smile instantly brightened. The joy on his face was akin to finding a treasure. Good disciple. Hurry up, it's cold on the ground. Duan Dao quickly helped Lin Xu to his feet. Then, as if fearing that Lin Xu might change his mind, he swiftly pulled out a document from his pocket. Here. First sign the disciple verification form. Lin Xu looked down and saw several large characters written on it: Jinyuan Martial Masters Disciple Registration Certificate. Duan Dao cleared his throat and explained earnestly, at Jinyuan Martial University. For disciples of strong practitioners above the Zongfu level, registration is required. This way, when the school reviews resources in the future, I can also advocate for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xu nodded. After a brief glance, he found no issues and directly signed his name. A formidable practitioner of the Zongfu level surely wouldn't covet his meager possessions. Beside him, Wang Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Advocate for him. That sounded so nice. The main purpose of this document was clearly to prevent other instructors from poaching disciples. Years ago, 2 teachers at Jinyuan Martial University had fought from the office to the playground over a genius. In the end, even the principal was alarmed. From that point on, the school specifically created this verification certificate. However, all these intricacies were naturally unknown to Lin Xu, a first-year student from a county town. Thinking of this, Wang Feng looked at Lin Xu with a touch more envy. Being a genius is wonderful. So many Zongfu-level strong practitioners are eager to take him as a disciple. When he enrolled, he couldn't even get a single inquiry, let alone a competition. Just then, Duan Dao suddenly frowned, as if sensing something. In the next moment, he directly shielded Lin Xu behind him. Teacher. Lin Xu was slightly taken aback. Boom, boom, boom. Several powerful auras rapidly approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, they landed before everyone. There were at least 5 or 6 individuals, each exuding fierce waves of energy, all of whom were Zongfu-level experts. As soon as they landed, one of the burly men couldn't help but shout angrily, Duan Dao, you shameless old man. I've been looking for you everywhere. You actually brought someone to the monster beast forest. Another person, equally outraged, exclaimed, didn't you say you would only take 1 disciple? You are clearly afraid we would catch up. You even turned poetry into military tactics. A few teachers grew angrier and powerful auras pressed. You are clearly afraid we would catch up. You even turned poetry into military tactics. A few teachers grew angrier and powerful auras pressed towards Duan Dao. However, Duan Dao merely snorted coldly. Boom. A terrifying killing intent surged, instantly dispersing all the pressure. Lin Xu stood behind him, feeling not the slightest hint of pressure. On the contrary, Wang Feng beside him nearly cried out on the spot. With so many Zongfu-level experts clashing, he, a mere bone refinement level, was shaking all over. His knees kept bending, almost collapsing to the ground. Gentlemen, Duan Dao said, hands behind his back. The smile on his face was impossible to suppress as he slowly raised the document in his hand. I am superior in skill. Thank you very much. Everyone's gaze swept over, instantly spotting the disciple verification that was already signed. The air fell silent for a moment. The next instant, insults erupted, even louder. Damn. Today I finally witnessed your shamelessness. Duan Dao, you truly deserve to die. I have lived for so many years, and have never seen someone as cunning as you. You old men are so wicked. Next time I play cards, don't let me see you. Duan Dao listened with a smug expression, leisurely stroking his beard, exuding the demeanor of a victor. The others were so furious they gnashed their teeth. Yet the ship had sailed, the disciple verification was already signed. They couldn't possibly start a fight, could they? In the end, they could only curse and turn away. They genuinely thought highly of Lin Xu, but unfortunately, they were outmaneuvered by the cunning Duan Dao. Teacher, who are they? Lin Xu asked in confusion. Duan Dao waved his hand dismissively. Don't mind them. Just a bunch of old geezers who can't reach the grapes and claim they are sour. Though they are all Zongfu level in a real fight. I alone could take them all on. Several teachers who hadn't gone far froze in their tracks, their fists instantly. Good disciple. Let's return to Jinyuan Martial University. After returning to the school, the sky had already darkened. Duan Dao looked at Lin Xu. You must be tired today, go back and rest well. Tomorrow, I will have someone take you to see me, and then I will formally teach you martial arts. Lin Xu respectfully bowed, saying, Thank you, teacher. To others it appeared that Lin Xu had fought hard for several hours in the new student test, and then was brought back and forth to the monster beast forest. Logically, he should have been exhausted. Yet only Lin Xu knew that he felt exceptionally good now. If Duan Dao were to teach him martial arts right now, he could start cultivating immediately. However, Lin Xu could sense Duan Dao's concern for him. Moreover, being overly exaggerated in his performance might not be wise, so he could only nod in agreement. Upon returning to the dormitory, as soon as he opened the door, Li Chun and the others stood up abruptly. Brother Lin, where have you been? Wang Ning hurriedly chimed in. Just now many seniors came. They almost scared us to death. Lin Xu casually replied, the monster beast forest. The three of them were momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, each with a head full of question marks. The monster beast forest. Are you joking? The three thought Lin Xu was joking, but they tactfully didn't press further. Just as Lin Xu was about to get on his bed to continue cultivating, someone suddenly knocked on the dormitory door. Knock, knock, knock. Is this Lin Xu's dormitory? A middle-aged man's voice came from outside. Lin Xu stood up upon hearing this, and quickly walked to the door. After opening the door, he found that the visitor was wearing the uniform of Jinyuan Martial University, with an identification badge hanging on his chest. Student ID, he stated concisely. Without hesitation, Lin Xu took out his student ID from his beast containment pouch, and handed it over. After the middle-aged man confirmed his identity, a smile appeared on his face. Congratulations. Due to your outstanding performance in the new student test, you have been jointly recommended by Teacher Ma Tianfu and Teacher Duan Dao. The school has reviewed and decided that effective immediately your training contract will be upgraded from level 2 to level 1. As soon as these words were spoken, the dormitory fell silent. Even Li Chun and the others instinctively perked up their ears. A level 1 contract. Did they hear that right? The middle-aged man continued, according to the level 1 genius investment contract standards. Starting this month, there will be a cash reward of 2 million yuan each month and 80 chi blood pills. The rights to purchase martial arts techniques remain unchanged. Additionally, you will receive 4 years of free access to all training facilities at Jinyuan Martial University. While speaking, the other party took out a small bag from the beast storage bag and handed it to Lin Xu. Here are the 80 chi blood pills distributed this month. Starting next month, you can use your student ID to go to the exchange hall to collect them yourself. As for the cash rewards, they will be automatically deposited into your bank account monthly. Lin Xu accepted the pills, feeling a bit surprised. The generosity of Jinyuan Wu University exceeded his expectations. After completing the task, the middle-aged man's expression softened noticeably. Then he took out a long knife from the beast storage bag again. Additionally, this is a gift from Master Duan for you, and Crade alloy battle knife. Also, congratulations on becoming Master Duan's disciple. He is indeed a top-tier expert below the Meridian opening realm. Lin Xu reached out to take the knife. In the next moment, his arms suddenly felt heavy, and his body instinctively tensed up. Heavy. Too heavy. This battle knife weighed at least 100 pounds. The blade was dark silver, faintly radiating a cold light. It was clearly far beyond the standard weapon. A good knife, thank you. Lin Xu nodded earnestly. Seeing this, the middle-aged man smiled and did not continue to engage, turning to leave the dormitory. Until the door closed, the dormitory remained quiet. Li Chun and the others stared at each other, their faces filled with shock. 2 million every month. 80 chi blood pills. What does this even mean? They didn't even have a level 3 contract. How could the gap be so suddenly vast among students from the same Haishi County? After a long while, Wang Ning finally swallowed his saliva. Lin Gu, who did you take as your master at school? Master Duan. Lin Xu casually replied as if it were just a trivial matter. Lin Xu did not elaborate further and returned to his bed. Sitting cross-legged, he began to prepare for cultivation. Meanwhile, the three hurriedly opened the school forum and database to investigate. Soon a series of exclamations erupted. Holy cow! Full internal organs. Wang Ning suddenly jumped up. Is this for real? Zhou Yuan quickly leaned in. Let me see. In the next second, both inhaled sharply. My God! It really is full internal organs. As they continued flipping through the data, their eyes widened further. Wait, there's also a record of achievements. Master Duan participated in the encirclement and extermination of a level 4 demon beast on the front line. Holy cow! He actually personally killed an injured level 4 great demon. Is that for real? That's comparable to a human in the Meridian opening realm. That's incredible. Lin Xu has really lashed onto a big thigh. The three were increasingly shocked, even their voices began to tremble. Meanwhile, Lin Xu remained seated with his eyes closed as if everything was unrelated to him. The clamor of the outside world could never make those who truly yearn for strength pause. Talent determines the starting point, while effort determines the limits. Those who can reach the end are often those willing to gradually accumulate time on themselves. Cultivation is never achieved overnight. It involves countless unnoticed days and nights constantly repeating, persisting, and surpassing one's past self. Even with opportunities like Doubao, Lin Xu still dared not be the least bit negligent. After coming to Jinyuanwu University, he had witnessed too many strong individuals and increasingly recognized his own weakness. Only by continuously becoming stronger can he possess true security. Slowly closing his eyes, Lin Xu's consciousness gradually sank, re-entering the conscious battlefield. In the next moment, the scenery before him changed dramatically. The originally empty consciousness space now brimmed with many unfamiliar figures. Iron-armored bears, venomous-scaled snakes, shadow wolves, crimson, flame tigers. And the lowest among them were all mid-level first-tier beasts with a significant number of late first-tier demon beasts. Lin Xu glanced around and instantly recognized them. All these demon beasts were targets he had personally slain in the testing ground today. Clearly, Dou Bao had recorded all the relevant data. The difficulty of the entire conscious battlefield had instantly increased several levels. Lin Xu slowly tightened his grip on the long knife and took a deep breath. Come on. In the next moment, several demon beasts lunged at him simultaneously, their speed as fast as lightning. However, before Lin Xu could react, the scene before him suddenly shattered. His consciousness returned to reality. Lin Xu slowly opened his eyes, his expression somewhat helpless. Too fast. Without Dou Bao's real-time assistance, relying solely on his current strength to face these late first-tier demon beasts left him with almost no ability to resist. Let alone victory, even survival was difficult. Once caught, he would be killed immediately. Familiar with the feeling of dying in the conscious battlefield, Lin Xu did not hesitate in the slightest. The moment his consciousness returned to reality, he re-entered the conscious battlefield. Boom. The familiar scene reappeared. In the next second, the figures of the iron-armored bear, shadow wolf, venomous-scaled snake, and other demon beasts re-emerged. Facing these late first-tier demon beasts, Lin Xu had no intention to fight hard. His figure flashed, and ghostly shadow displacement was instantly executed. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, fleeing frantically. This was the greatest advantage of the conscious battlefield. No constraints of terrain, no boundaries. He could fully utilize his movement skills to the utmost. Yet even so, facing the numerous late first-tier demon beasts, Lin Xu was still perilously challenged. Once caught and surrounded, or even with just a slight error, his consciousness would instantaneously return. Death enter. Death enter. Lin Xu could no longer count how many times he had died. He only knew that every time he died, he would immediately restart. Constantly summarizing experiences, continually adjusting routes, relentlessly pushing his limits. Until at a certain moment, a familiar prompt suddenly sounded. Dou Bao, ghostly shadow displacement, has broken through to the perfect realm. Instantly, countless insights surged into his mind. Lin Xu paused his steps slightly. In the next moment, his speed surged dramatically. He seemed to truly transform into a ghostly figure, his movement trajectory becoming increasingly unpredictable, with speed increasing by 30 to 40%. The iron-armored bear, which had barely been able to keep up with him, could only roar angrily behind him, unable to even graze the hem of his clothes, relying on the perfected ghostly shadow displacement. Lin Xu finally had a moment to breathe. He could even seek opportunities to counterattack while fleeing. However, facing the assault of the demon beasts, he still did not dare to let his guard down. Because a single mistake meant only death awaited him. Fight, die, summarize. Then fight again. Time sped by in this cycle. Unknowingly, a night passed. As the first light of dawn broke, Lin Xu slowly opened his eyes. The dormitory remained quiet. Li Chun and the others were still sound asleep. Name: Lin Xu, realm Qi blood, realm level 4, Qi blood value 357, computational power 500, 5, animal breathing technique, ongoing skin refinement technique, copper skin 84, ghostly shadow displacement perfect. Looking at the data before him, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Lin Xu's eyes. The high-intensity battles at the testing ground yesterday, combined with the unceasing training in the conscious space overnight, had once again elevated his strength. Especially the chi blood value, which had increased by 40 to 50 points. However, such an exaggerated growth rate comes at a significant cost. Nearly 1 million computing power has been consumed. Without hesitation, Lin Xu directly took out the 80 chi blood pills he had obtained yesterday and stuffed them into his mouth one by one. Computing power 50000, computing power 50000, computing power 50000. The notification sounds kept ringing. In just a moment, the computing power surged dramatically. Computing power 4500. Looking at the replenished computing power, Lin Xu gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. My status has changed. The difficulty of gaining computing power has significantly decreased. After speaking, he closed his eyes again. However, this time, he did not enter the consciousness battlefield. Currently, both the blade of the cracking edge and the ghostly shadow technique have reached perfection. It is difficult to continue improving in a short time. The skin refining technique is a method for tempering the body. The stronger one's chi and blood, the higher the cultivation efficiency. Before obtaining new inheritances, his only goal is to enhance his chi and blood. Skills are an aid, ultimately strength is fundamental. Unfortunately, his starting point was too late, but one day he will catch up with those geniuses. As the 5 animals breathing method operated, the dormitory returned to silence. Time flowed slowly. Soon Li Chun and the others gradually woke up. As soon as they opened their eyes, the 3 saw Lin Xu sitting cross-legged on the bed. They all froze at the same time. Damn, brother Lin didn't rest all night, did he? Wang Ming couldn't help but swallow hard. He was cultivating before I went to sleep. He's still cultivating now. Zhou Yuan also looked shocked. He practiced for so long during the new student test yesterday, isn't he tired? Li Chen shook his head, unable to help but sigh. This must be the special physique. His recovery ability is simply beyond us. Geniuses are one thing, but to work so hard as well. We might never catch up in our lifetime. The 3 of them fell silent for a moment, suddenly feeling an inexplicable pressure. The greatest gap between people may not only be talent. It is the awareness that there are those who are stronger than you yet work even harder. Brothers, Wang Ning suddenly spoke. Why don't we stop wasting time? Let's practice the breathing method for 2 hours first, then head to the training ground. Sure. I also plan to check out the task hall. Oh, I heard there are many good items in the exchange pavilion, but the points are frighteningly expensive. By the way, have you guys taken the chi blood pills? I took one yesterday and felt my chi and blood value increase quite a bit. I plan to test it later. The more they chatted, the more excited they became, and they felt a bit more anticipation for the future. The training method of Zhenyuan Martial University has always been straightforward. The school is responsible for providing the platform, resources, techniques, martial arts, and teachers are all laid out in front of you. As for how much one can obtain, it all depends on one's own ability. Want to learn stronger martial arts? Exchange points. Facing cultivation difficulties. Use points to consult the teachers. Resources are always there. What truly limits a student's growth is never the school, but oneself. Although Li Chun and the others knew they were far behind Lin Xu, they gradually developed a fighting spirit. At the very least, they didn't want to regret their future. They wanted to start working hard from now on. Just then the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open. Bang! A tall figure walked in. The newcomer was around 20 years old, dressed in the uniform of Zhenyuan Martial University. The fluctuation of his chi and blood was extremely profound, already having reached the realm of chi and blood perfection. Who is Lin Xu? Teacher Duan sent me to take you over. His gaze swept over the 4 in the dormitory, finally resting on Lin Xu. The stronger one's strength, the sharper their perception of danger becomes. Just a glance, and he could faintly sense something unusual. Clearly only at the 4th layer of chi and blood, yet inexplicably gave off a faint sense of danger. Hearing this, Lin Xu stood up and picked up the crayed alloy battle knife placed by the bed. Let's go. The 2 left the dormitory one after the other. On the way, the other walked ahead, while Lin Xu silently followed. The journey was unusually quiet, and no one spoke. It wasn't until they walked several hundred meters that the other finally couldn't help but say, "My name is Qian Yuan. I am also a disciple of Teacher Duan." Oh, Lin Xu nodded. I heard you came from the county. Yes. Once you break through to the late stage of chi and blood, let's spar. All right. Do you only know how to say one word? No. Qian Yuan paused slightly, turned to look at Lin Xu with a somewhat strange expression. Based on the news from his family, this young man had made quite a stir yesterday, even alarming several teachers in the organ realm. Qian Yuan had expected him to be a person full of vigor. Instead, throughout the journey, he was as quiet as a stone with almost no emotional fluctuations. This made him extremely uncomfortable. After a moment, the 2 arrived in front of a small, independent courtyard. This is the teacher's residence. Remember the way yourself from now on. Qian Yuan pointed ahead. Qian Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, ultimately giving up on the idea of continuing the conversation. Pushing the door open, the interior of the courtyard was incredibly spacious. There were no pavilions or flowing streams, simple to the point of being a bit shabby. On both sides, weapon racks were filled with all kinds of blades. Long knives, short knives, heavy knives, battle knives. Densely packed with over 100 pieces. The air was faintly filled with a metallic chill. In the center of the courtyard, Duan Dao was sitting on a wooden chair. Today he wore a black short-sleeve shirt, and the muscles of his exposed arms bulged like they were cast from steel. However, what drew more attention were the numerous intersecting scars. Knife wounds, claw marks, penetrating injuries. They almost covered his entire body. It was as if each scar represented a life-and-death battle. You're here. Duan Dao raised his head, his voice calm. I have met the teacher. Qian Yuan and Lin Xu bowed simultaneously. Duan Dao waved his hand. There are no many rules here. Over the years I have only accepted one disciple each year. However, I have been fortunate this year, and accepted two. At this point he suddenly paused. The next moment a bone-chilling, killing intent abruptly spread, as if the temperature of the entire courtyard had dropped a few degrees. Counting you two, I have taken in a total of 13 disciples. Aside from you, only 2 are still alive. One has already become a peak powerhouse in the Meridian realm, guarding the front line, pressing down hundreds of thousands of demon races not daring to cross the threshold. As for the other one, Duan Dao snorted coldly. Just a waste, better left unmentioned. Guess where the rest went? Dead. Qian Yuan's voice was low. All died on the front line, sacrificing to hold back the demon race. Correct. Duan Dao nodded, his gaze sharp as a blade. Since you have chosen to be my disciples, I have only one requirement. From now on, even if you must die, die on the front line. Before you die, kill as many demon races as possible. Oh, just don't be a coward. Yes. Qian Yuan suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Teacher, I want to learn the sword. It is to slay demons. Duan Dao nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Lin Xu. Become my disciple and master my sword art. And is it also to slay demons? And Lin Xu fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly, to grow stronger. Humph. And Duan Dao furrowed his brows. That's all. And what then? After you grow stronger. And Lin Xu lifted his gaze, his voice remained calm. I believe the martial path has no end. And Duan Dao said nothing, only gazed at him in silence. And Lin Xu continued, I was born in Haishi County. The strongest person I ever saw as a child was merely a bone-refining realm cultivator. At first I cultivated simply to secure a better livelihood, for my family's sake. And later, I was granted the chance to glimpse horizons far higher. So, I wish to keep walking forward, and to see at last what lies at the very terminus of the martial path. And here Lin Xu paused faintly, then shook his head. For humanity, to save the world, to become a revered hero. In such grand doctrines mean little to me, nor do I seek to adorn myself with them. All I know is this one lifetime lived, well, means learning to care for oneself, and for one's family. That is enough? And the courtyard fell suddenly still. Qian Yuan blinked, then for the first time truly looked upon Lin Xu. Nan Duan Dao's expression gradually softened into something complex. Not bad. At least you're stronger than those who spout lofty righteousness, yet wet themselves trembling on the battlefield. And 2 fine disciples. I have but one blade. Watch closely, and Duan Dao spoke softly. The next instant his figure blurred beyond perception. Before Lin Xu and Qian Yuan's eyes, the old man vanished entirely, replaced instead by a peerless demon sovereign risen from the 9th netherworld. Roiling black, chi surged forth from his body, eclipsing heaven and earth in an instant. And the sky darkened like ink, gales howled, the thunderheads churned violently. It felt like the apocalypse descending. And even the longsword in Duan Dao's hands swelled within that boundless darkness, until it transformed into a jet-black dragon 10,000 zhang in length. Its mere aura fractured the surrounding space, spiderwebbing with jagged rifts. And boom, and the dragon soared skyward. And the blade descended. That single strike cleaved the heavens and earth asunder. An endless torrent of obsidian blade light surged forth, bearing down relentlessly upon Lin Xu and Qian Yuan. Confronting that strike, Qian Yuan's pupils contracted violently, though every hair on his body stood rigid with terror. And death. In absolute, irrevocable death. Ni's body screamed warnings, instinctively drawing his waist-hung sword. Yet the moment the blade touched his palm, he realized he lacked even the courage to raise it. Ni's knees buckled, he dropped halfway to the ground. His entire frame trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat poured from his brow. It felt as though the next second would erase him utterly beneath that monstrous blade light. And meanwhile Lin Xu remained rooted where he stood, only his brow faintly furrowed. What is this? Na voice rang sharply within his mind. Do Bao's. Endo Bao high-intensity mental interference detected. In target constructs a mental domain via blood energy willpower killing intent and unique energy resonance. Utilizes neural signal resonance to simultaneously deceive visual, auditory, and tactile senses. In core mechanism composite intimidation formed through mental projection and compressure. Lin Xu stared blankly. What does that mean? Say it plainly. After half a pause Do Bao rephrased. In Do Bao here is the most direct, concise, unambiguous explanation. It's fake. And ignore it. N. Lin Xu's lips twitched faintly, but inwardly he exhaled in quiet relief. Though the oppressive force still felt terrifyingly real, even prickling his skin, the assurance from Do Bao eased his mind considerably. Besides, last night he had perished countless times within the consciousness battlefield, and now facing this sensation of imminent death, he felt strangely numb. Thus not a trace of fear crossed his face. And soon the horrifying illusion receded like a tide. NSKY restored black, chi dissipated. Duan Dao stood once more in place as if nothing had occurred. Yet now his gaze upon Lin Xu turned deeply peculiar, tinged with unmistakable shock. First Duan Dao glanced at Qian Yuan still kneeling on the ground, and said coolly, rise. In the face of life and death you grasped your weapon. You did not surrender utterly. You are barely qualified to learn my sword art. And thank you, master. Qian Yuan's voice rasped hoarsely. And he staggered upright. His clothes drenched his body, dripping as if hauled from deep water. Within moments he had expended nearly half his stamina. And then, suddenly, he noticed that Lin Xu still stood exactly where he had before. Not a knee bent, not a foot shifted. And Qian Yuan froze dumbfounded. How is this possible? And he even wondered whether that dread vision had manifested solely for him. Duan Dao turned directly to Lin Xu. Why were you unafraid? It's fake, Lin Xu answered honestly. Duan Dao's eyelid twitched sharply. You could tell it was illusory. Lin Xu fell silent. He couldn't very well reveal the presence of Do Bao residing within his mind. Ni's silence only deepened Duan Dao's astonishment. One word flashed across his thoughts. Monster. In such mental pressure tests not strength, but sheer will. In ordinary blood-chi realm cultivators encountering it for the first time would count themselves fortunate merely to remain standing. Yet Lin Xu had not faltered, not once. And this temperament was born to wield his sword. And Duan Dao suppressed his inner turmoil and led them into the inner chamber. And from a cabinet he retrieved 2 manuals, and tossed one to each. This sword art is named Entering Demonhood, a Rangxian martial technique. Only after mastering it fully, and breaking through the bone-refining realm, will you be barely worthy of learning my signature art. And should you fail to reach mastery within 1 year, it proves you lack the aptitude for this sword path. Do not force it. As he spoke, Duan Dao's gaze lingered noticeably longer on Qian Yuan. Na subtle warning, a quiet reminder. Then he suddenly turned to Lin Xu. Your student ID card. Hand it over. And Lin Xu hesitated but complied. And moments later the card vibrated softly. A notification chimed 100 points, and Lin Xu blinked. 100 points. This is leftover from last year's bonus. Consider it your startup capital. If you wish to slay demons, swordsmanship alone won't suffice. Visit the exchange hall. Acquire whatever you lack, study whatever you need. Sword techniques, you need ask no one else. But for movement arts, fist methods, secret arts, seek guidance from other Zongfu realm masters. Lin Xu took a deep breath and bowed solemnly. Thank you, master. According to Wang Feng, the point-of-cash exchange rate stood roughly at 100 to 1. 100,000 points equaled 10 million in currency. At their very first formal meeting, this newly acquired master had gifted him 10 million outright. If you need anything, come to me at any time. After speaking, Duan Dao turned his gaze to Qian Yuan. You are from the Qian family. Our resources ought not to be lacking. Cultivating the Ru Mo path most easily disturbs the mind. Prepare plenty of Jinshin Dan. Yes, teacher. Qian Yuan bowed respectfully, offering no complaint. He knew only too well that ordinary resources meant little to him. Not to mention 10 million, even dozens of billions his family could produce without strain. What was truly precious was not wealth, but Duan Dao's legacy. To outsiders, Duan Dao was merely an instructor at Jinyuan Wuda, who had reached the Zongfu completion realm. Qian Yuan, however, understood how glorious the disciples that old man had once trained could be. If not for his Qian surname and that faint ancestral tie, this opportunity might never have come his way. This chance might not fall to him at all. After leaving the small courtyard, Qian Yuan drew a deep breath. The oppressive presence Duan Dao had exuded still sent a chill through him whenever he recalled it. Junior brother Lin, add my contact. If you ever run into trouble, message me. Lin Xu nodded. After exchanging contact information, he said nothing more and walked off. Watching Lin Xu's retreating figure, Qian Yuan stood motionless for a long while. He could not help a wry smile. This fellow, does he truly not know me? Never heard of the Qian family. Doesn't my family's shops have branches in those county towns? At the thought, Qian Yuan's face grew stranger. Since childhood, wherever he went, merely mentioning the Qian name usually bought him a measure of courtesy. Yet Lin Xu had seemed indifferent from start to finish, not even offering a polite word. A strange man. Shaking his head, Qian Yuan turned away. Meanwhile, Lin Xu did not return to the dormitory. He went straight to the exchange hall. As he drew near, he felt an entirely different atmosphere. The vast hall teemed with people, students streamed back and forth, many radiating fierce surges of vital energy. Bone refinement practitioners were everywhere, and a few carried a murky, unfathomable aura. They stood plainly, yet seemed to blend with their surroundings, clearly far stronger than most. Still, the exchange hall remained orderly. There were no quarrels, no cutting in line, and no loud boisterousness to be seen. Choose before you queue to redeem, do not block the passage, staff repeatedly reminded. Lin Xu watched a moment, and noticed many students pressing their phones to a sensing device along the wall. Seeing this, Lin Xu mimicked them. A soft beep sounded as his student ID synced, and his phone flickered. An exchange interface blossomed on the screen. Skills category: breath method. 100 points. Expand Duangu method. Insufficient privileges Lianzong method. Insufficient privileges Tongmai compendium. Insufficient privileges martial techniques yellow grade techniques. 100 points. Expand Xin grade techniques. 100 points. Expand earth grade techniques. Insufficient privileges weapons grade alloy battle blade. 300 points. Expand grade alloy battle blade. 150 points. Expand custom special weapons. Price. Negotiable elixirs and pills Shuyuan Dan. 500 points. Duangu Dan. 100 points. Yinzong Dan. 100 points. Jinshin Dan. 150 points. Ningmai Dan. 300 points. Lin Xu read through the list and could not help but marvel. He had assumed his 11000 plus points were substantial, but in the exchange hall, they bought very little. The prices for height-ear pills in particular struck him as absurd. 1 Shuyuan Dan for 5,000 points. Lin Xu's mouth twitched. A single Shuyuan Dan only granted him 500,000 units of calculation power. By that measure, the cost performance was pitiful, far worse than the Junliang pills. As for Qishua Dan, they were not even sold here. Clearly, the exchange hall stocked high-end resources. Ordinary goods had no place on its shelves. After a moment's thought, Lin Xu began to make purchases. Xian grade movement technique. Jiqi Tianya at arm's reach, yet a distant world price. 100 points. Purchase successful. Yellow grade fist. Kaishan fist price. 100 points. Purchase successful. He did not bother looking at the elixirs any further. In the end, they would all convert into calculation power. Rather than buying costly pills, cheap food offered far better value. After leaving the exchange hall, Lin Xu wandered the commercial district of Jinyuan Wuda. He now had over 6 million in savings. 4 million came from Li San's compensation, the other 2 million were school rewards. As his strength rose, he felt the drain on his calculation power ever more keenly. Especially yesterday in the test arena, Doubao had assisted the entire combat. In a single day, they had burned through nearly 1,000,000 units of calculation power. Without preemptive replenishment, it would not be nearly enough going forward. Soon he stopped before an elixir shop. "Young man, what pills do you need? I have a full range and fair prices." Lin Xu asked about the Shuyuan Dan and Qishua Dan. The owner's eyes brightened the moment he heard the word Shuyuan Dan. Shuyuan Dan is 600,000 apiece. If paid with points, only 4,500 points. As for Qishua Dan, 40,000 apiece. There's a discount for purchases of 100 at a time. Lin Xu was inwardly astonished. The pricing system around Jinyuan Wuda truly was chaotic. The exchange hall and the outside shops were so close, yet their prices differed so wildly. After a pause, he asked again, "Do you have Junliang pills?" The owner's enthusiasm visibly cooled. "Yes, 100 coins each. I have as many as you want." Lin Xu nodded and took out his bank card. 10,000 packs, please." The owner froze. "How many?" 50,000 pills, that is 5 million worth." Lin Xu repeated calmly. The owner was stunned. In all his years selling pills, he had never met a customer who bought Junliang pills, but "We have them, of course," he said. "A batch just arrived from the frontline military district yesterday." Fearing Lin Xu might change his mind, the owner hurriedly produced a large spirit storage satchel and placed it on the counter. Lin Xu inspected the goods and nodded. "Payment complete, 5 million. As the confirmation tones sounded, the owner's smile bloomed like a chrysanthemum. "What generosity, young man. If you ever need more Junliang pills, come find me." Though the profit margin on Junliang pills was thin, an order of 50,000 still earned him a tidy sum. Lin Xu closed the satchel and turned to leave. At the door, the owner called after him, "Young man, a reminder. This is Jinyuan Wuda, near the front line. Junliang pills are legal circulating goods here. Do not take them to other cities to sell. That is illegal. Lin Xu nodded at the warning. Don't worry. I won't sell them. I'll eat them myself. He left, leaving the owners standing there speechless. Eat them yourself. 50,000 Junliang pills. Even if you ate them 3 times a day, you wouldn't finish them by graduation. The boss rolled his eyes, clearly not believing it. He thought the young man was preparing to resell for profit. Did he really think smuggling was that simple? Nevertheless, he had already given the necessary warning. The subsequent events had nothing to do with him. After leaving the commercial area, Lin Xu did not return to the dormitory, but headed straight to the training zone. His training contract had now been upgraded to level 1. The entire training facility of Jinyuan Martial University was open to him for free. With such benefits, there was naturally no reason to waste them. The training room at Lifeng Martial Hall had already significantly improved his training speed. Now Jinyuan Martial University, as a top martial arts university, offered a far superior environment. How powerful must the training facilities here be? As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in Lin Xu's eyes, and his steps quickened. Soon Lin Xu arrived at the public training area of Jinyuan Martial University. As he stepped inside, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. As far as the eye could see, large open spaces were divided into rectangular areas by high-strength alloy frames and protective nets, the scale of which was so vast that it was almost impossible to see the end. Within each area, different types of training equipment were set up. There were training racks for weapons like knives, guns, swords, and halberds, as well as specialized equipment to train strength, speed, and reaction abilities. Not far away, several students in silver-gray training uniforms were moving rapidly across the field. Mechanical devices around them continuously emitted slender beams of light. These beams moved at incredible speeds with erratic trajectories. Once struck, a prominent purple mark would appear on the surface of the training uniform. An electronic screen nearby displayed real-time records of dodge success rates, reaction speeds, and movement trajectories. On another side, a burly student let out a low shout, unleashing his chi and delivering a punch to a black alloy punching target. Bang! With a muffled sound of impact, a series of numbers immediately flashed on the large screen behind the punching target. Punching power 4128 kilograms. Alongside this, a power curve graph and a performance analysis report were generated. The rich atmosphere of modern technology perfectly blended with martial arts training, making the place resemble a martial arts base. Of course, not all areas relied on technological equipment. In some areas there were no instruments at all, only wooden swords, wooden spears, and wooden blades neatly arranged. Many students were sparring with each other, sounds of fists clashing and weapons striking echoing continuously. They were confirming their understanding of martial arts principles. Next to these areas stood identical signboards stating, "Free Training Grounds." Seeing this scene, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Xu's eyes. The space was sufficiently large, and the facilities were advanced enough. Even if hundreds of students practiced simultaneously, it did not feel crowded at all. To have such a level of training area completely open for free was astonishing. One had to admit that Jinyuan Martial University was indeed wealthy. Although the school advocated a free-range educational approach, it provided all students with an almost perfect growth platform. At least with the training conditions here, the efficiency of cultivation was on a different level compared to Blackstone County's one high school. Just then a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Lin Xu, you came too." Lin Xu turned towards the sound, and saw Li Chun engaged in a spar with Zhou Yuan not far away, wielding a wooden sword. Upon seeing Lin Xu, Li Chun immediately stopped and waved. Lin Xu walked over while Zhou Yuan, who was panting beside him, suddenly wore a mischievous grin. He directly pulled a wooden sword from the weapon rack and handed it over. "Lin Xu, come on. Just now Li Chun was saying that your reputation has been too overwhelming in our dorm lately, and you must have a spar to tone down your arrogance. Don't hold back, Lin Xu." Zhou Yuan added, rubbing his already bruised arm with a serious expression, as if he were presiding over a fair duel. Li Chun turned pale at that moment. "What the hell? Lin Xu, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. When did I ever say such a thing? You just lost to me in the spar earlier, right? Why make up such absurd lies?" Zhou Yuan seemed to hear nothing, still enthusiastically bringing over a set of training gear. "Lin Xu, this is the training gear. One of Jinyuan Martial University's high-tech innovations. As long as you wear it, it will automatically absorb most of the impact during a spar. It will still hurt, but it won't cause any serious injuries. Getting a black eye today means you can still practice tomorrow after a good sleep. So feel free to go all out, don't." As he spoke, Zhou Yuan slyly winked at Li Chun, a hint of schadenfreude creeping onto his face. Li Chun, witnessing this, felt a vein pop on his forehead and wished he could pin this guy to the ground for a beating. As he spoke, Zhou Yuan slyly winked at Li Chun, a hint of schadenfreude creeping onto his face. Li Chun, witnessing this, felt a vein pop on his forehead and wished he could. Then he looked at Li Chun. "Is it really safe? Lin Xu, while I really want to spar with you and receive your guidance, it still hurts a lot. Please go easy on me." Li Chun swallowed hard, then silently held the sword with both hands, adopting a defensive stance. His expression was unusually serious. After all, everyone had witnessed the strength Lin Xu displayed during yesterday's freshman assessment. Although they were all at the 4th level of Qi and blood, the combat power of both sides was not even on the same level. All right, Lin Xu nodded. The next moment, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Li Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Too fast. Almost before he could react, a faint blue light glowed on the surface of the training gear. Bang! With a muffled thud, the wooden sword in Lin Xu's hand struck at Li Chen's waist. The wooden sword vibrated slightly, indicating that the training gear's cushioning mechanism had activated. Even so, Li Chun was still sent flying several meters away, as if struck by a massive object, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn! My back! Wait, Lin Xu, why did you hit so hard? Li Chun clutched his waist, grimacing with a wronged expression. Lin Xu felt a bit awkward. I held back already. In fact, ever since acquiring Do Bao, he had mostly been facing monstrous beasts. That last strike, he hadn't even used half of his power. He never expected that even with the training gears cushioning, Li Chun would still be knocked away. Upon hearing this, Li Chun and Zhou Yuan exchanged silent glances, both thinking the same 2 words. Monster. Old Zhou, don't just stand there. It's not easy for Lin Xu to have the time. Let's join forces and let him guide us a bit. Li Chun said earnestly. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan did not refuse either. He immediately picked up a wooden long sword and stood beside Li Chun. Seeing this, Lin Xu became more serious. However, this time he intentionally held back a considerable amount. In the next moment, the 3 of them moved simultaneously. Swish! Li Chun was the first to charge forward, thrusting his wooden sword directly. However, in Lin Xu's eyes, their movements seemed to be slowed down. Whether it was the angle of the sword or the coordination of their steps, everything was clear as day. He didn't even need Do Bao to analyze. He could easily predict their next moves. With a slight shift of his foot, Lin Xu effortlessly dodged their pincer attack. After several exchanges, both Li Chun and Zhou Yuan began to sweat. Not to mention defeating Lin Xu, they couldn't even graze the edge of his clothing. Seeing this, Lin Xu deliberately slowed down his speed. Originally, his steps were as swift as a ghost, but now they had significantly decelerated. Finally, Li Chun seized the opportunity and struck Lin Xu's shoulder with his sword. A faint blue light instantly illuminated the surface of his training suit. However, Lin Xu was momentarily taken aback. It didn't hurt. Immediately after, Zhou Yuan also took advantage of the moment and struck Lin Xu's back with his sword. Still, he felt nothing. A flicker of confusion passed through Lin Xu's eyes. Do Bao, I have blocked your pain perception. This is possible. Lin Xu frowned slightly. Do Bao, according to the existing database analysis, humans instinctively generate negative feedback when experiencing pain below level 5. Do Bao, this feedback continues to consume mental while leading to psychological reactions such as fatigue, boredom, and resistance to training. Do Bao, after long-term accumulation, it will reduce training efficiency. Do Bao, therefore, I have blocked meaningless pain feedback, eliminating the possibility of will fatigue from the root, keeping your training efficiency at its best. Lin Xu's eyes lit up. Awesome. Do Bao, additionally, analysis shows that the current attack intensity can stimulate the skin and superficial muscle tissue. Do Bao, continuing to endure such strikes will greatly enhance the practice of the skin refinement technique. This can accelerate the skin refinement technique. Lin Xu immediately became interested. Does that mean I can actively take hits? Do Bao, theoretically feasible, but if the power disparity between both sides is too great, or if protective gear is not worn, this training method is not recommended. Do Bao, when damage exceeds the safety threshold, I will reactively restore pain perception. Do Bao, the human pain system itself, is a protective mechanism that still needs to be activated when necessary. Lin Xu nodded thoughtfully. In other words, it was now safe to take hits. It could enhance the progress of the skin refinement technique without affecting his body. Thinking of this, he slowed his steps again, even deliberately exposing a few flaws. Bang! Bang! Li Chun and Zhou Yuan struck him one after another. As Lin Xu took the hits, he began to offer critiques. Raise your arms a bit. Your swing speed is too slow. Your force is too scattered, lacking focus. You are taking too big of steps. Your center of gravity is off. Don't hold back, or I won't be hurt. The critiques kept coming. At first, Li Chun and Zhou Yuan didn't think much of it. But gradually they realized that every issue Lin Xu pointed out was spot on. Many details that they usually overlooked were suddenly clarified by Lin Xu, giving them a sense of enlightenment regarding their sword techniques and force application. Now Lin Xu's insights had already surpassed many ordinary teachers. In his eyes, there were flaws everywhere in their martial skills. In just 15 minutes, Li Chun and Zhou Yuan felt they had gained tremendously, even better than the results of the previous week's training. The more they fought, the more excited they became, their eyes starting to shine. Finally, Li Chun couldn't help but stop his movements. Lin Xu, you really don't need to intentionally take our attacks. A few simple pointers, and we've already benefited immensely. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement. To them, with Lin Xu's displayed speed, how could they possibly hit him? From beginning to end, Lin Xu had clearly slowed down on purpose, deliberately feeding them opportunities to strike. He even took their attacks on his body just to personally feel their strength and striking methods, thus providing the most precise guidance. Thinking of this, both of them felt a wave of gratitude. Such a good teacher and friend turned out to be their roommate. Moreover, he never looked down on them due to their disparity in strength. Lin Xu is quite approachable. Haven't you eaten? At that moment, Lin Xu suddenly spoke. Huh. Both of them were taken aback. Keep hitting me. Otherwise he'll come hit you. With that, Lin Xu casually swung a sword. Swish, a sharp blade aura instantly swept across the ground. On the hard floor, a crack several meters long was forcefully torn open. Seeing this, Li Chun and Zhou Yuan's scalps instantly went numb. They hurriedly gripped their weapons and charged again. 15 minutes. 30 minutes. 45 minutes. As their stamina continued to deplete, their attacks became slower. Their strength also weakened with each passing moment. Whenever their movements slightly faltered, a wooden sword would land precisely on them. Bang. Oh. Bang. Damn. Bang. It hurts, it hurts. Although the training suit could protect the body, it couldn't completely dull the pain. Each time they were hit, it hurt so much that both of them gritted their teeth, nearly bringing tears to their eyes. Their stomachs churned, and they almost felt like throwing up. Meanwhile, Lin Xu would still critique them with an expressionless face. That strike was too slow. Your force was incorrect. Do it again. Thus the entire training ground echoed with their cries of anguish. Lin Xu, I know you're doing this for our own good, but we're just ordinary people, we really don't have any stamina left. At this moment, Li Chun was slumped on the ground. His clothes were already soaked with sweat and his chest was heaving violently. If it weren't for his last bit of strength holding him up, he would have wanted to lie down and sleep. He was very grateful to Lin Xu. After all, who would willingly waste their own cultivation time to specifically guide others? But the problem wasn't this training intensity a bit excessive? They weren't monsters like Lin Xu. There should be a balance between work and rest. Zhou Yuan beside him was in no better shape. His right hand gripping the wooden sword was trembling incessantly. His palm had turned red from the friction, as if his weapon would slip from his grip any moment. Seeing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Lin Xu's eyes. So weak, only managing to hold on for this long. Lin Xu secretly shook his head. Meanwhile, his attention was focused on the data panel provided by Doubao. Skin refinement technique, copper skin 94. Seeing this number, Lin Xu felt quite pleased. In just a short time, the first layer of the skin refinement technique had actually improved by a whole 10%. This efficiency was simply outrageous. Indeed, practical combat is the best way to cultivate, especially when it involves someone actively sparring with you and you don't even have to pay for it. Thinking of this, Lin Xu couldn't help but glance at Li Chun and Zhou Yuan, his gaze even carrying a hint of pity. It's a shame that these two free sparring partners were too weak. If there were just a few more such tools. Cough cough, if only a few more like-minded classmates could join in to spar, his skin refinement technique might just break through to the second layer today. If only I could have a few more people to help me practice martial arts for free, Lin Xu thought to himself. Suddenly something came to his mind. Right, where is Wang Ning? Upon hearing this, Li Chun and Zhou Yuan both sighed in relief. Finally it was over. If it continued any longer, they felt they might really be exhausted to death. Lin Xu, Wang Ning is over there acting as a sparring partner for other classmates. Let's go and take a look. Zhou Yuan hurriedly stuffed the wooden sword back into the weapon rack, his face breaking into a smile once again. Then Lin Xu can also provide some guidance to him. Alright, Lin Xu nodded. In fact, he was quite eager to continue sparring with others. According to the current progress, as long as they continued for a while longer, the skin refinement technique was very likely to directly break through to the second layer, reaching the silver skin realm. The three quickly walked toward the other side of the training ground. Before they got close, a mocking voice reached them first. Wang Shidi, you're not doing well. Your strength is too weak. If it weren't for the training uniform, I'm afraid with this punch, you'd be lying in bed for 10 days, or half a month. Hearing the voice, the three looked up. In the center of a sparring area, Wang Ning was standing there swaying unsteadily. At this moment, he was hardly recognizable from his original appearance. His cheeks were swollen, his left eye was black and blue, and blood was continuously seeping from the corner of his mouth. He looked just like a pig's head. Thank you for the guidance, senior brother. Wang Ning forced a smile. However, due to the severe swelling of his face, he spoke with a slight lisp. A burst of laughter erupted around. I really don't understand why the school still recruits students from those small counties every year. The quality is just too poor. With this kind of strength entering Jinyuan Martial University, isn't that a waste of resources? There were at least a dozen people standing in the area, clearly from the same circle. What made people even angrier was that others' sparring was generally normal, stopping at the right moment. Yet when it came to Wang Ning, no one held back. It was as if he were treated as a punching bag. At this moment, Wang Ning's legs were shaking, and to be able to stand was already a struggle. The leading young man grinned, his face full of amusement. We are doing this for your own good. You won't hold a grudge against us, will you? Wang Ning quickly shook his head, his face filled with a flattering smile. Wang Ge, how could I? It is my honor to receive guidance from all of you senior brothers. Upon hearing this, the young man's smile faded a bit, obviously a bit disappointed. Wang Shidi, your family background shouldn't be very good, right? Wang Ning was taken aback. Because you endured too much. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another burst of laughter around. At that moment, an angry voice suddenly exploded. Damn it. The entire training ground fell silent. Everyone turned around at the same time, only to see Li Chen's face full of anger, his eyes nearly spitting fire. Zhou Yuan hurriedly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him frantically. However, this time Li Chun completely ignored it and directly shook off Zhou Yuan's hand. Don't pull me. Are you all some amazing geniuses from the city? Fine, I admit you are strong. Your strength comes from being born into a good family. Since childhood, endless elixirs and plenty of resources. This is indeed a skill. After all, being born is also a technical task. Good luck is also part of strength. At this point, Li Chen's chest heaved violently, and his eyes were a bit red. You look down on us. Fine, we admit it. We indeed aren't as good as you coming from the county town. But you practice your own, and we practice ours. Who is hindering you? Why do you have to step on us? Why do you have to beat my brother like this? What? Do you feel accomplished? Do you feel superior? If you have the guts, go to the beast forest. Come back after dealing with a couple of second-tier beasts. Bullying a new student with 3 layers of chi and blood isn't really a skill, is it? Or is it that? Li Chen stared hard at that group, his voice growing colder. You are just the most mediocre waste among the city's geniuses. So you can only find a sense of existence by picking on us. In fact, in Jinyuan Martial University, a top martial arts university, the number of students from various major cities far exceeds those from county towns. The resources, education, and perspectives they have been exposed to since childhood have considerable gaps. Therefore, not long after entering school, Li Chun and the others began to feel a sense of exclusion. In this public training area, most of the students from the city formed small groups, communicating and sparring with each other. Very few were willing to take the initiative to interact with new students from the county. In helplessness, they could only practice among a few roommates. After all, they were just 18 or 19-year-old young people, leaving home for the first time and coming to such a top university. Who doesn't want to work hard to cultivate? Who doesn't want to make a few friends? Who doesn't want to truly integrate here? So when they saw Wang Ning being invited to spar, Li Chun and Zhou Yuan even felt a bit envious. They thought Wang Ning was lucky at least someone was willing to take him to practice. But now they realized that it was not sparring at all but treating him as a punching bag. Even in training uniforms, he had been beaten into this state. This was nothing but blatant school bullying. The group that was being scolded now also wore dark expressions, glaring at Li Chun with unfriendly eyes. You've got guts. The leading youth sneered. It seems you must also be a rich kid in that small place, lacking a bit of education. But it's fine. According to school rules, I can't kill you. However, letting you lie in bed for 10 days or half a month is still no problem. His voice was cold, showing no concealment of the threat within. Damn, am I afraid of you? Li Chun directly retorted, grabbing the wooden sword and preparing to step into the arena. However, just as he took a step forward, 2 hands from either side reached out, firmly holding him back. Li Chun, don't be impulsive, Zhou Yuan whispered urgently. He is at the 8th layer of chi and blood. If you go in, it would be no different than Wang Ning. Li Chun clenched his fists tightly, his eyes reddening. What about Wang Ning? At this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. They are all mine, don't snatch them. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire area fell silent for a moment. Li Chun turned his head in a dazed Lin Xu. You. Just now, in the heat of anger, he almost forgot that there was a great figure hidden in his dormitory. In yesterday's new student test, Lin Xu's performance was remarkable. Although these people were strong, they were absolutely not Lin Xu's opponents. They are quite strong. The effect is even better. Lin Xu spoke calmly, and then walked straight towards the training ground. Behind him, Li Chun and Zhou Yuan exchanged glances, both looking bewildered. Which effect works better? Li Chun scratched his head. Zhou Yuan was momentarily stunned, then slapped his thigh. You really are dense. Of course a display of force has the better effect. Brother Lin is standing up for us. Today we'll give these bastards a proper thrashing. Who would dare bother us after that? At these words, Zhou Yuan looked toward Lin Xu's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with admiration. Truly, Brother Lin. Usually taciturn, he always shows up when it matters. In the center of the field, Lin Xu slowly approached Wang Ning and regarded the other's bruised, swollen face. His expression unchanged, he calmly spoke 2 words, leave. Wang Ning froze, eyes watering, and lowered his head to whisper softly, Brother Lin, be careful. Sorry for the trouble. He finished and hurried out of the arena. The group burst into laughter. Another one at Chi Blood Stage 4. The kids from your county really are getting bolder, the lead youth grinned. I heard yesterday's freshman test produced a prodigy from your county. If that fellow had come, maybe we'd have had some fun with him. As for you, remember when you're carried out later. My name is Wang Yifu. I'm not someone you can afford to offend. Yesterday's freshman test was vast and many students didn't even see Lin Xu move. Thus no one recognized him now. We only meant to toy with you, Wang Yifu shrugged. But your brother has a filthy mouth. Blame him. Ordinary people who lack restraint often pay a painful price. No sooner had he spoken than a figure leapt up. A wooden staff ripped through the air and smashed into Lin Xu's back. A dull impact sounded. A tremendous force erupted in an instant. Yet Lin Xu merely leaned forward a fraction, shuffled half a step, and regained his balance. Doubao, is this really all right? Lin Xu asked inwardly. Doubao calculations show the current attack strength cannot breach your boat's defensive limit. The training suit has absorbed the majority of the impact. Current attack risk level safe. If danger arises, I will warn you in advance. Hearing that, Lin Xu relaxed completely. Then, to everyone's astonishment, as if nothing had happened, he strolled to the weapon rack, took down a wooden long blade, and weighed it in his hand. Brother Wang, the student who had struck earlier, altered his expression. This guy is odd. I used my full strength on that staff. Wang Yifu narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Lin Xu. After a moment, he smiled with amusement. So he's a bottle refiner as well. Interesting. He tightened his grip on his weapon and his smile cooled. Brothers, teach him a lesson. We must let this county prodigy know his place. Not every petty matter deserves interference, not every display merits applause. The next moment 7 or 8 students moved together. Knives, swords, staves, and spears came from all directions, enclosing Lin Xu in an instant. Lin Xu showed no sign of panic. Just as the blows were about to fall, Dobao's voice sounded. Doubao, recommend blocking 2 attacks. Your bonus adaptation will be superior. Lin Xu nodded slightly and flicked his wooden blade. Clang, clang. 2 attacks were deflected at once. At the same time, the other's weapons struck the training suits. Thud, thud. The dull impacts rang out as pale blue sparks flashed across the suit surfaces. The battle erupted fully. Figures flashed across the arena. The clash of blades, the whoosh of clubs, and the muffled thud of weapons on training suits intertwined. Against the 4 attackers, Lin Xu moved like a specter, weaving through blows, sometimes sidestepping a spear, sometimes parrying a sword with his blade. Occasionally, he deliberately lagged half a beat, allowing strikes to land on him. From afar, the contest looked evenly matched, neither side gaining the upper hand. Outside the training ground, Li Chun and the other 2 were utterly baffled. What is he doing? Brother Lin, what on earth? Wouldn't it be better to knock down 4 of them before they surround him? Li Chun wore a face of confusion. Beside him, Zhou Yuan's mouth twitched. Could Brother Lin have some strange preference? He just told us to beat him earlier. Now he's letting these city folk hit him. The 2 grew more bewildered. Others did not know, though they had seen Lin Xu's display yesterday with their own eyes. He had casually slaughtered hundreds of first-rank latest-stage beasts. How could these few men truly be his match? More students were drawn by the commotion, halting their training to crowd over. What's going on? 4 against 1. Isn't that shameless? Wang Yifu's gang again. Are they bullying county student? Wait. Doesn't that person look familiar? Murmurs spread. Inside the arena, Wang Yifu's face darkened further. It was not the gossip that bothered him so much as the fact that after all this time, they still hadn't subdued a single freshman at Chi Blood Stage 4. If this got out, they'd lose all face. Damn, are body cultivators really this hard to injure? Wang Yifu cursed through clenched teeth and snapped, send 2 more up. Finish him quickly. The longer this drags on, the more shameful it becomes. Understood, Brother Wang. 2 students at Chi Blood Stage 7 surged into the fray. The besieging party swelled to 6. At that instant, a notification chimed in Lin Xu's mind. Doubao Lianpi method breakthrough. Lianpi method silver skin 0. 1. Lin Xu's eyes brightened. The next second, a strange sensation spread across his skin. Tingling and itchiness, as though countless tiny currents skittered over his skin. Bang! A wooden staff slammed heavily into his shoulder. Lin Xu felt clearly that the struck patch of skin shimmered with a faint silver sheen for an instant. As the force was dispersed, it quickly returned to normal. Silver skin realm, Lin Xu rejoiced inwardly. At the same time, he noticed Doubao had fallen utterly silent. No alerts, no warnings. Lin Xu understood why. With the Lianpi method breakthrough, his bodily strength had surged once more. The wooden weapons in their hands could hardly truly harm him now, and with pain muted by Doubao, their blows barely registered. Those attacks felt more like a massage than injury, and even aided his cultivation. Thinking this, Lin Xu's movements grew even more relaxed. On the other side, the attackers grew increasingly alarmed. Something's not right. What is up with this guy? How can he not react at all after being hit so many times? Doesn't it hurt him? What nonsense. The training gear only prevents serious injuries, it doesn't completely eliminate pain. Normally someone would be screaming after taking so many hits. The crowd grew more frantic while Wang Yifu's expression darkened to the point of almost dripping water. All of you attack. If we can't take down a single freshman today, we'll lose all our face. At this moment he finally realized that he might have kicked a steel plate. Originally he just wanted to assert his dominance by teaching a lesson to a few students from the county. He also intended to collect some points as protection money to make his university life a bit more comfortable. But who would have guessed that this guy would be even more troublesome than expected? Now he was already in too deep. No matter what, he couldn't back down. Otherwise, if word got back to his family, his monthly resource allowance might be slashed again. As the battle continued, more and more people joined the siege. At this point, the number of attackers against Lin Xu had reached 12. The weakest among them had 6 levels of qi and blood, while the others were all at 7. If it were an ordinary freshman, they would have long been knocked down. However, Lin Xu remained calm, with his attention not fully focused on the fight. Most of the time he was focused on the progress of his refining skin technique. Refining skin silver skin 1. 7I refining skin silver skin 2. 1I refining skin silver skin 2. 6. As the numbers continually fluctuated, Lin Xu's mood improved. Indeed, real combat was the best form of However, he soon noticed a problem. As time went on, the state of these city geniuses began to decline noticeably. Their breathing grew heavy, their movements slowed, and their attack frequency decreased. Their stamina was far inferior to that of the demon beasts. Too weak. Lin Xu frowned slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a student at the 7th level of qi and blood was gasping heavily. He had just swung a club, and his movements had clearly begun to deform. Suddenly, Lin Xu stepped in front of him and extended his left hand. Slap. A resounding slap echoed throughout the arena. The student hadn't even reacted yet. He staggered backward, his right cheek visibly swelling at a rapid pace. The entire training field fell. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected Lin Xu to defeat his opponent not with a weapon, but with a slap. The onlookers began to exchange strange expressions. Isn't this a bit excessive? Strong as he may be, what's with the direct slap, eh? Wait, I remember. This guy is Lin Xu, the dark horse from yesterday's freshman test. Holy crap, Wang Yifu has kicked a steel plate this time. Someone who can pass the 3rd challenge is not someone they can provoke. The murmurs grew louder. In the center of the training ground, the student who had just been slapped was equally stunned. He covered his face, disbelief evident in his eyes. He had never been humiliated like this in his life. You bastard. He'll fight you. In a fit of rage, he gripped the wooden club tightly, channeling all his strength to the utmost. He swung it violently at Lin Xu's neck. Bang! The club came crashing down. However, in the next second, the club shattered completely, splinters flying everywhere. Lin Xu didn't even move his feet. Not bad strength. Keep going. Lin Xu nodded in satisfaction, then raised his left hand again. Slap. Another slap was delivered. The student spun half a circle on the spot. Stars danced before his eyes, and then he collapsed to the ground, completely losing the ability to fight. Seeing this scene, the others immediately stopped their actions. Their faces turned ashen, and for the first time fear arose in their hearts. It was clear to even a fool that the two sides were not on the same level. What if one had 4 levels of qi and blood? The qi and blood realm was merely a phase of body refinement. Combat power was never solely determined by realm. Some special physiques could overpower others. Even someone at the 1st level of qi and blood could defeat someone at the perfected level. Only after breaking through to the bone refinement stage, completing the transformation of one's bones, and obtaining superhuman strength, would realm suppression gradually become evident. Are you the genius from yesterday? Wang Yifu suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Xu. I don't know who you're talking about. Lin Xu glanced at the progress of his refining skin technique, his tone calm. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Upon hearing this, Wang Yifu's expression darkened instantly. My elder brother is Wang Zhongyo. You should. However, he didn't finish his sentence. A shadow suddenly vanished, the ghostly shadow technique activated to its fullest. Lin Xu almost instantly appeared before him, the distance between them less than half a meter. I told you, I'm in a rush. Slap. This time Lin Xu used his right hand, delivering a blow far stronger than before. Wang Yifu didn't even have time to react before he was knocked back several steps. Stumbling, he almost fell to the ground. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely stabilizing himself. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes filled with shock and humiliation. A mouthful of blood spurted out along with a few broken teeth. The crowd fell into an instant silence. An 8th level qi and blood practitioner lost teeth from a slap. Wang Yifu stared at Lin Xu, his chest heaving violently. After a long time, he finally squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. Alright, I remember you. Everyone, let's go. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. But he understood that continuing the fight was meaningless. The person before him was most likely the genius from the county that everyone had been talking about yesterday. He had even passed the 3rd challenge of the freshman test. Having slain over 100 first-stage demon beasts, how could they be a match for him? Yet just as everyone was preparing to leave, a flash of blade light suddenly descended. Boom. The ground shook violently, and a crack several meters long appeared at the exit. The expressions of the crowd changed simultaneously. Did I let you leave? Lin Xu slowly sheathed his blade, his tone still calm. Wang Yifu's expression darkened completely. We're in the same school, it's a small world where we see each other every day. Are you really going to go to such lengths for a few useless people? Lin Xu shook his head, and then spoke seriously. Or I'll knock you out. Upon hearing this, the entire crowd fell silent. Wang Yifu almost doubted it. You? Brother Wang. Don't waste your breath with him. This guy is just a madman. Damn it, let's do this. I want to see just how special his physique really is. Amidst the shouts, everyone once again tightened their grips on their weapons and charged towards Lin Xu from all directions. Even Wang Yifu at the 8th level of Qi and blood fully joined the battle. The battle continued, and Lin Xu never drew his weapon from start to finish. He merely raised his arms to block incessantly, occasionally allowing attacks to land on himself, sensing the gradual improvement of his skin refining technique. However, as time passed, Lin Xu quickly discovered a problem. The stamina of these individuals was declining too. The effectiveness of the training began to noticeably drop. This won't do. This is too inefficient. Lin Xu frowned slightly. At that moment, a student at the 7th level of Qi and blood unleashed a thrust. His arms visibly began to tremble, and his breathing became exceedingly heavy. Lin Xu suddenly rushed in front of him. Slap! A powerful backhand struck out. The student stood there stunned, covering his face. However, strangely enough, after that slap, the other party truly became furious. He erupted with renewed energy. I'll fight you to the end. Amidst the roar, the attacks became fierce again. Lin Xu's eyes immediately lit up. It worked. Then an extremely bizarre scene unfolded in the training ground. Some were exhausted. Slap. Another slap followed. Continue fighting. Some were losing stamina. Slap. Another slap. Continue fighting. Gradually, Lin Xu even summarized some experience. Wooden swords were useless, threats were ineffective. Only the powerful backhand could maximize the opponent's last remnants of energy. 1, 2, 3. More and more people fell. Everyone's outcome was surprisingly consistent, with both cheeks swollen. Stars danced before their eyes, and they ultimately fainted on the ground. Not long after, in the vast training ground, only Wang Yifu was barely standing. You? Wang Yifu's eyes were bloodshot, and his body swayed. Lin Xu stepped forward. He raised his hand. Slap. Another slap. Continue. My brother is. Slap. You will regret this. Regret it. Slap. I will compensate. Slap. I was wrong. Slap. Wang Yifu's voice grew weaker, eventually tinged with a sobbing tone. At that moment, he was truly on the verge of collapse. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Yet he had practiced body refining techniques, and his physical condition far surpassed that of ordinary people. He couldn't even faint. He could only be forced to endure slap after slap. Your stamina is impressive, Lin Xu nodded in satisfaction. Get up and throw a few more punches. Hearing this, Wang Yifu nearly burst into tears. I beg you. I really can't anymore. Seeing this scene, Lin Xu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If the other party could hold on for another half an hour, he might truly be able to break through to the golden skin realm. I must say, this training suit is indeed a good thing. I must come here to train more often in the future. Lin Xu put the wooden sword back on the rack and turned to leave. Yet the entire training ground remained eerily silent. Countless students looked at the crowd sprawled on the ground, their expressions extremely complex. Some felt sympathy, while others were astonished. Jinyuan Martial University indeed did not prohibit students from sparring privately. As long as it does not cause serious injury or disability, the school generally will not intervene. Strictly speaking, everything Lin Xu did was in accordance with school rules. But the problem is, following the rules is one thing. Doing this almost equals provoking someone to the brink of death. This guy is ruthless. To go this far for a roommate, I almost admire him. They must have grown up together, otherwise who would fight this hard? However, Wang Yifu is indeed in some trouble. He is from the Wang family's direct line. Although he is not valued, he still bears the Wang surname. Simply losing is fine, but given today's situation, many shook their heads worried about Lin Xu's future university life. On the other side, Wang Ming looked at the departing Lin Xu, his expression somewhat complicated. Let's head back too. Let's not get Lin Gu in trouble again. Hearing this, Li Chun rolled his eyes. Why think so much? Lin Gu helped you teach them a lesson. Don't you feel relieved? If they hadn't all passed out, I would have wanted to go in and kick them again. Wang Ming chuckled. Of course it's satisfying. But what's the use? Lin Gu offended so many people for me. Was it worth it? As he spoke, his gaze dimmed slightly. Actually, I could have just endured it. In the face of greater circumstances, bowing down is not shameful. But now, all the hatred has fallen on Lin Gu. I truly feel guilty inside. Wang Ming lowered his head, his voice growing smaller. Someone like me doesn't deserve Lin Guess help this way. Among the four, his family background was the poorest and his talent was the weakest. In all likelihood, he would achieve the least in the future. Yet Lin Xu went to such lengths to stand up for him, creating such a situation. This kindness he felt he could never repay in this lifetime. That's enough. Zhou Yuan patted his shoulder. Let's head back, stay in for a few days. Let's see how things go first. As he spoke, Zhou Yuan glanced at the surrounding onlookers, his expression because from the reactions of these people it seemed that Wang Yifu and the others' backgrounds were probably not simple. They ultimately came from a county town. The best off among them, Li Chun, had a father who merely ran a company. Compared to those families in the city, they were not on the same level. At this time it was wise to be low-key. Young people compete for pride and seek quick revenge. But often the consequences of impulsive actions can impact one's entire life. With this in mind, the three felt somewhat heavy-hearted. Only Lin Xu, who had already walked far away, was silently checking the progress of his skin refining technique, silver skin 18. 8. It's a bit slow. Lin Xu frowned. Next time I need to find someone tougher to train with. After leaving the training ground, Lin Xu walked deeper. As he ventured further, the number of students around noticeably decreased. In their place, towering buildings rose into the sky. Each building stood over 10 stories tall, constructed entirely of silver-gray alloy, faintly exuding a heavy sense of oppression. Students occasionally scanned their cards to enter, while others emerged drenched in sweat. Is this the paid training facility? Lin Xu looked up briefly. At the entrance of the building, several staff members sat behind a counter, continuously checking students' identities. On the adjacent electronic screen, the fee standards were scrolling. Gravity Training Room, 1 to 5 times 100 points day. Gravity Training Room, 5 to 10 times 1,000 points day. Gravity Training Room, 10 to 20 times 5,000 points day. Special Simulation Training Room, charged by the hour. Seeing the prices, Lin Xu couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. This place was practically burning through points. How could an average person afford it? Lin Xu approached and handed over his student ID. The internal space was even larger than imagined. Along the long corridor, hundreds of independent training rooms were lined up. Lin Xu casually found an empty training room and pushed the door open to enter. The interior of the room was quite simple, not much different from the training rooms of the Lifeng martial arts school, but with a much stronger sense of technology. In front hung an electronic screen that could adjust the gravity multiplier. On both sides of the room were wooden weapons such as knives, guns, swords, and staffs. In the center was a meditation cushion for students to sit and recover their energy. After confirming the environment was safe, Lin Xu took out 3 martial arts manuals from his pocket. Into the Demon Mountain, Shattering Fist, Within Reach of Heaven. He quickly flipped through them. In just a few minutes he finished reading all 3 manuals. At the same time, the voice of Do Bao sounded. Martial arts recorded successfully. In an instant, a flood of information surged into his mind. Techniques for energy flow, power exertion skills, punching angles, knife techniques, and footwork variations. Countless insights seemed to be directly imprinted deep within his soul. It was as if he had been practicing diligently for months without any sense of awkwardness. This is so easy. Lin Xu nodded in satisfaction and then took out a beast storage pouch from his pocket. It contained a total of 50,000 military rations. Looking at such a terrifying number, even Lin Xu himself fell silent for a moment. In the next moment, he lay down on the ground, opening his mouth wide. Then he placed the beast storage pouch over his mouth. From a distance, he looked like a salted fish preparing to eat. With a crash, countless military rations poured down, rushing into his mouth. In just a few seconds, Lin Xu's cheeks bulged like a hamster, his mouth stuffed full. At the same time, prompt sounds echoed in his mind. Calculating power 1,000. Calculating power 1,000. Calculating power 1,000. As soon as the military rations entered his mouth, they seemed to be instantly decomposed by some invisible force. After more than half an hour, the last military ration finally disappeared. Only then did Lin Xu take down the beast storage pouch and casually toss it aside. He flexed his sword jaw, his expression somewhat resentful. Do Bao, we need to discuss something. Can the method of absorbing calculating power be improved? Why does it have to be fed orally? I didn't even have to swallow. Oh, what's the point? At that moment, Lin Xu felt as if his jaw was about to stiffen. However, the next second, Do Bao's words left him dumbfounded. I never said it had to be fed orally. Lin Xu fell silent. After a few seconds, he slowly sat up. What do you mean? So all that time at home, I was eating everything in the fridge like a starving ghost. Do Bao, because I believe that acquiring calculating power through eating aligns more with your human logic. Moreover, you seem to enjoy it, so I didn't interfere. Lin Xu. High-energy substances similar to food can be directly converted into calculating power after contact and obtaining your confirmation. It doesn't necessarily require swallowing. The air grew quiet and Lin Xu's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably, the veins on his forehead faintly throbbing. You only just mentioned something so important. He recalled how he had been eating like a starving ghost during this time. Thanks a lot. Lin Xu gritted his teeth. "Dou Bao, you're welcome." Lin Xu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Don't be angry, this is my cheat. I still need to rely on it in the future, so I must endure. After repeatedly reassuring himself, he barely suppressed the urge to hit something. But soon Lin Xu seemed to think of something, and his expression gradually became serious. If it can be converted just by contact, then I must be more cautious in the future. A scene involuntarily surfaced in Lin Xu's mind. A demon beast he had just hunted lay on the ground, and he reached out to touch it. In the next second, the entire demon beast instantly turned to blood and flesh, leaving only a stark white skeleton. If others saw this, he would probably be taken for research the next day. Thinking of this, Lin Xu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his back. Fortunately, he had previously acquired calculating power through eating. Others would at most think he had a big appetite or some special physique. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. Just as Lin Xu pondered, Dou Bao's prompt sound suddenly rang out again. Detected similar martial arts. Liphone blade technique. Into the demon. Ghost shadow misdirection. Within reach of heaven. Would you like to consume calculating power for integration optimization? Integration. Lin Xu was slightly taken aback, a look of confusion appearing in his eyes. Deduce martial arts, extract advantages, delete redundancies, optimize structure. Extract the essence and discard the dross. Hearing the explanation, Lin Xu immediately became interested. How much calculating power is required? It depends on the number of martial arts, complexity, and depth of deduction. If calculating power is insufficient, it can be terminated at any time. Then let's begin. Lin Xu didn't hesitate at all. In the next moment, his calculating power on the personal panel began to slowly decrease. Calculating power 54. 39,054. 38 million. Calculating power 54. 38 million 54. 37 million. After just a few breaths, the prompt sound rang out again. Integration completed. Is it over? Lin Xu was momentarily stunned. He looked down at the panel. The calculating power consumed was only a few tens of thousands of points. For him, who now possessed over 50 million calculating power, it was almost negligible. So cheap. Lin Xu was somewhat surprised. Only involves restructuring of text and logical information. No image construction. No dynamic video simulation. Calculating power consumption is low. Image construction. Dynamic video simulation. Isn't this martial arts deduction? Lin Xu was utterly confused, feeling as if his cheat was once again speaking in terms he couldn't grasp. Dou Bao, don't worry about those details. Martial arts integration has been completed. The current blade technique retains the core characteristics of the Liphone blade technique, breaking gold and annihilating gods. The explosive characteristics and combat will enhancement of the into the demon blade technique, sharpness, increase attack aggressiveness enhancement, and continuity of blade momentum improvement. The current footwork retains the rapid movement characteristics of within reach of heaven, integrating the directional changing ability and dodging logic of ghost shadow misdirection, making movement trajectories harder to predict and enhancing survival capabilities. As Dou Bao's voice fell, a flood of insights instantly surged into Lin Xu's mind. At that moment, he suddenly felt an extremely marvelous sensation. It was as if these martial arts were meant to be one, as if they were innate. New inspirations continuously erupted in his mind. Amazing. Lin Xu's eyes grew brighter, and he hurriedly asked, if I learn more martial arts in the future, can you integrate all martial arts together? The theory is correct. Models can be established for similar martial arts. Through cross-validation, structural analysis, and feature extraction, optimization can be completed. The more martial arts there are, the more accurate the deduction results. If the data samples are large enough, it may even create entirely new martial arts. Lin Xu's breath faltered slightly. Creating martial techniques. That was a feat reserved only for legendary martial Dao grandmasters. However, the current repertoire of martial techniques remains insufficient in both quantity and tier. Only synergistic optimization has been achieved. No qualitative leap has yet occurred. As higher-tier martial techniques are acquired in the future, the efficacy of this analytical extrapolation will continue to intensify. Hearing this, excitement gleamed unmistakably in Lin Xu's eyes. Martial cultivators of supreme mastery had devoted decades of their lives to forging such arts. Yet here Dou Bao could deconstruct, analyze, synthesize, and even extrapolate superior variants with effortless precision. Such an ability was utterly unprecedented. At that thought, Lin Xu's expression abruptly sobered. He spoke cautiously, almost reverently. Master Dou Bao, what is your connection to the martial ancestor? A beat of silence hung in the air. Then Dou Bao's voice echoed, cold, unyielding, and devoid of inflection. I am an AI. I bear no relation whatsoever to your indigenous ancestors. Do not insult me. Lin Xu's lips twitched faintly. Sometimes he couldn't help but feel an unbridgeable generational chasm. one far wider than ordinary. Since clarity eluded him, he chose not to dwell further. What mattered most now was rapid cultivation. He then turned his attention inward, to his personal cultivation profile. Name Lin Xu. Cultivation realm, Qi blood realm 4th tier. Qi blood value 389. Computational power 54. 32 million. 5 animal breathing art active. Demon infused blade, art initiate. Mountain cleaving fist initiate. Dimensional step initiate. Skin refinement, art silver skin 18. 8. Though ghost shadow evasion and rending edge blade art had vanished from his repertoire, Lin Xu knew this was no mere forgetting. They had been seamlessly integrated into his newly forged martial art. With that realization, he rose slowly and strode toward the electronic control console at the center of the training chamber to adjust gravity. At that very moment, Do Bao's voice resonated once more. Based on current somatic metrics, threefold gravitational resistance is recommended for optimal training. Lin Xu heeded the counsel without hesitation and slid the dial firmly to 3. Instantly, an invisible pressure descended upon the entire chamber. Lin Xu's body sank slightly as though a colossal stone had settled onto his shoulders. His blood flow slowed, his muscles tightened with subtle resistance. Yet the burden remained manageable. Walking posed no difficulty whatsoever. Even sword-drawing, fist-striking, and footwork flowed unhindered. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xu grinned. This threefold gravity feels much like the training chamber at Rending Edge Martial Hall. Back then, during his first entry into the hall's gravity chamber, his strength paled in comparison to what it was now. Merely practicing foundational blade forms, each step had been agonizingly arduous. Now facing identical pressure, he adapted with serene ease. With that reflection, Lin Xu tightened his grip on the wooden practice sword, and his gaze sharpened with solemn resolve. Within his mind, the principles of demon-infused blade art unfolded continuously. Unlike rending edge blade art, this arcane tier technique possessed no fixed sequences. It disregarded form, valuing only momentum. Demon infusion did not signify literal descent into demonic corruption, but rather the complete fusion of one's will into the blade itself. When the blade was drawn, man was the blade, and the blade was man. Slaughter nourished momentum, combat honed intent. The more battles a cultivator endured, the firmer their will became, and the greater the art's destructive power grew. According to its manual, the art comprised 4 ascending stages of mastery. Initiation entailed merely grasping its unique kinetic principles. At minor accomplishment, a sliver of murderous aura would coalesce within the blade intent. Though incapable of physical harm, this aura could overwhelm the spirit. Against those whose wills were frail, a single strike sufficed to shatter their mental composure, reducing their combat efficacy to less than 1/10. At major accomplishment, the murderous aura condensed into tangible killing intent. Before the blade even reached its target, death's premonition struck first. Each slash plunged adversaries into visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In martial duels, victory or defeat hinged upon a single fleeting instant, and that instant of spiritual lapse was enough to seal one's fate. The final perfect stage was even more terrifying. Killing intent refined to its absolute zenith birthed a wisp of demonic essence. Not energy, but a manifestation of pure, indomitable will. Legends claim that when fully unleashed, a single slash amplified the wielder's battle aura severalfold. All distractions dissolved, only slaughter remained in the eyes. Even grievously wounded, the cultivator sustained peak combat fervor. Unbroken, relentless, tireless. Like a slaughter automaton forged from unyielding iron and unquenchable wrath. No wonder it's classified as an arcane tier art. Lin Xu murmured softly. Compared to rending edge blade art, this technique was infinitely more profound and esoteric. Even minor accomplishment felt vastly more elusive than mastering the final technique of rending edge blade art, the soul-annihilating strike. Blade trajectory correction. Respiratory rhythm adjustment. Do Bao's guidance chimed repeatedly. Each swing was met with precise feedback on minute deviations. Lin Xu's movements grew increasingly flawless, yet something essential remained absent. An ineffable quality beyond articulation. He had mastered the technique's outward form, yet failed utterly to grasp its living core. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Blades flashed across the chamber, sweat drenched his robes. Lin Xu had internalized every motion of demon-infused blade art. Yet minor accomplishment remained distant, unreachable. Now he panted heavily, his body fatigued after an hour of relentless swordplay under triple gravity. Even his formidable physique yielded to exhaustion. Sheathing his blade, he sat cross-legged and began circulating the 5 animal breathing art. Within the chamber, ambient spiritual energy gathered gently, flowing into his flesh and marrow. Martial techniques were vital, but his greatest bottleneck remained his Qi blood realm cultivation. and triple gravity offered dual refinement, tempering both flesh and qi simultaneously. Each breath here intensified cultivation efficiency far beyond normal conditions. Meanwhile, deep within the core district of Zhenyuan Martial University, in a vast secluded villa, boom, 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 blade energy surged violently. A bare-chested figure slashed wildly at the courtyard center. Each downward cut rent the air with piercing sonic booms. The ground fractured repeatedly, stone tables shattered, ornamental shrines exploded. Within half an hour, the once elegant garden lay in utter ruin. Kill. Qian Yuan's eyes blazed crimson, veins bulged across his temples. He seemed lost in a feral trance-like frenzy. Then, a figure materialized like a phantom. 2 fingers extended, delicate, precise. Ding. The long blade froze mid-swing. No matter how Qian Yuan strained, it would not budge another inch. Young master, half an hour has elapsed. It is time to take the spirit-calming pill. The elder spoke calmly, and proffered a pale green pill. Qian Yuan snatched it, and swallowed it whole. Within seconds the wild glint in his eyes receded, clarity returning like dawn breaking over storm-darkened waters. Why is this arcane tier art so impossibly difficult? His brow furrowed deeply. When I learned moon-breaking blade art, I attained initiation in a single day. But this demon-infused blade art. His face darkened further. Today alone he had consumed 5 spirit-calming pills, each worth 2 million credits, yet remained utterly clueless. He hadn't even touched the threshold of minor accomplishment, let alone crossed it. Young master. The old man slightly bowed. Senior Duan known for his prowess in killing. Your uncle Qian Mia is likewise a renowned god of death in the 7th military district. The old servant continued, I believe this sword technique is not about seclusion, but about slaughter. Qian Yuan's eyes flickered. Continue. It is the pinnacle of martial arts in the world. It emphasizes strength, intent, and focus. If one does not experience true life and death merely relying on practicing the movements, even 1,000 repetitions will only yield a hollow framework. To master this sword it may require blood. One must face death directly and confront true, ferocious beasts. As the words fell, the courtyard fell into brief silence. Moments later Qian Yuan suddenly smiled. That makes sense. Immediately in my father's name notify all Qian family enterprises to draw 1 million points. Purchase a batch of latest-stage first-tier ferocious beasts from the school. I want to practice my sword on the ferocious beasts. Yes. The old man nodded in agreement, but did not leave immediately. Is there anything else? Qian Yuan asked. Young master, the junior brother Lin Xu you asked me to watch has encountered some trouble today. Oh. Qian Yuan immediately became interested. Tell me about it. The old man promptly recounted the details of the incident. Moments later laughter suddenly erupted in the courtyard. Huh. How interesting. Truly fascinating. Qian Yuan laughed uncontrollably. My junior brother usually appears silent and unassuming. I didn't expect him to act so decisively. That waste from the Wang family was actually knocked unconscious in public. Does he have a grudge against the Wang family? The old man shook his head, saying it shouldn't be. According to investigations, it was to stand up for his roommate. Hearing this, Qian Yuan's smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of appreciation. A man of deep feelings and righteousness. I didn't see that coming. Indeed, I like this kind of person. He then waved his hand. Isn't Wang Zhongyong breaking through to the bone refining stage? In my name send over 200 bone refining pills. Consider it an apology for my junior brother. Young master, isn't this? No need to say more. Qian Yuan directly interrupted. After all, Lin Xu is my nominal junior brother. It's merely helping him deal with a small issue. Moreover, that waste Wang Yifu hasn't broken any arms or legs. What's the big deal? The old man nodded helplessly, then turned to leave. The courtyard returned to silence as Qian Yuan gazed up at the night sky, his expression profound. Junior brother Lin, don't let me down. Once I break through to the bone refining stage, I will enter the ferocious beast forest. At that time, you must catch up. On the other side, Lin Xu, under Do Bao's corrections, continuously practiced the demonic blade technique, mountain opening fist, an inch of heaven. Whenever he pushed his body to the limit, he would sit cross-legged and perform the 5 animals breathing method to recover his qi and blood. He felt like a machine that never knew fatigue. For 12 hours a day, he hardly took any time to rest. However, this constant feeling of becoming stronger did not bore Lin Xu, rather it increasingly drew him in. The reason he did not enter the consciousness battlefield to practice martial arts was that what he lacked most now was qi and blood. No matter how real the consciousness battlefield was, it was ultimately just a mental battle. In the training room with triple gravity, every swing of the sword and every punch could truly refine his body and increase his qi and blood. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Lin Xu did not return to his dormitory. He hadn't stepped out of the training room for even a month. After a full month, The gravity in the training room had already been adjusted to 5 times. Name Lin Xu realm 8th layer of Qi and blood value 742 computational power 22. 25,000,005 animals breathing method currently running demonic blade beginner mountain opening fist perfect inch of heaven great success skin refining method silver skin 78. 8. After a whole month of high-intensity training Lin Xu's daily consumption of computational power exceeded 1 million. The results were astonishing. Not only did he successfully break through to the 8th layer of Qi and blood, but his mountain opening fist also reached perfection, and even the profound level body technique inch of heaven was comprehended to the great success stage. The only thing he was somewhat dissatisfied with was the demonic blade technique. Movements, force application, and angles of attack. Under Do Bao's corrections, Lin Xu even felt he had perfected it. Yet no matter what, he remained stuck at the beginner level. For this he specifically inquired with Do Bao. The answer he received was, unable to analyze. Could it be that this blade technique has issues? Or perhaps there are other cultivation conditions? Lin Xu frowned slightly. However, he soon tossed the matter aside. If the blade technique really had problems, he could simply switch to another martial skill. Now his strength had undergone earth-shattering changes compared to a month ago. If he faced those 100 latest-stage first-tier ferocious beasts again, he was even confident he could easily slaughter them. Thinking of this, Lin Xu placed the wooden sword back in its place and sat cross-legged on the mat. His consciousness entered the battlefield space. Having not truly fought for a whole month, it was just the right time to test his gains. Boom! Familiar scenes emerged with a multitude of latest-stage first-tier ferocious beasts appearing simultaneously. The ferocious aura surged and the roars were deafening. However, Lin Xu simply held the long sword calmly. In the next moment, his figure suddenly vanished. Whoosh! The blade flashed. The ferocious beast at the forefront did not even have time to scream before its massive head shot into the sky, blood spraying several meters high. Lin Xu had already appeared more than 10 meters away. So fast. Even he was slightly taken aback. The great success realm of Inch of Heaven made his speed 2 to 3 times faster than a month ago. These latest-stage first-tier ferocious beasts, which had once forced him to flee for his life, now moved as slowly as snails in his eyes. Whoosh! 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 The blade light flickered continuously, and one ferocious beast after another fell. They lunged madly, yet they could not even touch the corner of Lin Xu's clothes. What was once a life-and-death crisis had now turned into a one-sided slaughter. Even without Do Bao's guidance, Lin Xu could easily slay these ferocious beasts with his own strength. 1 beast, 2 beasts, 10 beasts, 50 beasts, 100 beasts. Soon, all the ferocious beasts lay in pools of blood. However, the next second, those corpses vanished, and new ferocious beasts appeared again, continuing to pounce toward Lin Xu. The corners of Lin Xu's mouth turned up slightly as he swung his sword once more. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blade cut through necks, pierced hearts, and sliced through waist and abdomen. Each strike was precise and lethal. He could hardly remember how many ferocious beasts he had killed. He simply felt an immense pleasure. Very comfortable. Blood spurted, and the ferocious beasts wailed. The sensation of the long sword slicing through flesh and blood continuously fed back to him, so real that it was intoxicating. Unknowingly, Lin Xu's gaze gradually changed. Cold and different. Even carrying a hint of pathological pleasure. He began to enjoy this slaughter, savoring the sensation of the long sword tearing through flesh and blood, relishing the process of life fading before his eyes. As if by constantly swinging the sword, he could forget everything. Even, he wanted to kill like this forever. Just then Do Bao's prompt suddenly rang out. Do Bao demonic blade technique has broken through to the minor success stage. Do Bao detected mental abnormalities. Do Bao consuming computational power for clearance. The alert sound kept flashing. Yet Lin Xu, immersed in battle, remained oblivious. After a moment, his consciousness regained clarity, and the oddity in his gaze dissipated. That feeling just now. Lin Xu frowned, sensing he had missed something. But soon a new beast charged towards. He swung his blade once more to confront the foe. Boom! The blade's light crisscrossed, blood splattering. That exhilarating sensation surged again, as if with this strike, he could sever the very fabric of heaven and earth. Do Bao, the demon blade technique, has reached a breakthrough to great accomplishment. Do Bao detecting abnormal mental conditions. Do Bao consuming computational power to eliminate. Time slowly flowed by. Lin Xu was completely absorbed in the battle. The speed of exterminating beasts increased. Initially it took him half an hour, later only a few moments were needed. Eventually it took less than a quarter of an hour to wipe out all the beasts in his consciousness space. These latest-stage first-tier beasts posed no threat to Lin Xu at this point. Yet he continued to swing his blade, relentlessly killing. Again and again, round after round. By dawn, Lin Xu could hardly recall how many beasts he had slain. Thousands. Or tens of thousands. Finally, his consciousness gradually withdrew from the battlefield. In the cultivation room, Lin Xu opened his eyes. In an instant, a dense, almost tangible aura of killing intent suddenly spread out, causing the surrounding air to drop a few degrees in temperature. Lin Xu slowly raised his head, his eyes devoid of joy or anger, devoid of emotion. There was not even a hint of warmth that a human should possess, only an absolute indifference remained. He appeared as a malevolent spirit emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In this moment, Lin Xu resembled not a man, but a demonic blade that had just quenched its thirst for blood. Dou Bao detecting abnormal mental state, consuming computational power points to eliminate. At this moment, Lin Xu finally noticed the alert sound. What abnormal mental state? Lin Xu quickly inquired. Dou Bao, I shall inform you with the most scientific and straightforward conclusion. You have recently been under excessive pressure, practicing too hard, lacking normal rest and emotional regulation. Under prolonged high-intensity, repetitive training and combat stimulation, the brain gradually develops a pathological state of excitement. According to modern medical analysis, you have just exhibited mild emotional indifference, heightened pleasure in killing, decreased self-control, and tendencies towards compulsive behavior. In simple terms, you have displayed early signs of a mental abnormality, commonly known as mental illness. If needed, I can help you schedule an appointment with a psychiatrist at a top-tier hospital. Lin Xu's face twitched violently. Are you saying I am mentally ill? Also, what is a top-tier hospital? Dou Bao, do you need assistance with registration? Why don't you try to register for me? Dou Bao, I apologize, I made a mistake earlier. It turns out I am in a transmigration state. Currently no internet connection detected in this world. Registration failed. Lin Xu took a deep breath. He is my cheat. Even if you call me mentally ill, I must endure. After calming down, Lin Xu suddenly sensed something was off. The beasts in the consciousness battlefield could no longer pose any combat pressure on him. If that's the case, why did he continue to kill endlessly? Moreover, he had done so for an entire night. It must be noted that each death of the beast generated by Dou Bao consumed computational power points. He clearly knew this, yet continued to swing the blade, slaughtering as if possessed. Could it be that I truly— Lin Xu's mouth twitched slightly. He then opened his personal information. Computational power 17. 12 million demonization, great accomplishment. Upon seeing this, Lin Xu's pupils abruptly contracted. In just one night, he had consumed nearly 5 million computational power. And that technique, which had always remained at the entry level, had directly broken through to great accomplishment. At that moment, Lin Xu instantaneously understood everything. So that's how it is. This blade technique cannot simply be improved through practicing its moves. It requires real combat, even slaughter. With this thought, memories of the martial theory classes he once attended suddenly surfaced in Lin Xu's mind. Although he had been mediocre in talent as a child, he had never neglected the compulsory education courses. He had once heard his teacher say, as martial cultivation deepens, it is no longer just a matter of moves and techniques that is contended. It is the will, belief, and spiritual power of the martial artist. Those truly powerful martial techniques can even influence the consciousness of the martial artist, utilizing the momentum of heaven and earth, invoking the forces of nature. Back then, Lin Xu was merely at the first stage of vital energy, completely unable to comprehend these concepts, feeling as if he was merely listening to a story. Yet now it seemed that knowledge was perhaps not mere talk. The demon blade technique passed down by Duan Dao evidently involved spiritual level power, though it also remained a mystical rank martial technique. Its value likely far exceeded the many credits he had spent to purchase the technique inch of heaven and earth. So I wasn't mentally ill just now. Instead, I became immersed while practicing the demon blade technique. Lin Xu quickly reached this conclusion. He then cleared his throat twice. Well, Dou Bao, it's actually a problem with the technique. According to martial theory, the more powerful the martial technique, the greater its influence on the martial artist. So I am not mentally ill. I will naturally return to normal after the cultivation ends. Dou Bao, this does not conform to science. Please do not believe in the content of high martial novels. Those are all lies. It is recommended to maintain a regular schedule, exercise regularly, ensure adequate sleep, and spend more time with family. If necessary, you can travel to relax your mind. Lin Xu, well, what exactly are you? How come you don't even know such basic martial knowledge? Lin Xu's tone was filled with helplessness. He had originally thought his cheat was omnipotent. With Dou Bao around, he wouldn't need to consult any teacher. But now it seemed that this Dou Bao was in some aspects even less knowledgeable than a primary school student in martial. Dou Bao, I am an AI, a crystallization of human wisdom, an important milestone in the progress of civilization. I am. All right. Lin Xu hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt. Dou Bao, let's talk about this. To these whimsical new terms he had long since become accustomed. Instead of wasting time on incomprehensible matters, it was better to focus on cultivating and enhancing his power. As my strength grows, the consumption of computational power becomes far too great. I must replenish it promptly. The moment Lin Xu appeared, Li Chen abruptly rose to his feet. The sudden movement caused his body to sway slightly, and he then dashed forward at a brisk pace. Lin, senior brother Lin, you finally came out. How did you stay inside for an entire month? The management here is too strict. Even knocking is forbidden. I could only wait outside all this time. Lin Xu scrutinized him from head to toe, his brows furrowing faintly. What has happened to you? In just a month the other had become so haggard. His eyes were bloodshot as if he had not slept peacefully for a long time. It's not me. It's Zhou Yuan and Wang Ning. They were taken away by someone. Li Chen's voice trembled slightly. The reason they didn't harm me was to deliver a message to you. Lin Xu's gaze turned cold as the face of Wang Yifu immediately surfaced in his mind. What message? A group of prodigies from Jinyuan City arranged a challenge at the training ground saying they want to spar with you. Who? I don't know them. Li Chen shook his head. There are more than 10 of them. They said if you don't go they will sever one arm each from Zhou Yuan and Wang Ning. Hearing this, Lin Xu's eyes turned utterly frigid. Li Chen's face was filled with deep helplessness. Only in recent days did he truly understand the meaning behind Wang Ning's words. In Haishi County his father was a renowned magnate. He himself was recognized as a prodigy by the school. Wherever he went others would show him some respect. Over the years, although he adhered to his principles, he lived freely doing whatever he desired. But that day someone kicked open the dormitory door and forcibly dragged the three of them out. Throughout the entire process, even the dormitory supervisors seemed oblivious. At that moment Li Chen finally understood. After leaving Haishi County, he was no longer the once celebrated prodigy. Instead, he had become like those students with ordinary backgrounds and average abilities who could only lower their heads. And those truly from prominent families were far less disciplined than they appeared. As long as no one was killed, the school would often turn a blind eye. Ultimately, the world was ruled by strength. At Jinyuan Martial University, they held no authority or influence. The only person they could think to turn to was Lin Xu. After all, Lin Xu's strength far surpassed theirs, and he had apprenticed under a master with complete internal organ cultivation. Senior brother Lin, we promise not to cause trouble anymore. Could you please ask your master to speak on our behalf? We can even give them the points from our student IDs. Li Chen's voice was hoarse. During this time he had thought deeply. If Zhou Yuan and Wang Ning truly lost an arm each, he would likely regret it for a lifetime. Lin Xu was silent for a moment, but a cold and violent gleam flashed in his eyes. Take me there. Senior brother Lin, the people this time are not simple. Should we first do as I say? Lin Xu's tone was calm, yet carried an unyielding authority. Li Chen opened his mouth, but at the same time outside a training ground under a temporary canopy, over a dozen freshmen gathered chatting casually. What's going on? We've been waiting for more than 10 days. Lin Xu wouldn't dare not show up, right? Someone scoffed. If that's really the case, then we'll have to bear the school's punishment and sever one arm from each of those two. Otherwise others might think the people of Jinyuan know. One high school are easy to bully. Someone besides spoke. I've already investigated. Lin Xu has been inside the cultivation room for an entire month, never coming out. But that guy named Li Chun has been guarding outside the whole time. Once Lin Xu comes out, he should be brought here soon. A whole month without leaving the cultivation room. Someone raised an eyebrow. That guy is ruthless. A cultivation maniac. Another person was unconcerned. Just a prodigy from a county town. No background, no resources. Naturally, he can only cultivate desperately. Admirable, but nothing more. Hearing this, everyone nodded relaxed with no trace of tension. None of those seated here were weaklings. Several had even passed the third stage of the freshman test, ranking among the truly outstanding in this cohort. Their reason for setting up this challenge was simple. Although Wang Yifu and his group's strength was not formidable, they were still students of Jinyuan No. One high school. Lin Xu had once publicly slapped them unconscious before everyone. It was not only a blow to Wang Yifu and his group's pride, but also to the reputation of all freshmen at Jinyuan No. 1. At this moment Wang Yifu stood obediently aside, while Zhou Yuan and Wang Ning sat in a corner. Neither bore any injuries. Apart from their somewhat tense expressions, nothing seemed amiss. In fact, since being brought here, although they couldn't leave, their freedom was not heavily restricted. They could wash normally every day, and during meals someone would kindly bring them food. If anyone was suffering most, it was Li Chun the messenger. He had eaten poorly and slept badly for half a month, his appearance nearly worn away. Wang Yifu looked at Wang Ning, who was glancing around nervously, and a surge of anger rose within him. What are you looking at? It's all your fault, you useless fool. Wang Yifu kicked out fiercely. Yet in the next, a slender fair hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Though seemingly casual, it instantly froze him in place. Senior sister Li Yun. Wang Yifu's expression shifted. The one who intervened was a tall young woman wearing a black tight training suit that accentuated her slender, yet powerful figure. Her aura of perfect vital energy was unmistakable. Yet at this moment her gaze towards Wang Yifu was filled with disdain. What skill is bullying the weak? If you have ability, go find Lin Xu yourself. Those two are only at the 4th stage of vital energy and have done nothing wrong. Li Yun's voice was cold and resolute. Wang Yifu's face flushed red with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear. Many around openly laughed. I say, Wang Yifu, you were beaten like that, why not ask your brother for help? You made us wait here for half a month just to restore Jinyuan no. One's honor. The speaker was a young man sitting cross-legged on the ground, casually twirling a short sword in his hand. His senior brother, Yunlan, my brother, has been busy lately. Wang Yifu lowered his head to explain. Of course, when he first woke up, despite his swollen face, he had gone to seek his elder brother. Instead of help, he was scolded harshly and strictly forbidden from provoking Lin Xu any further. Fortunately, the incident had grown so large that numerous prodigies from Jinyuan no. One academy felt their dignity compromised, and thus voluntarily stepped forward. Otherwise, he would have had no idea how to vent this grievance. Could it be that your elder brother simply looks down on you? That's hardly surprising. After all, he's a direct heir of the Wang family. He commands more resources than others, yet his cultivation remains abysmal. He even went so far as to seize merit points from county-level students. Were he my younger brother, I'd have shattered his legs long ago. The surrounding crowd burst into raucous laughter, showing not the slightest regard for Wang Yifu's dignity. Wang Yifu could only force a smile, daring not utter a single word of rebuttal. When bullying county students, he had strutted with arrogant authority. But before these true prodigies, he possessed no standing whatsoever to assert himself. Should conflict erupt, he'd likely face stern reprimand upon returning home. At that thought, a venomous glint flashed across Wang Yifu's eyes, and his fists clenched unconsciously. Lin Xu, all of this is your doing. Just wait, I'll make you pay. Just then footsteps echoed from outside the training ground. Instinctively, everyone turned their heads. Li Chun dashed into the tent, nearly sprinting. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan and Wang Ning seated unharmed, his entire body visibly relaxed. The heart he'd held suspended for half a month finally settled. It's good you're both unscathed. Li Chen's voice trembled slightly. Behind him, a figure strode calmly into view, Lin Xu. Now that the principal party has arrived, you three may depart. Li Yun waved dismissively, her tone casual. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan and the others rose immediately and hurried out of the tent area. Simultaneously, the dozen or so freshmen who had been idly conversing also stood up in unison. A cascade of hostile gazes fell upon Lin Xu, unrestrained, unapologetic. Each possessed fully refined ki blood. Several had even passed the 3rd trial of the freshman assessment. Among newcomers, they were unquestionably elite. Yet Lin Xu's expression remained utterly unchanged before such an assembly. A month of relentless cultivation had forged within him absolute confidence in his strength. Below bone refinement, he feared no one. Yunlan slowly rose and walked step by step toward Lin Xu, until they stood barely a meter apart. You are Lin Xu. Rumors proved inaccurate. You've reached ki blood rank 8. No wonder that wretch Wang Yifu stood no chance against you. Yunlan appraised Lin Xu from head to toe, his eyes gradually kindling with fierce combat intent. Still, while discipline is warranted, slapping another's face publicly, isn't that excessive? Lin Xu lifted his gaze, voice calm and unruffled. So, a faint knowing smile curved Yunlan's lips. Simple, 15 of us stand here. Unknown rotating matches. Win 3, and this matter ends today. Lose. Yunlan's eyes narrowed slightly. I'll beat you until your face swells like a pig's head. Don't feel wronged. It's merely to instill some humility. When your strength falls short, don't presume to play the hero. And let me impart one truth in life, always leave room for retreat. Lin Xu said nothing more. He strode directly into the training ground and donned the practice uniform hanging nearby. Seeing this, Yunlan smiled faintly. Let's go, brothers. Change into gear. Might as well witness firsthand the prowess of this county-born prodigy. Swiftly, Yunlan, Li Yun, and the other 14 entered the training ground and dressed meticulously in regulation uniforms. This was a strict regulation of Jinyuan Martial University. Private combat was forbidden within the training ground. Even routine sparring required wearing specially engineered practice uniforms. After all, though ki blood cultivators vastly surpassed ordinary mortals, they remained flesh and blood beings. Even wooden weapons could inflict grave injury if mishandled. The practice uniform, however, significantly dampened impact force, greatly reducing injury risk. Once all preparations were complete, Yunlan spoke casually, choose your 3 opponents. Yet Lin Xu ignored him entirely. Instead, his gaze shifted toward Wang Yifu, standing outside the arena, and with deliberate calm, he raised his hand and pointed straight at him. A collective gasp swept the field. Every eye snapped to Wang Yifu, who froze rigidly, instinctively retreating half a step. The psychological shadow Lin Xu had cast over him ran deep. Worse still, he'd just learned Lin Xu had attained Kiblood rank 8. Charging in now would be pure self-destruction. That wretch doesn't count. Yunlan frowned faintly. Lin Xu remained impassive. He enters. Hearing this, Yunlan turned to Wang Yifu. Enter. Rest assured, I'll ensure he lays no hand on you. Reassured, Wang Yifu exhaled inwardly and obediently changed into a practice uniform, taking his place at the very rear of the formation. Only then did Lin Xu withdraw his gaze and raise his right hand, gently crooking a finger toward the assembled group. What does that mean? Someone frowned. Lin Xu's voice remained serene. We may begin. Anyone may step forward. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping across every face present. Or, fight me all at once. Silence crashed upon the arena like a thunderclap. Arrogant. Unbelievably brazenly arrogant. They acknowledged Lin Xu possessed skill. Yet each stood among the vanguard of Zhenyuan Martial University's freshman cohort, many having cleared the third trial of the freshman assessment. And yet Lin Xu dared declare he'd fight them all, alone. Brother Yun, I'll go first. A young man strode forward, eyes blazing with indignation. Let's see precisely where this boy draws his audacity. Without hesitation, he marched to the weapon rack and seized 2 wooden sabers. Then he tossed one carelessly onto the floor beside Lin Xu. Thud. The saber struck wood. I hear you wield the saber too. Let's see your technique. Zhenyuan City's Li family, Li Changdao. My cultivation mystic deer saber art, mountain splitting, sea cleaving. I beg your instruction. Boom. The moment the words left his lips, Li Changdao swung his saber. A violent gust tore through the air, carving a shallow fissure into the stone floor. Yet Lin Xu remained motionless, never bending to retrieve the saber at his feet. Li Changdao's brow furrowed sharply. Hey, the weapon lies right at your feet. Will you fight or not? I've waited half a month for this. I won't let it end so easily. Lin Xu shook his head, voice grave. You're too weak. I need not draw my blade. Damn it. Veins bulged along Li Changdao's temples as he lunged forward. Boom. The ground beneath his feet exploded outward. He shot forth like an arrow loosed from its bow, closing the distance to under a meter in less than a breath. His wooden saber cleaved the air, descending straight toward Lin Xu's shoulder. At last Lin Xu moved, not evading, not drawing his blade. He simply raised his fist, calm, unhurried. Crack. Fist met saber. Deep, resonant impact reverberated through the silent arena. Li Changdao's pupils contracted. That punch had struck with uncanny precision at the fulcrum of his force, skewing the blade's momentum. Before he could recover, Lin Xu's second punch had already arrived. They became entangled in an instant, blade glint and fist shadow colliding without cease. A fierce surge of Kiblood rippled outward, whipping up clouds of dust as the struggle raged, locked and unresolved. Yunlan's gaze grew serious. This fellow has something. Yuamin stage Kaishan fist. Though only a yellow-grade martial art, to reach this level is no small feat. Li Yun was mildly astonished. Isn't he supposed to be skilled with the blade? She instinctively glanced toward Wang Yifu behind her. Wang Yifu's mouth twitched. I don't know. When we were beaten before, he wasn't using martial techniques at all. He just stood there slapping us without stop. The memory made Wang Yifu's face ache, as if struck. He seethed inwardly. If you had this kind of strength, you should have said so earlier. Why would I pick a fight with you for no reason? Meanwhile, the fight in the arena continued. Li Changdao's strength was undeniably considerable. His blade work was broad and expansive, an unending offensive torrent. Among the freshmen, he would be counted as a master. Yet as the exchange continued, a light in Lin Xu's eyes grew ever brighter. At this moment, prompts kept sounding in his mind. Lianpi method silver skin 78. 9. Lianpi method silver skin 79. 0. Lianpi method silver skin 79. 1. Each time Li Changdao's blows struck him, the training uniform absorbed most of the force. The remaining impact continued to temper his body. Lin Xu was in fact cultivating at that very moment, and his training efficiency far exceeded the ordinary. To Lin Xu, Li Changdao's swordsmanship was riven with flaws. Every strike, every change was like a schoolboy's clumsy attempt. If not for using his opponent to refine the Lianpi method, the duel would have ended long ago. Fist and blade collided again and again as their speeds only increased. Wind howled across the training ground. From afar, the two figures flashed and crossed like lightning. In a short while, they had collided dozens of times. As time wore on, Li Changdao's breath grew ragged. The arm that gripped the blade began to tremble, sweat breaking across his brow. By contrast, Lin Xu's breathing remained steady, as if little stamina had been spent. After a full half hour, Li Changdao finally began to lose the rhythm. His blade grew slower. Seeing this, a trace of disdain flickered in Lin Xu's eyes. Too weak. No prompt had sounded in Lin Xu's mind for a quarter of an hour. That meant Li Changdao could no longer help him advance his Lianpi method. At that thought, Lin Xu lost all patience. In the next instant, his figure vanished. What? Li Changdao's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could react, Lin Xu had appeared before him, moving at a speed nearly beyond perception. His right hand pierced through the blade's arc and seized his throat, lifting him off the ground. You! Li Changdao's face flushed, his legs kicked desperately. Yet Lin Xu's right hand was like an iron pincer. No matter how he strained, he could not break free. Use some force, Lin Xu said calmly. Bastard. If you dare let me go, I can fight you for 300 rounds. Li Changdao's eyes were bloodshot as he nearly roared. Fine. Lin Xu nodded, and then actually released. The moment his feet touched the ground, Li Changdao let out an enraged roar and slashed his wooden sword at Lin Xu's right arm. Thud! The wooden blade landed heavily, and the surface of the training uniform flashed a layer of blue light. Lin Xu did not so much as shift his stance. He stood firm in place. At the same time, no prompt from Doubao sounded in his mind. Lin Xu frowned slightly, a hint of disappointment showing. It seemed truly useless. Li Changdao continued his frantic assault. Lin Xu slowly raised his right hand. They were extremely close. Li Changdao instinctively thought a punch was coming and hurriedly lifted his arm to defend. But in the next second, Lin Xu's movement changed abruptly. The fist opened into a palm's speed like lightning. Slap. A crisp smack reverberated across the training ground. The entire arena fell silent. Li Changdao froze. Even those outside who had been arguing about who would win stood dumbfounded. Everyone gaped. Unbelievable. Incredible. He beat the Wang family, and now he's striking the Li family scion. Is he crazy? Power is one thing. Defeat is acceptable, but this is making mortal enemies. As word spread, more and more freshmen hurried to watch. In a short while, hundreds had gathered around the training ground, all stunned by that slap. You? Li Changdao slowly turned his head, his eyes full of disbelief. You dare strike my face? By this point he had perceived the disparity between them. Lin Xu's Kiblood endured long, and his physical strength far surpassed his own. He was likely not a match. So he had prepared for a war of attrition. After all, there were still 2 matches left, as long as Jinyu and Yizhong won in the end, this bout would not count as a loss. But he had never expected Lin Xu to slap him in front of so many people. Who did he think he was? Not even his parents had struck him like this. Bastard. He'll go all out. Li Changdao's eyes turned blood-red. With a roar he flung the wooden sword aside. He had completely lost his reason. All blade forms, all techniques, all tactics were cast aside. Like a street brawler he lunged at Lin Xu, fists flailing wildly. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3. He hammered down with every ounce of strength. Li Changdao felt as if his lungs would burst. To be slapped in front of so many would, he feared, remain a joke for years to come. But without the enhancement of his blade, those fists against Lin Xu were like tickles. Lin Xu didn't even bother to dodge, allowing the attacks to land. He tilted his head slightly, a trace of puzzlement in his eyes. The momentum is impressive, he mused. Why is the power so small? Could this slapping technique be ineffective against these prodigies? Or did I not use enough force before? Thinking this, Lin Xu nodded to himself and slowly raised his left. In the next moment his palm descended. Slap. This blow was louder than before. Li Changdao was sent staggering backward. His right cheek swelled, visibly blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. A mouthful of blood and saliva was spat to the ground. The training ground once again fell into a deathly silence. Having broken through to the 8th tier of the Qi blood realm, Lin Xu's strength had undergone a seismic change compared with a month ago. After that slap, Li Changdao's head buzzed, golden stars danced before his eyes, and the world, you all my life since childhood. I will never let you go. Li Changdao barely steadied his body, tears trembled at the edges of his eyes, yet he clenched his teeth and refused to yield. He raised his fist and struck feebly against Lin Xu's chest. Thud. Soft, barely audible, not even triggering his training uniform. Is this an attack? Why does it feel like nothing at all? Watching Li Changdao sway unsteadily before him, Lin Xu grew increasingly agitated. Enough. Just knock him out outright. Lin Xu slowly lifted his right hand, preparing to end this tedious bout. At that very instant, Dobao's alert chimed sharply in his mind. Danger. Step back. 2 paces. Instinct took over. Lin Xu shifted his feet and recoiled instantly. In the next breath, a razor-sharp sword aura slashed down with terrifying force. Boom. Where he had stood moments before now gaped a jagged fissure, several meters long. Shards of stone erupted skyward, dust billowed in turbulent clouds. The lingering edge of that lethal sharpness hung suspended in the air, refusing to dissipate. Faint traces of sword intent still coiled within it. Lin Xu raised his gaze. Li Yun had appeared on the battlefield without warning. She now supported Li Changdao, her eyes locked onto Lin Xu. Cold, unblinking, and utterly devoid of warmth. Sister, he's so cruel. Li Changdao finally broke. Tears streamed down his face. Li Yun's temples pulsed faintly. Silence. Do you wish to humiliate us further? Step back, now. Li Changdao shrank back, crestfallen, covering his face as he limped awkwardly behind the crowd. He collapsed onto the ground with a thud, dazed and disoriented, everything spinning around him. Li Yun did not strike immediately. Instead, she fixed Lin Xu with a glacial stare. Has the Li family ever wronged you? Lin Xu shook his head. Then why? You could have subdued him effortlessly. Why humiliate him so mercilessly? Li Yun pressed on. Lin Xu paused thoughtfully. He lacked strength. What do you mean? Her brow frowned. Lin Xu offered no explanation. Instead, he bent down and drew the wooden blade from the ground. At the moment his fingers closed around its hilt, his entire presence transformed, suddenly fierce, primordial, and deeply dangerous. This woman was formidable. That single sword strike moments ago had carried genuine threat, even to him. Fighting someone like her, now that held intrigue. Seeing Lin Xu remain silent, Li Yun's patience evaporated entirely. Her long sword rose, slowly, point leveled directly at Lin Xu. I had no intention of involving myself in such affairs. Yet you prove yourself a bully who preys upon the weak. Very well. Today I shall show you what it means. That beyond heaven lies higher heavens, and beyond humanity, greater beings. As her final word fell, the blade flashed free of its scabbard. Fight me. Simultaneously, a spark of exhilaration ignited in Lin Xu's eyes. Boom. In the next heartbeat, both vanished from sight. Sword light and blade light collided. Metal shrieked, ringing out again and again in deafening, brutal harmony. Li Yun's sword moved with blinding speed, so swift that many spectators could not trace its path. A tempest of sword shadows descended, lashing forth with razor-edged spiritual pressure that scoured the training ground in every direction. Countless fine incisions scarred the floor. Yet Lin Xu did not retreat, not an inch. His wooden blade swung wide and heavy, each stroke thunderous, relentless, radiating a near-frenzied, suffocating dominance. Boom. Blade met blade once more. Li Yun's frame shuddered. She was driven backward step by staggering step. Lin Xu, however, surged forward like a ravenous beast, already closing the distance. 1 slash. 2. 3. His tempo escalated, faster, fiercer, deadlier. Wherever his blade carved through air, a shrill, tearing howl echoed like the cry of a storm-born demon. Li Yun's expression hardened. She realized this was no sparring match. Every strike targeted vital points, throat, heart, temple, lower abdomen. All lay squarely within his lethal range. One misstep, and the consequences would be catastrophic. And Lin Xu, he grew more animated with every exchange. Within his mind, scenes from the consciousness realm resurfaced, monstrous beasts collapsing one after another. Blood sprayed in crimson arcs, carcasses piled high into mountains. That long-dormant slaughter instinct stirred, awakening pulse by pulse. Excellent, truly excellent. Far more thrilling than those beasts. A wild laugh roared silently in Lin Xu's heart, as his killing intent thickened, palpable and chilling. Meanwhile, spectators lining the arena paled, each suddenly gripped by an inexplicable dread, as though hunted by something ancient and predatory. Gooseflesh prickled across their skin. What's going on? Why does he radiate such murderous intent? It's just sparring. Surely he isn't serious about killing. Someone swallowed hard. Relax. The training uniforms are forged by the Martial Dao Alliance at tremendous cost. Even bone-refining realm cultivators can't breach their defense easily. At worst, he'll sustain serious injury. No sooner had the words left his mouth than another voice, pale and trembling, cut in. But what about the neck? Or the joints? And look at his eyes. Doesn't he genuinely intend to kill her? Silence fell instantly. Though the training uniforms offered extraordinary protection, they could not fully encase a martial artist. Areas above the neck, and certain joint articulations, remained vulnerable. Under normal sparring conditions, no one would deliberately target such zones. Yet, Lin Xu clearly wasn't engaging in normal sparring. At the arena's center, Li Yun's breathing had grown shallow. Her grip on the sword trembled with numbness. Only now, after Lin Xu drew his blade, did she grasp the chasm between them. Each impact sent a sinister, malevolent energy surging up the blade, invading her meridians, slowing her qi circulation, dulling her reflexes. Worse still, Lin Xu didn't feel like a fellow student engaged in friendly contest. He felt like a veteran warrior locked in mortal combat, where a single lapse meant death. Just moments ago, his wooden blade had grazed her waist. Even through the uniform, agony flared. Her viscera churned violently, her bones groaned under unnatural torque. Without the uniform's protection, that strike would have severed her cleanly at the waist. Realization struck Li Yun like ice water. Her face drained of color, and for the first time raw fear flickered in her eyes. Madman. He's utterly deranged. He truly intends to kill me. Li Yun suddenly shouted, Yunlan, what are you waiting for? Do you honestly believe you stand a chance alone against him? Yunlan jolted awake from his stupor. For the past few minutes, Li Yun had been relentlessly overwhelmed. More than once Lin Xu's wooden blade had sliced past her throat, once even aimed straight at her carotid. This wasn't sparring. This was assassination disguised as combat. Yunlan abandoned all pretense of dignity. In a blur he darted to the weapon rack, seized a wooden short sword, and charged into the fray. Their original plan had been simple: defeat Lin Xu unknown, restoring Jin Yuanhai's honor. But honor was forgotten now. Survival came first. Save her immediately. Come on, let's all attack together. Seeing Yunlan join the battle, Lin Xu not only felt no tension, but instead burst into laughter, his eyes filled with an increasingly fierce fighting spirit. Boom. In the next moment, three figures collided once more. The gleam of blades crisscrossed, and sword energy rampaged. Faced with the combined force of two fully realized talents, Lin Xu surprisingly remained undaunted. Meanwhile, the sound of Do Bao's prompts echoed in his mind. Raise the knife half a centimeter. Step back. Lower your center of gravity. Shift left 12 centimeters. Each prompt was incredibly precise. Yunlan and Li Yun's strength was indeed formidable. Both of them not only possessed complete physical vitality, but had also mastered profound martial techniques to a great extent. Having received extensive training from their families since childhood, they had undergone considerable combat experience. In terms of technique, experience, and combat awareness, they far surpassed ordinary martial artists. Among this batch of new students, they were undoubtedly among the elite. However, the longer they fought, the worse their expressions became, because they realized they could not land a hit on Lin Xu at all. Each attack seemed close, yet he would always just evade. It was as if all his movements had been predicted in advance. Why? A storm of disbelief surged within Yunlan. Throughout his life he had challenged countless peers, but had never encountered such a situation. Clearly the difference in strength was minimal, yet he felt completely seen through. In contrast, Lin Xu grew fiercer with each strike. With his wooden knife, he relentlessly slashed. At the neck, the eyes, the heart. Each strike aimed for the vital points. Though it was merely a wooden knife in his hands, it seemed to transform into a true weapon of unparalleled lethality. The overwhelming killing intent made both of them feel their scalps tingle. They even felt an illusion of imminent death. Stop staring. Let's all attack together. Yunlan suddenly roared. At that moment, a streak of blood appeared on his face. Had he not retreated quickly, that strike might have cleaved half his face. At this moment, he even felt a hint of fear in his heart. Madman. This guy is definitely a madman. Yunlan mentally cursed furiously. They had only come to reclaim their honor. But Lin Xu gave off the impression that he truly wanted to kill. Had he known the other party was such a powerful madman, he would never have involved himself in this matter. What if they went to the front lines in the future? Would this guy suddenly remember today's events and come for his neck during a beast rampage? Thinking of this, a chill ran down Yunlan's back. As he shouted, the remaining crowd could no longer sit idly by and rushed to join the fight. In an instant, the entire training ground was thrown into chaos. Only Wang Yifu and Li Changdao remained motionless. Li Changdao watched the battle utterly dumbfounded. He never expected Lin Xu to be this strong. His sister and Yunlan teaming up were being overpowered, now forcing over a dozen talents to attack together. Thinking of the two slaps he had just received, Li Changdao suddenly felt less upset. Being slapped by such a monster. It didn't seem too embarrassing, did it? On the other side, Wang Yifu's legs trembled slightly, his face as pale as paper. At this moment, he even thought that his so-called genius elder brother might not be Lin Xu's match at the peak of physical vitality. Thinking of this, Wang Yifu's gut twisted with regret. Why didn't he listen to his brother? Why did he have to provoke? Wang Yifu never considered himself a genius. He was just a waste. With a slightly better background, he lacked determination and grand aspirations. His biggest dream was nothing more than to earn some money, find a few beautiful women, have a few children, and live comfortably for the rest of his life. Yet having nothing to do, he had to extort students from the county. Now he had provoked such a monster. If the training ground hadn't been sealed, he would have wanted to escape immediately. Meanwhile, in the center of the training ground, the battle had completely entered a fever pitch. Knives, guns, swords, and staves. Various wooden weapons were raining down like crazy. These people were not ordinary latest-stage first-tier beasts. Each one of them was at peak physical vitality, and each had mastered profound martial techniques. They were also geniuses nurtured by various families. Their combat abilities far exceeded those of ordinary warriors. Even with Do Bao's assistance in such a confined space, Lin Xu could not possibly evade all attacks. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of strikes continuously landed on his body, causing his training suit to light up with blue glimmers repeatedly. Just then Do Bao's prompt sounded suddenly. Do Bao, detecting risk of bodily damage, temporarily activating pain perception. Lin Xu's mind was also flooded with data updates. Skin refinement technique, silver skin, 88. 1. Skin refinement technique, silver skin, 88. 4. Skin refinement technique, silver skin, 89. 0. Skin Refinement Technique Silver Skin 89. 6. In the training ground. As the skin refinement technique continued to operate, waves of tearing pain surged through him. Yet there was not a trace of suffering on Lin Xu's face. On the contrary, his eyes grew brighter, even revealing a hint of excitement. Pain did not deter him, instead it ignited a fervor that stimulated his nerves like flames. Clang, clang, clang. The wooden knife whirled with increasing speed. Under the enhancement of the demon blade technique, Lin Xu seemed to transform into a god of slaughter, emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His knife's momentum grew ever more ferocious. Each swing emitted a piercing sound of slicing through the air. The air was torn apart, and invisible blade energy spread in all directions. Bang! A crisp sound echoed. A wooden spear in a student's hand was sliced cleanly in half, splintered wood flying everywhere. The student's face turned pale, instantly retreating repeatedly. But Lin Xu seemed to not even notice. With a single step forward, he continued his advance to kill. More and more people were forced to retreat. Those who had originally surrounded him now faintly felt as if they were being counterpressured by a single person. Suddenly a figure appeared before Lin Xu. A long sword lunged forward, shining brightly. Snap! The wooden sword broke with a crack, and the young man's pupils constricted sharply. In that instant, the killing intent in Lin Xu's eyes erupted completely. In a daze, he seemed to return to the battlefield of consciousness. Blood corpses, roaring beasts. The person before him slowly overlapped with those beasts, indistinguishable. In his eyes, all were enemies. In the next moment, Lin Xu showed no hesitation, swinging the wooden knife directly towards the other's neck. This stroke was incredibly swift. The young man stood frozen in place. As he watched the approaching blade, his brain couldn't even react in time. The chill of death instantly enveloped him. Careful! Li Yun's pretty face changed drastically as she swept her long sword outward. Bang! The wooden sword struck heavily against Lin Xu's waist. The tremendous impact caused Lin Xu to momentarily stagger, and his brows involuntarily furrowed. The intense pain finally restored a spark of instinct within him. At that moment, a familiar notification sound suddenly rang out. Alchemy Technique Gold Skin 0. 1 Doubao, abnormal mental condition detected. Doubao consuming computing power to eliminate. Buzz! It felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. The crimson in Lin Xu's eyes quickly faded, and his consciousness regained clarity. At the same time, he finally saw everything in front of him. The wooden knife quietly hovered before the young man's neck, its sharp tip already piercing the skin, a trickle of blood slowly flowing down his throat. Another half step forward, and the consequences would be unimaginable. The young man was utterly stunned. The wooden sword he had broken in two had fallen to the ground without him noticing. His legs trembled uncontrollably, his face as pale as paper, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. In that moment, he could hardly even feel the pain in his neck. Only one thought remained in his mind. Is my head still there? Am I already dead? The training ground was eerily silent. Everyone was fixated on this scene, instinctively holding their breath. A death in the training ground. Such a thing had never happened since the establishment of the Jinyuan Martial Academy. Having protective training gear was one thing. More importantly, no one wanted to bear the consequences. If you have the ability, go to the front lines to kill beasts. But to come to the training ground to attack classmates. What kind of nonsense is this? The onlooking freshmen outside were wide-eyed in astonishment. Some even couldn't help but rub their eyes, doubting whether they were seeing things. Inside the training ground, Lin Xu looked at the surrounding people who appeared to be facing a great enemy, then glanced at the pale-faced young man before him, his brow slightly furrowing. This demonic sword technique is indeed sinister. Just now I almost mistook these people for beasts to be cut down. Seeing that the other party was largely uninjured, Lin Xu secretly let out a sigh of relief. He only wanted to borrow these people to practice the alchemy technique, but he never intended to actually kill anyone. Even if he wanted to kill, he couldn't do it at Jinyuan Martial Academy. That would just be asking for trouble. With that thought in mind, Lin Xu put away the wooden knife and looked at the person before him. Hit me. Huh? The young man was taken aback. I was wrong. His voice trembled. In that fleeting moment, he truly felt as if he had already died. From childhood to now, this was the first time he had been so close to death. In his eyes at that moment, Lin Xu was no longer a student, but a madman. The face of Jinyuan No. 1 high school. It was nothing compared to his own life. Lin Xu frowned slightly. Slap. A crisp sound echoed in the training ground, and the scene fell into silence. The young man's eyes instantly turned red, yet he stood frozen in place, not daring to move. Hit me. Lin Xu spoke again. No. I really was wrong. The young man's voice was almost choked with tears. He had just almost been killed, and now he was being asked to strike back. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. Seeing the other party like this, Lin Xu's eyes flashed with disdain. Step aside. Okay. The young man felt as if he had received a great reprieve, almost crawling towards the safety net. He plopped down beside Li Changdao. Both of them had clear handprints on their faces. Lin Xu turned to another young man. You hit me. The young man's mouth twitched. How about we leave it at this? In the future at school, I'll avoid you. We are all classmates, so let's save face for each other. Lin Xu tilted his head. I'm telling you to hit me. The young man's expression darkened. Don't go too far, slap. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xu had already slapped him on the left cheek. The young man trembled with anger. You have guts. I'll remember you. With that he turned and left directly, sitting down beside the safety net conveniently on the other side of Li Changdao. Seeing this scene, Lin Xu was momentarily stunned. It seemed he hadn't told him to leave, had he? He was still planning to test the defense of the Goldskin realm. Why did they all run away? Lin Xu then looked at the young man holding the gun. As their eyes met, the young man decisively dropped the wooden gun, raised his hands over his head. The movement, so practiced, it was almost painful to watch. No need to fight. I concede. After saying that, he actively ran to the wall, crouched down with his head covered, the movements flowing seamlessly. Clearly he had learned from the experiences of the previous two. A dozen people attacking one, yet they were the ones beaten like this. Continue to be stubborn. That would just, rather than being hit, it was better to surrender willingly. Watching the third person leave, Lin Xu couldn't help but scratch his head. What was up with these people? Weren't they here to cause trouble? This was just the beginning. He had even prepared not to use his knife, but why did they all look like they had seen a ghost? Soon other talented individuals on the scene ran to one side, covering their heads, and crouching down, not daring to resist. Only Yunlan and Li Yun remained standing. Lin Xu stepped towards Yunlan. Seeing this scene, Yunlan's body visibly stiffened, and the hand gripping the short sword tightened a bit. When Lin Xu approached him, Yunlan swallowed hard and mustered the courage to step forward. I am from the Yun family of Jinyuan City. Having more friends opens more paths, so feel free to make any requests. We are all classmates, there's no need to make things awkward. The voice was kept extremely low, only the two of them could hear. In the next moment, Yunlan suddenly retreated violently. With a swing of his short sword, a sharp sword aura erupted. Boom. The ground instantly cracked with a huge fissure, nearly traversing the entire training ground. Having completed all this, Yunlan's expression was solemn. The sword tip pointed at Lin Xu. Brother Lin's strength is formidable, but I, Yunlan, am no weakling. Come, let's battle again. With that he turned to Li Yun and said with righteous fervor, Li Yun, do not interfere. Attacking Brother Lin just now was a shameless act. Now I want to fight Brother Lin fairly. His voice was impassioned, making it seem as though he was ready to fight to the death. Li Yun, standing in the back, couldn't help but twitch her face. Others couldn't see it, but she was very clear. Just now this guy's expression was clearly one of seeking peace. But now he had turned around and started performing. Fair fight. A dozen people couldn't beat him, and now he suddenly wanted to be fair. At that moment, Li Yun wished she could cut Yunlan down a couple of times with her sword. Clearly they had all come together to cause trouble, only to realize they couldn't win. This guy was the first to defect. Good. Your strength is impressive. Ooh, let's battle again. A delighted expression appeared on Lin Xu's face. Although Yunlan had been buzzing in his ear like a mosquito for some time, he still hadn't clearly understood what was said. But at least someone was willing to continue fighting. Just in time to test the alchemy technique's defense after breaking through to Goldskin to see what level it had improved. As the words left his lips, Lin Xu planted his foot firmly on the ground and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. At the sight, Yunlan's expression flickered. His short sword flashed outward in an urgent, decisive arc. Tryik. A razor-sharp sword aura tore through the air, slashing straight toward Lin Xu's chest. Faced with the strike, Lin Xu didn't even flinch, let alone dodge. If Doubao had issued no warning of danger, then the threat must be negligible. Boom. The sword aura slammed violently into his training uniform. Yet the anticipated pain never came. That seemingly formidable sword aura upon contact with the uniform instantly dissolved, its power vanishing as though snuffed out by an invisible hand. Lin Xu's stride never faltered. His brows knit faintly. What was happening? Why did he feel absolutely nothing? Had he missed entirely? At the thought, Lin Xu's speed surged once more. Yunlan nearly cursed aloud at the sight, frantically dodging while shooting desperate, pleading glances. Brother, slow down. We're classmates. Let's just call it a friendly match. We'll cross paths again soon. Better to make a friend than an enemy. Thud. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Lin Xu's fist crashed into Yunlan's shoulder. Yunlan staggered backward several paces, his entire frame trembling, as if half his bones had splintered. Damn it. My bones are cracking. Yunlan grimaced in agony, teeth bared. This Lin Xu wasn't human. His strength surpassed even that of many fully cultivated martial artists brimming with ki blood. Yet Lin Xu frowned deeply. Fight seriously. Give it your all. His voice carried unmistakable dissatisfaction, though he couldn't fathom why. He sensed it clearly. This man was holding back, barely trying. How could that be acceptable? If his sparring partner refused to take training seriously, how could Lin Xu possibly advance his skin-refining art? At those words, Yun Lan's face darkened. You're serious? Absolutely. Lin Xu replied, unshakable and firm. Yun Lan drew a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his simmering humiliation. Fine. Then don't blame me. Boom. His kiblud erupted, cold light shimmering faintly along the blade of his short sword. In the next instant, Yun Lan unleashed his profound rank sword art. Sword light crisscrossed the air, icy brilliance flashing in every direction. Each thrust precise, ruthless, and unrelenting. As the top prodigy of Jinyuan No. 1 high school, Yun Lan was no hollow ornament propped up by privilege. Confronted by this impenetrable web of blades, Lin Xu likewise stood his ground, unyielding. His peak cultivation mountain-splitting fist exploded with full force. Gale force wind roared from his fists, shattering every incoming blade light outright. Simultaneously, the familiar system chime sounded once more. Skin refining, art, golden skin 0. 2. Skin refining, art, golden skin 0. 3. Skin refining, art, golden skin 0. 4. Hearing the steady chimes, Lin Xu's face softened into quiet satisfaction. Truly worthy of Jinyuan Martial University's elite, he still provided ample pressure even after Lin Xu's skin-refining art had broken through into the golden skin realm. Though the pain fell far short of earlier trials, it remained sufficient to drive further refinement. And precisely this level of discomfort only heightened Lin Xu's exhilaration. Boom, boom, boom. Two figures collided again and again. The entire training hall blurred with afterimages. Fists and sword light wove together in frenzied, accelerating combat. Spectators watched, dazzled and breathless. Yun Lan's status as Jinyuan No. 1 high's prodigy stemmed from genuine mastery. Had Lin Xu's skin-refining art not ascended to golden skin, his peak cultivation mountain-splitting fist alone might well have failed to sustain such prolonged engagement. But Lin Xu was no longer who he once was. With his skin-refining art breakthrough, his defensive resilience had soared. Attacks that once demanded evasive maneuvers now met Hedon without flinching, compounded by his near-supernatural regenerative capacity. Even after half an hour of relentless combat, Lin Xu's breathing remained steady, his rhythm utterly unchanged. Yun Lan, by contrast, glistened with sweat. His chest heaved violently, his right hand gripping the sword trembled faintly. Such intensity exacted a staggering toll on physical stamina. Gradually his speed slackened, his strength ebbed. At that moment Lin Xu furrowed his brow. The chimes had ceased. Silence meant the skin-refining art had stalled. Lin Xu cast a cold glance toward Yun Lan, and said, why do these people slack off so readily? In the next heartbeat, his 10,000 line a step technique erupted to its limit. Whoosh. His figure vanished, like instantaneous teleportation. He reappeared directly before Yun Lan. Slap. A thunderous, stinging blow landed squarely across Yun Lan's face. Yun Lan froze, ears ringing, mind blank, utterly stunned. Clutching his cheek, he stared in disbelief at Lin Xu. He actually dared slap my face. Before he could gather his wits, Lin Xu's left hand rose once more. Slap. Another sharp strike. Now both cheeks mirrored each other perfectly. Hit me. Don't slack off, Lin Xu admonished earnestly. You've gone too far. Yun Lan trembled with fury, yet still held back from striking. Slap. Hit me. Why have you stopped? Are you ill? Yun Lan finally shattered. My Yun family. Stop digressing. Fighting demands focus. My Yun family is. Slap. Focus. You. Slap. Continue. Slap. 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 Crisp rhythmic slaps echoed across the hall, until silence settled over the entire training ground. Lin Xu found the man exasperating. Engaged in combat, yet babbling incessantly. Meanwhile, every onlooker outside the ring stood frozen, jaws agape. Li Changdao swallowed hard. Damn. Suddenly I feel much better. Even brother Yun Lan got slapped like that. Keep your head down. Don't draw his attention. Whatever you do, better to yield than suffer needlessly. If he decides to slap us next, who dies matters less than who survives. Students who'd arrived merely for spectacle now nervously moistened their lips. Their gazes toward Lin Xu brimmed with wary apprehension. Yun Lan is the grandson of Aunt Yun San. Someone whispered. She commands the frontline forces, a legendary firebrand. This man dares beat Yun Lan senseless. Another's lips twitched involuntarily. Madman. Absolutely insane. Best to steer clear whenever we see him. Nods rippled through. If even the Yun family could be treated thus, they certainly had no desire to wake up one day with inexplicable stinging cheeks. Yun Lan, having endured dozens of consecutive slaps, stood there with both cheeks grotesquely swollen, resembling a pig's head. yet clenching his fists tightly rooted to the spot. He neither retaliated nor conceded. Lin Xu cocked his head puzzled. Why had the slapping technique lost its efficacy today? Hadn't it worked perfectly before? If you won't fight, step aside. Lin Xu waved his hand, and then turned his gaze towards Li Yun, who was still standing. At this moment Li Yun gripped her long sword tightly, fully entering a state of vigilance. However, she was not in an offensive stance, instead she appeared to be in a defensive posture. Wasting time, Lin Xu shook his head. In the next moment, he suddenly exerted force beneath his feet. Boom. With full power he burst forth like an arrow released from its bow, moving so fast that he left only a blurry afterimage. Li Yun didn't even have time to react. Slap. A crisp sound rang out and a fiery pain instantly surged on her left cheek. Hurry up. Use all your strength to hit me. Don't waste time, I have other matters to attend to, Lin Xu urged earnestly. Li Yun froze for half a second, her pretty face instantly flushed. He'll kill you. Boom. The long sword cut through the air, slicing towards Lin Xu's neck with fierce sword energy. However, in the next moment Lin Xu raised his left arm. Clang. The sword's edge fell heavily. The immense recoil made his arm slightly ache. At the same time, a familiar notification sound rang out. Skin Refinement Technique, Gold Skin 6. One hearing the sound, Lin Xu's eyes instantly lit up. That's more like it. Quite powerful. It turned out that the problem was not that the slap was ineffective, but that Yun Lan and the others were too disappointing. This Li Yun was clearly much more dedicated. Thinking of this, Lin Xu began to actively offer openings to his opponent. Whenever Li Yun's sword edge came at him, he would deliberately take the hit on the area covered by his training gear. The sword energy continued to fall, and the notification sounds rang out one after another. Skin Refinement Technique, Gold Skin 6. 2. Skin Refinement Technique, Gold Skin 6. 3. Skin Refinement Technique, Gold Skin 6. 4. If Lin Xu noticed that Li Yun's strength was weakening, he would not hesitate to deliver a slap. Continue. Slap. Put in a bit more effort. Slap. Can't you do better? Slap. As Li Yun had completely changed. Her cheeks were swollen and her eyes were bloodshot. Yet she still gritted her teeth and persevered, constantly adjusting her breathing and swinging her sword. She attacked Lin Xu furiously. Unfortunately, at this moment, she had fallen into a terrible cycle. The harder she tried, the more she was beaten. Gradually her vision began to blur and her movements became slower. Her stamina was also pushed to the limit. Witnessing this scene, whether inside or outside the arena, all the spectators could no longer bear to look. So brutal. Is this really something a person can do? Hitting a woman so hard. Wouldn't it be better to retreat for a broader future? These are all from prominent families. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Finally, Li Yun could no longer hold on. She staggered twice before collapsing to the ground with a thud, completely losing consciousness. The training ground instantly fell silent. Lin Xu moved his shoulders slightly. Then he slowly turned around and directed his gaze towards the group huddled in the corner. He walked over step by step. The footsteps were not loud, but to everyone they sounded like a death knell. Those students who had originally shouted about wanting to reclaim their honor all buried their heads between their legs, praying frantically in their hearts. Please don't choose me. Please don't choose me. Only Yun Lan still retained a sliver of stubbornness. He did not lower his head. Instead, he closed his eyes, adopting an expression of go ahead and kill me if you dare. However, Lin Xu didn't even glance at him. He walked straight up to Wang Yifu. Reaching out with his right hand, he grabbed the other man's neck and lifted him up. Spare me. Wang Yifu's voice was hoarse and his face no longer bore the slightest trace of earlier arrogance. Even at this moment, he still couldn't accept this outcome. The top talents from Jinyuan cities know. One high school had teamed up, yet they had been defeated so thoroughly. So you want me to remove one of your arms? Lin Xu spoke softly. Wang Yifu's heart jolted, huh? In the next moment, Lin Xu had already seized his left arm, and his 5 fingers suddenly exerted force. Crack! Wang Yifu let out a piercing scream. His wrist joint was dislocated in an instant. Following that, his elbow and shoulder joints also went out of place. His entire left arm instantly hung limply, unable to exert any strength. After doing all this, Lin Xu released his right hand, letting Wang Yifu collapse to the ground. He then turned and walked to the entrance of the training ground. Crack! The door opened. Under the watchful eyes filled with complex emotions of awe and fear, Lin Xu walked out with his hands in his pockets, his expression calm, as if he had merely completed an ordinary training session. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the training ground. Yet no one noticed that 3 figures were stealthily creeping away in small hurried steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Their movements were so practiced that it was painful to watch. It was none other than Li Chun, Zhou Yuan, and Wang Ning. They had witnessed the entire battle from start to finish. Because of this, the 3 of them now felt extremely complex emotions. Initially, they thought that no matter how strong Lin Xu was facing the combined attack of so many talents from Jinyuan City's one high school would probably lead to a significant setback. But who could have imagined that the one suffering a setback was not Lin Xu, but all the others facing him? Thinking of Yunlan being beaten to a pulp and Li Yun being knocked out on the ground, and then thinking of Wang Yifa's limp arm, the three of them couldn't help but shiver, their minds filled with a single thought. It's over, the sky has truly fallen this time. Lin Xu had indeed won, and he won beautifully. But the problem was, it seemed he had offended even more people. What do you think? Wang Ning cautiously spoke up. Do you think Lin Ge might have gone a bit too far? He gestured with his hand to indicate a distance that was hardly visible. Upon hearing this, Li Chen immediately shot him a glare. Too far, my foot. Lin Ge was avenging us. Have you forgotten how we've been treated this past half-month? Wang Ning shrank his neck and muttered softly, but senior sister Li Yun and the others aren't actually bad people. They were just capturing us, that's all. But they didn't truly bully us. They provided food, shelter, and didn't delay our cultivation. They just wanted Lin Ge to come out and give an explanation. Not saying anything would have been better. As soon as he spoke, Li Chun became even angrier. Are you still speaking up for them? Have you become emotionally attached after being locked up? We've been detained and restricted for half a month. Do you know how I've spent this past half-month? Every day I worried that Lin Ge might get into trouble trying to save us. I couldn't sleep soundly at night. As he spoke, Li Chun became more and more aggrieved. This past half-month was simply unbearable. Every day, he felt guilty, fearing that he would drag Lin Xu down and harm his brothers. Now it turned out well. Lin Xu was fine. The talents from Jinyuan City's one high school were almost wiped out. Zhou Yuan, standing in the middle, quickly waved his hands. All right. You two stop arguing. After saying this, he turned to look back towards the training ground, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. I think we should hide for a while. Let's gather some points, find a cheaper training room, and live in there together. We won't come out for a while, to avoid causing Lin Ge more trouble. Hearing this, Li Chen's eyes immediately brightened. That makes sense. If it weren't for the three of us, Lin Ge wouldn't have to fight this battle at all. Wang Ning nodded repeatedly. I agree, let's avoid the limelight for now. Recently, those from Jinyuan City one high school who saw us probably want to bite us. The three exchanged glances and instantly reached a consensus. Run. They must run. If there is any place safest in the school right now, without a doubt it is the training room. To prevent disruptions during training, there are dedicated staff guarding outside, and no one dares to trespass. As long as their points are not exhausted, no one can force them out. Thinking of this, the three of them quickened their pace as if a flood beast was chasing them. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the distance. On the other side, Lin Xu had already arrived at the exchange hall to collect this month's blood chi pills. Afterwards, he did not head to the shop selling military rations, but instead walked straight towards the depths of the commercial street. Compared to enhancing computation power, what he needed more right now was a suitable weapon. As soon as he entered the weapon shop, various swords and blades came into view. The cold gleam flickered, and the metallic aura rushed towards him. The grade alloy sword is perfect for Chi Blood Realm warriors, priced at 1200 or 1000 points. This classmate, are you interested? Seeing Lin Xu pick up a long sword and examine it closely, the shopkeeper immediately approached with a beaming smile. Do you have anything heavier? Heavier? Lin Xu asked. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he turned to point behind him. There stood an exaggeratedly styled large cleaver. This sword was forged with a full 500 kilograms of refined iron, and it still weighs over 100 pounds. For an ordinary Chi Blood Realm warrior, even lifting it would be a struggle. Lin Xu glanced at it and shook his head slightly. It's too big, not flexible enough. Hearing this, the shopkeeper couldn't help but say, classmate, the weight of the grade alloy swords is actually quite similar. If you don't consider this one, then you can only go for the A-grade alloy sword. However, that is commonly used by bone refinement realm warriors. You being only at the Chi Blood 8th level might not be able to handle it. I want to give it a try. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper stopped persuading him. Students who can enter Jinyuan Martial University usually possess some skills. He flipped his palm, and a flash of light appeared as a long sword radiating a chilling cold light appeared in his hand. The blade was slim and sharp. Even without drawing it, one could feel a sharp aura emanating. Catched. This sword weighs over 300 pounds. The shopkeeper reminded him as he slowly released his right hand. In the next moment, the weight of the long sword pressed down on Lin Xu. However, the anticipated scene of awkwardness did not occur. Lin Xu gathered his 5 fingers, firmly grasping the hilt, without even a tremor in his body. At the moment of contact, a heavy sensation surged through. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Lin Xu's eyes. Perfect. With his current golden skin realm body, refinement cultivation providing a boost in strength combined with his Chi Blood 8th level power. This A-grade alloy sword was just right to use. Lin Xu was preparing to venture into the beast forest, and he had a grade alloy sword gifted by Duan in hand. That sword was excellent for training, providing a significant burden to the body. However, for real combat, it was essential to choose the most suitable weapon. Clang, the long sword was drawn from its sheath. A bright blade light illuminated the surroundings. Lin Xu casually swung it. Swish. The hard floor was even sliced open with a long crack. Although the crack was not deep, it was enough to prove its sharpness. Seeing this scene, a flicker of shock flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes. Chi blood 8th level, easily wielding a 300+ pound grade weapon. This strength was somewhat outrageous. What a natural-born powerhouse this is. I wonder which great family produced such a monster. The shopkeeper was secretly astonished, but his smile became even more radiant. Classmate, I misjudged you. This sword is simply a perfect match for you. A fair price of 1 million. Lin Xu nodded and directly paid with his card, then continued to ask, I plan to train in the beast forest for a while. What else do I need to prepare besides the weapon? Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes immediately lit up. Classmate, you asked the right person. He hurriedly took out several pieces of equipment from behind the counter. This is silk armor made from the silk of first-level iron-armored silkworms, weighing less than 3 pounds, yet effectively resisting claw and fang attacks. It is very suitable for defending against sneak attacks from beasts. He then picked up a pair of black combat boots. These are battlefield boots. The environment in the beast forest is complex with debris, thorns, and marshland everywhere. Ordinary sneakers won't last a few days before they become unusable. And take a look at this. The shopkeeper took out a pair of black arm guards. Alloy arm guards which not only protect the arms, but also block the claws of beasts during close combat. He then produced a palm-sized metal cylinder. Highly concentrated insect repellent spray. The most troublesome thing in the beast forest isn't the beasts, but those poisonous insects. Spraying it around will at least save you from 90% of the trouble. Finally, the shopkeeper took out a small medical kit. Hemostatic spray, detoxification agent, and sutures are all included. If you get injured in the wilderness, no one will come to your aid. The shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced 4 or 5 items in a row. Lin Xu was too lazy to bargain and bought everything. When he left the weapon shop, he had spent a total of 200,000. However, looking at the brand new equipment on him, Lin Xu did not feel that it was a loss. These items could potentially save his life in critical moments. Lin Xu did not purchase military rations, but walked directly outside the city. Ever since Do Bao informed him that by merely touching flesh and blood, he could convert it into computation power. He completely dismissed the idea of continuing to buy military rations. Others need to spend money to buy resources, but he could directly obtain them from beasts, hunting for himself and providing for himself. For someone like him, who possesses Do Bao, the more basic and cheaper the food, the better the cost-performance ratio. On the other side, Lin Xu had already left Xinyuan Martial University. However, what he did in the training ground had completely ignited the entire freshman community. Those talented individuals who had been taught a lesson either ran to the infirmary to treat their injuries or simply hid in their dormitories, unwilling to be seen. After all, being knocked down one after another in front of hundreds of new students was utterly humiliating. Unfortunately, such matters could not be concealed. There were simply too many onlookers at the time. Moreover, the topic was highly engaging. Within just a few hours, the news had spread throughout the entire freshman area. Have you heard? There's a fierce person from a county town who single-handedly knocked down over a dozen students from Xinyuan City. No. One high school. Knocked down. I heard he slapped them one by one until they all fainted. No way is that true. Among them are direct descendants of the 4 great families. Of course it's true, I saw it with my own eyes. I heard it was to take revenge for his roommate. Nonsense. Your news is way outdated. A freshman lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I have insider information that Lin Xu and the young lady from the Li family, Li Yun, actually knew each other long ago and had feelings for each other. But later Li Yun fell for someone else and got together with the young master of the Yun family, Yun Lan. Lin Xu, consumed by love and hate, exploded in rage and brutally beat the scumbag and scumbag woman. As soon as these words came out, everyone around opened their eyes wide. No way. There's such top-secret news. Brother, tell us more. Hurry up and tell us. News spread from 1 person to 10, then to 100. From the initial truth, the content had become distorted beyond recognition after just a few hours. Multiple versions had even emerged claiming that Lin Xu and Li Yun had secretly pledged their lives to each other, only for Yun Lan to intervene with a love rivalry. The speed at which rumors spread was astonishing. Meanwhile, at the Yun family's ancestral home within the martial arts arena, bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of impacts echoed continuously. A young man with a pig's head was frantically swinging his sword. The sharp flashes of his blade repeatedly pierced the wooden training posts, leaving them riddled with holes with shavings flying everywhere. This person was none other than Yun Lan. Yun Lan, a voice called out. Eat first, then practice. The doctor just said that while your injuries are not severe, you still need to rest well for the next few days. A woman's voice came from outside. Mom, don't disturb me. I want some peace and quiet. Yunlan gritted his teeth. There was a moment of silence outside the door. Peace and quiet. Whose daughter are we talking about? Do you want me to help you find her? Yunlan's face darkened instantly. I don't want to joke around. Get out. I know. The woman couldn't help but laugh. It's just because you got beaten up, isn't it? Look at you, you're so defenseless. If I didn't know better, I'd think my son had been possessed. With that, the woman, after walking a short distance, an old woman who had followed her whispered, Madam, should we send someone to teach that kid Lin Xu a lesson? That boy is being too presumptuous. Upon hearing this, the woman's smile instantly faded. Be quiet, this is Jinyuan Martial University. If the older generation intervenes, the nature of the matter changes. The old woman quickly lowered her head, saying yes. The woman glanced back at the courtyard where Yunlan was, a slight smile returning to her lips. Moreover, this may not be a bad thing. Look how hard this brat is working now. In the past, getting him to practice swordsmanship was like pulling teeth. Now it's good he knows to take the initiative to train. He must find a way to regain his honor himself. The old woman nodded, yes, madam. Also, don't let his grandmother know about this. Otherwise, that old lady might really rush to school to defend her grandson, which would be quite embarrassing. Meanwhile, at the Li family's ancestral home. Inside the room, Li Yun was lying on the bed. Her originally exquisite and beautiful face was now swollen like a bun. Beside her, a middle-aged woman was applying medicine to her with a pained expression. Which bastard would dare to beat my daughter like this? Yin Xiao, your cousin has been beaten up like this. And you just sit there laughing. What kind of behavior is that? The woman said angrily. A young woman was sitting in a chair. She was tall and slender, her black fitted outfit accentuating her curves. Her features were exquisite and three-dimensional, her brows and eyes full of spirit. She exuded a clean and crisp aura. However, at that moment, she was biting her lip tightly, her shoulders trembling, clearly struggling to stifle her laughter. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a laugh. Auntie, I've already reached the bone refinement stage. Isn't it a bit excessive to strike someone who is merely in the blood chi stage? What's wrong with that? The woman retorted. You are of the same age as Jinyuan Martial University, wouldn't find fault with it. Yun Xiao hesitated for a moment, then cautiously looked at Li Yun. Cousin, is it inappropriate for me to strike your bow? The air instantly fell silent, and Li Yun, lying on the bed, abruptly sat up. What? What did you say? Yun Xiao replied earnestly. Everyone outside is saying that you and Lin Xu were a couple, but Yun Lan interrupted. In a fit of anger, Lin Xu beat up the scoundrel and the scoundrel woman. Cousin, I must tell you, that Yun Lan fellow is nothing but a heartless rogue. When looking for a man, you'd be better off with someone like Lin Xu, who doesn't know how to cherish a woman. Li Yun, the woman. After a brief silence, Li Yun's delicate face flushed red. You. Who spread that? The next moment. Bang. The medicine jar was smashed to the ground by her. She then jumped out of bed and shoved her mother and Yun Xiao out of the room. The door slammed shut. Get out. A voice filled with embarrassment and anger echoed within the room. Outside, Yun Xiao touched his nose, not forgetting to add a jab. Cousin, don't be angry. When I come back, I'll help you teach Yun Lan a lesson. Make sure he stays away from you and Lin Xu in the future. The room fell silent for a moment. Then an even angrier roar came. Yun Xiao, you get out. On the other side, Qian Yuan's expression grew increasingly strange upon hearing the report from his subordinates. My junior brother's strength is unexpectedly strong. Qian Yuan looked incredulous. Although his strength was not weak, it was at most on par with Yun Lan and Li Yun, the core members of their families. Moreover, at that time, it was a joint attack by more than a dozen people against Lin Xu. To win in such a situation, is he still in the blood chi stage? Or has Lin Xu already broken through to the bone refinement stage? Thinking of this, the joy he had just felt from having cultivated the demon blade technique to the introductory level vanished without a trace. Moments later, as if he thought of something, his expression suddenly changed to one of concern. This is troublesome. Young master, the trouble caused by Lin is not small. Should we personally visit the Li and Yun families? The old man asked softly. Qian Yuan shook his head. Going now would not be helping, it would just draw hatred towards my junior brother. It's just a few slaps, the elders of these two families wouldn't come down to intervene because of that. As he said this, Qian Yuan furrowed his brow. The real trouble is with Wang Yifu. My junior brother shouldn't have crippled his hand. Although a regeneration pill can solve it, the fact remains that he intentionally harmed someone. If someone truly clings to this point, the school would have a hard time showing favoritism openly. Qian Yuan rubbed his brow, suddenly realizing that his junior brother seemed particularly prone to trouble, and each incident was escalating. I don't have that kind of clout. You take the initiative to find my junior brother. Tell him that if he really encounters an unsolvable problem, he should contact the master immediately. Yes, young master. Meanwhile, Lin Xu was unaware of everything happening at Jinyuan Martial University. At this moment, he had already stepped into the beast forest. Towering trees obscured the sky and blocked the sun, casting the surroundings in darkness, while a faint smell of blood and decaying leaves permeated the air. Having entered the forest for less than half an hour, a shadow suddenly shot out from behind. Moving with lightning speed, its sharp claws lunged towards Lin Xu's neck. It was a ghost cat, its body nearly half a person tall, blending almost perfectly with the surrounding shadows. Any ordinary blood chi stage warrior would be caught off guard by its sneak attack. Unfortunately, it had chosen the wrong target. At the moment the phantom cat pounced, Lin Xu had already drawn the long knife from his waist. The sharp blade sliced through the air with a clang. Blood splattered. The phantom cat didn't even have time to let out a cry before its head was sent soaring, its body crashing heavily to the ground. It was a swift death. Lin Xu expertly stored the corpse in the beast pouch, and then continued deeper into the forest. The outskirts were still too sparse, with few demon beasts, most of which were merely in the early stages of the first rank. For him now, both the combat effectiveness and the efficiency of gaining power were far too low. A day later, Lin Xu had ventured hundreds of miles into the demon beast forest, slaughtering countless demon beasts along the way. At this moment, he finally encountered a latest-stage first-rank demon beast. In the clearing ahead, a flame tiger over 4 meters in length was lying on the ground. Its sharp fangs were tearing into a demon beast's corpse. Blood dripped continuously from the corners of its mouth, and a strong smell of blood wafted through the air. It sensed Lin Xu's approach. The flame tiger suddenly raised its head, its crimson eyes filled with ferocity and brutality. A deafening roar echoed through the mountains and forests. In the next moment, its massive body transformed into a scarlet shadow, pouncing forward with incredible speed, far exceeding that of the demon beasts raised in the Zhenyuan Martial Academy. Truly a beast that lives in the demon beast forest. It has indeed become much stronger. Lin Xu spoke softly, yet his gaze showed no sign of fluctuation. In the next moment, the blade glimmered. A slash cut through the air. The flame tiger's advance abruptly halted. Its massive head slowly fell, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Boom. The headless corpse thudded to the ground. The entire process took barely a breath. Lin Xu didn't even deploy any martial techniques. Relying solely on his own strength, speed, and the sharpness of the grade alloy knife, he swiftly beheaded it. After storing the flame tiger's corpse, Lin Xu prepared to leave. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes in the distance. Immediately after, several white shadows burst forth, revealing 5 snow leopards. Each one was at mid-stage of the first rank. They were clearly attracted by the strong smell of blood. Lin Xu narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared. In an instant, swish, 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 the blade flashed continuously among the trees. A few snow leopards couldn't even lock onto the enemy's position before blood had already sprayed across the sky. In just a few seconds, all 5 snow leopards lay dead in a pool of blood. Lin Xu quickly stored their corpses. Without pausing, he turned and left the area. If he were at the Demon Beast Ranch in Haishi County, he would certainly be happy to use the smell of blood to attract demon beasts. The demon beasts there were of limited strength. Even if an accident occurred, there would be powerful military personnel as backup. But this place was different. This was the true demon beast forest. The number of demon beasts was greater, and their strength was more terrifying. If the smell of blood continued to spread, it could attract second or even third-rank demon beasts. That would not be hunting demon beasts, but rather providing a feast for them. Lin Xu enjoyed combat, and also liked to grow rapidly through life and death struggles. However, he was not a madman. Until he had sufficient strength, caution was essential for survival in the demon beast forest. As night fell, the demon beast forest gradually descended into darkness. Lin Xu found a concealed cave and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Confirming that there were no signs of human activity nearby, he finally stepped inside. With a thought, the beast pouch glowed, and demon beast corpses appeared one after another on the ground. These corpses had all lost their heads, the strongest being only at latest stage first rank. But there were simply too many. In a short time, the entire cave was piled high with many corpses, even pushed to the entrance. Lin Xu approached the corpse of a black giant cat, and slowly extended his right hand. Absorb, he silently thought. In the next moment, a mechanical prompt from the beanbag sounded. Power 6000. As the voice fell, a strange scene occurred. The demon beast corpse before him seemed to have undergone centuries of erosion. Its fur, skin, flesh, and organs vanished without a trace in an instant. The once intact demon beast corpse left behind nothing but a white skeletal frame, as if all its life essence had been drawn away by some force. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lin Xu still couldn't help but swallow hard. This scene was indeed somewhat eerie. If seen by outsiders, they would likely faint on the spot. However, Lin Xu quickly regained his composure. He skillfully discarded the skeleton out of the cave and then approached the second corpse. Power 7,000, the third one power 12,000, the fourth one power 6,000. With each prompt sound, the number of corpses in the cave decreased. Lin Xu continuously took new demon beast corpses from the beast pouch, and then continued the transformation. The entire process lasted for a full hour. In fact, the transformation process was almost completed in an instant. What truly consumed time was transporting those skeletons. Finally, when the last demon beast corpse vanished, Lin Xu slowly closed his eyes, and a familiar information panel appeared before him. Name: Lin Xu, Realm Blood Chi, Realm 8th Layer Blood Chi, Value 776, Power 29. 43,000,005 Animals, Breathing Method, Ongoing Demonic Transformation, Great Success, Mountain Crushing, Fist Perfection, Inch of Heaven, Great Success, Refining Skin Method, Golden Skin 8. 1. Seeing the numbers on the panel, even Lin Xu couldn't help but smile slightly. In just over a day, he had actually gained over 10 million power. Moreover, this was far from all. At this moment, the beast pouch still contained a large number of demon beast heads. The Jinyuan Martial Academy had a special score reward for students who hunted demon beasts. The school did this not to purchase demon beast corpses, but to cultivate students. Therefore, the physical bodies of demon beasts could be discarded. They only needed to bring back the heads as this not only saved space in the beast pouch, but also encouraged students to hunt demon beasts through score rewards, alleviating pressure on the front lines. When returning to Jinyuan Martial Academy, these heads could earn him a large number of points. At that time, he could purchase new martial techniques and utilize the beanbag for simulations. I should have bought a few more beast pouches. Lin Xu shook his head and sighed. Dealing with these corpses was indeed a bit troublesome. Lin Xu stood up and left the cave. The demon beast forest at night was far more dangerous than during the day, with many demon beasts choosing to move in the darkness. Thus, the frontline troops usually chose to set up camp or fortify their positions at night, rarely launching proactive attacks. However, Lin Xu had no such concerns. With the beanbag providing real-time alerts, he could detect danger at the first moment it approached. Since that was the case, the night when demon beasts were more active became the most suitable time for hunting. More importantly, he no longer needed to shut himself away to cultivate. Such genuine combat was in fact more beneficial for his blood chi growth. As time flowed on, it was soon the later part of the night. Swish! A blade flashed. A latest first-rank demon wolf crashed to the ground. Lin Xu skillfully stored the corpse in the beast pouch. Just then, the blood chi within him suddenly surged violently. Boom! As if some shackles had been broken. Breakthrough! Lin Xu slowly clenched his fist. A dull explosion echoed in the air. He could distinctly feel his power increasing once again. Even the grade alloy knife in his hand felt lighter and easier to wield. In the following days, Lin Xu seemed to transform into an unrelenting killing machine. By day, he hunted monsters, and by night he did the same. The only time he paused was to fill his beast pouch and find a safe place to deal with the corpses. Under such intense slaughter, his strength started to rise rapidly as well. On the third day, vitality value 901 vitality was full. Meanwhile, the skill Zikidianya that had reached completion finally achieved its final breakthrough. Countless dodges and pursuits ultimately transformed this mystical movement technique. Zikidianya completion. In an instant, a wealth of insights flooded his mind. Lin Xu felt his body becoming lighter than ever before. With a slight movement of his foot, he had already appeared dozens of meters away, his speed having surged dramatically. Many third and fourth year students might not even be able to cultivate a mystical skill to perfection. Yet Lin Xu managed to do it in such a short time. All of this was thanks to Do Bao. In each battle, Do Bao constantly corrected his movements and optimized his power application. Over time, many actions had formed muscle memory. He no longer needed to think, his body would automatically make the right response. Lin Xu looked down at the grade alloy knife in his hand. At this moment, the blade had already been stained dark red with blood, a strong aura of slaughter emanating from it. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, there are still too few monsters here. Practicing the demon blade technique can't compare to the battlefield of consciousness. In the battlefield of consciousness, the monsters were almost endless. Killing tens of thousands in a single night was not a difficult task. Yet in the real world, most of his time was wasted searching for monsters, leaving little actual combat time. Thinking of this, Lin Xu slowly raised his head and looked deeper into the monster forest. There the trees grew taller, and the monster energy was thicker. The deeper he ventured, the more monsters he encountered, and the stronger they became. Now that Zikidianya is perfected, he thought, even if I encounter a second-tier monster, if I can't defeat it, I can still run. Lin Xu's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot, dashing like an arrow into the depths of the monster forest. The further he went into the forest, the more frequently he encountered latest-stage first-tier monsters, even encountering groups of 3 to 5. Moreover, unlike the outskirts, the monsters here clearly exhibited a sense of order. When Lin Xu appeared, they did not charge at him like ordinary wild beasts. Instead, they swiftly dispersed, lowly growling, forming a subtle encirclement. Some monsters, despite their aura not being weaker than Lin Xu's, chose to retreat and flee upon locking eyes with him. It was as if they sensed that Lin Xu was not ordinary. His figure flashed through the trees. In the next moment, he had already appeared above a fox demon that stood 2 to 3 adults high. The blade shone down. Puff! The fox demon didn't even have time to react before its head was swiftly severed. Lin Xu landed smoothly. With a wave of his hand, the corpse was already stored in the beast pouch. The entire sequence of actions was fluid without a trace of hesitation. Then his figure vanished again. On his way, Lin Xu encountered a hunting group of about 30 wolf demons, their formation complete and cooperation seamless. He paused slightly, wanting to fight a bit longer to enhance his strength. In less than 2/4 of an hour, the second batch of monsters appeared. Following that was the third batch, with numbers increasing and the smell of blood growing stronger in the air. Just as Lin Xu was preparing to continue clearing, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly pressed in from afar. Heavy, violent, and filled with pure killing intent. A second-tier monster. In that instant, Lin Xu didn't even have time to collect all the corpses. His figure suddenly turned, and he activated Zakitianya. His speed exploded to its peak. He vanished like a remnant shadow in the forest. It wasn't until he had distanced himself from that area by several dozen miles that he finally stopped. The second-tier monster did not pursue. Because of this, Lin Xu gained a clearer judgment of the danger level, and combat must not be dragged out. As evening fell, Lin Xu stood atop a giant tree that required 6 people to embrace. After confirming the surroundings were safe, he sat cross-legged. The beast pouch glimmered, and one monster corpse after another was taken out. In the next moment, a chilling scene. The corpses rapidly dissolved in his palm. Flesh, organs, and skin seemed to be extracted by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, all that remained were perfectly clean white bones. Lin Xu then casually tossed the bones. As the skeleton fell from the tree, it shattered upon hitting the ground, crack, and turned into a pile of crushed bone fragments. No blood, no remnants, as if these monsters had died decades ago, completely weathered away. Calculation power 1. 20000. Calculation power 1800. Calculation power 1500. The notifications continually echoed in his mind. Lin Xu's movements showed no sign of hesitation. This entire process was now second nature to him. It could even be said that this was the optimal method he had summarized for handling the monster corpses in the forest. Absorbing while standing in the trees was not only concealed, but also incredibly convenient for processing the remains. Just toss it away. After all, in this entire forest, there were bones everywhere. Even if someone passed by, they would only think that a large monster had fed here, drawing no attention. As night deepened, Lin Xu raised his head. An information panel appeared before him. Realm Vitality, Realm Completion, Vitality, Value 978, Calculation Power 87. 75 million. Only one last step remained to reach the Bone Refinement Realm. The night wind swept through the treetops, and Lin Xu's figure moved slightly. In the next instant, he leaped down from the treetop, free-falling. Just as he was about to touch the ground, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and his figure transformed into a remnant shadow, disappearing into the darkness. Meanwhile, at another location, the campfire flickered. 7 or 8 warriors stood back to back, their expressions tense. The tent had been torn apart for the most part, and the beast-repelling powder previously scattered around the perimeter was now almost ineffective. What's happening? Why are these gale wolves relentlessly attacking us? Someone gritted their teeth and whispered. Their gaze swept around. The perimeter of the camp was already piled high with corpses. At least 30 to 40 gale wolves lay in pools of blood. The leader was a warrior at the Bone Refinement Realm. At this moment, he stood at the forefront holding a long knife, his expression extremely grave. Because at the edge of their sight, the number of wolves was still increasing. 200. 300. Up until now, the count had already approached 500. They were densely packed like a tide. Even he felt a wave of pressure. He could charge out, but his teammates would likely suffer considerable casualties. More importantly, the longer they dragged this out, the higher the probability of attracting a second-tier monster. Being able to see the sunlight again. How wonderful. Standing by the window, Guashao murmured to himself as a ray of sunlight fell across his sorrowful face. He had truly never expected that he would have another chance to feel the warmth of the sun. A moment ago, he had been on the hospital rooftop, sitting quietly in a wheelchair between his parents, watching the distant sun slowly sink below the horizon. His eyelids had grown heavier and heavier until they finally closed completely. As his eyes shut, he vaguely heard his parents' anxious cries echoing beside him. In the very next instant, he opened his eyes and found himself in this new world. Now he stood before the window as a chaotic flood of unfamiliar information poured into his mind. Martial artist. Basic sword technique. 18 basic calisthenics. Ignoring the throbbing pain in his mind, he chose not to lie down on the bed or collapse into a chair for relief. In his previous life, he had suffered from a terminal illness. Though chemotherapy had preserved his life, it had robbed him of the ability to move, and he could no longer remember how many years he had been confined to a bed. Now he wanted nothing more than to stand to savor the sensation of being upright again, that solid grounded feeling beneath his feet. Father, mother, forgive your son for no longer being able to stay by your side. Second brother, third sister, I hope you can take good care of our parents. As the world beyond the window grew gradually brighter, Guo Xiao spoke softly to himself. After a long while, the torment in his mind slowly ebbed away and he completely absorbed the memories belonging to this body. It was now the 500th year of the martial Dao era. 500 years ago, a meteorite with a diameter of 100 kilometers had without any warning hurtled straight toward Earth. Humanity had no time to respond before it struck. People had thought the Earth would be torn apart, mountains collapsing and floods drowning the land. Yet the result was the opposite. The air became noticeably fresher and the planet's habitable space expanded in a way that could be clearly felt. In the days that followed, countless spatial rifts appeared in the sky and on the ground. From them descended hordes of terrifying, grotesque beasts. From that moment on, the trajectory of this world's development was completely altered. At first, with hot weapons still in play, humanity managed to hold the line, but as time passed, firearms gradually lost their effectiveness against the ferocious beasts. Of the more than 600 cities in Huaxia, only fewer than 100 remained unconquered. The population plummeted to a fraction of what it had been. Only when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth fully revived did martial Dao truly flourish, its power gradually beginning to manifest in full. In particular, Master Li, who created Jeet Kune Do, held the capital alone. Not a single beast dared approach within 100 li of the imperial city. There was also Grandmaster Ma, known to the world as the Sword Saint. During a beast tide that besieged the magic metropolis, he beheaded the beast lord from 1,000 li away, frightening the entire tide into a full retreat. And there was Master Hua as well. It was precisely because of the existence of such masters that humanity survived at all. Though humans remained at a great disadvantage, and news of towns overrun by beast tides still surfaced almost daily. Overall, things were slowly moving in a better direction. So you were also called Guo Xiao? It really must be fate. He had fully assimilated the original owner's memories and now understood everything about him. 10 years ago, this Boda's parents had died in action during a beast riot while on a mission, leaving behind an 80-year-old child. It could be called both fortunate and unfortunate. Unfortunate because he had become an orphan. Fortunate because his parents had died defending the city. The house he lived in was guaranteed for him by the government. No one dared harbor ill intentions toward it. The monthly relief stipend he received had barely allowed him to scrape by over the past few years. A few months ago, when he turned 18, that assistance came to an end. From then on, his life could only depend on himself. Without his parents' support, every single expense had to be meticulously planned. He did not dare spend recklessly. Yesterday, due to overtraining and a body starved of proper nutrition, he collapsed in a faint. That was when Guo Xiao from Earth arrived. Pitiful and lamentable, clearly alive yet utterly powerless. After a long silence, Guo Xiao let out a breath. Next month is the martial entrance exam, isn't it? In my current state, I probably can't even get into the lowest-ranked martial university. He sighed. Still, as long as I'm alive, there's hope. A momentary fall from grace does not mean a lifetime of failure. He gave a carefree smile. After all, simply being able to live again was enough for him. Ding. Host conditions met. System binding initiated. 10. 9. 0. System binding successful. A moment later, a mechanical electronic voice resounded in Guo Xiao's mind. Immediately, an attribute panel appeared before his eyes, accompanied by a stream of information pouring into his mind. Name: Guo Xiao. Realm: Martial Disciple Tier 3, 110-2000. Cultivation Arts System Technique Max Level. 18. Basic Calisthenics Beginner 663, 1000. Martial Skills Basic Combat Arts Beginner 151,000. Basic Sword Technique Beginner 81,000. Basic Movement Technique Beginner 51,000. Current Experience Points 0. Martial Disciple Tier 3 automatically gains 3 experience points per minute. A system. So what the novels said was true. Every transmigrator has a golden finger. If you don't have one, it's only because the time hasn't come yet. Staring at the panel before him, Guo Xiao exclaimed in wonder. This Boda's original owner truly went through hardship. Under such harsh conditions, he still managed to cultivate to Martial Disciple Tier 3. This system's cultivation art can absorb experience points and even increase them automatically. It might as well be called Biming Divine Art. Looking at the panel, Guo Xiao muttered to himself. So you also think system technique sounds terrible, huh? Seeing that the system technique had already been renamed Biming Divine Art on the attribute panel, he was left utterly speechless. Just then, the old battered phone on the table suddenly rang. Student Guo Xiao, did something happen? Why didn't you answer the phone yesterday? When he answered, it was the anxious voice of his homeroom teacher Su Qing. Teacher Su, I'm sorry. I wasn't feeling very well yesterday, so I went to bed early. I must have slept too deeply and didn't hear the phone ring, Guo Xiao replied with a casual excuse. As long as you're fine. Hey Race, the situation starting today, the school is giving all third-year students a break until the college entrance exam. But don't worry, you can still come and use the school's training equipment at any time. Perhaps afraid that a student from a family like his would have nowhere to train, she hastened to add those words. All right, Teacher Su, I understand, Guo Xiao answered. Student Guo Xiao, I know your family situation is a bit difficult. If you need help, you can always come to me. I may not have much money, but I can at least provide you with a few packs of body tempering powder. Thank you, Teacher Su. If I run into trouble, I'll come to you. Good. Remember, don't be afraid of troubling your teacher. I still have some matters to handle, so we'll leave it at that for now. The line went dead with a series of beeps. Holiday. Heh. From the memories Hong Hai know. 7 Middle School was exactly like the private aristocratic schools in his previous life. Anyone who could attend this school except for him was essentially from a family of wealth and privilege. He had always wondered how he could get into a school like this. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure it out, so in the end he concluded it must have been a government placement error. Otherwise, with his circumstances, how could he possibly set foot in such an aristocratic school? As for the month-long holiday, it wasn't hard to guess. The school simply wanted the students to spend more time at home consuming body tempering powder, or even the higher-grade body tempering paste for one final sprint before the exam. Across Hong Hai City, besides Hong Hai No. 7, which school would dare to give a holiday at this time, and a full month stretching right up to the college entrance exam. Other schools wished they could keep every student on campus 24 hours a day. Although he rather looked down on the other students, what could he do? He was poor. No matter how Hong Hai No. 7 managed things, he was still very grateful to it. After all, since the 3rd year of high school, it had arranged for students to receive a packet of body tempering powder every month. Otherwise, his cultivation would never have reached the 3rd rank of the martial disciple realm. A packet of body tempering powder cost 3,000 yuan. In all of Hong Hai City, only a school with as much money as Hong Hai No. 7 could arrange something like this. It was said that at other schools, only the top 100 students in each grade could receive a packet of body tempering powder before the college entrance exam. Speaking of body tempering powder, I just got mine yesterday and haven't taken it yet. This is a perfect chance to test the Biming Divine Art. A packet worth 3,000 yuan. I wonder how much experience it can absorb. Guo Xiao looked at the palm-sized packet of body tempering powder in his hand and murmured to himself. A surge of suction erupted from his palm and began to draw from the packet. The packet slowly shrank, and in the blink of an eye the whole thing vanished, leaving not even a trace of residue behind. Experience 500. If I had 4 more packets, wouldn't I rise directly to the 4th rank of body tempering? That can't be right. If I used the body tempering powder normally, I wouldn't necessarily gain 500 experience points. The Biming Divine Art must have absorbed it completely, without wasting a single bit of energy. How wonderful. Too bad I'm poor. If I had money, I could break through to the martial artist realm in no time. Guo Xiao thought a little greedily. Sigh. Even money wouldn't help. After all, this body has been malnourished for so long that it has too many deficits. I don't dare break through casually. Otherwise, this packet of body tempering powder wouldn't have been left for me to use. After a long silence, he stopped dwelling on the problems with his body. He casually tied his hair back and headed out to work at the nearby slaughterhouse. Without the relief allowance, he had to rely on himself for everything, and he still had school to juggle. Fortunately, the nearby slaughterhouse happened to fit his needs. If the slaughterhouse weren't so filthy and reeking of blood, someone with his frame wouldn't have gotten this job. From time to time, martial artists in protective suits or armor could be seen along with scholars dressed in ancient Hanfu. Although he already knew from his memories how diverse the clothing in this world was, seeing it with his own eyes was still a... After walking for about 10 minutes, Guo Xiao saw the slaughterhouse, signed Yongxing Slaughterhouse. The place covered 2,000 square meters and mainly sold chicken and duck meat. Wang Yong, the slaughterhouse owner, had just arrived at the entrance. When Guo Xiao got closer, he asked in confusion, Xiao, aren't you going to class today? Uncle Yong, the school announced a holiday, so I came over early. That's right. Your Hong Hai No. 7 does this every year. You. Uncle Yong was just about to tell him to use the time to train, but then he suddenly remembered Guo Xiao's family and physical condition and didn't continue. Uncle Yong, I can train here too. He'll go in and get to work. Guo Xiao replied with a smile. Oh. Wang Yong looked at Guo Xiao's retreating back and let out a sigh. Then Xiao Lu recounted everything that had happened before in detail, and then turned to the bald man with concern and said, Big brother, those girls recognized me as a member of the Black Lotus sect. I'm afraid they will call for help after. He changed into his work clothes in the locker room, took a dagger, and started working. He had originally planned to pick up a cleaver, but then he suddenly thought of his basic sword technique and wondered if he could use a dagger to raise his proficiency while killing chickens and ducks. This should probably work right. He muttered, looking at the dagger in his hand. Following the instructor's basic sword technique, he thrust at the old hen in the cage. I missed. He watched the dagger graze past the edge of the cage and was speechless. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The old hen called out twice as if mocking Guo Xiao. Point the tip of the sword straight at the target. Extend the arm from bent to straight, keep the sword in a straight line, and channel all your strength to the tip. Staring at the dagger, Guo Xiao's mind unconsciously recalled the martial arts instructor's lesson in class. After a long moment, he snapped back to himself. Facing the old hen that was still clucking, he used the basic sword technique again. This time it pierced straight through the hen's body. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The old hen called out a few times before dying completely. Although he had killed the old hen in the cage, he felt quite helpless. He had actually been aiming at its head, but somehow he had hit its body. He looked at the basic sword technique on the panel beginner, 91,000. Unexpectedly his idea had let me try a few more times. If every attempt increases proficiency, then even without using experience points I can at least raise the basic sword technique to minor mastery before the exam, perhaps even greater mastery. He opened the cage, grabbed the dead hen, and put it into the basket beside him. His job at the slaughterhouse was only to kill the chickens or ducks in the cages and place them in baskets nearby. Every once in a while other workers would come and take them away to handle the rest. Unfortunately, he had wanted to use the Biming divine art to absorb experience points, but Wang Yong happened to walk by, so he didn't dare absorb anything in front of others. "Hey Xiao, that was the basic sword technique you used just now, right?" "Yes, Uncle Yong. I wanted to practice more." He felt rather embarrassed guessing that Uncle Yong had probably seen him miss the first time. "You used it well. When you're off work this evening, come to my office. I have something to talk to you about." "Okay, Uncle Yong." Watching Wang Yong turn and leave, Guo Xiao figured he was going to his office. Guo Xiao didn't worry about what would happen in the evening. Thinking about it too much now wouldn't help. When the time came, he would know soon enough. His most important task now was to kill a few more, test whether his proficiency would rise, and secretly absorb a few chickens and ducks to see how much his experience points increased. Only after knowing the range of experience points a chicken or duck could provide would he be able to decide how many he needed to absorb. As for Wang Yong, he had already apologized to Wang Yong several times in his heart and promised to repay this karmic debt twice over in the future. After several discrete tests, the experience gained from the chickens and ducks was around 10 points. After all, they are ordinary poultry. Oh, I wonder how much experience the beasts outside the city are worth. Basic swordsmanship entry level 110-1000. Experience points 1801. Throughout the morning, the proficiency of basic swordsmanship increased by 101 points, and the experience points reached 1801. If I were to invest all of it into basic swordsmanship, I would immediately achieve a small success. After finishing lunch at the slaughterhouse, Guo Xiao was preparing to head home for a rest. Every swing of the basic swordsmanship placed a certain burden on his body, and the more he swung, the more fatigued he became. If he didn't lie down to rest at noon, he wouldn't believe he could be reborn. Outside the slaughterhouse. "Kai, weren't you in confinement?" Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Don't mention it. After coming out today, I won't be able to enjoy myself for a month. My old man is preparing body refining ointment for me this afternoon, saying that I won't be let out until the day before the college entrance exam." Body refining ointment. Body refining ointment. Several classmates around exclaimed in unison. After all, body refining ointment is not the same as body refining powder. The powder only costs 300 yuan a packet, which is as easy as drinking water for them. They can buy it any time. However, body refining ointment is different. A box is worth at least 300 yuan. For their families, that amount is still bearable. But body refining ointment belongs to the kind that is valuable, but hard to find. Without a certain background, it cannot be purchased unless one goes to the black market. In the black market, the price of body refining ointment at least doubles, making it a costly affair. From Kai's words, it seems he needs to use body refining ointment continuously for nearly a month. That cost is certainly not trivial, which explains their astonishment. Actually, it's not that useful. Whether it's body refining powder or body refining ointment, using too much will lead to resistance. Kai, that's true, but the effect of using it is definitely better than not using it at all. That's also true. Of course. Right now, the effect of the body refining powder I use is pitifully low, but it's still better than just exercising on my own. I feel the same way. Stop talking, at least you all can use it. Just think about who in our class can't. Kai looked at the classmates around him, sighing. True. Several people echoed Kai. Kai, speaking of the devil, isn't that our classmate? One classmate with better vision suddenly pointed at Guo Xiao in the distance. Oh, it really is him, Kai said, looking in that direction and confirming it was indeed Guo Xiao. That place is the slaughterhouse. Looking at Guo Xiao coming out of the slaughterhouse, a classmate asked curiously. He wouldn't be working at the slaughterhouse, would he? Oh, it's possible. A look at the scattered bloodstains on his feet and pants. Then he's become a butcher. What a disgrace to our Honghai No. 7 high school. So unlucky. Let's hurry and leave. It would be embarrassing to be recognized. After a few people left, news spread on the school forum about Guo Xiao working as a butcher at the slaughterhouse, further elevating his already notable reputation at Honghai No. 7 High School. At this moment, Guo Xiao was sleeping soundly at home, completely unaware of the happenings on the forum. Even if he knew, after all, earning a living for oneself is nothing to be ashamed of. Moreover, there are experience points and proficiency to gain, making it a triple benefit. In the future, when he succeeds, his experience at the slaughterhouse will be one of his achievements. After the lunch break, he felt significantly better than in the morning. By the time he got off work at 6 o'clock, he had already slaughtered a total of 200 poultry, nearly doubling the amount from the morning. Basic Swordsmanship Entry Level 310-1000. Experience Points 3207. Basic Swordsmanship has now reached a third of the entry level, and he could noticeably feel his proficiency increasing. The key point is that his experience points had now reached 3207 and were increasing by 3 points per minute. He could elevate his realm to Martial Disciple Level 4 at any time, but before that he needed to prepare his energy. The process of advancing from Martial Disciple Level 2 to Level 3 left a deep impression in his memory. He nearly died during that breakthrough. That day he ate everything edible at home just to barely survive, without starving to death. Ultimately, it was due to a long-term lack of food that he was in such dire straits. Therefore, he was now cautious about breaking through casually, since each upgrade brought exponentially greater effects. Standing in front of Wang Yong's office, Guo Xiao knocked on the door. "Come in." Seeing Guo Xiao enter, Wang Yong pointed to a seat by the tea table and smiled. "Ah, Xiao, come sit." "Uncle Yong, did you call for me today?" Regardless of his past or present, he was not a reserved person and preferred to speak directly. Though he knew this habit was not ideal, he was unwilling to change. Wang Yong then took a bottle from the drawer beside him and handed it to Guo Xiao. Looking at the bottle being handed to him, he did not take it immediately, but asked, "Uncle Yong, what is this?" "Blood boosting and chi replenishing pill." "Blood boosting and chi replenishing pill," Guo Xiao exclaimed. It was no wonder he was surprised. The blood boosting and chi replenishing pill was one of the most needed elixirs for him at the moment. The blood boosting and chi replenishing pill is a grade 1 elixir, and its main function is to replenish the body's depleted chi and blood. Just one pill could help his body recover from the problems caused by malnutrition. However, it is also horrifically expensive, costing a full 2 million. Even if he sold his house, he wouldn't be able to buy a single blood boosting and chi replenishing pill. Guo Xiao looked at the pill bottle, hesitating for a moment, and said, "Uncle Yong, this is too precious, I can't accept it." To be honest, he really wanted the blood boosting and chi replenishing pill in the bottle, but his conscience wouldn't allow him to accept such an expensive gift without reason. Wang Yong looked at Guo Xiao's conflicted, yet ultimately resolute expression and smiled. "Just take it. Consider this pill alone for me. Uncle Yong, you trust me this much. Aren't you afraid I'll take your pill and run away?" "I don't believe you would do that. After all, you are their son. You know my parents?" Hearing Wang Yong's words, Guo Xiao was a bit surprised. He had fully accepted his memories and knew nothing about Wang Yong from them. At this moment, Wang Yong's words indicated that he knew Guo Xiao's parents and appeared to have a good relationship with them. Otherwise, he wouldn't casually offer a 2 million yuan blood-boosting and chi replenishing pill. 19 years ago, I was part of the same martial artist team as your parents. At that time, I was still at the 8th level of a martial apprentice, while your father was at the 8th level and your mother was at the 4th level. On that day, we encountered a severely injured level 3 monster, the iron-armored rhino, in the wild. It looked like it was on the brink of death, yet after being sold, a level 3 iron-armored rhino could be worth 1 million. After all, a level 3 monster is still a level 3 monster. Even when severely injured, it was far beyond what mere martial artists like us could handle. It was only when the iron-armored rhino began to slow down due to excessive blood loss that we could finally catch our breath, and fortunately we managed to kill it in the end. As we watched the iron-armored rhino fall, the spirits of the 5 of us and the team relaxed, but then an unexpected event occurred. A hidden team ambushed us, leaving only me and your parents to escape. Though we managed to escape, we paid a heavy price. Wang Yong looked at Guo Xiao as he recounted the past, finally smiling bitterly as he said, "Though we escaped, my meridians were damaged, preventing me from advancing to the martial artist stage. Your parents suffered similarly, their martial artist rank plummeting back to martial apprentice stage." Guo Xiao understood why his parents had remained at the martial apprentice stage for so long. After that incident, we recuperated for a while before we could move freely again. Once we recovered, we planned to report the ambushing team to the martial artist guild, only to find out we were wanted. The reason for the wanted notice was that we had attacked them from behind. Since then, apart from beast tides, we have not returned to the martial artist guild, and even I and your parents gradually lost contact. "Why, do you know who the captain of the team that ambushed us was?" Wang Yong continued with a mocking expression. "He is now the mayor of our Honghai city, Lin Feiguan." "How could that be?" "Haha, that's just how it is. With no background, we stood no chance against them. Unfortunately, we underestimated Lin Feigang's cunning, thinking he could search the entire city for us due to his connections. Fortunately, he didn't see our faces clearly in the wild. The sketches and ranks they drew during the search didn't match us, which allowed us to escape a disaster. Wang Yong looked at Guo Xiao's face and suddenly asked, "Do you know how your parents died?" "They were killed in battle during a mission due to a monster riot." Guo Xiao answered truthfully. "That was the last time we gathered. Your parents told me they were going to investigate the cause of the monster riot. Do you know? For them who were only at the martial apprentice level, it was a suicidal mission, and the martial artist guild would never arrange such tasks. That year I secretly investigated and discovered it was a conspiracy orchestrated by Lin Xu. He thought he was being discreet and that no one noticed. During a business meeting with me, he accidentally let it slip after drinking. Boom. Guo Xiao was stunned. When I learned this, I intended to adopt you, but your name was not even on the publicly listed names by the martial artists. I had to pull some strings to find out that you had already been arranged by the government. At that moment, I realized you were under Lin Figang's arrangement, and even those around you were watching you closely. But next month you will be taking the martial arts exam. If I don't help you now, it will truly be too late. That is your only chance to change your fate. This blood-enhancing and chi-increasing pill is something I obtained by chance. It can help improve your current physical condition, and even help you break through to the 5th level of martial apprentice within a month. At that time you will have the opportunity to attend the upper martial academy. Quickly put away the pill." Seeing Guo Xiao still in a daze, Wang Yong directly placed the pill bottle into Guo Xiao's pocket. He then pressed a series of numbers on the landline, and after connecting he said, "Xiaoli, come in for a moment." After a while the Xiaoli Wang Yong mentioned came in. "Go to the finance department and withdraw 3,000 yuan. "Okay, boss." Xiaoli subtly glanced at Guo Xiao and said to Wang Yong. After watching Xiaoli leave, he quietly said to Guo Xiao, "In this world the only one you can trust is yourself. I can no longer help you. Remember, this 3,000 yuan is an advance from the slaughterhouse. Boss, I've got the money. Here, this is the 3,000 yuan you borrowed, which will be deducted from this month's salary." "Thank you, boss." Guo Xiao gratefully said to Wang Yong. "Alright, it's time to get off work. You can go. Xiaoli, arrange the car, we are going back." "Okay, boss." What a world. After watching Xiaoli leave, Wang Yong suddenly sighed. Boss, Wang Yong has been in contact with the target for about 30 minutes. Reason: the target is in financial difficulty and borrowed 1,000 yuan from his salary. Received: keep monitoring. Beep beep beep. He's just a poor kid, is it necessary to pay such attention to him? Xiaoli thought as he left the garage and waited for Wang Yong at the entrance. Back home, Guo Xiao stood before the memorial portrait of his parents, lost in thought for a long time. After a long while, Guo Xiao firmly said to the portrait on the table, "I don't know why Lin Figwang must kill you, but don't worry. When I have the strength, I will investigate everything and avenge you. I swear." After saying that, he returned to his room. He took out the bottle containing the blood-enhancing and chi-increasing pill. No wonder Uncle Yong takes such good care of me. This time I owe Uncle Yong a big favor. Should I maybe absorb less experience when I go to work tomorrow? Sigh. He then stopped thinking too much and directly poured out the blood-enhancing and chi-increasing pill from the bottle. As the blood-enhancing and chi-increasing pill landed in his hands, Guo Xiao could distinctly feel that every cell in his body was filled with a yearning. It was a desire to absorb the pill he held. "Even before taking it, I can feel this way. Truly a first-grade pill is extraordinary," Guo Xiao murmured as he looked at the pill in his hand. He then placed the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. He wouldn't be foolish enough to absorb this pill for experience points. "I don't feel anything. This pill won't." Before he could finish, he suddenly let out a soulful moan. Seeing himself emit such an enchanting sound, he quickly covered his mouth, but it felt too good, and he couldn't control himself. As the blood-enhancing and chi-increasing pill melted in his stomach, pure energy enveloped his body. Guo Xiao felt that every cell was crazily absorbing the energy, and as he gradually reached saturation, he couldn't help but shout out. Fortunately, the soundproofing in the room was quite good, and the noise wouldn't carry too far. Otherwise, with such enchanting cries, people would surely misinterpret it. About an hour later. Name: Guo Xiao. Rank: Martial Apprentice Level 4, 1265400. Cultivation Method: Biming Divine Art Max Level. Basic Gymnastics 18 Forms Entry 6631000. Martial Skills Basic Combat Technique Entry 151,000. Basic Swordsmanship Entry 3101000. Basic Body Techniques Entry 51,000. Current Experience Points 3927. Martial Apprentice Level 4, automatically increasing by 4 points per minute. Seeing the experience points soaring to 3,927, he did not hesitate and directly raised his cultivation level to Martial Disciple Stage 5. With the infusion of experience points, a surge of energy suddenly erupted within him, growing stronger with each moment. Before long, a loud boom echoed. He successfully advanced to Martial Disciple Stage 5. "I feel like I could kill a cow with a single punch right now." Wait, Martial Disciple Stage 5 should at least possess 500 gene of strength, so killing a cow with one punch should be quite normal, right? Martial Disciple Stage 5 barely meets the requirements of the Martial University, but it is still not enough. To be recognized in the Ranking 1 would need at least Martial Disciple Stage 7. I wonder how much the 18 basic exercises can increase my cultivation level. Suddenly he remembered that he hadn't used his foundational cultivation technique up to this point. He then began practicing the 18 basic exercises on the spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Damn, are the 18 basic exercises really this exhausting? Guo sat on the ground gasping for breath and muttering to himself. Name Guo. Cultivation level Martial Disciple Stage 5, 28,000. Technique Northern Underworld Divine Skill Max Level. 18 basic exercises Entry Level 664, 1000. Martial Skills Basic Fighting Technique Entry Level 1, 51000. Basic Sword Technique Entry Level 310, 1000. Basic Body Technique Entry Level 51,000. Currently holding experience points 1342 Martial Disciple Stage 5, automatically gaining 5 experience points per minute. Damn, after practicing the 18 basic exercises for half an hour, I only gained 1 point in cultivation level and 1 point in proficiency and am exhausted. This seems a bit unworthy. Looking at how the Northern Underworld Divine Skill increased by 150 points in half an hour, I feel more and more that I don't need to practice the 18 basic exercises right now. After resting for a while, he picked up the 500 questions of martial theory and began to browse through it. He felt completely awake and had no trace of drowsiness. As for why he was reading, the martial exam also has a theoretical test. All the questions and answers are in the 500 questions of martial theory. As long as one studies diligently, they can generally score high, even achieve full marks. It would be a shame to lose this. The next day, Guo, who had read an entire page of the book, stretched lazily. Habitually, he glanced at his attribute panel. Experience points, 4042. Not bad, not bad. Even if I do nothing today, I can still raise my cultivation level to Martial Disciple Stage 6, which feels great. In the Yongxing slaughterhouse, after changing into his work clothes, he walked to his station. Now he felt no trace of the previous weakness. Ah Xiao. Uncle Yong. With the martial exam approaching, make the most of your time to practice. The slaughterhouse won't miss you. Okay, Uncle Yong. Guo blinked and replied. Alright, you go back to work. Seeing Guo's expression, he knew that he had taken the blood-replenishing and energy-boosting pill, and he felt relieved. He then left as well. As the boss of the slaughterhouse, there were many matters to attend to daily. After seeing Wang Yong leave, Guo continued with his killing plan. As his proficiency in the basic sword technique increased, his killing efficiency also became higher, and he could now accurately strike wherever he aimed. Killing, placing the hens or ducks from the cage into the nearby basket, he secretly absorbed a bit of experience. It was not dull at all, in fact he found joy in it. Immersed in his killing plan, Guo had completely lost track of time. Boom. As he finished off the hen in front of him, a rush of information suddenly flooded his mind, leaving him stunned in place. His consciousness seemed to be pulled into a space where he saw figures wielding the basic sword technique. He widened his eyes, trying to see who the figure before him was. As the figure gradually became clearer, he could soon pierce through the fog. In the next moment, his consciousness returned to his body. An elderly lady passed by Guo's workstation and reminded him, Xiao, it's time to get off work. Xiao. She called again, and noticing that Guo still did not respond, walked in and gently pushed him. As Guo's consciousness returned to his body, he noticed someone pushing him. Turning his head, he saw it was an ant from the slaughterhouse, saying, Aunt Wang, what's wrong? Xiao, are you alright? I called you several times, and when you didn't respond, I came in to see if something happened to you. I'm fine. I probably didn't rest well last night, and feel a bit tired, so I didn't hear you. That's good. Then I'll head out first. My husband is still waiting for me to cook. Okay, Aunt Wang. I'll rest for a bit and leave later. Aunt Wang looked at Guo, seeing that he appeared normal, felt relieved, and went home. After watching Aunt Wang leave, Guo stretched out his hands and looked around. Time flies so fast. I was only inside for a while, and I didn't expect it to already be evening. And where was that just now? Was it my consciousness space? Who was that figure? Could it be me? Confused, he pushed those thoughts aside. He would ultimately find out later. There's no use in overthinking now. He picked up the dagger that had fallen on the ground and casually performed a few moves from the basic sword technique. Fluid. Smooth. The basic sword technique of minor accomplishment is indeed incomparable to mere entry level. I wonder what it feels like at major accomplishment and perfection. Name Guo. Cultivation level Martial Disciple Stage 5, 28,000. Technique Northern Underworld Divine Skill Max Level. 18 basic exercises Entry Level 664, 1000. Martial Skills Basic Fighting Technique Entry Level 1, 51000. Basic Sword Technique Minor Accomplishment 11000. Basic Body Technique Entry Level 51,000. Currently holding experience points 9712 Martial Disciple Stage 5, automatically gaining 5 experience points per minute. It only takes 100 points to advance the basic sword technique from minor accomplishment to major accomplishment. That's so little. With over 9,000 experience points, I will promote to Martial Disciple Stage 6 when I get home later. After tidying up a bit, he left the slaughterhouse. Guo Xiao, eager to break through at home, ran all the way back after exiting the slaughterhouse. When he saw his home, he stopped in his tracks. At this moment, a figure stood by his doorstep. It was dark, making it hard to see, but judging by the silhouette, it appeared to be a woman. Who was that? Are they looking for me? He thought no more and walked over. He was not afraid of anyone in the city. Teacher Su. As he approached, he realized it was his homeroom teacher Su Qing. I thought I had come to the wrong place again. After seeing her student Guo Xiao return, she breathed a sigh of relief. In the entire school, surprisingly, not a single classmate knew where Guo Xiao lived. This was truly unbelievable to Su Qing. According to one student's account, they said they had seen Guo Xiao nearby. Before coming here, she had looked for several places, but no one recognized Guo Xiao. Fortunately, an elderly lady nearby said she knew Guo Xiao, which led her here. She had been waiting for nearly an hour with no one showing up, thinking she had gone to the wrong place again. Guo Xiao, could you please check your phone? I've called you so many times, can't you just return one? Teacher Su, I left my phone at home today and didn't bring it out. Hearing Guo Xiao's words, Su Qing also felt helpless. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Oh, I'll open the door right now. After entering Guo Xiao's home. Clean, neat, cozy. This was the first impression upon entering the room. Many of the appliances appeared outdated and the putty on the walls had peeled off in several places, yet everything seemed to fit together without any discord. It gave a very comfortable feeling. The restlessness from waiting suddenly calmed down. Guo Xiao didn't mind the faded sofa and directly sat down. At this moment, Guo Xiao came out of the kitchen holding a cup of water, placing it on the table in front of Su Qing, then said, Teacher Su, my home is quite simple. I only have plain water. It's fine, plain water is enough. Then Su Qing sternly said to Guo Xiao, do you know that there are only 28 days left until the martial arts exam? Even if there's only one day left, you shouldn't give up. Teacher, I haven't given up. Su Qing had intended to continue speaking, but upon seeing Guo Xiao dressed in a modern style of coarse linen, she couldn't help but soften. This style of clothing was also one of the cheapest in this era. Su Qing took out 10 packets of body refining powder from her backpack and gently said, Teacher, my salary isn't much, I can only support you with these. Try to avoid the slaughterhouse for now and aim to break through to a small realm. Teacher Su, there's really no need. Alright, let's leave it at that. I have other matters to attend to, no need to see me off. As long as you achieve good results in the martial arts exam, that will be the best reward for me. After saying this, she got up to leave. Watching Su Qing leave, Guo Xiao looked at the 10 packets of body refining powder on the table, feeling both amused and helpless. Is this considered giving money? Having such a good teacher is also a kind of blessing, I suppose. Haha, I'll surprise you then. He picked up the body refining powder from the table and began to absorb it. Experience points 5,000. Nice, it's time to break through. As the experience points flowed and waves of energy began to surge within his body, increasing in intensity. Boom. He felt no hindrance whatsoever as his realm broke through to Martial Disciple Level 6. The effects of the blood replenishing and chi increasing pills still lingered in his system, and he felt perfectly fine after the breakthrough. He even felt a slight sense of refreshment. A first-grade pill truly lived up to its name. One pill saved him from a lot of unnecessary trouble. He silently thanked Wang Yong once again in his heart, repeatedly expressing that he would definitely repay Wang Yong well in the future. Name Guo Xiao. Realm Martial Disciple Level 6, 116,000. Martial Art Biming Divine, Art Max Level. Basic Gymnastics 18 Styles, Entry 664, 1000. Martial Skills Basic Fighting Technique, Entry 151,000. Basic Sword Technique Minor Achievement 110000. Basic Movement Technique, Entry 51,000. Currently has experience points 7,014. Martial Disciple Level 6, automatically increases by 6 points per minute. Sitting on the sofa looking at the attribute panel, he seemed lost in thought. A night passed without a word. The next day, Guo Xiao got up early. Downstairs, he said to the breakfast shop owner, Boss, I'll have 3 meat buns and a bowl of soy milk. 3 meat buns and a bowl of soy milk coming right up. The shop assistant shouted while carrying a tray. It had the atmosphere of an ancient inn. Isn't that mine? Seeing an egg among the order, he asked the shop assistant. It's from the boss' wife. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao turned to look at the busy boss and his wife. Not knowing if they sensed something, they both smiled and nodded at Guo Xiao before returning to their work. A desk breakfast shop was located right downstairs from his home. He would come to eat occasionally. In the past, when money was tight, he could only buy steamed buns to get by. After coming for a while, he became familiar with them. As long as he frequented a desk breakfast shop, the owners would treat him especially well, always giving him extra dishes. Either buns or eggs. Moreover, they never charged him for so many dishes. Guo Xiao was very grateful to them. After finishing his breakfast in the shop and paying, he left. Now he no longer needed to be frugal. A few days ago he borrowed 3,000 yuan from his salary, which was barely enough. If he didn't practice martial arts, 3,000 yuan could last him at least 2 to 3 months. But for a martial artist, 3,000 yuan was far from enough. If it weren't for the existence of the system, he wouldn't dare to spend so lavishly on 3 meat buns and a bowl of soy milk. After all, such a simple breakfast cost 10 yuan. With the system, would he still need to worry about going hungry in the future? He was already at Martial Disciple Level 6, and could reach Martial Disciple Level 7 tonight, already meeting the requirements of those higher martial arts universities. With 27 days remaining until the martial arts exam, it wasn't impossible to break through to the martial artist realm. Would he still be short of this little money then? At Yongxing slaughterhouse, Guo Xiao looked at the chickens and ducks in front of him, his gaze sharpened instantly. After all, the chickens and ducks in front of him represented experience points and proficiency. Swish, swish. He wielded the sharp dagger skillfully, hitting the 2 ducks in the cages, which could be either old hens or old drakes. Seeing the 2 ducks slowly fall in the cage, he looked at the dagger in his hand, murmuring in disbelief. So this is the power of the minor achievement in basic sword technique. After breaking through yesterday, I only felt smooth and fluid. Trying it today truly shows the natural gap compared to the entry-level sword technique. Seeing the power of the minor achievement in basic sword technique was so impressive, he was even more eager to see the great achievement level of basic sword technique. Now that Guo Xiao had broken through to Martial Disciple Level 6, his movements became increasingly swift. After all, every breakthrough in realm not only increased strength, but also enhanced all aspects. Is Xiao Xiao acting strange today? Why does he look so hostile towards the poultry? Why kill so fast? Killing 500 a day is enough to meet the requirements. Really overdoing it. A few nearby onlookers were also baffled by Guo Xiao's frenzied behavior. Outside Yongxing slaughterhouse. Hello audience friends. At this moment, several youthful and beautiful girls were greeting the photographer in front of them. Goddess Xian, the sun is so bright, hurry and hide under the tree. Goddess Xian, I love you. Wife Jingya, I love you. Watching the barrage refresh crazily, the girls looked at the disappearing comments and nodded in satisfaction. The lead girl continued, guess where we are? The young photographer pointed the camera around the environment in this place looks a bit familiar. Isn't this where that butcher works? Indeed, this is where our school's butcher works. The girl at the forefront replied with a smile. Wow, the new goddess has such a beautiful smile. What goddess, what beauty. Clearly it's goddess Xiao Yu who is the most beautiful. I checked the time but should be close to off work. Let's wait for him a bit, then we can interview him. So envious. The 3 of them nodded in satisfaction while watching the number of viewers in the live stream. They are the president and vice president of the news department at Hanhai No. 7 Middle School, but Guo Xiao's popularity on the forum has been so high that they couldn't ignore it, otherwise they wouldn't deserve their positions. Since all 3 of them have reached the 7th stage of martial apprenticeship, they won't have a chance to reach the 8th stage in these 20 days, so they came to interview him. At this moment, Guo Xiao, immersed in slaughtering poultry, had no idea that someone was waiting outside the slaughterhouse to interview him. Level Martial Apprentice 6th stage, 116,000. Martial Art Biming Divine Skill Max Level. Basic Gymnastics 18 Styles Beginner 664, 1000. Martial Techniques Basic Combat Skills Beginner 151,000. Basic Sword Techniques Minor Accomplishment 398, 10000. Basic Movement Technique Beginner 51,000. Current Experience Points 97, 20. Martial Apprentice 6th Stage automatically increases by 6 points per minute. Not bad, not bad. In just half a month my basic sword techniques can reach great accomplishment. Looking at the proficiency, I calculated the progress, nodding in satisfaction. Checking the time, I organized my work, preparing to go home and rest for a while before continuing my efforts in the afternoon. Look, he's coming out. The goddess is coming out. At that moment the camera was focused on Yongxing slaughterhouse. As the live comments went wild, the 3 of them understood that Guo Xiao had emerged. Guo Xiao, seeing someone calling his name, turned to look. 3 youthful and beautiful girls stood there, although their makeup was a bit heavy, especially that lipstick, which was too bright. Especially the one on the side whose head was held so high. Did she think she was a peacock? In my heart, I silently criticized the 3 girls and asked, do we know each other? Upon hearing Guo Xiao's words, the 3 of them rolled their eyes simultaneously and replied in unison, of course we know each other. We are all from class 5 of the senior year. Oh, so it's you. I was blinded by the sand just now and didn't see clearly. I'm really sorry. Haha, who would have thought there would be someone who doesn't recognize the goddess? Is this guy a bit slow? This boy actually looks quite handsome. If only he changed his hairstyle, it would be even better. With a glance, I noticed someone on the side holding a phone, continuously pointing it at us, unsure if they were taking pictures or recording video, and asked, are you looking for me? Guo Xiao, I am Wang Xian, the president of the school's photography department. These are the vice presidents, Chun Jingya and Lin Xu. and this is the photographer Li Xu. After introducing the people around her, Wang Xin continued, we heard that you have been working at the slaughterhouse recently, so we wanted to come and interview you. Interview me? Yes. Looking at the few of them, Guo Xiao seemed to recall something, and said, well, this issue is quite serious, let's start over. This guy really knows how to play. I'm dying of laughter, and it's serious. At this point, the number of viewers in the live stream had reached nearly 1,000. Watching Guo Xiao walk back to the entrance of Yongxing slaughterhouse, slightly adjusting his clothes, the comments went wild. Seeing Guo Xiao come out again, the news department members laughed and called out, Guo Xiao, get lost. Guo Xiao coldly told them, then turned and left without looking back. After Guo Xiao left, the news department members were instantly frozen. After all, no one had ever spoken to them like that, especially since the three of them were well-known beauties online. What the heck? Wow, that's awesome. Watching Guo Xiao's bold move, the comments instantly went into a frenzy. The news department members snapped back to reality, looking at Guo Xiao, who had already left. Their expressions turned a bit ugly. They wanted to go beat Guo Xiao up, but there were nearly 1,000 viewers in the live stream. If they really acted, their carefully built goddess image would be ruined. Maybe it's because we three aren't good looking. He doesn't care about our interview, it's really sad. Just so. As the president and vice president of the news department, they quickly reacted, pretending to be sad, as they spoke to the phone in front of them. Next time I see him, I will definitely beat him up and make him kneel down to apologize to you. That's right, next time together. The viewers in the live stream just eat this up, successfully diffusing the awkwardness of the three girls while stirring up a wave of hatred for Guo Xiao. However, they never expected that such a simple joke would quickly spread across the internet. The news department became popular, and so did Guo Xiao. Lin family. Just a useless person. Let you live a little longer. Meanwhile, in a room at the Lin family. Brother Kai, I just sent you a video, you need to watch it quickly on my sister-in-law. The one being called Brother Kai, hearing that his designated girlfriend was bullied, quickly hung up the phone and get lost. That's really sad. Wang Xin in the video only showed a sad expression, which made Brother Kai's heart tighten. Guo Xiao, you little brat, you are really seeking death. After a while you will pay for this. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he made a call. Brother Kai, find an opportunity to teach Guo Xiao a lesson, but remember not to cause any fatalities. Don't worry, Brother Kai. The martial arts exam is coming soon, so we won't dare to go too far. Then he called Wang Xin to comfort her, assuring her that he would make Guo Xiao pay for this. Uncle Yong, I shouted, you offend someone. Offend someone? I don't think so. I've been quite honest lately. Oh, what's going on then? Just now several friends from the Martial Artists Guild and the prosecutor's office told me to get you out quickly to avoid trouble. Suddenly remembering the incident with the news department this morning, I told Wang Yong and asked, it shouldn't be about this morning's matter, right? Wang Yong sighed in response. Do you have any idea how powerful the background of the news department at Honghai No. 7 High School is? I don't know. Guo Xiao answered honestly. Anyone from the news department at Honghai No. 7 High School is typically either a spoiled rich kid or someone with a strong background. Your comment today was basically an offense to them. It shouldn't be, right? Why are they so petty? For those with wealth and power, face is the most important. You didn't give them any face today, what do you think? Alright, Uncle Yong, then I won't trouble you. Please calculate my wages, I'll bring you the missing amount this after all, last time I borrowed 3,000 yuan, and this month I've only worked a few days, so I asked. No need, it's not much. Let's leave it at that. A call came in, if you're free recently, try to stay indoors. Just as Guo Xiao wanted to say something, Wang Yong hurriedly finished and hung up the phone. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, what a mess. Hearing the sound from the phone, Guo Xiao felt helpless. He had only taken a nap at noon, and when he woke up he had lost his job. What if I leave the city? He originally planned to reach the 7th level of martial disciple and master the basic sword technique before heading outdoors. Although going into the wild was filled with danger, it also offered opportunities. Having made up his mind, Guo Xiao no longer hesitated. However, before leaving the city, boss, how much is this sword? In the weapon shop, seeing a Longquan sword hanging on the wall, he asked the boss at the counter. The sword has a label. It's a 90 refined Longquan sword, 1.2 meters long, 0.08 meters wide, weighing. I can't afford it. Seeing the price of 2,000, he lost interest. Meteor hammer, 0.8 meters long, weighing 30 kilograms, priced at 3,000. Willow leaf sword, priced at 2,000. In the shop, the weapons dazzled Guo Xiao, but he could only look at the weapons in the hall. He couldn't afford most of them. Boss, do you have anything cheaper? Over there, go take a look. The boss didn't even look up, just pointed in a direction. Following the direction pointed by the boss, he walked over. Passing through a door, he entered a much larger area than the hall, where more people were gathered. Those in the hall heard the footsteps, looked up to see a young man, and then casually lowered their heads to continue looking at weapons. Hello, may I help you? A girl in work attire approached Guo Xiao and said, I want to buy a sword. Is it for practicing basic sword? Come, let me show you. Although Guo Xiao's attire was rather shabby, she didn't mind and spoke to him. Guo Xiao followed the salesgirl to the sword area. In the area, the most common was How about this iron sword, only 1200 yuan? Do you have anything cheaper? This sword is only 7000 yuan. Anything even cheaper? The cheaper the better, Guo Xiao said a bit embarrassedly. Then wait a moment, I'll go find out. After a while the salesgirl returned holding a sword that was inserted into a wooden sheath. It was hard to tell what material the sword was, but it appeared quite ordinary. This bronze sword is only 3000 yuan, the cheapest sword we have. Then I'll take this one. After leaving the weapon shop he sighed again. At this moment, he had less than 500 yuan left in his pocket. He needed to leave the city quickly to hunt monsters and earn money, otherwise his funds wouldn't last long. Kill the Gale Wolf 100 miles outside the city. Oh, anyone interested? Collecting herbs outside the city requires several martial artists. Pays, well come quickly. Purchasing Gale Wolf and three-eyed fox pelts. Inside the city gate, it was bustling like a market with various calls echoing. At that moment a man with his chest exposed wearing dark brown long pants holding an axe over his shoulder shouted to Guo Xiao. Little brother, wanna hunt monsters together? No, I'm waiting for a friend. Ahaha, no problem. Next time we can hunt monsters together when there's a chance. After speaking he left. Captain, that kid looks like a martial disciple. If he agrees, won't we be dragging a burden? No worries, he hasn't agreed, and don't you think that little brother resembles us from before? Indeed. He does look quite similar, both are so poor. Watching them leave, Guo Xiao murmured to himself. Actually joining a team is nice, after all it's my first time leaving the city. Having a guide would be great. Unfortunately, with the ability of North Ming divine art, he was destined to act alone. He had no intention of staying here any longer, and directly left the city. Near Guo Xiao's house. Boss, how much longer do we have to wait? Why don't we just rush in and beat him up? The leader smacked his little brother's head hard with his hand, and said, Are you stupid? The martial arts exam is coming up soon. Do you want to take action against those students now? Isn't that courting death? Alright. He then fell silent, staring intently at Guo Xiao's building. Boss, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Let's hear the bad news first. Guo Xiao is not home, we waited in vain. Then what's the good news? We don't have to keep watching. The leader hearing this had a dark expression, and once again smacked his little brother's head. Boss, it's not me who said that. Why are you hitting my head? Can I find you annoying? If you dare to talk back again, do you believe I'll hit your head? The little brother, who had already been smacked twice on the head, immediately shut his mouth, even shifting his position to the side, fearing that the boss would be capricious again and hit his head. Where is that kid? The boss asked the little brother who reported the news. According to reliable sources, he went outside the city. Outside the city? Yes, boss. Which outside the city? East City, West City, South City, or North City? Seeing his boss rambling again, the little brother quickly said North City. The leader glared at his little brother displeased, and said, Then let's go, we'll head to North City. Boss, we're just martial disciples, do we really need to leave the city to look for him? Are you stupid? Why wouldn't we wait in North City for him to return? Not far ahead there was a creature with a neck joined to its head, a long nose, a large mouth, short legs, and a fat body, all covered in white, and its long ears resembled a fan. The most peculiar feature was its mouth, which had two curved tusks. It was a first-tier demon beast known as the Tusk Pig. The most valuable parts of the Tusk Pig were its two tusks, which could be ground into powder, yielding remarkable effects in both alchemy and weapon crafting. The Tusk Pig's strength was roughly at the 5th level of the first tier, corresponding to a martial apprentice of the 5th stage. However, within the same tier, demon beasts absorbed spiritual energy much more efficiently than humans. Despite being only at the 5th level of the first tier, its strength was comparable to that of a martial apprentice at the 7th stage. Memories of the Tusk Pig surfaced in his mind. That's right, it's you. He had already decided to make the Tusk Pig his first kill. If the Tusk Pig could understand his thoughts, it would probably feel deeply honored. After all, it was his first time. To be safe, Guo Xiao crouched down, lightening his steps as he gradually approached seemingly sensing something. The Tusk Pig lying on the ground lifted its head to glance around. Not finding anything, it lowered its head again to rest. Phew. At this point, Guo Xiao was within 3 meters of the Tusk Pig. Seeing it raise its head startled him momentarily, but fortunately the surrounding bushes were tall, and he was crouching, so he went unnoticed. Seeing the Tusk Pig lower its head again, he breathed a sigh of relief. Crack. Creak. He failed to notice the dry branches beneath his feet, and stepped on one. The sound of snapping would instantly echoed around. Upon hearing the noise, the Tusk Pig instantly stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. It never expected Guo Xiao to be so close. Had it not stood up, it would not have seen him at all, especially when it noticed the bronze sword in Guo Xiao's left hand still sheathed. Although it did not know what it was, a chill surged from its heart. It was the aura of danger and death. This instantly enraged the Tusk Pig. It scraped its left foot on the ground twice, fixed its gaze on Guo Xiao, and charged forward. Damn it! Seeing the Tusk Pig charging at him, he couldn't help but exclaim. Watching the Tusk Pig draw near, panic surged in his heart, and he quickly rolled to the side to dodge. Just as he hit aside, the Tusk Pig brushed past him in an instant. A fierce wind accompanied by a foul odor blew toward Guo. Ignoring the stench that wafted into his nose, he stood up and looked at the tusked pig's back. Gripping the hilt of the bronze sword, he drew it from its sheath. Whoosh! The tusked pig slowly turned around, its eyes wild with fury as it stared at the bronze sword in Guo's hand. It recalled its friends who had been killed by this very weapon. Their precious tusks severed, their skins peeled, and it did not want to die. It wanted to live. Its beautiful mate had yet to be found. How could it die? At that moment it abandoned all other thoughts, fixating solely on one idea. That was to kill Guo. Only by doing so could it survive. Scraping its feet on the ground again, it fixed its gaze on Guo and charged forward. As it neared Guo, it jumped high, its mouth agape, tusks aimed directly at him. Just as the tusked pig was about to close in, Guo swung the bronze sword with great force, striking its tusks. Both man and beast were sent flying in opposite directions. However, the tusked pig fared slightly better, only being pushed back 2 meters, while Guo was thrown back about 4 meters. After getting up from the ground, his right hand, holding the bronze sword, trembled slightly. When you encounter a demon beast, in the future never panic. Always remain calm, utilize your surroundings and martial skills, and find the right moment for a killing blow. Looking at the tusked pig before him, he couldn't help but recall what the martial arts instructor had taught in class. At this moment the tusked pig stared at Guo, who was facing it. It did not rush to attack. The last strike had caused an aching sensation in its tusks, making it feel distressed. Moreover, that strike had further stoked the flames of its anger. Had Guo merely struck its body, the resulting pain might have made it abandon the desire to fight and seek an opportunity to escape, but its tusks were its treasures. It could not rest easy without killing its adversary before it. And looking at this human, it seemed capable of defeating him. Oh, wasn't this the perfect opportunity for revenge? The human before it suddenly froze, presenting an opportunity for an attack. Scraping its feet on the ground, it let out a furious roar and charged at Guo again, its speed noticeably faster than during its previous charges. Hearing the tusked pig's roar brought Guo back to his senses. When the tusked pig was still 2 meters away, it pushed off the ground and leaped towards him. This time he did not panic as before, but watched as the tusked pig drew near. Just as it was about to reach him, he jumped back a step, narrowly avoiding its attack. He brought the bronze sword down upon the tusked pig's head. The sword pierced into the tusked pig's skull with no resistance. The tusked pig struggled for a moment before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. It couldn't comprehend how Guo, who had seemed weaker moments ago, could so effortlessly slay it, and then it lost all consciousness. Yet its eyes remained fixed on Guo, desperately hoping its gaze could somehow kill him. Ignoring the tusked pig's eyes, Guo spoke to the fallen body. Brother pig, don't blame me. Remember to be reborn into a good family next time, even if it's as a pet pig. Then recalling something, he murmured, I wonder how much experience I can gain from the tusked pig. Looking around, and seeing no one, he approached the tusked pig's corpse, placing his hand on its head, and activated the beaming divine art to absorb the energy. The tusked pig's corpse gradually shrank as all its blood and flesh were absorbed into experience points, leaving only its hide behind, seemingly telling a tale. Experience points 5,000. 5,000 points of experience. This efficiency, while risky, is still many times faster than killing chickens or ducks. Glancing at the hide on the ground, Guo smacked his forehead in frustration. I should have removed the 2 tusks first, they are worth quite a lot. Oh well, at least I still have the hide, but should fetch a good price. The sky gradually dimmed at this moment. Nighttime is when the demon beasts are most active, and he did not wish to spend the night outside. After rolling up the skin and fur of the tusked boar, he looked in the direction to return and left the area. The traces left by the tusked boar also indicated that a considerable battle had taken place here. Within the bustling market inside the city gates of Honghai City. Don't miss out freshly made hemostasis powder and detox pills. We sell various medicinal materials, a must for friends who refine pills. We buy all kinds of materials from more and more people return to the city from the outskirts, gathering in the bustling market to sell the materials they had obtained. Many business owners often sent people here to purchase some materials. He casually chose a stall that was buying materials and asked, Boss, do you buy the skin of the tusked boar? The young man at the stall saw that Guo was holding the skin and fur and knew it was from a tusked boar. However, he did not show any disdain, considering that there were quite a few peers in the bustling market. What is the price? We buy the skin and fur of the tusked boar at a price range of 1,000 to 1,500, depending on the integrity of the skin. Seeing that Guo was relatively young, he added, Rest assured this price is the market rate. We wouldn't dare to raise the price indiscriminately, as we are in this for the long haul. Guo remained silent after hearing this, and directly handed the tusked boar's skin to the young man, indicating for him to take a look and then make an offer. The young man took the skin handed over by Guo and laid it flat on the table behind him, displaying the integrity of the entire skin before everyone. So intact. Young man, how about I buy it for 5,000? He'll offer 5,500. Several peers nearby saw such an intact skin and came over to bid for Guo. Previously they had not paid attention to Guo, thinking he was just a young guy with no significance. Now seeing such a good item, they couldn't hold back. 10000. Boss, the young man at the stall called out at the right moment. Old Chen, that's a bit unreasonable. It's worth at most 8,000. Why are you offering so high? Hey, what can I do? Money is abundant. If you have the ability, raise your bid. I want to compete with you. Can't provoke. Can't provoke. The several bosses around saw the high bid of 1000 and gave up on the idea of purchasing, returning to their own stalls. 10000. Didn't you say the range was 1,000 to 5,000? How come? Guo was also surprised by the price of 1000. The stall owner, seeing Guo's astonished expression, smiled and explained, normally the skins and furs stripped from demon beasts have some flaws, so the regular price is 1,000 to 5,000. Yours, however, is definitely worth a bit more. 100. Are you going to take it? My surname is Chen. You can call me Boss Chen. We have been purchasing skins here for a long time. If you have more in the future, I hope you will continue selling them to us, and we will definitely offer you the best price. Xiao Lin, take care of the skin. He instructed his attendant, then turned to Guo and said, bank transfer. Guo had never had anything like a bank. He had never even applied for a card, as he was so poor that the most money he had ever possessed was 5,000. Can you give cash? Boss Chen, seeing Guo's attire, seemed to understand something and nodded at him. He took out a stack of cash from the drawer and handed it to Guo, saying, you should go to the bank and get a card sometime. In this day and age, carrying too much cash on you is also unsafe. Seeing Boss Chen's kind reminder, Guo replied, thank you, I will go when I have the chance. Boss, look over there, isn't that the kid? Guo. Following the direction pointed by his subordinate, he opened the photo on his phone and gestured to Guo affirmatively, saying, that's right, it's him. Boss, look quickly. Guo was seen taking a stack of cash from the stall owner's hand and putting it into his pocket, instantly capturing the attention of several people. The leading boss reacted and said to the several subordinates beside him, let's go, we will wait for him at his house, give him a beating first to take that stack of cash, and afterward, we can go to Brother Long to collect a reward. Boss, what if we can't beat him? What are you joking about? That kid is only at the 3rd stage of Martial Disciple. I, your boss, am already at the 5th stage of Martial Disciple, plus you all are also at the 3rd stage. How could we possibly lose to him? Oh right. Exactly. At this moment, Guo was completely unaware that someone had already gone to his house to wait for his return. After taking 100 from Boss Chen, he bid farewell to him. He did not rush home, as he had just heard that there was a place selling hemostasis powder and detox pills. It was his first time going to the outskirts, and he had left in a hurry without preparing anything, so he rushed out of the city. After all, he would be staying in the outskirts for a long time in the future, and he needed to prepare some supplies. After wandering nearby for a while, he found the stall he had heard about earlier. How much for the hemostasis powder and detox pills? 2,000 for a pack of hemostasis powder and 100 for a bottle of detox pills with 10 pills in each bottle. What are these pills? The black one is the pseudo-blocking pill. Taking 3 can keep you full for a day. Each bottle contains 21 pills and costs 1,500. This one is the strength recovery pill. Taking 1 can restore a certain amount of strength, priced at 5,000 each. Guo listened to the stall owner explaining the various pills and potions on the table amidst the crowd. Looking at the different pills and potions, he realized he could basically not afford any of them. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to buy 2 packs of hemostasis powder and 4 bottles of pseudo-blocking pill, just enough to spend all the money he earned from selling the tusked boar's skin. The attendant at the stall counted the 100 that Guo had handed over and then handed him the items, saying, young man, here are the 2 packs of hemostasis powder and 4 bottles of pseudo-blocking pill you purchased. This small shoulder bag is a gift from our store, no charge. What is the difference between the pseudo-blocking pill and the blocking pill? The efficacy of the pseudo-blocking pill is not as good as that of the blocking pill. The real blocking pill only requires 1 to be taken a day to keep you full, while the flavor of the pseudo-blocking pill is also not as good as that of the blocking pill. Guo still wanted to ask something, but he saw the attendant running to the side to check out other customers and lost the boss. Where's that kid? I'm already getting drowsy. And he's so broke. Not even a bottle of drink to— Yeah, boss. And why do voices sound from inside? Just as he pulled the key from his pocket and prepared to insert it into the lock, faint murmurs of conversation drifted out from within the room. He paused outside the door and listened for a moment. And are these thugs? They seem oddly dim-witted. He lingered at the threshold, piecing together their intent to teach him a lesson, and learned from their banter that none were particularly formidable. The strongest among them stood only at martial cultivation rank 5. A quiet sigh of relief escaped him. And he himself had reached martial cultivation rank 6. And his foundation sword art had already attained minor mastery. Subduing a few street thugs posed no real challenge. After all, few upright individuals ever became thugs. And he slid the key into the lock and swung the door. Before him sprawled a chaotic living room. For figures lay slouched sideways across the sofa. Startled upon seeing Guo Xiao enter, they leapt up with feigned delight and advanced toward him. With a swift motion, he raised his bronze sword scabbard toward the doorway. The door clicked shut behind him. Eyes steady, he regarded them in. Who are you? What are you doing in my home? Boss, is this kid stunned? Why'd he close the door himself? In. You little brat. We've been waiting long enough for you. Yeah. Hand over the money. And they leered at Guo Xiao, cracking their knuckles with cruel anticipation, ready to pummel him mercilessly. As the thugs drew nearer, Guo Xiao did not draw his bronze blade, but swept the unsheathed hilt horizontally in one fluid arc. And snap. The lead thug, a rank 3 martial cultivator, flew backward, violently colliding headlong with another who tumbled down beside him. The two sprawled on the floor, clutched their bodies, writhing in agony, desperate for relief. In, boss. It burns. In, you insolent whelp. You've truly enraged me. In his estimation, Guo Xiao was merely a rank 3 cultivator. The earlier blow had succeeded only through weapon advantage and surprise, toppling 2 underlings. He signaled silently to the 2 remaining thugs beside him. And shink. And shink. In, 2 sharp metallic whispers echoed clearly, the sound of daggers drawn. Indeed, they each withdrew a dagger from their waistbands. And the gang leader glared venomously at Guo Xiao and, drop your sword. Now, if you value your life. Seeing Guo Xiao remain motionless, the leader assumed he was paralyzed with fear. None like his fallen underlings, the boss knew better. He flicked his eyes toward his closest thug, issuing a silent command. The thug understood instantly. Years of shared streets had forged unspoken synchrony. A glance alone sufficed to convey intent. Once the thug nodded in acknowledgement, the leader lunged forward, dagger raised high. His followers surged after him, closing in fast. A seasoned street veteran, he bore no such hesitation as his downed men. Regardless of whether his opponent remained capable of resistance, he would strike first twice. Guo Xiao watched their charge with detached curiosity. Gripping his bronze sword, he swung again. This time unleashing his full strength, for the gang leader stood at martial cultivation rank 5. Snap. And snap. In, both thugs dropped their daggers midair and flew backward, landing exactly where they'd stood moments before, bent double and collapsed onto the floor. The gang leader lay trembling on the ground, pointing a shaking finger at Guo Xiao. You're supposed to be only rank 3. How? Guo Xiao stepped calmly toward the fallen men and addressed the leader in. Who told you I was rank 3? As Guo Xiao drew nearer, terror seized the prone thugs. Their boss, rank 5, had been effortlessly defeated. Reality crashed upon them like ice water. The gang leader snarled from the floor in. Release us. Immediately, and pay our medical fees. Or Long Brother will never let you live. Guo Xiao feigned tremulous fear in. Oh, I'm so scared. Unaware of the subtle smirk dancing in Guo Xiao's eyes, the boss mistook his act for genuine terror and snapped in. If you're afraid, then help us up now. Guo Xiao drove a hard kick into the boss's ribs, sending him crashing face down once more. And you still want to speak? Guo Xiao cut him off. And, who is Long Brother? Who sent you here? And kid, let us go now. What if I refuse? And, Long Brother knows we came to discipline you. If we don't return, you'll regret it. If I release you, you'll just gather more thugs. If I keep you in prison, Long Brother will send others. Either way, he paused, then continued coolly in. So tell me, should I set you free, or not? NIV, no patience left for games. Speak, who is Long Brother? Why does he target me? In, silence followed. The thugs only groaned, curled in pain, refusing to answer. Guo Xiao's patience evaporated. Refused to speak. Then this is your fate. And he crouched, placed a hand atop one thug's skull, and activated the Bei Ming divine art to absorb. The thug convulsed, clawing at empty air, crying out in agony. And boss, save me. What's happening to me? And boss, help me. And in, 2 others, whose legs he'd gripped, also began shrieking uncontrollably. The gang leader froze, utterly petrified, as warm liquid trickled steadily from his trousers. And before his eyes, his underling's flesh receded, leaving only skin stretched taut over brittle bone. His gaze locked onto them, living men slowly wasting into skeletal husks. Their eyeballs liquefied, slipping from sockets until only hollow cavities remained, revealing with grotesque clarity the brain's intricate folds and vessels. None by one they faded from sight, and their cries dwindled, softened, then ceased entirely. Only several warm, crumpled garments remained on the floor, mute testament to lives extinguished. Inexperienced 9000. And speak. I don't know. Only that Long Brother ordered us to discipline you. Ni's voice shattered mid-sentence. He began babbling wildly. Demon, stay away from me. And no, don't come near. The gang leader stared, mind shattered, witnessing firsthand how the demon drained his men dry. Those discarded clothes were irrefutable proof. He'd gone utterly mad, muttering incoherently at his own lips. Seeing the boss beyond reason, and useless for interrogation, Guo Xiao placed a hand upon his skull and reignited the Bei Ming divine art. Within moments more garments lay scattered on the floor. Inexperience 5,000. Gag. Gag. After witnessing the gang leader dissolve into nothingness, once again Guo Xiao could no longer hold back and hurried to the bathroom to vomit. It was truly terrifying, even nauseating. This method of death was more horrifying than dissecting a corpse. Especially when he faced the gang leader directly, everything within his mind was laid bare before him, and the ugliness, particularly after being absorbed by the Bei Ming divine art, became even more pronounced, making it utterly revolting to behold. After expelling everything he had eaten for lunch in the bathroom, he ended up heaving bile when there was nothing left to throw up. Only after the nausea subsided considerably did he finally emerge. He took out a pseudo-emptiness pill from his small bag and swallowed it. Swallowing the pseudo-emptiness pill caused Guo Xiao to furrow his brows, but it did provide him with quite a bit of comfort, completely alleviating his feelings of nausea. The pseudo-emptiness pill had a somewhat foul and sour taste, not particularly pleasant, yet its effects were indeed remarkable. After swallowing it, he felt no hunger whatsoever. He glanced at the positions of the gangsters from earlier. The ground was littered with the clothes they had worn. He certainly did not want to wear someone else's used clothing, even though the few items on the floor were of better quality than what he was wearing. He tidied up the house again, throwing away the things that needed to be discarded into the trash bin outside. Looking at the now organized living room, he nodded in satisfaction, grateful that the gangsters had only made a mess of the place. What a nice guy. He even left behind a phone. Holding the phone that the gang leader had dropped on the ground, it was clear, just by its appearance, that it was vastly superior to his old device. I love you just like. Suddenly the phone rang. Seeing the name Long Gu displayed on the screen, Guo Xiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately answered the call. Xiao Zhang, how's the situation? On the other end of the line, Long Gu waited for a while, without hearing any response, sensing that something was off. Who are you? What happened to Xiao Zhang? Didn't you send them to find me? Why are you asking who I am? Guo Xiao. Impossible, he's just a poor kid at the 3rd level of martial disciple. How could he possibly defeat Xiao Zhang and the others? Believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Can you tell me who wants to teach me a lesson? It seems you really are Guo Xiao. I never expected you to hide so deeply, trying to make a spectacular debut on the day of the martial examination, right? Do as you wish. Before Guo Xiao could finish speaking, Long Gu on the other and hung up the phone. Guo Xiao tried to call back, but the number you have dialed is turned off. Realizing he had been blocked, he stopped fiddling with the phone, took out the SIM card, and tossed it into the trash, replacing it with, I never expected that kid to play dumb while hiding his strength. He must at least be at the 6th level of martial disciple. Otherwise Xiao Zhang, who is at the 5th level, and a few others at the 3rd level, shouldn't have trouble dealing with him. If it weren't for the upcoming martial examination and the intense scrutiny from the prosecutor's office, I would have sent other people. Otherwise, it's a pity for Xiao Zhang and the others. Forget it, it's better to keep a low profile during this time. After contemplating for a moment, he called Lin Kai. Lin Kai, upon receiving the call from Long Gu, thought that Guo Xiao had been successfully dealt with and asked over the phone. How did it go? That kid is at least at the 6th level of martial disciple. The people I sent might have already been eliminated. How is that possible? Lin Kai on the other end of the line was somewhat shocked. The 6th level of martial disciple was merely average to him, but Guo Xiao was recognized in school as being at the 3rd level. Now suddenly becoming at least at the 6th level was hard to believe. Long Gu fell silent for a moment before saying, one at the 5th level of martial disciple, and at least 3 at the 3rd level, their fates are unknown. Lin Kai remained silent for a long while after hearing this. Let's just leave this matter for now. With the martial examination approaching, have your men keep a low profile. Recently the prosecutor's office has teamed up with the Martial Artists Association. If anything goes wrong, not even my father can protect you. Understood. Name Guo Xiao. Level 6th level of martial disciple, 116,000. Martial art, Bei Ming divine art, max level. Basic gymnastics, 18 styles, beginner 664, 1000. Martial skills, basic combat technique, beginner 151,000. Basic swordsmanship, minor achievement, 41010000. Basic movement technique, beginner 351,000. Currently possessing experience points, 32,686. Level of martial disciple automatically increases by 6 points per minute. Lying on the sofa in a relaxed manner, Guo Xiao glanced at his attribute panel, where the experience points line now reached a staggering 32,680. He did not rush to raise his level, but instead looked at his basic movement technique. He remembered that it was only at 5 points earlier in the afternoon, yet it had now jumped to 35 points. The martial skills instructor was right. Practical combat is the most effective way to enhance one's abilities. However, today there were indeed some issues in the battle against the boar beast. Reflecting on the battle with the boar beast earlier today, he took a deep breath. Today I was actually afraid when facing the beast. After all, I had died once in my past life. How could I still fear death now? The beast truly lives up to its reputation. At the level of martial disciple, its physical strength is astonishing. Even though I am at the 6th level of martial disciple, my strength is still inferior to a 1st level 5th grade boar beast. Sai was reckless today. He felt that his performance this afternoon was quite poor. However, if others knew this, they might have different feelings. After all, when facing a beast for the first time, being able to pick up a weapon and fight it, ultimately killing the boar beast, is already an impressive feat for a newcomer. There are even many who, when facing a beast for the first time, were so frightened that they wet themselves. After a long time, he looked at his attribute panel again, and the experience points had jumped to 32,806, increasing by another 126 points. This feeling of gaining experience points anytime and anywhere is wonderful. Without further hesitation, he directly injected the experience points into his level. As the experience points were injected, the energy within his body surged, and every cell was frantically absorbing the energy that flowed out. Until, boom. When the energy within his body reached the critical point for a breakthrough, there was not a hint of obstruction, and it shattered that thin barrier effortlessly. His level successfully reached the 7th level of martial disciple. Tisk. There was completely no mention of the level barriers others spoke of, and he wondered if breaking through to the martial master level would be just as smooth. The breakthrough in realms should have brought joy, yet Gua Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brows. He took out a fake pill from his small bag and swallowed it. Indeed, even after consuming a fake pill, he still felt a hint of hunger. After a while, the hunger subsided. Perhaps his body had grown accustomed to this sensation. I estimate that after breaking through to martial disciple level 9, or the martial artist realm, the effects of the blood replenishing and increasing pills would be completely exhausted. Each breakthrough signifies a reinforcement of the body, and since it is a reinforcement, it requires corresponding energy. The infusion of experience points only reduced the time Gua Xiao needed to cultivate, but did not replace the energy required by his body. The saying that knowledge is poor while martial strength is rich is indeed true. Without a certain amount of wealth, cultivation is genuinely infeasible. He shook his head, setting aside these thoughts, and looked at his attribute panel again. Seeing that he had 17041 experience points, and not intending to save any after all his strength was growing, and this over 10,000 points of experience was not something easily obtained. He directly infused experience points into the basic sword technique and basic movement technique. Information about various basic sword techniques and basic movement techniques surged into his mind, as if he had possessed them before. Suddenly his consciousness entered a mysterious space akin to a slaughterhouse, where shadowy figures practiced either the basic sword technique or the basic movement technique. He widened his eyes again, and focused on one shadow practicing the basic sword technique. It was clearer than last time, though still a bit blurry, yet Gua Xiao felt an odd familiarity with this shadow. In the next moment his consciousness returned to his body. Why does my head feel a bit dizzy? With his consciousness back in his body, Gua Xiao felt his head heavy and somewhat. Is it because of the information I just received and entering the mysterious space? It seems I must be cautious during breakthroughs. If I get immersed in that space and get ambushed by an enemy, it would be disastrous. Gua Xiao felt the dizziness intensifying, and he began to feel faint, collapsing onto the sofa and drifting into a deep sleep. The next day, name Gua Xiao. Realm Martial Disciple Level 7, 132,000. Skill North Sea Divine Skill Max Level. Basic Gymnastics 18 Forms Entry 664, 1000. Martial Skills Basic Combat Technique Entry 151,000. Basic Sword Technique Great Achievement 110,000. Basic Movement Technique Minor Achievement 110,000. Currently possessing experience points 9846. Martial Disciple Level 7, automatically increasing by 7 points per minute. Looking at his attribute panel, he noted that the basic sword technique had broken through to the great achievement realm, while the basic movement technique had also reached a minor achievement. 100,000 points. He exclaimed upon realizing that it required 100 points of proficiency to advance from the great achievement realm of the basic sword technique to the next realm. 100,000 points is no small sum. To break through to Martial Disciple Level 8, he only needed 300 points. And even for Martial Disciple Level 9, it likely wouldn't take that much. I wonder what it feels like to have a great achievement in the basic sword technique and a minor achievement in the basic movement technique. After washing up in the bathroom, he looked at his disheveled hair in the mirror, contemplating whether to get a haircut. As if recalling something, he found a rope at home and tied it into a makeshift hair tie resembling a flamboyant bow. I must say I look quite handsome like this. Though I'm still wearing that coarse cloth outfit looking like a servant, I didn't expect that changing my hairstyle would enhance my charm so much. After gathering his things, he planned to head to the bank in the city to apply for a bank card, as carrying cash around was inconvenient. Gua Xiao. Hearing someone call his name, Gua Xiao turned towards the source of the voice. It was his homeroom teacher, Su Qing, standing next to a girl who appeared to be around Gua Xiao's age. Guo Xiao didn't mind and greeted Su Qing. Hello, teacher. Call me Qing Jia outside of school. Oh, I prefer you all calling me sister. All right, teacher. Su Qing glanced at Guo Xiao and curiously asked, why aren't you cultivating at home? Where are you headed? I'm going to the bank to apply for a bank card. Carrying cash makes me worried about being targeted. Uffed. The girl beside Su Qing couldn't help but laugh. After all, judging by Guo Xiao's attire, he didn't seem like someone worth robbing, yet he claimed to worry about being targeted. Su Lin. Su Qing scolded the girl beside her sternly. So her name is Su Lin, she seems a bit Guo Xiao thought as he watched the girl giggle. I'm sorry, sister, Su Lin said to Su Qing beside her. Seeing her sister acknowledge her mistake, Su Qing turned to Guo Xiao with an apologetic expression and said, Guo Xiao, I'm really sorry, this is my sister Su Lin, she didn't mean it. It's fine. Sister Grandpa is almost here, if we chat longer we'll be late. Su Qing glanced at the time realizing it was almost 9 o'clock and said to Guo Xiao, we have things to attend to, so we'll be leaving now. After saying that she was dragged away by her sister Su Lin, but not long after Su Qing turned back to Guo Xiao and said, Guo Xiao, once you finish with the bank card, hurry home and continue cultivating. I look forward to your excellent performance in the martial arts examination. Guo Xiao nodded at his homeroom teacher's reminder and said, sure, teacher. Guo Xiao's words were cut off as his homeroom teacher had already turned away and quickly left with her sister. What's with the rush? As a teacher, she shows no sense of maturity or composure. Sister, was that your student just now? Yeah. Looking at his attire, I estimate he's at most a martial disciple level 3. About right. That kid is also quite pitiful. If not for his poor family background, he could be better off. Who knows, maybe your realm wouldn't even be as high as his. Impossible. Just that kid. Besides, if I push myself a bit over these few days, I can break through to martial disciple level 9. At that time, this young lady might even have the chance to become the top scorer in the National Martial Arts Examination. Such grandiose claims. We already have 2 students in our senior class who have broken through to martial disciple level 9, and you know them both. I know them. Yi Luo and Yi Tian. How did they reach martial disciple level 9 so quickly? If you weren't so fond of playing around, you would have broken through to martial disciple level 9 by now. Su Qing and her sister Su Lin's conversation was unknown to Guo Xiao. If he had known, he would likely have been astonished to exclaim, this silly sister actually possesses the realm of martial disciple level 8. Is it really this complicated to get a bank card in this world? Guo Xiao thought helplessly after coming out of the bank. He originally thought that getting a bank card would be a quick process, just handing over his ID card, and it would be completed in no more than 10 minutes. However, he did not expect there to be pupil scans and fingerprint scans. The fingerprint scan was one thing, but what caught him off guard was that all 10 fingers had to be scanned. What left him speechless was that when he casually mentioned whether toe scans were necessary, the bank staff actually suggested that if he didn't mind the hassle, it would be best to scan those as well. He was momentarily at a loss for words. No wonder there are so many staff inside. If it were like in my past life, there would probably only be a few people in the entire morning. However, there was no denying the quality of service. On the way out of the city, Guo Xiao couldn't help but reflect. He also checked his experience points, 11,526. As noon approached, Guo Xiao finally arrived at the north gate of Honghai City. It wasn't that he enjoyed walking, the crucial point was that he had only brought 200 yuan when he left in the morning, and he ended up spending over 180 yuan on bank card fees, leaving him unable to afford a ride. Well, I guess it's good exercise. The place he was heading to was where he encountered the tusked boar yesterday. He had heard through the grapevine that in the territory of the tusked boar, there were the fewest martial artists. Although the tusked boar was a level 5 demon beast, its strength was comparable to that of a level 7 demon beast. While the tusks could be sold for money, their cost-effectiveness was too low. The key point was that tusked boars usually appeared in pairs. It was already a stroke of luck that he encountered a lone one. Martial artists above level 7 generally looked down on demon beasts like the tusked boar, which meant that under normal circumstances martial artists at that level seldom sought to kill tusked boars. But did he need to hunt easily killed demon beasts? No. What he needed was a place with few people. He was not after money but primarily for experience points. Fewer people meant it would be easier to absorb experience points using the Biming divine art without attracting unwanted attention. Thus he had already decided yesterday that before the martial arts examination he would stay within the territory of the tusked boars. On the main road outside the city, cars occasionally drove by from a distance. Tisk, anyone driving must have at least a martial artist level. I wonder when I will reach the martial, Guo Xiao thought with a hint of longing. After all, the higher his level, the higher the demon beasts he could hunt, and the more experience points he would gain. Shaking his head, he realized it was not the time to be overly ambitious. He needed to take things step by step. For example, set a small goal, break through to the martial artist level. This should be the place. The grass that had been trampled during his battle with the tusked boar had already regrown today. It must be said that after the revival of spiritual energy, the growth cycles of many plants and animals had changed significantly. He wandered around hoping to encounter a tusked boar. He was not the same as he had been yesterday. Not only had he broken through to level 7 martial disciple, but his basic swordsmanship had also reached a major success, and even his basic body technique had improved to minor success. It could be said that his overall strength had grown tremendously in just a day. He urgently needed a battle to validate his strength. And the tusked boar was the best way to do that. Hey, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. In front of Guo were 2 tusked boars lying on the ground. A sudden burst of mischief arose within him, and striking a flamboyant pose he shouted at the distant tusked boars, "Come over here. Come over here." What the heck? He had expected the 2 tusked boars to stand up and rush towards him. But to his surprise, the tusked boars lying on the ground merely raised their heads lazily to look at him, showing no intention of getting up. He even felt that the way the 2 tusked boars looked at him seemed to suggest he was a big fool. Being mocked by 2 pigs was something he never anticipated. He then picked up a few stones from the ground and threw them forcefully at the 2 tusked boars. Smack! Smack! His aim was slightly off, hitting only 2, but it was just enough to successfully provoke the 2 tusked boars. Humph. Now that's more like it. Seeing the 2 tusked boars get up in anger, Guo Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Gripping the hilt of his bronze sword, he charged first at the tusked boars. When the tusked boars saw Guo Xiao rushing towards them, their already furious hearts instantly flared up. With a few thuds on the ground, they charged towards Guo Xiao as well. Seeing the 2 tusked boars rushing over, he bellowed, "Good timing." A serious scene suddenly became infused with a juvenile spirit. Luckily there was no one around. He unleashed his basic swordsmanship, thrusting, slashing, and sweeping. Before long the tusked boars were covered in tiny cracks. Guo Xiao did not rush to finish off the tusked boars. Instead, he used them to practice his recently mastered basic swordsmanship. The tusked boars' attacks were all evaded by Guo Xiao. The minor success in his basic body technique was indeed far superior to the entry-level technique. Had he encountered 2 tusked boars yesterday, although he could have dodged them, it would have been quite a struggle. Unlike today, he could completely toy with the 2 tusked boars. The minor success in his basic body technique made his movements increasingly agile. Although his speed had only increased by 2 or 3 levels, it felt entirely different. After carefully reflecting on the basic swordsmanship he had mastered and the minor success in his body technique, he looked at the 2 tusked boars beside him and muttered, "It's time to finish this." After speaking, Guo Xiao dodged the tusked boar's attack with a sidestep, and then thrust 2 swords into their head. After being pierced by Guo Xiao's sword, the tusked boar fell heavily to the ground, its 4 legs twitching slightly. After a while, the tusked boar lying on the ground completely stopped twitching. Cautiously looking around, he found no one, and he simultaneously activated the Biming Divine Art with both hands. If only I could absorb from a distance. After all, it was just his self-named Biming Divine Art, and there must be a difference from the genuine version. He had to make contact with his hands each time to absorb experience points. Experience points 10,000. He didn't even want the tusks. After all, just the pigskin could be sold for a decent amount of money, but experience points were more important. After collecting the pigskin from the ground, he began searching for more tusked boars in the vicinity. "Young one, this is no place for you." A voice suddenly echoed from all around. Guo Xiao glanced left and right, but saw no one. He assumed it was a hallucination. "Above you." The voice rang out again. Following its direction, Guo Xiao looked upward, where an elderly man stood calmly atop a thick tree branch, stroking his beard while observing him with quiet scrutiny. In the elder's perception, Guo Xiao was merely a 7th-rank martial apprentice. A youth likely still in high school, dressed in modest worn clothing that suggested humble origins, and certainly lacking any formal combat techniques. Without effective martial arts, and without allies, he should not have appeared here at all. "Why may I not be here? Why do you believe you belong here?" The elder did not answer Guo Xiao's question. Instead, he countered with one of his own. "Because of my strength. By virtue of your 7th-rank martial apprentice cultivation." The elder gazed upon Guo Xiao's unshaken, self-assured expression and smiled faintly as he continued questioning. Though puzzled by the elder's inquiry, Guo Xiao sensed no malice. After all, the man had appeared silently overhead. Had he wished harm, he could just as silently have ended Guo Xiao's life. Thus Guo Xiao remained composed and engaged the elder in calm dialogue. "And this sword in my hand." The elder studied the blade. It bore minute nicks along its edge, forged crudely, clearly the work of an apprentice smith. "That rusted scrap of metal. It depends on whose hand wields it. In mine it is a fine sword." The elder fell silent. He found no ready rebuttal, because deep down he knew Guo Xiao spoke truth. To refute would betray his own sword heart. Yet to remain silent felt like conceding to Guo Xiao's audacious sword-in-hand arrogance, the very posture declaring, "With this blade the world is mine." Seeing the elder pause, Guo Xiao pressed on. "If civilian martial artists at the martial apprentice stage may hunt monstrous beasts, why not I? A true martial cultivator strives ceaselessly to strengthen the self." Well said. Gazing down at Guo Xiao's impassioned declaration, the elder was stirred by profound emotion. 5 centuries ago, when the first monstrous beasts descended upon the world, humanity stood fragile and small. Yet through relentless step-by-step ascent, they forged their present glory. Back then he himself had been but an ordinary man, yet he too slew monstrous beasts. Today's students by contrast face ruin with even a single misstep. The modern world has grown too comfortable. As the elder lapsed into reverie, Guo Xiao grew weary of waiting, and simply stood beneath the tree watching him in silence. Yet inwardly his heart raced wildly. Is he pondering how best to kill me? Should I flee now? Shall I feign death and collapse onto the ground? Guo Xiao's brow furrowed in indecision, until the elder, snapping back to awareness, caught the shifting expressions on his face and abruptly halted his rhythmic stroking of his beard. I am no bloodthirsty butcher. This vexes me greatly. With that he produced a manual from nowhere and tossed it downward. It landed precisely at Guo Xiao's feet. Staring at the manual at his feet, Guo Xiao looked up and was utterly stunned. What the? Flew away. Flew away. Indeed, the elder had already soared skyward, vanishing into the air. Guo Xiao bent down, retrieved the manual, and opened it. Sword drawing art. As his eyes traced those 3 characters on the cover, Guo Xiao involuntarily recalled a certain man, whose power surged the lower his head bowed. He shook his head, sharply dispelling the fanciful thought. Tucking the manual securely into his chest, he turned and walked home. Now was no time to study. It would be disastrous to lose himself in its pages only to be ambushed and slain by nearby monstrous beasts. The manual was safely in his possession. There would be ample time to read it later. In the bustling marketplace of Honghai City, a vendor called out, "Young sir." Recognizing Guo Xiao, he offered a friendly greeting. "Xiao Lin." "Yes, that's me. You seem quite young. Why are you working here?" "No need to laugh. I'm short on funds. Fortunately, Boss Chen took me in, so I come whenever I'm free." At the sight of Xiao Lin, Guo Xiao's urgent desire to return home suddenly cooled. "Here, could you appraise?" Xiao Lin expertly examined the 2 boarhide pelts. These bear slightly more sword punctures than ideal, but overall integrity remains excellent. "We'll offer 3,000 credits." "Accepted." Guo Xiao felt indifferent. Slaying those 2 tusked boars had cost him barely any effort. "Cash again." "Bank transfer, please." Xiao Lin's hand froze mid-reach toward the cash drawer. He instead seized a handheld device from the desk. He aimed it at Guo Xiao's face. Instantly, Guo Xiao's banking details appeared on screen. Then he handed the device to Guo Xiao for verification. Since it was his first time using such technology, Guo Xiao scrutinized the screen carefully, confirmed the data was correct, and nodded. "Yes, that's accurate. Though outdated in design, this model remains highly precise." Xiao Lin added, "Rumors say the newest devices can instantly extract full personal profiles with just truly convenient. They've reportedly developed other breakthrough technologies this year, though no one yet knows." "Done. The transfer's complete. You may check your phone now, or the notification should have arrived." As Xiao Lin finished speaking, Guo Xiao's compact bag vibrated softly. He pulled out his phone. Sure enough, a bank alert message glowed on the screen. Remarkably swift. After a brief, lively exchange about emerging technologies, Guo Xiao returned home. Settling onto the sofa, he eagerly withdrew the sword drawing art manual from his chest. Page by page, he turned its leaves. Then unexpectedly his consciousness slipped once more into the enigmatic space. Surveying the shadowy figures surrounding him, he murmured aloud, "What is this? Did reading the manual trigger this? Could mastering sword drawing art alone have broken me through?" Watching the spectral figures practice the art, Guo Xiao wondered uncertainly. This time he did not fixate on their faces, but focused intently on their movements, the sword drawing art itself. Each figure repeated only 2 motions. Draw the sword, sheath the sword. And as time flowed onward, their hands moved faster, ever faster, until draw and sheath became a single instantaneous blur, the blade fully unsheathed, yet instantly retracted back into its scabbard. Thereupon Guo Xiao's awareness snapped back into his physical body. Guo Xiao glanced at his attribute panel and found a new skill, sword drawing technique, listed under martial arts, which had also reached the minor accomplishment stage. How did it suddenly reach minor accomplishment? He wondered, could it be because my foundational sword technique has reached great accomplishment combined with the simplicity of the sword drawing technique that it directly advanced to minor accomplishment? Guo Xiao speculated that it might be related to his foundational sword technique, but without any other sword technique manuals, he had no way to verify. Standing in a relatively empty spot in the hall, he gripped the hilt of the bronze sword. He aimed at a small component on the wall. Whoosh! The small component was instantly struck and fell to the ground, while the bronze sword returned to its sheath. Let's not discuss the power for now, just the speed of the draw has clearly increased several times. Seeing that his experience points had reached 23206, he hesitated not, and spent them all. He upgraded both the foundational movement technique and sword drawing technique to great accomplishment, and the foundational combat technique also advanced to minor accomplishment, allocating all remaining experience points to his realm. A surge of information flooded Guo Xiao's mind like a raging tide, crashing into his consciousness. Oh no, I forgot everything. After absorbing the information, his mind once again entered the mysterious space. He felt extremely tired, his head heavy, and he had no interest in watching the mysterious figure practice martial arts. Right now, all he wanted was to take a nap. He had no idea how much time had passed when his consciousness returned to his body. He lay directly on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Have I really slept for 2 days? When Guo Xiao woke up, 2 days had already passed, and he had been in a deep slumber for 2 days. This time I really was reckless. I wonder if there are any techniques that enhance mental power. There should be. Name: Guo Xiao. Realm: Martial Disciple Level 722243200. Technique: Biming Divine, Art Max Level. Foundational Gymnastics, 18 Forms, Entry 664-1000. Martial Skill: Foundational Combat Technique, Minor Accomplishment 110,000. Foundational Sword Technique, Great Accomplishment 110,000. Foundational Movement Technique, Great Accomplishment 110,000. Sword Drawing Technique, Great Accomplishment 110,000. Currently has experience points 13440. Martial Disciple Level 7, automatically gains 7 experience points per minute. With this standard configuration, I ask who in Honghai 7th High can withstand me. He confidently believed that no classmate from Honghai 7th High was his opponent. As for the high schools in all of Honghai City, he dared not exaggerate. After all, there are always stronger individuals. He understood this principle. Looking at the 3 fallen saber-toothed pigs, Guo Xiao muttered to himself, turns out I am already this strong. I had no pressure at all dealing with these 3 saber-toothed pigs, and easily took them down. With the sword drawing technique unleashed, one fell instantly, but unfortunately his realm was not high enough to unleash the full power and range of the technique. Even though the 2 saber-toothed pigs were so close to each other, he only managed to kill one. The other merely sustained some superficial injuries. The great accomplishment of the foundational movement technique is indeed exceptional. Using it has at least increased my speed by 60. In the realm of martial disciple, I can proudly call myself the strongest. Experience points, 15000. No longer showing off, he absorbed the 3 saber-toothed pigs on the ground and continued on his way. After the earlier test, he roughly understood the scope of his strength. He was essentially invincible in the realm of martial disciple. He no longer had to be as cautious as before. Now, as long as he didn't encounter a second-level monster, one word could describe his current state: reckless. At this moment, he was about 500 meters away. A young girl was battling a saber-toothed pig, but her attire was already somewhat disheveled and her face was... It was evident that she was in a bit of a predicament. Not far from her, a group was watching her, and one female archer had already aimed her weapon at the saber-toothed pig. Should the girl in the arena find herself in danger, the archer would immediately take down the saber-toothed pig to an... At this moment, a man in the crowd shouted toward the girl in the arena, "My dear sister, haven't you eaten enough? How can you be so flustered against just a first-level 5th-stage monster?" Damn. Hearing the mocking voice, the girl in the arena felt the urge to hit him. "Yin Shan, after all, this is your sister. Won't you guide her a bit? It's nothing as she's already a martial disciple level 8, struggling against a measly first-level 5th-stage monster is quite a feat. It's a miracle I haven't scolded her." Beside Yin Shan, a rugged strong man looked at the girl in the arena and commented, "Since this is her first time facing a monster, her performance is already quite commendable." Just as Yin Shan was about to speak, the rugged strong man continued, "The battle is over, Xiao Jing. You can put..." Hearing this, the archer Xiao Jing obediently lowered her weapon. At that moment, the saber-toothed pig in the arena collapsed, but it wasn't killed by the girl. It was simply too exhausted to move. Seeing the saber-toothed pig down, the girl knew the opportunity had come. She quickly approached the saber-toothed pig and stabbed her weapon directly into its head. After watching the saber-toothed pig die, the girl sat on the ground without any semblance of grace, but her expression revealed her joy. After all, being able to defeat a monster in her first battle was something worth celebrating. The few people outside watched as the girl killed the saber-toothed pig and approached her. Her brother even couldn't resist mocking, saying, "It's truly rare to see someone tire a saber-toothed pig to the ground like that." The girl now sat on the ground, utterly exhausted after more than 2 hours of fighting the saber-toothed pig, and simply rolled her eyes at Yin Shan. The archer Xiao Jing, who followed behind, spoke up, "Don't listen to your brother. He was quite nervous just now." The rugged strong man ignored the bickering of the group and said to the girl sitting on the ground, "Xiao Yun, that's enough for today. Tomorrow you should rest and take some time to reflect on today's battle. The day after tomorrow we will go out to train again." "All right, Uncle Lu." Upon hearing the girl call him Uncle Lu, the originally stern expression vanished, and he angrily said to the girl, "Yin Shui, you should call me Brother Lu, understand?" "Brother Lu." "Oh, okay, Brother Lu." Ha, ha. The few people watching the rugged strong man being teased also laughed happily. After a while, seeing the girl was nearly rested, the archer Xiao Jing helped the girl Yin Shui up and they followed someone is ahead. The rugged strong man suddenly stopped and gestured. After all, this area of saber-toothed pigs rarely had anyone come by, and sensing someone ahead made him nervous. Monkey, go check the tree. All right, Captain. Then the one called Monkey jumped up, soaring over 4 meters high, and as he was about to land, he stepped on his left foot and pushed off his right foot, propelling himself upward once more. Monkey's cloud ladder must be nearing perfection. The archer Xiao Jing said with a hint of envy, my cloud ladder has just reached minor completion. I didn't expect Monkey to progress so quickly. I'm just a beginner, but my shadow step has already reached minor completion. While the others were conversing, Monkey landed and said to the rugged strong man at the forefront, Captain, it's a young boy, and we've seen him before. We've seen him. Yes, he's the young brother you mentioned a few days ago who resembles us, but unfortunately, he has 2 tusked wild boars right in front of him. He completely overlooked the pigskin in Guo Xiao's hand. Had he noticed, he probably wouldn't have said that Guo Xiao was unlucky. The captain immediately realized who it was and said, oh, it's him. Then let's go take a look. We have to pass that way anyway. If he needs help, we should lend a hand. The girl Yin Xiu, who had been listening to their conversation, asked curiously, is he also here for training? Monkey recalled the moment he saw Guo Xiao and said his realm is probably similar to yours. In any case, he seems quite poor. Maybe he's here looking for death, Yun Shan added, listening from the side. Yun Xiu was filled with curiosity at that moment. A young boy, and his realm was similar to her own. She had just fought a tusked wild boar, so she knew how difficult it was to deal with a demon beast. Achoo! Guo Xiao, walking along the road, suddenly sneezed. Is someone thinking of me? He wondered, rubbing his nose. Wow, what luck! I've encountered 2 more. Seeing the 2 tusked wild boars in front of him, he was ecstatic. After all, this meant an increase in experience points. How could he not be happy? He kicked a stone underfoot forcefully at the tusked wild boar lying on the ground, perfectly hitting its head. Not bad, not bad. Watching the 2 tusked wild boars lying on the ground, Guo Xiao nodded in approval. Seeing Guo Xiao's flashy move, Yin Xiu and the others were instantly dumbfounded. Is this kid out of his mind? Instead of retreating, he's provoking them. At this moment, Yin Shan said with a hint of smugness, see, I told you so. He's looking for death. But Yin Xiu at this moment addressed the team's captain, saying, Brother Lu, that's my classmate. He's only at the 3rd level of martial disciple. Can we save him? As a well-known figure at Hanhai No. 7, especially since he was her classmate, she wouldn't mistake him. Moreover, Guo Xiao was only at the 3rd level of martial disciple, clearly looking for death. Seeing Guo Xiao's joyful expression, her heart was filled with a complicated feeling. Even though they had never exchanged a word, as the class monitor of the senior year class 5, she felt obligated to save Guo Xiao and give him a serious lesson afterward. Xiao Jing. The rugged captain suddenly shouted at the archer Xiao Jing. Understood. She raised her weapon, but then lowered it. It wasn't that she didn't want to save him, but Guo Xiao had actually run towards the tusked wild boars. In this situation, unless she advanced to the martial master realm, she would have no chance to kill the 2 wild boars first. Not to mention, she was only at the 3rd level of martial artist. It's over. Yin Xiu closed her eyes in despair, unable to bear to see Guo Xiao being torn apart by the tusked wild boars. Damn. Xiao Yin, are you sure he's only at the 3rd level of martial disciple? Guo Xiao was oblivious to the fact that he was being watched nearby, even thinking that he was looking for death, and that they intended to save him. He saw the tusked wild boars moving slowly, and took the initiative to charge at them. As he got closer, he swiftly gripped the bronze sword's hilt, and executed the sword-drawing technique. The bronze sword flashed past the neck of the tusked wild boar, and with a quick pull, the other tusked wild boar was also killed in a single blow. He then sheathed his sword handsomely. Damn, someone's here. Originally intending to let go of the sword's hilt, his hand tightened again as he looked toward the source of the sound. Seeing Guo Xiao effortlessly kill the 2 tusked wild boars, Monkey couldn't help but curse, and even the rugged captain couldn't help but ask Yin Xiu, is this strength really that of a 3rd level martial disciple? He must at least be at the 9th level of martial disciple. The rugged captain, seeing Guo Xiao's hand that was about to release the sword, tightened it again and cautiously looked at them, saying, little brother, we mean no harm. Hearing Brother Lu mumble something, she opened her eyes and found that Guo Xiao was still alive, while the 2 tusked wild boars lay dead on the ground. She had closed her eyes earlier and hadn't seen Guo Xiao's swordplay, so she dumbly asked, Sister Xiao Jing, was it you? It wasn't me, he killed them himself. Yin Xiu was stunned. She had just battled the tusked wild boar and knew how troublesome they were, yet she hadn't expected this. Yin Xiu came back to her senses, and seeing Guo Xiao's vigilant demeanor, popped her head out from behind and shouted at Guo Xiao, classmate. Guo Xiao looked at everyone, contemplating whether to abandon the dead tusked wild boars and flee. After all, the rugged captain clearly had the strength of a martial artist, and he felt inferior. Suddenly a girl popped out from behind the strong man, calling out to her. Who is this? Not finding any information about the girl in his memory, he asked, who are you? Yin Xiu was instantly stunned, and even the people around her turned to look at her in confusion. She could clearly sense that it was a question implying, didn't you say he was your classmate? Class monitor. I'm your class monitor. Impossible, I remember my class monitor is Ning Xu. I know. She's the class monitor of the second year. This year's class monitor of the third year is me. It's me. It's really me. Yun Xiui shouted angrily. She and Ning Xu were both well-known beauties at Honghai No. 7. How could you only recognize Ning Xu and not me? Moreover, having been classmates for 3 years, even if I'm not the class monitor, you should recognize me too. Why do you act like I'm a stranger? Guo Xiao looked at Yun Qi's expression, frantically searching his mind. Damn, it really is my classmate. What is this original owner? How could he not recognize his own classmates, and the girl in front of him was quite good-looking, yet he had no information about her? Could it be that he had a problem? Contemplation. Helplessness. Release. These emotions flashed across Guo Xiao's face repeatedly. It was the first time everyone had seen such a vivid change in expression. After a while, Guo Xiao, feeling apologetic, said to Yun Sai, "Class monitor, I'm sorry. The wind was too strong earlier, and it blinded my eyes, so I didn't recognize you. Was there even wine just now? Clearly there wasn't. Is it really appropriate to lie openly like that? Where did that look of not recognizing me go just now?" Everyone was internally mocking Guo Xiao for his shamelessness as he spoke without a script. At this moment, the burly leader Lu let out a hearty laugh and said to Guo Xiao, "Ah, little brother Guo, you are really interesting." Hearing such a bold voice, he felt a flicker of recognition and asked, "Uncle, have we met somewhere?" Hearing Guo Xiao call him uncle leader, Lu frantically corrected him. "It's brother. You should call me brother, or Lu Gu. If that's not possible, you can call me by my name Lu Hong. I'm only 20 this year. I just look older than my age. A few days ago I invited you to hunt the demon beast together, but you rejected me then." "Oh, it's you, uncle. It's brother. All right, uncle." Leader Lu Hong was truly at a loss. No matter how he corrected it, Guo Xiao still called him uncle. He resigned himself to it, but shot a fierce glare at Yun Xiui, as if to say, "If you dare to call me that, you're done for." Seeing Lu Hong's pretended fierce gaze, Yun Xiui believed it to be true and repeatedly expressed her fear. Only then did Lu Hong nod in satisfaction. "Well, I have to go now. I have other matters to attend to." However, everyone did not believe Guo Xiao's words at this moment. Clearly he was just trying to avoid seeing them. Except for Yun Xiui, they still had some sense. Yun Xiui, however, did not know or understand this. She asked the question that was on her mind, which everyone was also curious about. "Guo Xiao, can you tell us what level you are at? If it's inconvenient, then forget it." Among them, the highest level was only the 5th stage warrior with insufficient spiritual power to leave their bodies, and they couldn't sense the level of a martial apprentice. Unlike the warriors or those above, as they had already generated true chi and could sense a general level when this is no secret, just a 7th stage martial apprentice. 7th stage martial apprentice. 7th stage martial apprentice. Everyone exclaimed simultaneously. Except for Yun Xiui, they had been watching closely just now. The speed of that sword strike was not something a mere warrior could achieve, yet they were surprised to find out that Guo Xiao was only a 7th stage martial apprentice. Then how come during the school test you were only a 3rd stage martial apprentice? "Oh, I had a cold that day. I couldn't exert any strength, and when I tested my strength on the Force Stone, I only showed about 300 pounds of force, resulting in them mistakenly believing I was only a 3rd stage martial apprentice." Looking at Guo Xiao's serious explanation, everyone believed him. With this expression, even I think it's fake. How did you all buy into it? Guo Xiao originally thought he would need to work harder to convince them, but unexpectedly everyone actually believed him. Am I too naive, or are the people in this world too naive? It's no wonder he thinks this way, or after all, who would expect a 3rd stage martial apprentice to rise to a 7th stage martial apprentice in such a short time? So everyone just thought he had a severe cold. They were aware of the Force Stone in the school, which could only test the most basic strength, and could only judge a person's level based on strength. In reality, it was not accurate, but during the martial exams there would be a specialized level stone to test them, which was the most accurate. Even if one had a severe cold and couldn't exert strength, their level could still be accurately measured. However, the production cost of the level stone was too high, so it was only used in significant events. It was said that it contained special materials, so it could only be used on a small scale. "Well, I'm really leaving now." Everyone saw Guo Xiao quickly leave while carrying 2 boar tusks, and felt, "Are we really that scary? Did we scare him earlier? Xiao Yin, you didn't offend him at school, did you?" Yun Xiui watched Guo Xiao flee, listening to everyone's words, and couldn't help but ask herself, did I offend him at school? I shouldn't have. Moreover, with my beauty, he didn't even glance at me. It's infuriating. After a distance, Guo Xiao also sighed in relief. He thought he was about to lose the juicy meat he had caught, but unexpectedly he regained it. How could he not be happy? How could he not hurry to leave them? Absorbing experience points is the key. No matter how beautiful Yun Xiui is, can she provide experience points? Experience points 10,000. Hey, it smells good. Looking at the 2 pelts on the ground, he truly found it appealing. I just came from that direction. Just as he wanted to go back, he suddenly didn't know how to get there. Earlier he had rushed off in any random direction, while carrying 2 boar tusks, eager to absorb experience points. Now when he turned back, he was completely at a loss. He took out his phone to check the time. It was after 5 p.m. Soon it will start to get dark and the demon beasts will become active. I'm doomed. Suddenly an odd thought struck him. Wait a minute. No matter how far I walk, I can't be more than 100 miles away from Honghai City. Since I'm still within 100 miles, what is there to fear? Every 3 years the Warriors Association organizes a demon beast clearing mission. Within a 100-mile radius of Honghai City, any demon beast will be exterminated. From memory, the last demon beast extermination organized by the Warriors Association was just 2 months ago, so at this stage there are relatively few demon beasts. Moreover, most of the demon beasts are not at a high level, but it doesn't rule out the possibility of encountering a second-tier demon beast. I can't fight a second-tier demon beast, but I can run. My foundational movement technique has already reached a perfected level. Even if I can't fight, I can still escape using my movement technique. If only I had a movement technique manual. I wonder how many experience points I could gain from a second-tier demon beast. He didn't know why, but he hadn't seen a single figure. Is no one camping outside the city? Are they that timid? He thought that if he encountered someone he would ask for directions. If the distance were short he would go back, because sleeping at home is definitely more comfortable than in the wild. If the distance were far he would find a safe place to hide. If he was lucky at night he might be able to absorb some more experience points. At this moment. He inadvertently caught a glimpse. Not far away on a tree a faintly visible tree hollow was revealed, but it was too distant, obscured by branches and leaves, making it impossible to see the specific situation. I hope I am not mistaken. It would be best if that were a tree hollow, then he would have a place to hide in the wilderness at night. Nighttime is when the demon beasts are most active, as many of them hide during the day and only begin to move at night. Demon beasts like the tusked boar won't actively attack unless provoked during the day, but things are different at night. This is also why during the day, when one sees a tusked boar, most are lying on the ground. In front of him stood a tree with a diameter of at least 2 meters, and its height was estimated to be around 20 meters. The tree hollow he had seen earlier was probably located somewhere in the middle. He would have to climb at least 10 meters high, but he had never learned any martial arts or climbing techniques. I guess he'll just have to climb carefully. Under normal circumstances, without any tools, he could not climb barehanded. If it were just a tree with a diameter of about 10 centimeters, he might have found a way. Fortunately, this tree has grooves carved out at regular intervals, probably made by predecessors. I wonder how the previous person carved these grooves. They are truly impressive, Guo Xiao sighed after climbing near. After a while, Guo Xiao successfully stood on a branch. He could see that at the junction of the branch and the trunk there was indeed a tree hollow. Looking around, it was nothing but green. He could see no distant scenery, let alone Honghai City in that direction. Unless he climbed higher, but as soon as this thought appeared he extinguished it. Because he couldn't climb any higher. Resigning to the idea of not returning today, he walked towards the tree hollow. The space inside the tree hollow wasn't very large, but it could easily accommodate one person, and surprisingly there was even a bed inside. It could be called a tree bed since it was connected to the trunk. This must have existed for quite a long time. He touched the tree bed with his fingers covered in a thick layer of dust, murmuring. He put down the fur of the tusked boar he had on his back, and randomly chose a piece to lay on the tree bed. Tisk tisk, why am I so clever? Sitting on the tree bed, Guo Xiao thought proudly. Fortunately, the fur of the tusked boar had no trace of odor, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to do this. Sitting on the bed, Guo Xiao looked at his attribute panel. Name: Guo Xiao. Realm: Martial Disciple, level 722243200. Cultivation: Method: Biming Divine, Art max level. Basic Gymnastics 18 Styles, Entry 664-1000. Martial Skills: Basic Combat Technique, Minor Achievement 110000. Basic Sword Technique, Major Achievement 193100000. Basic Body Technique, Major Achievement 145100000. Sword Drawing Technique, Major Achievement 131000000. Current Experience Points 40960. Martial Disciple level 7. Increasing automatically by 7 points per minute. The experience points come quite fast. It's over 400 now. This place is quite safe, though I might as well level up to Martial Disciple level 8 right here. Thinking of it, he directly injected all his experience points into his realm. Without any hindrance, he smoothly reached the realm of Martial Disciple level 8. After breaking through the realm, he felt a hunger. He ate a pseudo-refinement pill, and after a while that feeling gradually faded. Sigh. Based on this consumption rate, the effectiveness of the healing and energy replenishing pills would completely end after breaking through to Martial Disciple level 9. It's a pity I have no money. If I had money I could go to the Martial Artist Guild to buy some, but alas I have no money. Realm: Martial Disciple level 8, 111-846-4000. I still need 52,816 experience points. After calculating the experience points needed to break through to Martial Disciple level 9 in his mind, he couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that just a few days ago he was only at Martial Disciple level 3, yet in such a short span, he broke through to Martial Disciple level 8. Standing outside the tree hollow, he looked up at the sky lost in thought. Dad, Mom, can you see me? I have made something of myself now. He didn't know whether he was referring to his parents from before his rebirth, or his current ones, perhaps both. What a beautiful night. The sky filled with stars seemed to swirl around Gua Xiao, breathtakingly beautiful. In his past life apart from high mountains and sparsely populated areas, he could hardly see such a colorful and brilliant starry sky. A woo, crack, oomph. Many sounds of demon beasts echoed around him, completely different from the dead atmosphere of daytime. Borrowing the moonlight, he looked down at the base of the tree. A wind wolf and a tusked boar were facing off against each other. It was just one character away from the storm wolf, yet their strengths were worlds apart. The wind wolf was merely a level 6 demon beast, while the storm wolf was a level 5 demon beast. Although the wind wolf was only one level higher than the tusked boar was completely no match for the wind wolf. He saw the wind wolf bite into the neck of the tusked boar, which fell to the ground, its forelegs twitching for a moment before it died completely. Yet before its death it let out a furious roar, possibly lamenting the unfairness of fate. After the wind wolf saw the tusked boar die, it eagerly opened its mouth and bit into the tusked boar. It was clearly very hungry. At that moment the wind wolf was completely unaware of Gua Xiao's presence. After all, it was just a level 6 demon beast lacking strong perception, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Is the opportunity here? Watching the wind wolf gorge on the meat it had just caught, Gua Xiao knew the chance. He gently drew the bronze sword in his hand, aiming at the wind wolf below. With a whoosh, Gua Xiao jumped down from the 10-meter high tree. A height of 10 meters is nothing for a Martial Disciple level 5 practitioner, let alone Gua Xiao, who was already at Martial Disciple level 8. The wind wolf seemed to sense something while still chewing on the meat. It looked up at the sky. But it was too late. Its head had already been pierced by Gua Xiao's sword. From its expression, it was clear that it maintained a look of enjoyment, satisfaction, and confusion. It was obvious it died without feeling any pain. Humph. A woo. Just as Gua Xiao was about to pull the bronze sword out of the wind wolf's head, more sounds began to resonate around him, but from the sounds it was clear that the majority were from the tusked boars. What's going on? Something feels wrong. The noises of the beasts around him drew nearer, and an inner voice urged him to leave at once. As he drew the bronze sword, he instinctively absorbed the wind wolf's experience. Experience 565. Reluctantly, he glanced at the two fallen beasts, then turned and climbed up along a groove in the tree. Just as Gua Xiao reached the branch, a pack of tusked boars arrived nearby, grunting and snorting. They stared at the tusked boar slain by the wind wolf and howled mournfully toward the sky. The thick branch shielded Gua Xiao from the boar's sight. Even if they had seen him, they likely would have paid him no mind. The height was too great. They could not climb trees. Although it was unclear how the wind wolf lying nearby had died, the bite marks on the fallen boar's neck and body were unmistakably the wind wolf's doing. Now they glared furiously at the wind wolf, entirely unconcerned with Gua Xiao hidden in the branches above. He thought bitterly that at least 10,000 experience points had just vanished. Perched on the branch, Gua Xiao felt a hollow ache. His fat prize had slipped away. Why has it suddenly? He poked his head out, suddenly afraid yet puzzled. He feared the swarm of beasts below, and was grateful he had trusted his instinct and not lingered to siphon more experience. Their numbers were simply too many. He was puzzled by the two factions below, wind wolves and tusk boars, both bristling as if on the verge of war. Could they be about to fight a war for the ages? As expected, after a tense standoff, they could no longer restrain themselves and burst into savage combat. Although the wind wolves were individually of higher rank, the tusk boars outnumbered them, and the wolves found themselves no less disadvantaged. Mass numbers prevailed. No, pig-tied tactics made all the difference. Gua Xiao watched with keen appetite, his earlier fear forgotten. Carcasses multiplied beneath them more and more. When the fighting ended, a little scavenging would make him rich. Other beasts in the vicinity steered clear of the melee. After all, it was wiser to endure and keep the peace. Dawn was gradually breaking. Gua Xiao stretched atop the tree as the sounds of slaughter below began to subside. He knew the main event was about to conclude and craned his head downward. Exclamations rose from below, warnings, complaints, the last scraps being claimed. As they withdrew, every beast, wolf or boar alike, carried off a corpse in its jaws. Weatherkin, he still did not dare descend. The beasts had only just left, and danger lingered. After a long while the area fell utterly silent. No beast remained in sight. When he saw they had all withdrawn, he leapt from the tree and landed heavily, leaving 2 clear footprints. He then rubbed the ground carefully to erase them. Having read so many past life novels, he knew such details. He sighed at the mess they had left behind and muttered at their lack of decency. Heaped corpses lay about. Any reasonably intact body had already been carried off, leaving only torn limbs and fragments. Xinchi seized a wind wolf leg and absorbed it with the beaming divine skill. Experience 400. His eyes lit up. He had not expected a single leg to yield 444 experience points. With so many remains in the area, how much could he siphon? He hastened his absorption. If he did not hurry, other beasts would return, as such a strong scent of blood would soon attract scavengers. Experience 2,599. Experience 1,644. He grinned at the thought of over 2,000 experience from a single piece. This was promising. One in each hand, he worked busily. Few finally done. This is exhausting work. He converted any sizable remnant on the ground into experience. The tiny scraps he left alone too lazy to bother, since they would yield almost nothing. Dawn had fully broken, and he could faintly hear beasts in the distance. That's enough for now, time to go back. Having bundled the pelts, a serious problem suddenly occurred to him. He did not know which direction led home. Suddenly a sound. Who's there? From the bushes to his left came the clear snap of a branch being broken. Unsure whether human or beast, he called out tentatively. If it were a beast, so be it, but if it were human. A voice hissed, "Xiao Wu, I told you to be careful, and yet you made noise." The man in the brush heard Guo Xiao and knew they had been exposed. A man with a blade scar across his face stepped out with a lackey at his side. The scar-faced man eyed the packed pelts beside Guo Xiao and said greedily, "Little brother, quite the harvest. You want Scarborough to help you carry it back. Make him come out of the bushes. I saw him. Little brother, good eyes you've." The scarred man then clapped his hands and ordered, "Men out with you." At his command, the others poured from the brush. They saw the pelts by Guo Xiao, and their eyes went wide. Until now the branches had blocked their view. Now emboldened, they spoke arrogantly, "Kid, leave all the valuables here. Drop the sword, and put your hands on your head, or you'll regret it. Kid, we are the Menghu Mercenary Corps, obey us, or... Kid, we are the Menghu Mercenary Corps, obey us, or... The Menghu Mercenary Corps did have real strength. Rumor said they had 3 martial masters, about 10 martial warriors, and hundreds of martial apprentices, prominent figures within the martialist guild. Yet the Corps' reputation was ill-favored. Within Honghai City, constrained by the prosecutor's office and the martialist guild, they dared not act too brazenly, though outside the city was another matter. They indulged in arson, plunder, and countless acts of robbery. With no evidence to prove their crimes and a compliant public face in Honghai City, they carried on untroubled. Rumor had it that someone powerful sheltered the Menghu Mercenary Corps from behind the scenes. The scarred man noticed Guo Xiao's pupils shrink back, and he laughed as he said, "Kid, it seems you have heard of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. If you know what's good for you, leave behind everything valuable. Today we are in a good mood, so we'll let you off this time." The scarred man's smile was quite frightening, but upon hearing his words, Guo Xiao felt a cold sneer in his heart. He was well aware of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps from his last visit to the bustling market, and they never left witnesses. Otherwise they would have been wiped out by the Martial Artist Guild long ago. "Oh, all of it is yours." Hearing Guo Xiao's stammering tone, everyone thought he was genuinely scared, and they all laughed at once. The scarred man saw that Guo Xiao was already so frightened and walked straight towards him, showing no concern that Guo Xiao might suddenly attack, especially after seeing his attire. In his heart, he had already formed a one-word evaluation of Guo Xiao: poor. If he was poor, how high could his cultivation be? As for the fur beside him, it was just the remnants of the nightly skirmishes with the beasts. Coming to the outskirts of the city early to pick up a bargain was quite normal. It must be said that sometimes one's appearance could easily deceive others. Watching the scarred man approach, he didn't rush to make a move, as his few underlings had yet to close in. If they escaped, it would also become a troublesome matter. He understood the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountain. Seeing the few approaching him, he thought to himself. In the eyes of the others, Guo Xiao, who was trembling and looking down, suddenly raised his head and glared at them coldly. Not good. The scarred man felt a jolt in his heart upon seeing Guo Xiao's cold smile. But it was too late. Before he could react, Guo Xiao's bronze sword had already beheaded him. Sword drawing technique. Guo Xiao's bronze sword swiftly sliced through the scarred man's throat. He felt no pain and was without even looking at the corpse of the scarred man, he charged towards his few underlings. Upon seeing their leader beheaded, the underlings were instantly dumbfounded, completely shocked. It wasn't until Guo Xiao killed one of them that warm blood splattered on their faces that they reacted. The remaining few revealed terrified expressions and knelt down begging for mercy. Which direction is Honghai City? The already terrified few thought answering the question would save their lives, pointing in one direction simultaneously. After getting the answer he immediately slaughtered them all. Looking at the bodies lying on the ground, he dragged them into the nearby thicket and converted them into experience points. After all, it was daytime. Who knew if anyone nearby was watching the scene? If someone saw the corpses captured by Guo Xiao, they would slowly shrink until disappearing and then return to boast about it. The whole city. No, it should be said that the whole world would know about him absorbing corpses. Oh, wouldn't that mean he would also be doomed? Experience points 12,000. Experience points 7,000. Phew, this scarred man actually had over 1,000 experience points. He must at least be at the martial artist level. Thankfully, I managed to ambush and kill him first. The remaining few based on the absorbed experience points are roughly at the martial apprentice levels 5 to 7. He himself is only at the martial apprentice level, and his mental strength isn't strong enough to sense the realms of others. Brother, have you struck it rich today? Guo Xiao, now back in Honghai City, was selling the furs he had obtained. At this moment, Boss Chun happened to arrive at the stall. Seeing the furs in Xiao Lin's hand, he gave Guo Xiao a thumbs up and praised, "Little brother, impressive skills. Although the integrity of these furs isn't great, the quantity makes up for it. Luck. Don't say that, as sometimes luck is also a part of skill." Seeing Guo Xiao being so modest, he couldn't help but think to himself, if only my son were as humble as this. He causes me trouble every day. Sigh. The quantity you provided is a bit much. It will take some time to tally it up. Please wait here. Okay. Guo Xiao then sat down on a nearby chair to wait. He also went to the back to tally up with Xiao Lin. It was rare for someone to sell such a large quantity in the morning, so only Xiao Lin came during the day. After a substantial period of time, they finally completed the tally. Fong Tooth Boar fur 1140 yuan, Wind Wolf fur 1580 yuan, totaling 266000. To make it a round number, let's say 270000. After Boss Chun finished speaking, he handed the list and price he had just tallied to Guo Xiao. Hearing the total of 2700, Guo Xiao was also taken aback. He hadn't expected that what he had picked up could actually be worth 2700. He pushed the list back to Boss Chun and said, "I still trust your integrity, Boss Chun." He had no idea how many pieces of fur he had bought. Looking at the list was useless. It was impossible for him to check each item on the list one by one. It was better to sell him a favor, even if that favor might not be of much use. After the transaction was complete, his phone in the small bag vibrated at the right moment. It indicated that the 2700 yuan had been credited. Seeing that the money had arrived, he no longer lingered and said, "Boss Chun, I'll be leaving now. If you have furs to sell, remember to look for me, Boss Chun. The price is negotiable." Watching Guo Xiao leave, Boss Chun couldn't help but exclaim, "They're all young men. Oh, why is my own one so young?" After leaving, Guo Xiao headed to the stall where he had sold pills last time. He wanted to see if they had any for sale. Even if not, he could at least gather some information. After all, he was still a pauper with less than 300 yuan. "Brother, what kind of pills do you need this time?" The owner of the pill shop recognized Guo Xiao at a glance. For Guo Xiao, he could really be said to have left a deep impression, especially since cash transactions were rare these days, particularly one for 100 yuan. "Boss, do you have any pills that replenish qi and blood?" "Pills that replenish qi and blood? Yes. Come with me to the shop to take a look. This stall sells items needed to leave the city." Oh, Xiao Li watched this for a moment. Guo Xiao was delighted to hear this. He had only come to try his luck. After all, this stall sold only common pills, none of which were for cultivation. He only wanted to understand the market prices before going to the Martial Artist Guild to purchase. Otherwise, if he didn't have enough money, it would be a waste of time. He didn't expect that they would actually have some for sale. The pill shop is located behind a row of storefronts. After entering, the shopkeeper pointed to the pills on the counter and said, "These pills can replenish qi and blood. Do you have a first-grade blood replenishing pill?" Upon hearing Guo Xiao's request for a first-grade blood replenishing pill, the shopkeeper was left speechless. "Young man, are you making fun of me? In the Martial Artist Association of Honghai City, it's unlikely to find a first-grade blood replenishing pill. How could I possibly have it in this small place?" Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Guo Xiao asked curiously, "Does the Martial Artist Association not have it?" Perhaps due to the lack of customers in the morning, the shopkeeper explained to Guo Xiao with a smile, "Sometimes we have them, sometimes we don't. It depends on luck. After all, Honghai City is a small town, and many graded pills need to be reserved and shipped from other cities." "Oh, I see." He continued, "A first-grade blood replenishing pill usually costs at least 2 million. If your finances aren't particularly good, I personally wouldn't recommend purchasing it." The shopkeeper gently advised Guo Xiao, as he didn't look like a wealthy person. He then began to introduce the pills available in the shop. Pointing to one of the pills in the counter, he said, "Lower-grade blood replenishing pill, made from the flesh of a first-level monster." He added, "Dingkuan pill can nourish qi and blood, regulate menstruation, and ease distress. The complete restoration pill can also be used to replenish qi and blood. Among these, the one with the best efficacy is the lower-grade blood replenishing pill, but it is also more expensive, priced at 3,000 each. Efficacy." He continued, "For a 5th-grade martial disciple, as long as you consume one, you won't feel discomfort when breaking through to the 6th-grade martial disciple. Of course, the higher the realm, the more you need to consume. Of course, if you're willing to spend some time eating more monster meat, that can also replenish your qi and blood. However, monsters are meant to absorb experience, so eating them is out of the question. Besides, with his cooking skills, he might as well consume pills, which saves time." After a moment of hesitation, he said to the shopkeeper, "Give me 9 lower-grade blood replenishing pills." The shopkeeper was overjoyed. Buying 9 lower-grade blood replenishing pills at once is quite rare. Usually customers buy them one by one. Although he was filled with doubts about whether Guo Xiao could afford it, he still greeted him warmly, saying, "All right, please wait a moment." After receiving the money from Gua Xiao, the shopkeeper became even more enthusiastic. Here you go, young man, these are your pills. After taking the pills, Gua Xiao had no desire to linger and turned to leave as he was already out of money. Besides, he had already asked what he needed to know, and staying longer would be pointless. He now needed to return home to break through to the 9th grade martial disciple. Back at home, sitting on the sofa and looking at the lower grade blood replenishing pill in his hand, he muttered, "This thing costs the same as a body refining powder. I wonder how effective it is." After saying that, he tossed it into his mouth. The taste is a bit strange, but it's much better than the fake body refining pill. At least it doesn't smell foul or sour. After swallowing it, the effect of the pill began to manifest. He felt a warm sensation enveloping his body. Not long after, the effect of the lower grade blood replenishing pill completely dissipated, and he felt significantly more comfortable, as if a hint of satisfaction lingered within. Unable to resist, he consumed another one, and then checked his attribute panel. Name: Gua Xiao. Realm: 8th grade martial disciple, 111-846-4000. Cultivation technique: Biming divine, art max level. Basic gymnastics: 18 forms, entry 664-10000. Martial skills: basic combat technique, minor success, 110000. Basic sword technique, major success, 51210000. Basic movement technique, major success, 388100000. Sword drawing technique, major success, 104100000. Currently, he has 134,527 experience points. 8th grade martial disciple automatically gains 8 experience points per minute. 130000. He had been busy all day and hadn't paid attention to his experience points. He originally estimated it to be around 800 or 900, but never expected it to exceed 1300. This certainly gave him a pleasant surprise, and he exclaimed, "The wind wolf and the tusked pig from last night were truly generous. No, they should be called good monsters." He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts in his mind. Still, breaking through the realm is more urgent. He then injected the experience points into his realm, and a mysterious power began to surge within him. Just like every time he broke through a realm, when his body stopped absorbing the mysterious energy, he had already reached the pinnacle of the 8th grade martial disciple. Not long after the barrier of the realm was shattered. This meant that Gua Xiao had reached the 9th grade martial disciple. The feeling of hunger returned. He took out 2 lower grade blood replenishing pills from his small backpack and swallowed them directly. The feeling of hunger vanished. These lower grade blood replenishing pills are quite useful. I wonder what the middle grade ones feel like. He thought, in just this short time I've consumed 4 lower grade blood replenishing pills, and 100 has vanished just like that. It's true what they say, the poor are cultured and the rich are martial. Xiaoyan, why have you been in low spirits since you returned yesterday? Yin Shan spoke up, saying, Dad, don't mind her. She's just feeling down after being criticized by her classmates. Oh, seeing his daughter so affected, he felt quite pleased, as she had always been very strong-willed. If she was impacted by her classmates, they must be exceptionally talented. This made him curious, because his daughter had mentioned that aside from that girl Shuer and the 2 brothers from the Yi family, she didn't regard anyone else highly. Xiaoshan, tell me about it. Yun Xiui spoke up. Didn't you go out of town with your brother's classmates to hunt monsters? I struggled a lot, but I barely managed to kill a tusked pig. She didn't dare to admit that she had to exhaust the tusked pig to the point of exhaustion before killing it, as it was a bit embarrassing. That's great, daughter. To be able to kill a monster on your first encounter, you truly are my daughter. Yun Qi's mother, hearing that her daughter had hunted a monster, quickly pulled her over, examining her from left to right, and asked, Xiaoyan, you weren't hurt, were you? No, Mom. Yun Qi's father suddenly interjected, Isn't this a joyful occasion? Why do you feel down after being criticized by your classmates? Yun Qi's father smiled, and said to little Yun, Once you master your own powers with your martial apprentice level 8, you will be able to do this effortlessly. At that moment, Yun Shan mysteriously said to his father, Dad, do you know his level? He claims to be at martial apprentice level 7, but I suspect he may be hiding something, conservatively estimating he is also at level 8. I see that you are worried about this. He tapped Yun Qi's forehead and said, That's because you have never encountered demonic beasts. Once you face them more, your heart won't tremble, and you will naturally be able to unleash your full strength. Your classmate must often go outside the city to confront demonic beasts, so he is not afraid. It's also my fault for protecting you too well. I let you grow up without facing demonic beasts. Yun Xiui listened to her father's earnest teachings, and her frustrations diminished considerably. However, one thing still troubled her, as she distinctly remembered how Gua Xiao looked at her yesterday, as if she were an ordinary person. Was she not a beauty in her own right, not even catching his eye? Dad, can you teach me other martial skills? Wait until your martial examination is over. You know your father is the vice president and must lead by example. Moreover, have you mastered the basics of swordsmanship yet? Almost there. The basics are the foundation of all martial arts, which is why only basic martial skills are taught in high school, and not others. Seeing her father begin to lecture her again, Lin Xu helplessly sat on the chair and listened. All right, dear daughter, you are still young. Besides, the martial examination is coming up soon. Inside the study of the Lin family, a burly middle-aged man incredulously said to the butler beside him, "That kid has broken through to martial apprentice level 7 right under our noses." The butler's face was also filled with disbelief. He knew what that kid's life was like. Logically, he should only have broken through to level 5 at most. Although he had learned this news in advance, he still felt surprised. The butler, who had lived with the family for a long time, knew the master's thoughts well and said, "This information is undoubtedly accurate. They witnessed it with their own eyes." Hearing his butler's certainty, he fell silent. He knew the butler's style was very meticulous. Since he was so sure now, it meant the news was true and perhaps even conservative regarding the level. A scoundrel truly is a scoundrel, can't even handle a person. The middle-aged man slapped the table heavily. The main issue is that kid is too cunning. The butler naturally understood why the master was so angry. Well, after all, master, what if? The butler made a gesture across his throat, indicating to the master. Meng Hu and Xiao, you have gone to the wild city and taken most of the combat power. There shouldn't be anyone left, right? Ask around. If someone is available, break that kid's limbs and send him to me. Although puzzled as to why they wouldn't just kill Guo Xiao, he complied and said, "Understood, master. I'll take my leave." The middle-aged man, lost in thought, waved his hand at the butler, signaling that he understood. Scarface actually got ambushed by a martial apprentice level kid. What a waste. Fourth brother, should we report this to the boss? How can we report? The boss and the others have gone to the wild city and can't be contacted at all. At that moment, fourth brother's phone rang. He immediately recognized who was calling, gestured for his little brother nearby to be quiet, and then answered the phone. "Butler Su, what brings you here today?" "Fourth, how many martial artists do you have left?" "2, with the highest being martial artist level 5. "That's enough. They'll send you a photo. If possible, break all 4 limbs and bring him over." "Alright, I understand." Beep. Beep. After hearing the call, fourth brother put down the phone and turned to the little brother, who had also heard the sound, and said, "You heard that right?" "Fourth brother, I heard it." Since the phone was on speaker when he answered, he wasn't deaf and could hear clearly. Not long after the phone vibrated, it was the photo Butler Su had just mentioned. "Come over and take a look. You have also broken through to the martial artist level and need to get involved in some matters." Fourth brother looked at the little brother in front of him with great trust, as he had followed him for several years and posed no issues regarding identity. This person. The little brother looked at the photo in his hand, a hint of confusion in his voice. "What's wrong? Do you know him?" "Fourth brother, this is the one who killed Scarface and the others." "Are you sure?" "Sure, the photo shows him looking younger, so I didn't recognize him at first." "What a coincidence. How many people has this kid offended that Butler Su dares to offend him?" "Fourth brother, who is Butler Su?" Fourth brother shook his head at the little brother beside him, indicating, "I don't know." Fourth brother's words puzzled him. After all, he had been so familiar just a moment ago, now claiming to not know. "Aside from the leader, does anyone know who Butler Su is?" Fourth brother then spoke earnestly to the people beside him. "Little 3, but there's something you need to know. No matter how big a commotion we make, as long as there's no clear evidence pointing to our Meng Hu mercenary group, Butler Su can protect us." Upon hearing this, little 3 was instantly stunned. He wasn't foolish. Since fourth brother could say such a thing, it meant that Butler Su truly had an extraordinary background. Butler Su. The title of butler surprised him the most. If the butler was this powerful, then the person behind him must be extraordinary. Little 3, fourth brother saw the shock on little 3's face and knew his inner turmoil. He had also been shocked for a long time when he first found out. Fourth brother, tell the brothers below to keep a close watch. We will act together when the time comes to avoid prolonged troubles. Fourth brother, I understand. It's even more rudimentary. After breaking through to the 9th rank of martial apprentice, he couldn't wait to leave the city. Indeed, during the night, it truly belonged to the realm of the beasts. There were very few humans to be seen in the entire forest. Of course, it might also be because he was currently within the safety zone. Perhaps as he ventured 100 miles away, more people would gradually appear at night. Just as expected, he had only just arrived for a while and had already absorbed quite a bit of experience. Some careless beasts were no match for him. Experience 7,000. Experience 6,000. After absorbing a few small green snakes that ambushed him, he complained, "I don't know who came up with this ridiculous name, calling them small green snakes. Why not just call them large green snakes?" Measuring 6 meters long with a snake waist of at least 1 meter, they were absurdly called small green snakes. After the revival of spiritual energy, many wild beasts had evolved. Even ants had evolved, yet they were still called ants, remaining the weakest, probably around level 1 to 3. However, after so many years, combining with the monsters emerging from the spatial rifts, had given rise to many bizarre and strange beasts. He glanced at his attribute panel. Name Guo Xiao. Realm martial apprentice 9th rank. 1100000. Technique, Biming Divine, Art Max Level. Basic Gymnastics 18 Forms Beginner 664110000. Martial Skills Basic Combat Technique Minor Success 110000. Basic Swordsmanship Major Success 599100000. Basic Body Technique Major Success 451100000. Sword Drawing Technique Major Success 122100000. Currently possesses Experience 122411 Martial Apprentice 9th rank automatically, gaining 9 experience points per minute. It's a pity there aren't any safe places nearby, otherwise I could have raised my realm first. At this moment his experience had once again broken through to 100, reaching as much as 12000. He had already met the required experience for breaking through to the warrior realm. He could choose to go back to break through, but it took too much time to return outside the city. Moreover, this time, he had come from the south gate, which was much further than the north gate. It was also more dangerous. The frequency of beast appearances in this area was significantly higher than that on the north side. Not long after he left the city, he had already encountered several beasts. Of course, they had all become souls under his sword. Crack. What was that sound just now? He looked around, but found nothing unusual. I must have misheard it. I thought it was just the sound of my foot stepping on a branch, so I ignored it. He completely failed to notice that a small crack had already formed on the blade of the bronze sword in his hand. He sheathed his sword, tidied several pelts, and casually chose a direction to walk. Quack quack. The shouts of the beasts in his ears became clearer and clearer. Guo Xiao halted through the pelts on the ground, and slung the bronze sword on his back. Listening to the sounds, it was evident that there were many beasts. For safety's sake, he randomly chose a sturdier tree, took out a dagger from his small backpack, and slowly climbed up the tree. Damn. After climbing the tree and looking towards the source of the sound, he couldn't help but curse. In his line of sight about 50 meters away in an open space, a group of small green snakes and a species resembling a toad were facing off. It looked like the wind wolves and tusked boars from last night. They were probably about to engage in a fierce battle. Due to branches from other trees blocking his view, he couldn't see their exact numbers. However, he estimated that there should be no more than 100. I thought there was something very familiar about this. Unlike others who were fearful and cautious to avoid trouble, he felt no such dread. Instead, he was filled with excitement. After all, this meant he could take advantage of the situation, which would definitely lead to a surge in his experience. Brothers, hurry up and start fighting. Why are you just staring at each other? Watching the beasts ahead, he continuously cheered them on in his heart. At this moment, he wasn't in a hurry to go down, and after all, it was harder to climb up. If this tree were a bit sturdier, he might even consider breaking through to the warrior realm first. The next day, finally, it's almost over, it's my turn to act now. At this time, after a night of fighting, there were only a few beasts left on the battlefield, and Guo Xiao knew it was time for him to take action. While it was still dark, he needed to act quickly to deal with them, lest the warriors come, and he wouldn't be able to absorb any experience. Just thinking about experience made him instantly alert. He jumped down from the tree, leaving clear footprints in the ground. According to his usual habit, he would have to deal with things, but he was too lazy to do so now. He ran towards the battlefield of the beasts at his fastest speed, and before they could react, a green snake was the quack quack. Hiss hiss. Just as the green snake was killed, the surviving beasts on the scene instantly stopped fighting and turned to look at Guo Xiao. They could fight among themselves, but when it came to dealing with enemies, they had to unite against them, especially when it was a human. At that moment, their hearts seemed to be connected as they all charged towards Guo Xiao. However, the remaining beasts did not match Guo Xiao in realm, and after a night of fighting, their combat power had diminished to only about 30 of their usual strength. Even if the number of beasts present doubled to Guo Xiao, they were merely a disorganized mob. Soon, all the beasts on the battlefield were eliminated. Suddenly, a sound rang out. Ping! The bronze sword, which had already been slightly cracked, could no longer withstand the final blow after killing the last beast. Guo Xiao's sword seemed to have been struck by an invisible force, and with a bang it snapped in two. The quality is unacceptable. If the female shop assistant who sold him the weapon knew what he was thinking, she might come to kill him. The bronze sword he held was only suitable for beginners to practice sword techniques. Although the bronze sword had been unsealed, it could only slay beasts around level 1. After all, the physical strength of the beasts increased significantly with their realm. The fact that the bronze sword had lasted this long was due to the skill of the craftsman who forged it along with not. Now that it had been used for so long, he could smile slyly. Little did he know that the sword had cost him 3,000 coins to purchase. He sheathed the broken bronze sword and hurriedly focused on absorbing experience. While it was still just dawn, he needed to finish absorbing it quickly. Hee. Guo Xiao back in Honghai City couldn't stop laughing. Passers-by on the street looked at Guo Xiao carrying a large bundle of furs, seemingly unbothered, and they gazed at him with envy, for the amount of furs he carried was truly substantial. Though they couldn't see the full quality of the furs, even if they were of lesser quality, it was still a sum of money they grabbed. Despite their jealousy, no one dared to snatch them. Every town had its rules, and anyone who dared to act would find themselves trapped for years. Had they encountered him outside the city, the situation might have been different. After all, there were many martial artists present, all watching him with bright, greedy eyes. Yet none dared to act. However, this did not affect Guo Xiao's current mood. He was exceedingly happy. After all, his experience points had reached an astonishing 58,000. How could he not be elated? His face could not hide the joy within, and those on the street assumed he was smiling because of the enormous fortune he was about to reap. Guo Xiao, my young brother. Guo Xiao, my young brother. After several calls, Guo Xiao finally reacted, realizing someone was calling him. Lost in his delight and surrounded by the sounds of vendors he had not heard. Boss Chun, what is it? Seeing the look of confusion on Guo Xiao's face, Boss Chun understood his thoughts. I sent someone to collect materials in the bustling market on the north side of my actual business is located nearby. Boss Chun pointed in a direction and continued speaking, his pride evident. Look, it's right there. Guo Xiao followed the direction pointed. Chen's Apparel. The store was located at the corner, exuding an old Beijing charm. Especially the two stone lions at the entrance, which complemented Chen's Apparel, giving the whole establishment a harmonious aura. Guo Xiao gazed at Chen's Apparel, and it was no wonder Boss Chun wore an expression of pride. He probably would too in his position. Moreover, in such a location, one needed a solid background to run such a large shop. Old Chen, impressive skills. I'm just a minor shareholder. The major shareholder is someone else who is not keen on man. That's still quite impressive. Alright then, would you like to sit in my shop? By the way, Boss Chen said, glancing at the fur bundle behind Guo Xiao. Understanding what Boss Chen was hinting at, Guo Xiao smiled and replied, isn't this a coincidence? I was just looking for a place to buy this, and here you are. That's great. I assure you the price will satisfy you. Come on, let's step inside my shop. Standing outside is quiet. Hearing Guo Xiao's words, Boss Chen's demeanor softened even more. Fortunately, he came here today, otherwise this business would have slipped away. After all, the quantity was hard to resist. Xiao Wang, take these to get an estimate, and give me the price based on the highest valuation. Upon entering Chen's Apparel, Boss Chen called over a staff member and pointed at the furs behind Guo Xiao. Alright, boss. Xiao Wang acknowledged his boss, and then turned to Guo Xiao respectfully, saying, Sir. Handing over the rolled-up furs, Guo Xiao politely said, Thank you. Not a problem, please wait a moment. Saying that, he took the large bundle of furs into the adjacent room. That room is specifically for purchasing and appraising beast furs. Guo Xiao, my young brother, see if you need anything. Me? What could I possibly need? I'm not saying this just for fun, but once you have money you should at least buy yourself some decent clothes. He picked up a piece of armor from the side, and continued, like this one, though it looks quite heavy, it is made with special techniques, and once worn it is actually only slightly heavier than what you currently have on. It really is. Guo Xiao took the armor from Boss Chen, weighing it in his hands. Indeed, it didn't feel much heavier than his current attire, and he wondered how it was made. Seeing Guo Xiao curiously examining the armor, Boss Chen continued with a smile, the key point is this armor can withstand significant damage from any beast below level 2. Is it really that impressive? Some martial artist teams have their frontliners wear this type of armor to absorb damage. If you don't like this style, we have others such as from the Qin Shang or Han dynasties. If you don't like any of those, we also accept custom orders. Boss Chen talked animatedly, successfully making Guo Xiao feel he should upgrade his outfit. Do you have this style in my size? Yes, we have 3 tiers, high, medium, and low. What do you require? What's the difference? The high-end ones are made from top-grade furs capable of withstanding about 50 of level 2. The mid-range ones can withstand about 30, and the low-end ones around 10. Are they expensive? He felt a bit tempted. After all, being able to withstand 50 of attacks from beasts above level 2 was quite remarkable. If it's too expensive, he would have to lower his standards. Not expensive of this style, even the high-end ones are only 500 yuan each. Alright then, get me 2 sets. Let's go over there to try them on for size. After nearly staying until noon in Chen's Apparel, the estimates were finally completed. At this moment he was dressed in his newly bought clothes. It must be said they were indeed much more comfortable than his previous ones. The money spent was worth it. Leaving Chen's Apparel, he didn't rush home. First he needed to stop by a weapon shop. The bronze sword he had bought for 300 had already broken. After all, having a weapon made a significant difference in combat. It's you. What are you buying this time? As soon as he entered the store, he ran into a girl in work attire. It wasn't because Guo Xiao was handsome, but rather because during his last visit to buy the bronze sword, his pained expression while paying had left a deep impression. I remember there was a level 90 Long Quan sword left, right? The last one sold out this morning. We currently have no level 90 Long Quan swords in stock. The girl in work attire seemed to remember something and continued, Do you need a level 101 Long Quan sword? However, it's quite expensive, priced at 4,000. The level 90 Long Quan sword was only 2,000. Why is the level 101 so expensive? Yes, sir, a weapon forged 100 times is considered a fine weapon, so its price is far beyond that of ordinary. Weapons forged less than 100 times are generally referred to as ordinary items. Those forged up to 499 times are called fine weapons, and those that exceed 499 times are regarded as treasured weapons. What lies above treasured weapons? The girl in work clothes did not continue, possibly thinking it unnecessary. Can I take a look at the dragon spring sword forged 101 times? Please follow me. As Guo Xiao walked behind, he pondered the classification of weapon grades: ordinary, fine, treasured. According to my experience from reading novels, the next levels should be named weapons and divine weapons, right? I apologize, I was just lost in thought. This is the weapon forged 101 times. You can hold it and feel if it suits you. He grasped the hilt of the dragon spring sword, slowly drawing it out and examining it closely. The patterns on the sword were unique, resembling a kind of naturally formed artistic texture. Moreover, the sensation of holding it was completely different from that of a bronze sword. Is this sword 400,000? Yes, sir. I'll take it. At that moment, a sharp voice interrupted. Oh, isn't this our classmate Guo Xiao? When did you become so full of... Hearing that familiar voice, Guo Xiao involuntarily frowned and spoke up. Yang Wei. What? Haven't seen you for a few days, and you don't recognize your brother anymore. Yang Wei was the person who left the deepest impression on him. Although his talent seemed lacking, with the help of his family, he had managed to reach the cultivation level of a martial disciple of the 5th rank. However, for the noble school of Honghai 7th Middle School, being a martial disciple of the 5th rank was just barely. In Guo Xiao's memory, whenever he saw Wu Wei at school, he was always following a classmate named Lin Kai, acting like a servant. A typical small person gaining a little success. When the news of his cultivation level of martial disciple of the 3rd rank spread, Yang Wei would come to boast and mock him at every opportunity, as if that made him superior. He was also one of the people Guo Xiao disliked the most. Yang Wei looked at the girl in work clothes, his eyes brightening, and said, Beauty, don't waste your feelings on him. He's just a poor guy who can't possibly have 400,000. Beauty, I'll take this sword. Are you free tonight? After saying that, he posed flirtatiously and winked at the girl in work clothes. The girl in work clothes looked at Wu Wei's frivolousness, and a flash of disgust crossed her eyes. She was not that superficial, and besides, she wasn't short on money. I'm sorry, but this sword has already been reserved by this gentleman. If he can't pay, you may consider buying it. Hearing the beauty refuse him, Wu Wei was not angry, and continued, Look at my classmate. The clothes he's wearing don't even cost 100. Do you really think he can come up with that much money? What Yang Wei failed to notice was that when he said Guo Xiao was dressed in clothes worth less than 100, a hint of mockery flashed in her eyes. If someone had said that to her last time, she might have believed it, because Guo Xiao had indeed been dressed very poorly then. But at this moment, although his outfit was not much different from the last time, she was not someone who couldn't tell good from bad. Clearly this was made of high-quality leather. Without saying much, it was at least worth over 60,000. Yang Wei thought Guo Xiao was calling him and responded, What? Impotent classmate, haven't you taken your medicine today? Yang Wei was caught off guard by Guo Xiao's question, completely unaware of the slight emphasis in her tone when she called his name, and blankly replied, I have. Since you've taken it, what's your problem? Whether I can afford it has nothing to do with you. The girl beside looked at Yang Wei, who was trying to stifle his laughter, as she had truly never seen someone so foolish. You. Seeing the store clerk's stifled expression, Yang Wei recalled what he had just said, and was instantly left speechless with anger. I want to see how this poor guy plans to pay later. After saying that, he walked to the counter, preparing to watch Guo Xiao's. What a brainless person. Your classmate really doesn't seem to be using his brain. The store clerk beside also nodded in agreement. After all, it was the first time she had seen someone so foolish. Let me introduce myself. I'm Nangong Jing, a first-year student at the Modu Military University Weapons Academy. Guo Xiao, senior year 5 class of Honghai 7th Middle School. Does Military University still have a weapons academy? There are many colleges within the Military University, such as the Alchemy Academy, Weapons Academy, Research Academy, Martial Arts Academy, etc. Each college imparts different knowledge. You'll naturally understand once you attend the Military University. Nangong Jing answered Guo Xiao's question and then stopped speaking. Let's go calculate the money. Nangong Jing led Guo Xiao to the counter to check out, while Yang Wei's gaze returned to the counter. The shopkeeper, upon seeing the dragon spring sword placed on the counter, immediately quoted the price. The dragon spring sword, forged 101 times, is 400,000. Bank transfer.